On that pitch black night, when the world seemed swallowed by darkness, the rain came crashing down without the slightest mercy, every heavy drop slicing through the air before pounding against the mud-soaked ground. The storm only raged harder, drowning out every other sound beneath the endless roar of rain. Then, from within that darkness, a shaking hand struck the muddy earth, and through the cold curtain of water, words appeared before him. Spin it. Declan von Grahan-Uklein sat there without moving, silent beneath the violent downpour, his drenched hair plastered to his face as his eyes stayed locked on the person standing before him. She gripped the sword even tighter, lifted it with a chilling determination, and without backing down, thrust the blade straight into his body. Another line of text emerged. If she wants to kill me. For a brief moment, every emotion vanished from Declan von Grahan-Uklein's face, leaving him hollow and still, as though the shock and pain had carved everything out from inside him. Julie's eyes remained terrifyingly cold as she stared down at him, her gaze unwavering with no hesitation, no pity, and not even the smallest trace of regret. Her hand stayed wrapped around the sword hilt, and then her fingers squeezed down even harder, tightening with a final merciless certainty that left no room for doubt. Then, using brutal force, she shoved the weapon in deeper, forcing the blade straight into Declan von Grahan-Uklein's chest while the rain continued to pour over both of them. The pain struck him all at once, sharp, violent, and impossible to endure, and Declan von Grahan-Uklein coughed up a thick mouthful of blood that spilled from his lips and disappeared into the rain below. Even after all that, Declan von Grahan-Uklein slowly raised his blood-stained hand, his trembling fingers reaching up through the sheet of falling rain. Then another line of text appeared before him. You still under the pouring rain. A sorrowful smile slowly spread across his pale, blood-smeared face, and with a voice so faint it almost vanished beneath the storm, he murmured as though he were speaking to something painfully precious, so beautiful and heartless. With an unexpected gentleness, he reached out and brushed his hand against Julie's face, leaving his blood to mix with the rain running over her skin, but Julie's expression did not soften for even a second, and she stepped back from him with cold distance. When the space between them finally widened, Declan von Grahan-Uklein simply continued staring at her in silence, saying nothing at all. Yet somewhere beneath that quiet, one bitter thought surfaced in his mind, that damn bastard. Watching the scene unfold exactly like that, he let out a mocking smile, as if this miserable ending had become so absurd that it could only be treated as some twisted kind of joke. At that exact instant, a system message appeared over the scene, its words cold, direct, and painfully simple. Cancel betrothal. Request Declan von Grahan-Uklein death. Kim Woo-jin looked over the congratulations notification glowing on the screen, and only then did the tension finally leave his shoulders. He released a long, exhausted breath of relief. Thank God, Kim Woo-jin dragged one tired hand down over his face, covering his worn-out eyes as he muttered under his breath, the fatigue heavy in his voice. Finally, the bugs are fixed. He stared at the monitor with deep satisfaction, almost unable to believe that the error had finally disappeared. After checking, fixing, and testing the same thing over and over again dozens of times, he had finally managed it. That identical bug had kept popping up again and again throughout the entire cancel betrothal sequence. My name is Kim Woo-jin, and after everything I had just dragged myself through, even that simple introduction somehow felt heavier than it normally should have. He leaned back in his chair, stretched out his stiff, aching body, and let out a huge yawn as the exhaustion from endless work finally caught up to him. I'm about to escape this endless overtime. With a small trace of pride returning to his tired expression, Kim Woo-jin straightened himself in front of the screen and began to introduce himself properly. I am. And as if to explain why his work carried so much weight, the company's reputation immediately came to mind. Ever since it was founded, it had released only top-tier games, turning out one massive hit after another until its name became known all around the world. The game Kim Woo-jin had been testing and fixing was Rue's newest AAA title, a project so enormous that the future of the entire company depended on its success. No matter how tired he was, he could not simply walk away, because this was not just another release. For them, it was a matter of survival. To put it simply, this single game had enough weight behind it to either send the company soaring to the very top or drag everyone down with it. Kim Woo-jin glanced toward the time and figured it was around 11. The game's biggest selling point was that both its difficulty and story would shift depending on the choices each player made. Even though it was technically built as a single-player game, nothing about it was simple once a player actually entered its world and began making decisions. At the heart of it all was a complicated story system centered around named characters created by intelligent AI, making every connection, conflict, and relationship feel strangely alive. That fresh approach was exactly why players from all over the world had started paying attention. On top of that, the game allowed players to choose from an enormous range of professions. There were rare and powerful roles too, including knights, mages, adventurers, demons, monster hunters, nobles, and even royalty, letting players become almost anyone they wanted inside that world. And that led to one very simple conclusion. If this game earned the recognition everyone believed it deserved, then the whole company would end up swimming in money. Honestly, if the game truly lived up to all the attention already gathering around it, then the profits would be enormous, the kind of success that could bury everyone involved under rewards. But as Kim Woo-jin thought about it more, he knew rewards like that never came without risk. If the game failed, the company would collapse right along with it. After taking a short break to calm himself and clear his head, he turned back toward the monitor. I should check the character data first, and while I'm at it, this is exactly why I've been stuck working overtime for months. The instant Kim Woo-jin looked through the data, his irritation came rushing back, and it was all because of one character. Deculine von Grahan Ukraine character info. Name: Deculine von Grahan Ukraine, occupation, senior professor, mana. 3357. He was the central figure in the death of Deculine von Grahan Ukraine segment, and after being tormented by countless errors, Woo-jin had finally cleared that part without a single problem. Deculine von Grahan Ukraine was notorious even within the game's own structure, known as a villain with a terrible reputation and one of the mid-level bosses that players would eventually be forced to confront. Because he was such an important antagonist and connected to so many other characters, his routes, relationships, and story events had produced an absurd number of bugs. But today, after all that frustration, Kim Woo-jin had finally managed to kill him off properly without anything breaking. This time, the cause of Deculine von Grahan Ukraine's death was painfully dramatic and personal. He had been struck down by none other than his own fiancée. Kim Woo-jin stretched both arms, rolled his aching shoulders, and shouted out in pure relief, "It's done." Still, even after clearing the sequence, he could not ignore just how much trouble Deculine von Grahan Ukraine had caused from beginning to end. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind Kim Woo-jin, cutting through the quiet atmosphere of the late-night office and pulling him out of his thoughts. "Ah, you're smiling so gently. How's the testing going?" Her tone was light and casual, but it immediately drew his attention away from the monitor in front of him. Standing there before him was a beautiful woman named Yu Ara, the lead programmer on the project. And also, Kim Woo-jin paused for a long moment, unable to finish that thought right away. Before he could stop himself, the memories began to return. He and Yu Ara had once been together for 7 long years. Back then, they had truly been happy. During those days, even the most ordinary moments with her somehow felt warm, bright, and filled with laughter. He remembered the soft kisses they had shared, the way their hands used to fit together so naturally, and those quiet days when they lived side by side as if that peaceful life would keep going forever. But the truth was, Yu Ara had always been completely devoted to her work, pushing herself forward with discipline, while Kim Woo-jin had been the lazy one, constantly lagging behind. He could still remember how Yu Ara had helped him get hired, reaching out and pulling him into the company so the two of them could work in the same place. What drove her was not only her own ambition, but also the wish to find work for him, encourage him, and help him grow into someone better than the person he had been. But when Kim Woo-jin remembered what came after all of that, a dull ache settled heavily in his chest. In the end, despite everything they had built together, they broke up. And he knew exactly whose fault it was. Yu Ara had tried so hard for him again and again, but no matter how much effort she poured into him, he had still failed to change. Then Yu Ara looked at him with a gentle expression and said she had heard he had been struggling with a bug, adding that she was glad he had managed to get through it. Kim Woo-jin felt that old sadness rise inside him again. It had already been 6 months since their breakup, and by now he had heard that she had someone new. Trying to hide the sting pressing against his chest, he placed his hand against the desk and answered with a colder attitude than before. "Looks like you and the new guy are getting along well, huh?" When she heard that, Yuara simply gave him a soft smile. After all, rumors traveled fast inside their company. I think that's nice, but the moment Kim Woo-jin heard her say it so calmly, a flicker of irritation passed through him. It annoyed him in a way he did not want to admit. He sulked in silence, turned his eyes back toward the computer screen, and muttered with obvious bitterness in his voice, "I wish you both a lifetime of happiness." Yuara laughed at his childish reaction. Instead of taking offense, stopped sulking and focus. On your work. Then Yuara suddenly seemed to remember something, and she raised her voice again as if it had just come to mind. Oh, by the way, the story team says they want to change some settings and tweak a few character templates. Kim Woo-jin's exhaustion returned in an instant, and he complained under his breath. Again, seriously, they change it every single day. Kim Woo-jin propped his chin on one hand, his posture slumping as the weight of unfinished work settled back over his shoulders. His eyes wandered once again to Deculine von Grahan Euclane's data on the screen, and with a tired frown tugging at his face, he muttered to himself. Speaking of this character, is he really only supposed to be a mid-boss? If players get lucky enough, can they actually kill him off early? Yuara smiled, as if that question had landed right on one of the game's most important points. That's exactly the hook of the game, she explained. The farther Deculine progresses through the story, the more dangerous and powerful he becomes, and because every player makes different choices, each route splits away in its own direction while the difficulty keeps climbing. Kim Woo-jin listened to her explanation, then gave a small accepting nod. True, Yuara rested a hand lightly beneath her chin, then added in an almost casual tone, "You know, that character was designed based on you." Kim Woo-jin instantly froze, staring at her with complete disbelief, as if she had just said the most ridiculous thing imaginable. Deculine, seeing that stunned look on his face, Yuara giggled with clear amusement. She seemed to enjoy teasing him even more after that. When you were shaping him, didn't you notice it at all? You both have that same cheesy, fake-looking appearance. Kim Woo-jin's expression twisted, caught somewhere between confusion and protest. But wait, you've only met the writing team a few times, right? The more bewildered Kim Woo-jin became, the more Yuara seemed to take pleasure in poking at him. With a playful smile still on her lips, she landed the next hit without mercy. "That's why every time I play, I kill him first." Kim Woo-jin's eyes sharpened immediately, his stare turning almost murderous. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Yuara burst out laughing, clearly delighted by how easily he reacted to her teasing. "Your personalities are the same," she said plainly, without even trying to soften the blow. Kim Woo-jin looked at her as though she had just betrayed him on a personal level. "Seriously? You're saying I'm like the guy whose final line is 'that damn bitch'?" When Yuara noticed just how deeply confused and offended he looked, she finally eased off and let the joke drop. "Anyway, don't worry about that. What do you think about the test so far?" Kim Woo-jin's face turned uneasy as the future of the company came back into his mind. "The game is fun, but I'm worried about whether the company can survive by depending on it this much." Yuara answered him with calm confidence. "Don't worry about that." There was no uncertainty in Yuara's voice at all, only firm belief in the game they had spent so much time building. "This kind of unique gameplay already has the whole world excited," she said with steady conviction. "There's no way it'll fail." Just then, Kim Woo-jin's gaze slipped past her shoulder and drifted down toward the area below the company building. Outside in the dim night, he noticed a lone figure standing there and his eyes narrowed. "Is that your boyfriend down there?" Yuara followed his line of sight toward the window, and the moment she looked, surprise flashed across her face. Kim Woo-jin raised his hand and pointed toward the person waiting below, the figure leaning against a car under the faint lights outside. "Yeah, look over there. See him?" The one resting against that car, the instant Yuara recognized who it was. Her expression tightened with sudden panic. He's already late. Even though a heavy sadness quietly pressed down inside his chest, Kim Woo-jin forced himself to act as if it did not matter. Keeping his voice as steady and unaffected as he could, he said, "What are you still doing standing here? Don't make him keep waiting for you." After saying that, Kim Woo-jin kept his eyes fixed on the view beyond the window, staring down at the person below without turning back toward Yuara. His voice stayed quiet, but it carried a restrained distance. "Go see him." Yuara looked at him for a brief moment, as if weighing the words he had just spoken, then gave him a soft smile that made the quiet around them feel even heavier. "You're right," she said gently. "I'm going now." She turned toward the office door, but before leaving, she paused just long enough to raise one hand in a small farewell wave. "Goodbye, Woo-jin. You did great today." Kim Woo-jin did not let his expression turn warm or sentimental. Instead, he kept his eyes away from her and answered in a cool, carefully restrained voice, holding back whatever was moving inside him. "Goodbye." Outside the wide office windows, the moon hung high over the city, quietly surrounded by scattered stars that shimmered across the sky. looking strangely peaceful after such a long and draining night. Inside the office, the hands of the clock continued moving forward, each faint tick sounding sharper than usual in the silence Yu-Ara had left behind. Kim Woo-jin quickly shook off the lingering ache in his chest and forced his mind back to where it needed to be. His hands returned to the keyboard, his eyes settled on the monitor again, and he pushed himself straight back into work, back to checking Deculain von Grahan-Uclane. But the more he thought about what Yu-Ara had said, the more unsettled he became. He stared at the screen with a grim, disbelieving look, his brows tightening as the question kept circling in his head. Deculain von Grahan-Uclane, are the writers seriously saying, this guy is based on me? He clicked through the menus one by one and began examining Deculain von Grahan-Uclane's information more carefully. The character had 6 attributes, and somehow, he carried the strange impression of both a natural-born prodigy and a mediocre mage at the same time. Within the game, people often spoke of Deculain's brilliant childhood. Once, he had been celebrated as a genius and praised as a magical prodigy, but the reality now was that he had fallen painfully far from that dazzling beginning. What remained was a warped combination of pride, arrogance, and wasted potential. The longer Kim Woo-jin looked through Deculain's profile, the more he began to suspect that the character really had been modeled after him in some cruel, exaggerated way. It felt as though the writers had gathered every terrible trait a person could possibly have and stuffed them all into one human being. Thinking about it like that, Kim Woo-jin could not stop himself from questioning the character's very existence. Could someone built with that many awful qualities even still be called a person? Honestly, the more he looked at Deculain, the more he started doubting humanity itself. They said that the deeper this character advanced into the story, the stronger he became. And even though Kim Woo-jin hated almost everything about him, a strange sense of sympathy still crept in. After all, Deculain was surrounded entirely by people who despised him without even a single exception. Kim Woo-jin remained silent in front of the computer for a while, staring at the character data before finally murmuring softly to himself. Could I add something to his personality? Nothing too obvious, just one small detail that would make him seem a little less awful. His fingers tightened around the mouse and his expression grew more determined, almost as if he had just found the perfect excuse to interfere. After all, I'm supposed to be his inspiration. Then his eyes stopped on one specific trait listed in the menu, and he leaned a little closer to inspect it. Let's see, would this sympathetic trait make people feel empathy for him, or at least make them feel a little pity? Once he started, Kim Woo-jin could not quite stop himself, and he began adding one beneficial trait after another. Do it. At the very least, you should be more lovable than me. If I'm gonna do this, I might as well go all the way. As he clicked through the options, his muttering continued in a steady stream. This one's good. I like this one. I'll add this too. But after stacking on far too many positive features, Kim Woo-jin finally realized that he had completely crossed the line. He cleared his throat awkwardly, straightened a little in his chair, and tried to calm himself down. I added way too many good things. Now that I think about it, I probably shouldn't have done that. After hesitating for a short while, he decided to undo everything he had just added. One by one, he carefully removed the traits from the list, restoring Deculain von Grahan-Uclane back to his original state as if nothing had happened. While Kim Woo-jin was still in the middle of editing, a sudden ting from the computer cut through the quiet and startled him so badly that his shoulders jumped. The message sound rang out like a warning in the silent office. He stiffened at once and thought, what the hell? Who sends a message at this hour? Kim Woo-jin leaned closer to the monitor, and his surprise grew as he realized that the sound had come from a new incoming notification. Wait a second, it's from the writing team. He typed his reply almost immediately, slipping back into work mode despite how exhausted he was. Yes, what do you want to change in the character template? Tell me and I'll fix it right away. But the response that came back felt strangely wrong. No, I just want to watch. I'm only here to watch. Kim Woo-jin frowned at the message on the screen, unable to understand what the other person was trying to say. The words made no sense to him at all. What are they even talking about? He placed his fingers back on the keyboard and typed again, trying to get a clearer answer. What do you mean, like check something? The other side responded only with loud laughter and then sent back a chillingly simple instruction. No, look out the window. Kim Woo-jin was still confused, but the strange message pulled his attention away from the monitor all the same. He turned his eyes toward the glass, uneasy now. The window? What exactly am I supposed to see out there? Beyond the window, the peaceful night from moments earlier had completely disappeared. Thick black clouds had swallowed the sky, and violent lightning tore across them in blinding flashes, lighting up the entire world outside with terrifying intensity. Kim Woo-jin's eyes widened as he stared out at the impossible sight. his body going completely still while his mind struggled to catch up with what he was seeing. A cold shiver ran through him as his gaze lifted higher into the sky. What is that? Why is there suddenly a hole in the sky? Then a bolt of lightning crashed down with horrifying force, making it seem as if the heavens themselves were shaking. The darkness split apart, and the strange hole above tore open even wider. From inside that impossible opening, countless terrifying faces began to appear, each one twisted in agony, their expressions warped as though their screams were spilling out into the storm. Then, one after another, countless hands reached out from the ripped sky, stretching downward through the opening, as if they were desperately trying to claw their way into the world below. Kim Woo-jin still could not make sense of anything happening around him. His thoughts blurred together, his head spun, and confusion swallowed him completely. What's going on? My head is still dizzy. Where am I? Before he could pull himself together, a scream filled with pain suddenly rang out nearby, sharp and desperate enough to slice straight through the chaos surrounding him. Kim Woo-jin flinched at the sound, his eyes shifting around in confusion as he tried to figure out where the scream had come from. Who is that? A cold voice answered from somewhere close by, low, heavy, and edged with warning. Remember this, you must always remain vigilant. The voice continued in that same icy tone, each word carrying a sense of danger. Deculen von Grahan-Ukleine is not someone you can take lightly. Right now, he may be broken. He even tried to brainwash his own son, but he could rise again at any moment. That warning seemed to echo once more, colder and more ominous than before. He could rise again at any moment. The voice pressed on, making it clear that Deculen von Grahan-Ukleine had not truly been finished. He is merely rebalancing his talent. After all, no matter how weakened or damaged he appeared to be right now, Deculen von Grahan-Ukleine was still, without question, a despicable villain. Then, without warning, a shrill shout tore straight into Kim Woo-jin's ear, yanking him toward awareness with urgent force. Wake up, get up right now. At the piercing shout, Deculen von Grahan-Ukleine had jolted awake as if something had ripped him straight out of a nightmare, his eyes snapping open while his body tensed against the bed. Standing over him was Uriel von Grahan-Ukleine, glaring down at her brother with undisguised fury, her voice rising sharply through the room. How long are you planning to keep lying there like this? Beside her, a pale, frightened maid clung desperately to Uriel's arm, trying to pull her back as she pleaded. Miss, please, you must compose yourself. But Uriel did not listen at all, and her anger only came out colder and harsher. Can you even still call yourself human? Deculen von Grahan-Ukleine pressed one exhausted hand against his throbbing head, his brows tightening as a weary sigh slipped from his lips. Ah, right? It has already been a few days since I ended up possessing this body. He slowly forced himself upright on the bed, still holding his aching head as the dizziness pulsed behind his eyes. The room, the air, even his own body felt strangely unreal, like a dream he could not quite escape from, while Uriel stood nearby with both hands clenched tight and her teeth grinding in barely restrained anger. Uriel was clearly furious that her brother had become so consumed by love that he could barely function anymore. Her voice shook with outrage as she shouted at him, each word carrying the weight of family shame. How long are you going to lose yourself over some woman? Are you trying to drag the family name through the mud? Deculen gave her no answer, and that quiet refusal only poured more fuel onto Uriel's temper. She threw the papers in her hand down onto the floor, then turned away with a cold, cutting expression. I left the files here. If you do not want to be dismissed from that professorship you cherish so much, then get up and do your work. After she left, Deculen remained alone on the bed, sitting in silence with one hand still gripping his head. His thoughts drifted back to 1 week earlier, when the night sky had suddenly erupted in a terrifying blaze of light. He stayed completely still for a long moment, trying to gather the scattered fragments of memory and force them into order. Back then, after that impossible light tore across the sky, I woke up in a place I did not recognize, trapped inside a body that was definitely not mine. Deculen slowly turned his gaze around the room, and as the familiar details came into focus one by one, the truth settled heavily over him. I can say this much for certain. I am inside the world of the game I helped program. The longer he looked around, the harder it became to deny what had happened. Every object, every piece of scenery, and every familiar detail he had once seen countless times through a monitor. only made that suspicion feel more real. He finally rose from the bed, moving with slow, deliberate control, then pulled off his shirt with a firm motion. He changed into another outfit, almost as if dressing himself properly could help him settle into the role this body demanded from him. In this world, no matter how the story branched, no matter which route the plot followed, death was something Deculine could not easily avoid. The worst character of them all, Deculin von Greyhan-Uklein, calmly slid a pair of black gloves over his hands, and that single composed gesture made the cold, mysterious atmosphere around him feel even deeper. His gaze darkened until it almost looked frightening, as if the truth itself had hardened inside his eyes. Because the body I am now living in belongs to the final boss. I have become the villain. Deculin von Greyhan-Uklein. Early morning quietly settled over the Uklein manor. Inside Deculine's bedroom, he sat upright with his back resting against the headboard, staring ahead in thought. A full week had already passed since the moment he first arrived in this world. He dragged his fingers through his messy hair and looked blankly into the room, still wearing the half-dazed expression of someone trying to process too much at once. At first, I honestly believed this was nothing more than a dream. Unable to accept the situation so easily, Deculine pinched his own cheek hard enough for pain to flare beneath his fingers. But as the days passed, every breath, every touch, and every sensation of living inside this body pushed him closer to one unavoidable answer. This was reality. With no strength left to deny it, Deculine leaned his head back against the headboard and sank deeper into his thoughts. After dying like that, could this be some strange form of afterlife waiting for me? Whatever the truth behind his situation might have been, one fact had become painfully clear. Right now, I am the antagonist from the game that was still in development. That antagonist's name now belonged to him, completely hanging over his new life like a sentence he could not escape. Deculin von Greyhan-Uklein. The reality that an ordinary person like him had been forced into the role of a villain made anxiety coil tightly inside his chest. Deculin was the mid-boss that players were bound to encounter no matter which route they took, an enemy connected to the parents and lovers of countless characters, and the source of all kinds of major events. And now, Kim Woo-jin had become that very villain. The biggest problem was that he still had no idea where in the game's timeline he had appeared. The only solid information he had was the total amount of mana in this body, but even that number meant almost nothing when he had no clue how to control it or use it properly. Refusing to accept such a helpless position, Deculine told himself with grim seriousness, I cannot defend myself like this. Even so, there was one thought he could not bring himself to say out loud. This was no joke. During development, when he and the entire staff had tested the game's routes more than 1,000 times, Deculine had survived in only one scenario. He truly had been created as a villain whose role was to stand in the player's way as a mid-boss and then die. As those complicated thoughts continued circling through his mind, Deculin lowered his gaze and noticed a neat stack of documents placed beside the bed. He stared down at the papers, then murmured quietly as he recognized their purpose. These must be the documents that girl left behind. Senior Professor of the Royal Academy, Deculine. Basic understanding of magic and fundamental thinking related to mana. As his eyes remained on the packet in front of him, a name naturally surfaced in his mind. Yeriel von Greyhan-Uklein. The girl who had left these papers beside him while he slept was Deculine's half-sister, and in his place, she was the one actually managing the Uklein family. There was one more thing he understood very clearly as well. Yeriel and Deculine did not share anything even close to a warm or affectionate sibling relationship. The moment Yeriel's name crossed his mind, a patch of unfamiliar memories rose together with it. The woman Yeriel had mentioned, the one tied to all this trouble, appeared in his thoughts as a white-haired woman. Most likely, that woman was Julie, the person whose presence seemed to sit at the center of this whole situation. From what he could gather, something serious must have happened between Deculine and Julie. He remembered Yeriel turning away in anger as she left the room, her sharp voice still echoing in his head. I will leave the documents here. If you do not want to be fired from your professorship, then get up and work. Deculine gathered his scattered thoughts piece by piece and muttered to himself, I think she definitely mentioned the professorship. Then a moment later, the realization struck him with uncomfortable clarity. He had a lecture scheduled for today. Deculine released a slow breath, reached toward the bedside, and picked up the packet of documents with a quiet sigh. Whether he felt ready or not, the decision had already been made. I should go? He looked down at the stack of papers in his hands and slipped back into thought. Since I never taught anyone in my previous life, I need to collect every bit of information I possibly can. More importantly, a translucent status window suddenly appeared before his eyes without warning. Goal: survive. Become a character necessary for the game. Task: lecture fees at the academy. Balance: 0.5. Seeing those lines appear again on their own, Deculane let out a soft, tired sigh. These messages keep popping up on their own. For now, I will ignore them. He immediately got out of bed, his decision already settled in his mind. Whether it was because of that strange goal or because of Uriel's pressure, he had to move. After all, Uriel herself was one of the factors that could eventually lead to Deculane's death. With that thought lingering in his mind, Deculane quickly headed toward the bathroom. The balance is important too, so how exactly should I handle the lecture? Of course I'm worried, but it should be fine. After all, this body possessed an innate skill called understanding. Just as Deculane reached for the bathroom door and gripped the handle, the status window appeared before him again. Notification. Innate understanding. The ability to comprehend everything can be activated by consuming mana. Before he had ever become Deculane, back when he was still Kim Woojin, he had added this skill to the character himself, hoping it would give Deculane the chance to become at least a little more empathetic. And since understanding was an innate skill that only appeared during the latter half of the game, there was a good chance it had hidden uses and deeper functions that even he did not fully understand yet. After some time passed, the bathtub slowly filled with water and soft steam rose into the quiet bathroom as the calm morning continued inside the manor. Deculane quickly finished bathing, and as he dressed himself afterward, he could not help thinking about how strange everything still felt. The bathroom, the clothes, and the customs of this world were completely unfamiliar to him, yet somehow he handled them far more naturally than expected. The moment that thought formed, an instinctive answer rose from within him, as if this body had always belonged to Deculane. Standing before the mirror, Deculane carefully studied the man reflected back at him and quietly remarked to himself, "At first I thought these clothes were far too flashy, but now they feel elegant, comfortable, and strangely fitting." He lowered his gaze and calmly adjusted the gloves on his hands, sinking once again into thought. This too must be because of Deculane's abilities and appearance. His dignity, his bearing, and even his sense of beauty are built into this body. Then as the meaning of that realization settled in, his face suddenly darkened. It felt almost as though the image of his former self from his previous world was being slowly strangled by the character he had transmigrated into. Every part of this body, from its habits to its instincts, seemed to whisper the same truth to him again and again. This is your body now. He quickly tried to brush that unsettling thought aside, but the strange feeling still lingered inside him. Honestly, I cannot act against the manners this body expects from me. Even the things Kim Woojin once would have found uncomfortable now feel completely natural. As Deculane walked on, he calmly turned the situation over in his mind. Even if it is only to gather information, attending my first lecture should be the most ordinary and reasonable move. On the outside, his face remained cold and unreadable, holding the perfectly composed expression of a nobleman, but deep inside, a proud thought rose on its own, as if it belonged more to this body than to him. I am an outstanding and noble aristocrat. Somewhere else, a man stared ahead with an incredulous expression, his face stiff with disbelief as his voice dropped into a stunned whisper. What the hell is that? Kim Woojin, who had once been nothing more than a healthy young Korean man, was now being called a senior professor and even praised as handsome in another world. Meanwhile, before parting at the car in front of her, Ura stared gloomily ahead and muttered as if borrowing someone's final words. A boring, lazy bastard. In that instant, while everything around him still felt twisted and unfamiliar, Kim Woojin managed to grip one truth that would not change. That was his real identity. No matter what face he now had, no matter whose body he had woken up inside, he would not allow the name Kim Woojin to fade from his own mind. When Deculane finally returned, the driver spotted him coming and immediately bent his head in a deep, respectful greeting. Deculane received it with the same calm, composed face as always, but beneath that controlled expression, he kept repeating the same warning to himself. He could not get comfortable here. He could not trust this world so quickly. And above all, he could not afford to lower his guard for even a moment. Yet the second he stepped into the car and lowered himself into the seat, all of those cautious reminders seemed to scatter from his head. The interior was soft, polished, and ridiculously refined, surrounding him with a level of luxury that hit him all at once. For a moment, he could only sit there and realize that in his entire previous life, he had probably never ridden in anything even close to this absurdly expensive. That brief, flicker of excitement faded almost immediately. The moment Deculine's thoughts slipped back toward his past, his brows drew together and his face darkened with irritation. Damn it, he thought, as the memory rose up like a stain he could not wipe away. Of all the things this situation could have reminded him of, it had to drag that moment back to the surface. Trying to shove those unpleasant memories out of his head, Deculine turned his face slightly to the side, then stopped cold. Sitting right beside him was a child. The sight came so suddenly and so naturally that it caught him completely off guard, and for one brief second, even the mask of calm he had been trying to maintain nearly cracked. Questions immediately rose in Deculine's mind, but he did not ask the child's name aloud. Instead, he simply fixed his gaze on the boy, silently trying to understand who he was and why he was seated there, as if this were perfectly normal. Feeling that sharp, wordless stare land on him, Alan turned toward Deculine first and carefully broke the silence. "Good morning, Professor." Alan's greeting was polite. Practiced and almost too careful, as if this was a routine he had repeated countless times before. As soon as he finished speaking, he extended a packet of documents with both hands, offering them to Deculine with the neat, respectful posture of someone who already knew exactly what was expected of him. Deculine observed the boy's smooth and familiar movements for a moment before taking the documents without letting much show on his face. As he lightly flipped through the papers in his hand, he tried to place Alan's role in this life. Was the boy Deculine's secretary and assistant, some kind of aide? Unable to settle on the answer just by watching him, Deculine finally asked in a measured voice, "Are you a mage?" The blonde boy froze for a beat, blinking back at him with confusion that quickly turned into suspicion. "What? You've been teaching me for almost 3 years!" The response instantly told Deculine that he had wandered into dangerous territory without letting the mistake show. He smoothly recovered, keeping his tone casual as he said, "I was only joking." As the car continued down the road, Deculine lowered his eyes to the documents and began skimming the pages. At first, he naturally assumed they were just lecture references or study materials, but the more lines he read, the more obvious it became that this was something else entirely. These were not simple notes for a class. They were prepared lines written for him to deliver almost word for word. The further Deculine read, the clearer the whole arrangement became. The lecture had already been structured from start to finish, leaving almost no room for him to improvise or prepare anything on his own. Of course, he thought with a bitter edge, someone like the arrogant and useless Deculine would never have sat down and personally built an entire lecture from scratch, which meant that the boy sitting beside him had most likely been the one handling all the actual work in silence, quietly preparing everything behind Deculine's back while receiving none of the attention. Once that realization fully settled in, Deculine gave a small comment under his breath, so low that it almost sounded like he was speaking only to himself. "Well done." Alan's head lifted at once, his eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected praise. Unsure if he had heard correctly, he asked in a timid voice, "Pardon?" Deculine did not repeat the compliment. Instead, he changed the subject as naturally as if nothing unusual had happened and said, "Rest until we arrive." Alan immediately straightened his posture and answered, "Yes, I understand up front." The driver had been watching the exchange through the atmosphere in the car, and he could barely hide his shock. The young master had just praised someone something he clearly never expected to witness. A little while later, Deculine lifted one hand and pressed it against himself, trying to hold down the strange discomfort twisting through his body. His face remained composed from the outside, but internally he was already filled with irritated complaints about what he had just felt. What kind of ridiculous personality was this? His stomach had actually churned just because he gave someone praise. If this reaction came from Deculine's original nature, then that man's pride and arrogance were not just bad habits or learned behavior. They were buried so deeply that they might as well have been carved directly into the body itself. He had sensed something odd even before leaving the manor, but now the feeling became much harder to ignore. His thoughts were being influenced by Deculine's original personality, as if the body kept dragging his mind back toward old instincts that were not truly his. Before he could follow that thought any further, the car slowed to a stop and the driver's voice interrupted him from the front. "We've arrived, young master." When Deculine stepped out of the car, his eyes slowly traveled across the grand scene spread out before him. He kept his posture noble and his expression controlled, but even behind that calm exterior, he could not help quietly marveling at the size, dignity, and atmosphere of the place. So this was Deculine's workplace, the Royal Academy, the gathering place of mages, where students studied, competed, sharpened their talents, and measured themselves against some of the brightest minds of their generation. Standing before the Royal Academy, Deculine searched through the lecture information stored in his memory and focused on the name he needed, Roto Hall. That was the location written in the materials. Roto Hall was the lecture theater where he was supposed to appear today. Around the building, students had already gathered in excited clusters, their voices overlapping in low, eager whispers. Some of them could barely hold back their anticipation, thrilled by the thought that they were about to attend a lecture from Senior Professor Deculine, the famous genius known for his exceptional skill in analyzing incantations. And the admiration around him did not end there. Among the crowd, more students whispered to one another that Deculine was not simply talented. According to the rumors, he was a true prodigy, a brilliant figure whose ability had already built him an enormous reputation long before this lecture even began. Deculine paid no mind to the voices buzzing around him. With an unhurried and controlled stride, he entered the lecture hall and took his place before the students. Then, with one firm word, attention, he sliced through the restless murmuring in the room and watched as the noise quickly settled into silence. He stepped up behind the lectern and stood tall before the rows of watching students, his presence cold and steady. In a clear, controlled voice, he introduced himself. I'm Deculine von Greyhan-Uclaning. As a senior professor of the Mage Tower, I have been assigned to conduct this lecture. Without wasting even a moment on unnecessary pleasantries, Deculine set the packet of documents neatly on the lectern in front of him. His gaze swept over the hall with a chill, unwavering steadiness before he spoke again in a firm tone. Then let's begin. The moment the students got a proper look at Deculine standing at the front of the hall, several of the female students began whispering among themselves to their eyes. He seemed almost unreal. Handsome, intelligent, calm, and distant, like the perfect image of a cool elite professor who belonged far beyond their reach. But when those admiring whispers reached Ephorine Luna, her body trembled faintly with anger. Cool? That was what they saw when they looked at him. After everything that had happened, she had finally come face to face with Deculine in this room, surrounded by students who smiled and whispered without knowing a single piece of the truth. No one around her noticed the murderous glare slowly darkening Ephorine's face. Under the surface, her hatred churned violently, boiling so fiercely that she could only curse him in silence. Deculine, that filthy, worthless piece of trash. To Ephorine, he was no genius, no respectable professor, and certainly no man deserving of admiration from anyone in this hall. In her eyes, he was nothing more than the enemy, the person who had ruined her father. As she continued staring at him from her seat, Ephorine's mind was pulled back against her will to the tragedy that had shaped her entire life. 3 years ago, her father had taken his own life at his own funeral, leaving behind a wound so deep that time had never managed to close it. At that time, Ephorine had not cried out, screamed, or even stepped forward. She had simply stood there in complete silence, staring at her father's lifeless body with hollow eyes, as if every emotion inside her had been emptied all at once. Her father had spent years pouring himself into research and the interpretation of sacred texts, giving his pride, time, and purpose to that work. But after the shock of having his dissertation stolen from him, everything he had built collapsed around him. That loss crushed him so completely that in the end it drove him to take his own life. And the man who had stolen that dissertation from him was never punished or condemned. Instead, the public praised him as a dazzling genius, a masterful interpreter of sacred texts, and his name spread farther and farther as if he had earned every bit of that glory himself. Inside Ephorine's mind, the admired image of Deculine shattered like glass. Her hatred burned so intensely that it nearly swallowed her reason whole. Yes! The man standing at the front of the hall, the man everyone praised, was that bastard, Deculine. The notices declaring their property sealed still remained painfully clear in her memory, sharp and fresh, as if they had been posted only yesterday. Back then, she had been powerless, able to do nothing but cry out in despair. After her father died, everything she had ever known was stripped away from her one piece at a time. Ephorine had still been small and frail then, standing alone in a house that had once felt warm and familiar but had become cold, empty, and foreign. She had been born as a noble, yet after her family fell, she lost not only the people she loved, but also their land, their possessions, and eventually even the place she had once called home. Ephorine wrapped her arms tightly around herself and said nothing, while her gaze turned colder than ice. It was in the middle of that misery, surrounded by loss and helplessness, that she made a vow to herself. Someday she would take revenge on the scum who had destroyed everything. To reach this very moment, to sit in the same room as Deculine and attend his class as one of the students, Ephorine had driven herself forward without mercy. From that day onward, she worked day and night, refusing to stop or give in until she was finally accepted into the Royal Academy. The very place where Deculine taught, her fists clenched so hard that her hands began to tremble. Unlike the students whispering around her, Ephraim knew the truth. Deculane's so-called gift for interpreting sacred texts was nothing but a mask, and every piece of glory attached to his name had been stolen from her father after he shattered her family. Ephraim's expression stiffened, and the killing intent around her seemed to sharpen with every breath. What enraged her most was the way Deculane looked so completely indifferent, as if none of the pain he had caused had ever reached him, and none of the suffering mattered at all. She stared at Deculane as he stood there under everyone's admiring eyes, still handsome, composed, and almost radiant in his confidence. Rage surged through her chest. In her mind, the place he occupied at the front of that hall should never have belonged to him. It should have been her father standing there. Ephraim's thoughts tightened with a dangerous intensity, and her eyes gleamed with violence she could barely restrain. She wanted to expose every lie he had built his reputation on, tear that false glory down in front of everyone, and kill him right there where he stood. But she forced herself to hold back, gritting her teeth. Ephraim reminded herself that this was not the moment. If she truly wanted to bring Deculane down, she needed patience, preparation, and the perfect opportunity to make her revenge complete. At that exact moment, Deculane's voice rang out clearly through the lecture hall, sharp and strong enough to cut through every lingering whisper. Attention, everyone. I will begin the lecture. He folded his arms, straightened his back, and stood calmly beneath the weight of countless eyes fixed on him. Then, with the air of someone completely accustomed to authority, he spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a senior professor of the Mage Tower, a mage of the king rank, and one who can command myriad elements. I have been appointed as your special lecturer. His voice remained low, even and perfectly controlled, while his face showed almost no trace of emotion. Mages are divided into 11 ranks, with king positioned 4th from the top. Since all of you have come this far, I trust you already understand that much. First, I will explain the classification of magic. Deculane moved straight into the lesson without any hesitation, his tone steady as he guided the room forward. Magic is primarily divided into 3 attributes and 9 schools. Among the attribute system, the prime attribute forms the foundation upon which magic itself is built. He continued the explanation by walking them through how the elements functioned, covering the composition of matter, the importance of materials, and the intermediary conduits that allowed force to be carried and shaped. From there, he moved into the classifications one by one: summoning, spirit, destruction, support, control, resilience, ward, harmony, and finally specialization. From the outside, Deculane looked completely focused, speaking as if all of this knowledge naturally belonged to him and flowed from his own expertise. Yet even while his mouth continued following the lecture, his mind drifted quietly in another direction. Things were progressing far more smoothly than he had expected, and to his surprise, every student in the room seemed to be listening with genuine attention. Deculane released a faint breath of relief that barely showed on his face. This was not only his first time giving a lecture, but also a lecture on magical theory, a subject he himself barely understood. Even though he was simply reading from the material prepared in advance, he could not help thinking back to the thick, carefully written book of notes and feeling genuinely impressed by how thorough it was. And yet, what unsettled Deculane most was what happened after he finished reading. The material did not remain as a jumble of unfamiliar magical theories. Somehow, the entire lecture seemed to arrange itself neatly inside his mind, as if the contents had already been absorbed from beginning to end. Deculane slowly lifted his eyes from the documents and looked out over the lecture hall. The students were seated in clean, orderly rows, their backs straight and their attention fixed entirely on him. The natural dignity carried by Deculane's body seemed to draw every gaze toward the lectern, and with that elite bearing standing beneath all those eyes felt strangely easy. His expression remained cold, motionless, and impossible to read, without even the smallest hint of nervousness showing on his face. Normally, being watched by so many people would have felt suffocating, but Deculane did not feel crushed by the pressure at all. If anything, it felt almost natural, as though this body was made to stand at the center of attention. He had to admit it to himself. The original Deculane had been correct about at least one thing. These traits truly were perfect for someone lecturing from a position of authority. With that thought passing quietly through his mind, he shifted into the next subject and began explaining mana, stating that its function changed depending on where it was stored inside the body. As Deculane spoke, the images of different mana storage points formed clearly inside his head. First, he described the typical mage type. Mages stored mana in the brain because spells could be imagined, shaped, and constructed most easily there. After that, he moved on to swordsman, who stored mana in the heart, the organ that pushed blood throughout the entire body. Finally, Deculane explained the Dantian, presenting it as the most broadly suitable location for storing mana. Its advantage came from the way it linked internal force with external force, creating a smoother circulation and allowing mana to react more naturally than it would from almost any other place in the body. Deculine finished that part of the lecture with a sharp, practical warning. What I want to tell you is simple. Effort matters. But if your talent is lacking, then careful selection and intense focus become just as necessary. As those words left his mouth, he silently recognized how fitting they were for Deculine himself. After that, his thoughts drifted toward the original Deculine's actual level of talent. In truth, Deculine was not especially gifted, even though this body currently possessed 3,375 mana. Then one of his eyebrows lifted faintly as another fact surfaced in his mind. There was another character who started with more than 30,000 mana. And the ironic part was that this person, despite having such an overwhelming amount of mana, was exactly the one who needed to take Deculine's advice more seriously than anyone else. That thought left him with a quiet sense of absurdity. How ridiculous, he mused inwardly. In the end, he was still only following a lecture that someone else had written for him in advance. Just then, the scheduled class time reached its end, and Deculine immediately announced, "Today's lecture ends here. One last thing." Deculine paused for a brief moment, his gaze lowering to the final line written in the prepared material. For some reason, the words gave him pause. He found himself wondering whether he should actually read this part aloud and whether it was truly something he needed to say in front of the room. The hesitation felt strangely unpleasant, because Deculine understood the problem right away. The real Deculine would never have tossed out a line like this so casually. It did not suit the cold, arrogant personality this man was supposed to have at all. Still, after that short inner struggle, Deculine decided to follow the prepared script to the end. He lifted his gaze back toward the students and asked the room in a calm, controlled voice, "Does anyone have any questions?" The instant that question left his mouth, a wave of soft murmurs spread through the lecture hall. Students glanced sideways at one another and whispered under their breath, clearly reacting to the opportunity. But even with all that restless movement, not a single person seemed willing to raise a hand. Deculine felt deeply pleased with the silence. Good, he thought. If no one had any questions, then this lecture could end without any further trouble. He was just preparing to leave the lectern as quickly as possible when a clear voice suddenly cut through the room from among the seats. Professor Deculine. For a moment, Deculine had been satisfied with how smoothly everything was wrapping up. With no questions coming his way, he was already on the verge of stepping away from the lectern and escaping the hall. But before he could do so, that sharp and unmistakable voice rang out again. Professor Deculine. Deculine turned toward the voice. Without letting his composure slip, his face still calm, cold, and unreadable. Instead of giving her permission to continue right away, he looked at her and questioned her first. "Are you truly a member of the Mage Tower?" Ephraim Luna flinched at the unexpected question, and her confidence wavered for a brief second. "Excuse me? Why would you ask that, sir?" Deculine looked down at her with an icy gaze and answered as if the matter were obvious. "If you truly belong to the Mage Tower, you should have stated your affiliation first." Then he delivered the next sentence with such casual coldness that it landed like a public slap. "I will not answer a question from an impolite child like you." Ephraim froze where she stood, completely stunned by the blunt rejection in front of the entire hall. "What?" She tried to push back helplessly, unable to accept being brushed aside so easily before everyone else. But Deculine himself was already caught in a separate problem that no one around him could see. Sorry, he thought inwardly, but there was truly nothing he could do about it. A heavy feeling of exasperation sank through him as the reality of his situation became clear. Only now did Deculine fully understand just how much mana was being consumed simply to comprehend magical theory at this level, even when the lecture itself had already been prepared. In his awareness, a mana gauge appeared and revealed the painful truth. Mana, 2005 out of 3375. Just understanding the lecture material had already burned through roughly 3,000 mana. If that was the cost of processing prepared content, he did not even want to imagine how much mana it would take to analyze an unfamiliar spell. Because Deculine refused to answer her question, Ephraim immediately became the target of open mockery from the other students. The whispers around her grew sharper, more amused, and far more cruel as everyone turned the awkward moment into entertainment. Someone even raised their voice on purpose, making sure the joke carried through the room. They twisted the whole situation against her, saying she had tried to stand out and draw attention to herself, only to fail miserably in front of the entire class. The moment those words reached Ephraim, her expression darkened, her brows tightened, her teeth clenched, and then she suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Ignoring Deculine's refusal to entertain her, she forced the conversation straight to the point. The Mage Tower refused to explain it and said it was only a false rumor. "But I believe you, Professor, can identify this spell." A moment later, Ephraim gathered her power in front of everyone. The air around her shifted as she released the spell, shaping it clearly enough for the entire classroom to see. The spell unfolded inside the lecture hall, its structure spreading before the students' eyes in a way that made it impossible to ignore. Ephraim stood her ground and declared boldly, "I formally request that you explain this spell." Deculine only looked at it once, but that single glance was enough to tear away a massive amount of his remaining mana. The gauge in his awareness dropped even further, falling with brutal speed until only 300 out of 375 mana remained. Ephraim continued speaking, hoping to force a proper answer out of him in front of everyone. A few apprentice mages stayed in the dormitory to examine it, but they still haven't made any progress. "If you could at least give us a hint before she could finish." Deculine cut in quickly and gave his conclusion. "This is barrier magic." Ephraim froze, her eyes widening as the answer hit her far more directly than she had expected. "Pardon?" Deculine, however, had no intention of offering a long explanation or wasting any more of his strength. His response remained brief and cold. "There is no need for hints." His voice stayed steady as he clarified the answer in one clean statement, leaving no room for uncertainty. "This is barrier magic of the illusion school. Someone attempted to imprison you within it." After giving that explanation, Deculine ended the matter as gently and decisively as he could manage. "That is all." Ephraim remained standing there in stunned silence, unable to immediately process his answer or find the words to respond. With that single explanation, Deculine sealed the entire topic shut. That is all the words left. Ephraim frozen in place, her thoughts tangled together, and her mouth unable to form any reply in front of the watching students. Later, the scene shifted to the dining hall of the Imperial Magic Tower University, where students gathered in cheerful groups after class to eat, talk, and unwind. Ephraim came there as well, though the weight of what had happened in the lecture hall still clung heavily to her. She shoveled food into her mouth in large, messy bites, barely caring that bits of it were smearing around her lips. Between mouthfuls, she muttered under her breath with obvious irritation, unable to hide how much Deculine still annoyed her. What an annoying man. Her mind kept replaying the scene from the lecture hall over and over again. She had planned to expose Deculine's supposedly fraudulent interpretive ability by confronting him with an unknown spell in front of all those students. But instead of trapping him, she had been the one humiliated. Her fists tightened as she remembered how he had called her rude simply because she forgot to state her name and affiliation first. The shame of that moment had been so intense that it felt like she might die right there in front of everyone. Then her mood sank even lower, and she tried to convince herself that Deculine must have been caught off guard too. In her mind, he had simply thrown out the words illusion magic to escape the situation quickly, then moved on before anyone had the chance to question him further. Still, the answer continued to bother her. Ephraim turned it over again and again, unable to make the pieces fit. Illusion magic was complicated, and it usually required some kind of medium to function properly. So how could that spell possibly be illusion magic when there had been no medium at all? Her memory of the spell was clear, and she felt certain about what she had shown him. Even from a single glance, there was no mistaking it. The spell she had displayed was an exact copy of the nameless magic array that had appeared on the dormitory's front door the previous night. At first, everyone had been alarmed by it, but before long it had become research material for the newcomers. Ephraim clung stubbornly to one conclusion: Deculine was full of lies, and she knew it. Then all at once, a familiar voice called out from behind her, bright and hurried, as Julia rushed over. "Ephraim!" Julia hurried up to her with excitement written all over her face, looking as though she could barely keep the news to herself. "The magic array from last night has been deciphered. When we restructured the incantation, it turned into a shield." Ephraim stared at Julia in complete bewilderment. For a moment, she could not properly understand what she had just heard or how the situation had suddenly shifted in a direction she had not expected at all. Julia laughed brightly, clearly amazed by the result. "I'm honestly impressed. We were all too scared of the professor to ask him anything, but you were brave enough to do it." Only then did Ephraim snap back to herself, and she awkwardly confirmed what she had heard. "Huh. Wait, you mean it really was a shield?" Julia answered with a cheerful smile, still full of admiration. Yes, Professor Deculine is amazing, right? How did he know it was illusion magic without a medium? Ephorine's face stiffened with horror as her mind rejected the idea with everything it had. Impossible. That could not be true. Julia, completely unaware of the turmoil crashing around inside Ephorine, waved at her with a bright and grateful smile. Thank you, Ephorine. We'll file a report about this and make sure your name is included. Ephorine forced herself to respond politely, even though her thoughts were still spinning. Yeah, thanks. After Julia left, Ephorine pulled a paper from her bag and searched desperately for some excuse that would make the situation easier to accept. It must have been a lucky guess, she told herself, but even that thought only made her feel more ridiculous. In the end, all she had done was help raise Deculine's reputation even higher. Sitting there in silence, Ephorine lowered her gaze to the paper in her hands and began reading it carefully. For some reason, every printed word seemed heavier now, pressing down on her far more than before. Understanding Elemental Magic, Advanced Level, 5 credits, lecture by Deculine von Grahan Euclane. The same words remained on the page, staring back at her as if they refused to let her look away. Understanding Elemental Magic, Advanced Level, 5 credits, lecture by Deculine von Grahan Euclane. Her fingers curled inward little by little until her hand was clenched so tightly that the knuckles nearly stiffened. The frustration she had been holding back gathered in her palm like heat. If she truly had to keep seeing that bastard every day from this point on, then she knew there was only one thing she could do: bury the weakness in her heart and steel herself for whatever came next. Ephorine Luna kept her eyes fixed on the direction where Deculine had disappeared, her glare sharp and unmoving. The more she pictured that cold, emotionless face of his, the hotter her resentment burned inside her chest. Just you wait, Deculine. One day, no matter how deeply you try to hide it, I'll pull the truth out into the open and make sure everyone sees exactly what you really are. Without warning, a faintly glowing system window shimmered into existence before him, its translucent surface hanging in the air like a sheet of cold glass. Letter by letter, the message appeared across it: side quest completed, lecture at the academy, store units gained +0. The moment he read it, Deculine's face turned severe, every trace of ease draining away until his expression looked as hard and unmoving as carved ice. On the inside, however, his thoughts were far less composed. That situation just now had been far too close. One wrong move, and it could have spiraled into a complete disaster. His mind immediately returned to the instant he had sensed the magic hidden inside the classroom. The second his gaze had landed on that strange magic circle, packed with overlapping lines, layered symbols and patterns, woven so densely they seemed to twist into one another, his comprehension had activated by itself before he even had a chance to resist. That unfamiliar spell still left an unpleasant weight in his mind, as though its very structure had tried to dig its claws into his thoughts. All he had done was look at it, yet that single glance had been enough to seize him and drain away every bit of mana he possessed, leaving nothing behind. In that moment, Deculine had stood completely locked in place, unable to turn his eyes away and unable to pull himself free from the spell's strange pull. He had not even known what category of magic he was dealing with, and even if his mana reserves had been twice as large as they were now, he still would not have been able to fully understand the rules behind it. A quiet breath slipped out of him as relief finally settled in. At the very least, the worst possible outcome had not happened. But just as that thought began to calm him, a voice he recognized drifted over from nearby, calm and even saying that it had been a long time. That voice belonged to Julie. For a brief moment, Deculine was genuinely caught off guard, his thoughts coming to a halt as he turned toward the person who had called out to him and realized exactly who she was. Before him stood a woman with pale white hair and eyes so clear they seemed almost bright in the light. Her presence was unmistakable. It was the same face he had already seen countless times before, not in this world, but on the computer screen from his former life. Julie met his gaze with a calm, controlled expression and quietly asked how he had been. Deculine looked at her for several seconds, taking in her features and the atmosphere around her, until her identity finally settled in his mind with certainty. She was Julie von Dea Frieden. The realization moved through him at once. This woman was Deculine's fiancée, the renowned knight destined to climb all the way to the summit of swordsmanship. He had not expected to encounter her in a place like this, not so suddenly. Even so, he kept every trace of surprise off his face and answered in a cold tone that he was no longer sure himself. Julie observed him in silence for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly as if she were trying to see past the composed mask he wore. Then, with irritation carefully held in check, she told him that he should at least make an effort to look as though he was fine. Standing directly in front of Deculine, Julie did not let the matter pass. She pressed him again, asking whether he was truly all right. From her point of view, he had broken a promise they had made only 1 week earlier, and with that indifferent face of his, he must have seemed unbearably cold and heartless. But behind that frosty expression, Deculin's mind was anything but steady. A promise? What promise was she talking about? He searched through every memory available to him, trying to find even the smallest hint, yet nothing came back. No scene, no words, not even a faint impression. Since he had absolutely no memory of the promise she mentioned, Deculin chose the safest response available. Rather than risk exposing his confusion too openly, he kept his face flat and emotionless, then simply told her that he did not remember. Julie was not about to let him walk away with an answer like that. She moved straight into his path, blocking him before he could slip past, and anger flickered visibly across her face as she asked if he planned to run away again, just as he had before. Looking at the determined woman standing in his way, Deculin quietly began measuring the situation. It was obvious at a glance that Julie had no intention of letting him escape with some vague, dismissive reply. Deculin understood that immediately, so instead of forcing his way through or showing agitation, he held his posture steady and maintained his usual composure. He explained that his fever must have caused him to forget what had happened, then asked her to tell him exactly what promise the two of them had made. His voice remained calm from beginning to end, but the question itself was deliberate, carefully shaped to pull the missing memory out of her. The memory Deculin lacked had never faded for Julie. To her, every word still remained painfully clear. She looked at him with that hurt still buried in her eyes and began repeating the promise, saying that if he could be honest with himself, if he could admit with his own mouth that he was ruled by pride and arrogance, then she would marry him even if the entire world were to crumble around them. She had promised she would still become his wife. Julie's disappointment in Deculin must have cut deeply. Her gaze slowly dropped, and the warmth in her voice disappeared, replaced by a cold, restrained bitterness as she told him that trusting him had apparently been her mistake. After that, Julie seemed to pull away from him emotionally before she moved even a single step. With the conversation already dead in her eyes, she gave him permission to leave, as though there was nothing left between them worth saying. Deculin accepted her dismissal without protest or explanation. He turned away and took several steps down the path, but before he fully left her behind, he stopped for a moment and looked back over his shoulder toward Julie. He left her with only one brief sentence, calmly saying that he would be going now. Then he faced forward again and continued on. Behind him, Julie pressed her lips together tightly, her expression betraying the frustration and lingering unwillingness she could not quite bury. As Julie watched his back grow farther away, her thoughts drifted to the day she had first met Deculin. Their engagement had never been born from affection or romance. From the very beginning, it had been an arrangement shaped by usefulness and advantage. Deculin had been praised as a gifted mage, while Julie herself was already recognized as a knight with exceptional talent. On the surface, at least the match seemed almost perfectly balanced, as though the two of them had been placed side by side for a reason. Her father had never cared much for sentiment in the matter. What mattered to him was the prosperity of their house and the power it could gain in the future. By binding Julie and Deculin together, he believed their family's political standing would strengthen, and their bloodline would become even more valuable. There had once been a quiet meal where the marriage between House Euclane and House Freiden was discussed as though it were nothing more than a practical matter. The voices around the table had remained calm, measured, and businesslike, and not a single person there had raised any serious objection to the arrangement. At that time, Julie had accepted the engagement as something necessary. Even without love, she had told herself it would be acceptable as long as the marriage served her family and fulfilled the duty expected of her. But as time passed, both houses gradually began to recognize an uncomfortable truth they could no longer ignore. The talent Deculin was supposed to have, the brilliance everyone had trusted and spoken of, was not nearly as real as they had believed. Perhaps Deculin had simply been unable to admit his own limitations. Still, he had misled others by presenting himself as a genius capable of analyzing magic, and that image had even helped him secure a position as a professor. Later, after several incidents began exposing the cracks in his reputation, he stopped boasting so loudly about his accomplishments, mostly because he wanted to avoid being humiliated in public. Even after all of that, the two houses chose not to confront the matter openly. Instead, they buried what they could, quietly covering over the uncomfortable truths and smoothing the surface before the rumors could spread too widely. Again and again, House Euclane and House Freiden protected the engagement by hiding its shame beneath silence. What should have been dragged into the open and dealt with honestly was instead sealed away layer by layer where no one would have to look at it. But Julie could not bring herself to pretend. She had seen nothing. She could endure a political marriage without love if duty demanded it, but deception was another matter entirely. As a knight, lies and dishonesty stood against everything she had sworn to uphold. On that day, after only a few minutes of conversation, Deculain had finally agreed to the conditions she set before him. He had said plainly enough that he would do as she asked. Julie's voice back then had been quiet, almost gentle, carrying the faint softness of someone who still wanted to believe there might be sincerity left inside him. Even after everything, she had not completely abandoned that hope. Now Julie's hand tightened until her fingers trembled. The disappointment she had tried so hard to press down rose again in her chest, and in silence, she wondered whether he truly had no intention at all of keeping the promise he had made. The scene then shifted to the Imperial Academy, an enormous and magnificent institution whose grand building stood proudly beneath the wide open sky. Its magic tower was known as the finest organization in the game, and within that already prestigious tower, the magic faculty occupied the very highest position. To put it in simpler terms, the magic faculty was comparable to the College of Medicine at Seoul National University, while the magic tower itself resembled the National Medical Center, a place that represented not just prestige, but unquestioned authority as well. Deculain slowly looked over the academy grounds, his gaze moving across the impressive buildings and polished scenery with quiet assessment. After taking it all in for a moment, he remarked in a low voice that the place truly looked splendid. The campus was full of life and movement. Students streamed along the broad walkways in every direction, their footsteps and voices filling the air while tall academy buildings rose around them like symbols of learning and power. Bright flower beds bloomed along the paths, adding color to the carefully arranged scenery, and the gardens had been trimmed with such precision that they looked almost flawless. The entire atmosphere reminded him of one of those polished American universities he had once seen from afar. As Deculain walked through the campus, memories from before his transmigration surfaced in his mind. Back then, he and his team members had spent countless late nights trying to design this exact kind of atmosphere, and now, impossibly, he was moving through it in person, passing schoolgirls who chatted cheerfully as the fresh energy of youth filled the academy air. A stray thought quietly crossed his mind. If he had ended up inside some other body instead of Deculain's, perhaps he could have enjoyed this kind of campus life much more freely, without all the weight that now followed him. All of a sudden, someone came rushing through the area in a frantic hurry, only to lose their footing and stumble forward. Deculain's eyes narrowed immediately, his senses sharpening as his body went alert, as though an attack might come from any direction. Alan crashed down behind him, the crate he had been carrying slamming hard against his chest before everything inside spilled out onto the ground. The sudden impact sent his belongings scattering across the floor, and a startled cry burst from him as he fell. Alan landed in a messy heap, then scrambled almost instantly to gather the things he had dropped. While hurriedly reaching for the scattered items, he apologized again and again, explaining that he was sorry and that he had been rushing because he was trying to meet the professor. Deculain was startled, but for an entirely different reason. Recognition flashed through his mind as he looked down at the boy. It was the same boy from before. For a brief second, he had genuinely believed it might be an ambush, but instead, he simply stared at him and asked whether his name was Zoro. Still on the ground, the boy quickly realized that Deculain had mistaken his name, looking flustered as he corrected him. He explained that he was not Zoro at all. His name was Alan. Deculain looked down at him in silence for a short moment, his face remaining perfectly calm, as though mistaking the boy's name had been no more than a tiny inconvenience. Alan, on the other hand, looked painfully embarrassed. He stumbled over his own words, cheeks tightening with confusion before finally asking who this Zoro was even supposed to be. Not long after that awkward exchange, the two of them made their way to Deculain's office. Once inside, Deculain lowered himself into his chair, opened the stack of documents placed before him, and began scanning the papers with a cool, business-like gaze. Then, without looking overly impressed, he asked whether this was the reason Alan had come running so urgently. Alan instantly straightened his back, snapping into a more formal posture as he answered that it was, then explained that the papers contained the sponsor list for this year's Rookie Mages. The Imperial Magic Tower operated in many ways like a real-world research institute, and just like any institute, talent alone was never enough to keep it moving forward. Money was absolutely necessary. Within the tower, professors personally selected Rookie Mages they considered promising, choosing which newcomers were worth sponsoring and investing in for the future. Deculain continued reading through the documents with a calm expression, his fingers turning the pages at an even pace. But then, in the middle of his review, his eyes suddenly came to a stop on one specific part of the page, as though something written there had quietly pulled his attention in. He drew one of the personnel files out from the pile and held it up slightly. The paper in his hand was giving off a faint glow, subtle but impossible to ignore. Even the name written on it seemed to shine, and Deculine quickly assumed that this strange reaction was probably being triggered by one of Deculine's special attributes. Keeping his expression controlled, he read the information tied to the reaction. Wealthy magnate, it was a rare trait, one possessed by someone with the instincts of a born tycoon. In other words, it belonged to an exceptional financier, the kind of person who could sense potential value with frightening accuracy. The more information he gathered, the sharper and more precise those financial instincts became. On top of that, there was also keen vision, another rare trait that allowed him to perceive things intuitively through sight. Traits like mana points or elemental affinities might not seem especially overwhelming by themselves, but when combined properly with other abilities, their true value began to appear. Deculine let out a quiet sigh only in his mind, never allowing it to show on his face. This had to be the effect of wealthy magnate working together with keen vision. Whatever hidden factor was making this name glow, one thing felt clear to him: sooner or later, it was likely to bring him profit. Without revealing even the slightest trace of interest, Deculine began going through the personnel files one after another. His hands moved smoothly and deliberately, each document checked with the same calm, practiced precision as though nothing unusual had happened at all. By the time he had examined almost every file in the stack, only a single name continued to stand apart from the rest. Among all the documents, this one still glowed more brightly, drawing his attention again and again. Deculine raised one eyebrow just slightly, then read the information written on the sheet. The name was Ephrine Luna, a famous name from the game, and one that had been based on the developer responsible for creating her character. And Deculine was also the man who had taken her father away from her. As he kept reading through the file, one particular entry among the information made an uncomfortable feeling settle in his chest. The words on the page seemed ordinary enough, yet somehow they carried the weight of future trouble. Deculine shifted his eyes toward Alan and asked why Ephrine Luna did not have any sponsors. Alan looked visibly awkward, lifting one hand to scratch at the side of his neck as he hesitated, then choosing his words carefully. He began to explain that when it came to Ephrine, people were probably afraid. Before Alan could finish the sentence, Deculine already understood the answer and quietly supplied it himself. The reason was simple. Everyone was afraid of what Deculine might do if they dared to sponsor her. He turned his attention back to Ephrine Luna's file and studied it once more, quietly weighing the value written between the lines. Her ability was extraordinary. In fact, her talent was strong enough that she could have entered the magic tower directly without needing to pass through the academy first. But the moment he considered her from the position of an enemy, Deculine's expression cooled no matter how impressive her gift was and no matter how valuable she might become. Ephrine Luna was still someone standing on the opposite side of Deculine. To Ephrine, Deculine was her enemy. And in the original game, that hostile path eventually led straight toward the worst possible endings. If he allowed the story to continue exactly as it once had, with the broken engagement, the accumulated resentment, and the conditions that brought about Deculine's death, then he would inevitably be dragged toward the same fate. He skimmed through the information connected to Deculine's future and the cruel fate tied to his character. Villain's destiny, the path of a man whom nearly everyone wanted dead, yet that trait came with a twisted condition as well. Anything that failed to kill him would only make him stronger. In the game, however, Deculine had no shortage of ways to die. In one ending, a blade would be thrust directly into his heart, piercing him through in a single fatal strike. In another ending, he would be stabbed straight through the head. In yet another, his death would come far more quietly as poison slipped into his body from a glass of wine and ended his life without warning. There were even endings where he was killed in an explosion so dramatic that it almost seemed staged for beauty rather than brutality. But whether the method was violent, subtle, or spectacular, the conclusion never changed. In every path Deculine died, Deculine crossed one leg over the other, maintaining his elegant, composed posture even while his thoughts turned cold and sharp. If he wanted to stay alive in this world, then he could not afford to repeat the decisions made by the original Deculine. His brows drew together slightly as his mind narrowed toward a single conclusion. What he needed now was not an ordinary choice, but a decision that the original Deculine would never have been able to make. He picked up his pen, set the tip against the paper, and began writing several lines with firm, controlled strokes. Once he finished, he looked toward Alan and ordered him to submit the documents, then borrow a few books for him as well. Deculine added in the same calm tone that he intended to write something before returning home. Alan reacted immediately, his posture respectful and alert as he confirmed the order without hesitation. Alan gathered everything Deculine had requested, carefully handling the documents and books before stepping toward the door. After giving the professor a polite farewell, he slipped out of the office and closed the door neatly behind him. The instant the door shut, the atmosphere inside the large office changed. The room fell into a deep, empty quiet, leaving Deculine seated alone within that spacious and polished silence. Alone now, Deculine sank deeper into thought, his mind turning around one unavoidable truth. If he wanted to survive, he would need a tremendous amount of money, because in this world, money could become a shield strong enough to block many of the deaths waiting for him. Fortunately, he was not starting from nothing. Deculine already had an idea for how to earn that money. Sponsoring a mage was not simply an act of generosity or academic support. It could also become an investment, one that might eventually bring him a return. But the world he had entered hated Deculine far too deeply. Everywhere he looked, there seemed to be another person carrying a grudge, another name marked by resentment, another face that might one day turn hostile. His hand slowly clenched into a fist as that reality pressed down on him. If those people were ever given the chance, if the right moment ever appeared before them, they would not hesitate to kill him. So if he truly intended to live, he could not rely on comfort, excuses, or wishful thinking. What he needed more than anything else was a way out of this deadly fate. Then Deculine suddenly rose from his seat. In front of him, a blazing red spear of power formed in the air. Burning like condensed fire gathered into a single point. His conclusion was simple, brutal, and impossible to avoid. He had to become stronger. Again and again, Deculine drove that thought into himself. In this world, the surest path to survival was not negotiation, not luck, and not hiding in the shadows. If he wanted to endure what was coming, then he needed enough power to withstand it head on. The problem was that Deculine's natural talent was only average. At his current level, he would never be able to properly face the dangers waiting ahead, and there would be no reliable way for him to escape the many deaths still lurking in his future. The longer he thought about it, the worse his prospects seemed. The future stretched out before him like a path covered in traps, and the weight of his situation pressed more heavily against his chest. If he continued forward without changing anything, then he would never survive the countless deaths waiting to swallow him. His eyes narrowed as another thought surfaced through the darkness of that conclusion. Even so, he was not completely without options. The original Deculine had left behind one important advantage: his attributes. Deculine could not actually command all four elements as perfectly as he had once claimed to others. However, he did possess real potential in two areas: earth and fire. And when earth, fire, and metal were brought together, they formed another one of Deculine's attributes, known as Midas Hand. This unique ability consumed the user's mana to draw out a target's hidden potential, and with that power, Deculine still had a chance to create a method of fighting. Because Deculine had a talent for manipulating metal, he could control floating swords using nothing but his will and magical force. It was a power that, if mastered properly, could become far more dangerous than it first appeared. He opened the book and focused his attention on the section covering basic manipulation magic. Calling it a flying sword controlled by willpower made it sound grand and impressive, but at its core, the principle was much simpler. It was the movement of objects through intent. Even so, in this world, that type of technique was far from common. And if he lacked overwhelming raw power, then he could make up for it by learning how to fully exploit the properties of metal. The book laid out the necessary techniques in careful detail, explaining the foundations he would need to follow. But before Deculine could put any of those methods to proper use, he first had to learn how to control the power itself. Deculine placed his hand directly against the page, letting his palm rest over the written words as he gathered his mana. With his focus sharpening, he began to cast, ready to find out whether this method would truly work. A steady current of power began flowing out from his hand. It radiated across the page in a controlled stream, spreading deliberately rather than bursting loose all at once. The spells and seals written inside the book started responding to his mana. They resonated softly, then lifted from the page as if pulled into the air, arranging themselves into a magnificent matrix that formed instantly under his command. That magic twisted upward in a spiral before driving straight into Deculine's mind. In a single, overwhelming rush, the contents of the book and the incantations of this world poured into his head all at once. Deculine drew in a sharp breath, his body briefly shaken by the sudden flood of knowledge. For an instant, the sheer volume of information rushing through him was enough to overwhelm even his carefully controlled composure. Then his eyes shifted toward the quill resting nearby. As Deculine stared at that small object, his resolve hardened further, and he prepared himself to test whether this newly gained control would truly obey his will. Maybe now, with nothing more than a single mental command. It would actually respond. Deculine fixed his attention on the quill lying quietly on the desk, pouring his will toward it, and just as he intended, the feathered pen trembled once, then slowly rose from the tabletop, floating into the air as if an invisible hand had lifted it. At that moment, Deculine could feel the change inside himself with surprising clarity. His thoughts were sharper now, cleaner and faster than before. Once the basic structure of the spell had been memorized, he no longer needed to speak an incantation to activate it, watching a phenomenon that had once existed only as a game mechanic become real before his eyes. He understood the principle. Any spell his brain fully grasped could be triggered automatically through memorization. A faint spark of excitement stirred inside him as he immediately began calculating what this could mean. Still, he did not let himself get carried away. This was only basic manipulation magic. If he remained stuck at this level, then even learning more advanced forms of the same technique would still not be enough to reach the strength he truly needed. His eyes moved toward the tall stack of spell books beside him, each volume packed with pages of knowledge that could still be absorbed and used. Then, in that quiet office, a risky and almost reckless idea suddenly rose in his mind, forcing him to stop and consider what direction he should take from here. The thought that formed was bold enough to be dangerous. What if he did not limit magic arrays to tools, weapons, or ordinary objects? What if he engraved those arrays directly across his own body? In this world, the scale of a magic array had a direct connection to its strength. The larger the array, the more powerful the effect it could produce. If Deculine used comprehension to understand his own body, not only his flesh and bone, but through his mind, his heart, and the core of himself, then he might be able to carve arrays over his entire body and push the strength of his will far beyond its current boundary. Of course, a method like that could never be called safe. If the strain exceeded what his body could endure, the overload might tear through him from the inside, and the side effects could destroy him before he ever gained control. But Deculine's body was not ordinary. It carried the Iron Man attribute, a special trait that represented top-class physical ability and tremendous innate bodily potential. With that level of endurance supporting him, he believed there was at least a chance he could withstand the kind of backlash that would ruin a normal mage. Deculine weighed the danger in silence, turning over every possible risk and advantage inside his head. This was a technique that only he in this entire world could even attempt. And with his current mana sitting at 800, he judged that he had enough power to try engraving at least a small portion. Once his decision was made, Deculine did not waste time hesitating. True to the conclusion he had reached, he began repeating the process of imparting magic, each step carried out with controlled focus and unwavering determination. Once more, an intense surge of knowledge rushed into him, crashing straight into his brain with sudden, overwhelming force, as if the contents of the spell were being driven directly into his mind. That power began moving through his body like white blood cells traveling through a bloodstream. Mana circulated along invisible paths, spreading through him as though his veins themselves had become channels for magic. Deculine's body was forced to bear an enormous load of information all at once. Exhaustion swept through him almost immediately, heavy and suffocating. And then without warning, a terrifying pain struck every part of him at the same time. He clenched his teeth hard against the agony, refusing to let his expression break apart. The pain was impossible to describe plainly. It felt as though every bone in his body was being crushed under immense pressure, while every muscle was being twisted, torn, and pulled apart from within. Even under that unbearable strain, Deculine refused to give in. He stood his ground without flinching, not allowing so much as a single groan to slip past his lips. In his mind, enduring silently was not merely stubbornness, it was the dignity and composure a noble was supposed to maintain. Only after the entire procedure finally came to an end did the pain begin to loosen its grip. Little by little, the torment receded, and his body slowly started to return to his control. Even then, Deculine's hands continued to tremble, the aftershock still crawling through his fingers. His mana had been drained almost to the bottom, and he understood at once that the attempt had failed because he simply did not have enough power to complete it. But when his gaze shifted toward his shoulder, a quiet sense of elation rose inside him. The attempt had not been meaningless. A magic array was clearly engraved there now, marking his body with proof of progress. At this pace, he estimated that it would take roughly 2 weeks to inscribe arrays across his entire body. 1 month later, At the Magic Tower Academy, Deculine held his seminar on the very first day of lectures, standing before the new class with his usual composed presence. He presented a guidance board for the students to look over. With the board displayed below him, Deculine addressed them in the calm, authoritative tone of their professor. He told the students that he wanted to test their abilities, then instructed them to investigate anything they could within the assigned area and return with results. According to him, that location contained plenty of elements suitable for their experiments. The students immediately broke into quiet whispers, curiosity and confusion spreading across the room like a ripple. This was nothing like what the upperclassmen had warned them about. Some wondered if all of Deculine's classes were supposed to be like this, while others complained that he had simply handed them a board and told them to study on their own. Their eyes shifted uncertainly from one another to the assignment as they questioned what they were even supposed to do with the elements, whether this was really why they had come here, and where Professor Deculine had disappeared to. Efferine, Luna muttered under her breath, annoyance already sharpening the edge of her voice. Of course he would do something like this. In her eyes, this was exactly the kind of irresponsible behavior she expected from Deculine, a man who would throw out vague instructions and then vanish. She folded her arms tightly across her chest, her posture stiff with open irritation, and grumbled to herself without bothering to hide it. On the very first day of class, Deculine had told them to go study by themselves. She could not help wondering what kind of bastard treated his own lesson that way. Just then, Sylvia Josephine Elaide passed by her side and deliberately brushed into her, the movement sharp enough that it felt less like an accident and more like an intentional shove. Efferine's temper flared instantly. She whipped around toward the girl who had bumped into her, anger flashing across her face as she demanded to know who the other person thought she was. But the moment Efferine got a clear look at the girl's face, her anger stopped cold. The words caught in her throat, and her entire attitude shifted in an instant. Her eyes widened, surprise spreading across her expression as recognition hit her all at once. Her voice dropped into a stunned whisper, because the person standing in front of her was someone she knew. More than most people, Efferine knew exactly who this girl was. The one before her was none other than Sylvia Josephine Elaide. Sylvia stood there without saying a single word. For a brief moment, she simply looked at Efferine in silence, her expression so calm and unreadable that it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Then Sylvia turned away coldly, as if the encounter meant nothing at all, and walked off without offering an explanation. Efferine was left standing there furious and confused, unable to make sense of what had just happened. A sharp question cut through Efferine's thoughts. Did Sylvia really not recognize her? Meanwhile, Deculine was still absent from the first lesson, leaving the students alone to deal with the assignment he had given them. Efferine tried to practice magic on her own, but the earlier encounter refused to leave her mind. Even as she worked, her thoughts kept circling back to Sylvia. Unless she was mistaken, that girl had to be a member of House Elaide. Only last year, House Elaide had feared both her father's potential and Efferine's own talent. Because of that fear, they had sent soldiers to surround the Luna family manor and threatened them directly. So why was Sylvia acting as if none of that had ever happened? Why did she look at Efferine as though she could not remember her at all? All of a sudden, the small castle Efferine had carefully built with her own magic crumbled in front of her. The structure broke apart before her eyes, and she stared at the ruins in surprise, wondering what had just gone wrong. Almost immediately, Efferine sensed the cause. The mana she had gathered was being pulled away from her, drained off towards somewhere else. Sure enough, Sylvia was standing nearby, and she had siphoned away the small amount of mana Efferine had collected. With that stolen mana added to her own control, Sylvia constructed an enormous citadel that towered far beyond Efferine's ruined little castle. Efferine's patience finally snapped. She spun towards Sylvia with an aggressive glare, her voice rising as she demanded to know what Sylvia thought she was doing. With anger burning through every word, Efferine confronted Sylvia head-on. She asked whether Sylvia even understood that she had stolen everything Efferine had worked to gather. But when Sylvia still gave no answer, Efferine pushed harder, demanding to know if she was even listening. Sylvia remained completely silent, not giving Efferine even the smallest response. That blank refusal only made Efferine's temper burn hotter. She could not understand what was wrong with this girl, or why Sylvia would not bother to answer a single word. Then, right in the middle of that frustration, a new thought suddenly flashed through Efferine's mind. She faced Sylvia directly, her eyes fixed on her, and demanded an answer. Why was Miss Sylvia pretending not to know her? Ephraim deliberately tried to force Sylvia's memory awake, insisting that there was no way Sylvia could fail to recognize her after threatening her family and driving her away from magic. Then, with hostility laid bare in her voice, she asked if Sylvia was afraid that Ephraim had come here to steal all the attention from her. Sylvia finally answered, but her voice was cold and painfully brief. She said she did not know Ephraim. That single response only made the hot-blooded Ephraim flare up even worse, and she shouted back, asking if Sylvia now had the nerve to look down on her. But Sylvia's next words were completely different from what Ephraim had expected. She said that while she did not know Ephraim, she did know her father. Ephraim froze where she stood, her anger catching for a moment as she asked what Sylvia meant by that. Sylvia named him with total indifference, her tone cold and detached as she referred to him only as that arrogant noble. Then Sylvia added that she had heard he was dead. The instant those words reached Ephraim's ears, whatever restraint she had left shattered, completely. A brilliant burst of magic exploded around them, the flash lighting up the area so fiercely that the nearby students cried out to one another in alarm. At that moment, Ephraim lost control of her composure entirely. With her emotions boiling over and her magic blazing violently around her, she made up her mind to settle things with Sylvia right then and there. Wait, what did you just say? The question slipped from Ephraim Luna's lips in a trembling, uneven voice, like her mind was refusing to accept the words that had just stabbed into her ears. The very next second, Ephraim Luna's mana erupted from her body like a furious flare. It surged wildly around her, unstable and sharp as her anger spilled out into the air and she snapped. Say that one more time. Sylvia Josephine Alade felt that sudden, crushing pressure rush toward her and reacted immediately before Ephraim Luna's violent momentum could slam into her directly. She raised a protective barrier in front of herself. For the first time, Sylvia Josephine Alade's calm mask visibly cracked. Her face tightened with tension as she stood behind the shield, bracing herself against the force pressing in on her. A brutal blast ripped across the ground, tearing the floor apart and hurling chunks of earth, broken stone and jagged rock fragments through the surrounding area like shrapnel. The nearby students reacted on instinct, ducking back and throwing their arms over their faces. Fear swept through the crowd in an instant as everyone tried to shield themselves from the flying debris. As the heavy cloud of dust finally began to thin, the students scrambled to understand what had happened, coughing, blinking, and looking around in panic. What was that? Is anyone injured? But while everyone else was still caught in confusion, Ephraim Luna had already grabbed Sylvia Josephine Alade by the hair. Sylvia Josephine Alade's voice dropped into a cold command as she said, "Let go." But Ephraim Luna, completely swallowed by rage, shouted right back, "I told you to say it again. How dare you insult my father?" In the middle of that furious standoff, Ephraim Luna suddenly went still, as if her anger had condensed into something far darker. Her voice turned deadly as she muttered, "I'll kill you," around them. Panic erupted all at once, and frightened voices began shouting. What is that? High above them, a strange pink rift tore open in the sky, glowing with a lethal aura that instantly put everyone on edge. What is that light? The students cried out, and the entire class broke into terrified screams. Ephraim Luna lifted her gaze toward the sky, staring at the unnatural distortion with wide, shaken eyes. Her voice wavered as she tried to understand what she was seeing. What is that? Is that a rift? As she watched the warped space twist and churn overhead, Ephraim Luna finally realized the truth. That was the exact point where her mana had clashed with Sylvia Josephine Alade's earlier, and now the rift was swallowing everything nearby, pulling it inward like the first terrifying stage of a black hole collapsing. Warnings burst through the auditorium as dread spread from student to student. It's going to explode! Run! Everyone scattered in every direction, but Ephraim Luna remained frozen where she stood, staring at the rift. No, if that thing detonated, the metal fragments would burst outward like stray bullets. The most horrifying possibility flashed through Ephraim Luna's mind with brutal clarity. If those fragments shot out in every direction, then everyone trapped in this place would be cut down and killed. Then, before anyone could truly prepare themselves, the explosion finally erupted. The force that burst free felt monstrous, as if hundreds of tons of explosives had gone off all at once. Ephraim Luna squeezed her eyes shut and clenched her teeth so hard her whole body tensed. With everything she had left, she forced a barrier into place, desperately trying to withstand the blast rushing toward her. But then she felt something strange. There was no impact, no deafening roar, and no storm of metal fragments tearing through the air. What is this? Why is it so quiet? Did it stop? Deculin von Grahan Uklein had arrived at the critical moment and erased the danger before it could spread any farther. The fragments from the explosion were now hanging motionless in midair, perfectly suspended inside the reach of his controlled mana. Everyone could only stare in disbelief, their minds struggling to catch up with what their eyes were seeing. When had he even appeared? And why were the scattered fragments frozen inside his mana as if time itself had stopped around them? With a calm movement that looked almost effortless, Deculin von Grahan Uklein guided the suspended debris away from the crowd. The glittering pieces drifted together with smooth, fluid motion, like water being carried along by a gentle stream. The crowd stood there in stunned silence, watching as Deculin von Grahan Uklein's telekinesis moved with flawless control. Every student who witnessed it could not help but gasp in awe. These were students who spent their lives studying and refining magic, so they understood exactly what they were feeling. In that single spell, they could sense the control, the precision, and the elegant mastery woven into every movement. It was not just powerful magic, it was beautiful enough to leave them spellbound, so mesmerizing that even the students who had been trembling in fear forgot their terror for a brief moment. The shining fragments gathered together in the air, one piece after another, until they formed a single glittering pile. With that, Deculin von Grahan Uklein brought the entire disaster completely under control. Deculin von Grahan Uklein's voice cut cleanly through the stunned silence, calm, cold, and impossible to ignore. Everyone, pay attention. Today's class is over. Then his gaze turned colder as it shifted toward the two students who had caused the incident. Everyone may leave except for those responsible for provoking the situation. Everine Luna's face drained of color as the full weight of the situation crashed down on her. It was finished. There was no escaping it now. She was completely doomed. Soon after, Ephorine Luna and Sylvia Josephine Alade were both removed from the scene and escorted straight to the interrogation room. The one who spoke from there was Assistant Professor Wren, his voice carrying the stiff, formal authority of someone prepared to take control of the matter. As expected, their solemn posture and composed behavior made them look like proper examples for every mage present. Following behind him were Professor of Spirit Studies Retlan and the Mage University President, Adeline Segelian. Seated beside Deculin von Grahan Uklein, they greeted the new arrivals with bright, polished smiles. Welcome, Professor Retlan. Professor Wren, I apologize for summoning you so suddenly, and I truly appreciate you coming here so quickly. Professor Wren lowered himself into his seat, though curiosity was already clear across his face. So who was it who had the nerve to put their hands on Miss Alade? Someone answered at once, from what I heard. It was just some lowly brat who has not even been formally enrolled yet. A very suspicious character, if you ask me. Wren let out a loud, hearty laugh before turning his attention toward Deculin von Grahan Uklein with praise. Even so, I heard Professor Deculin handle the situation that could have become a major catastrophe with extraordinary skill. Retlan quickly agreed, nodding along with enthusiasm. Yes, I heard the same thing. Truly commendable. But Deculin von Grahan Uklein already saw through the polite words being exchanged. Their intentions had been transparent to him from the beginning. On the surface, they were flattering him. But every professor in that room knew how to bend a situation to their own advantage. In other words, the conclusion of this disciplinary hearing had nearly been decided before it even started. To Deculin von Grahan Uklein, this entire interrogation was little more than a performance. On one side stood Sylvia Josephine Alade, the daughter of the powerful house Alade. On the other stood the child of a fallen noble family. In this place, Ephorine Luna was treated no better than a commoner. With such an obvious imbalance between them, there was no mystery about which side the professors were preparing to support.
Deculin von Grahan Uklein quietly made up his mind. If the result was already being forced in one direction, then he would have to interfere and change the course of this disciplinary hearing himself.
Earlier, Deculin von Grahan Uklein had noticed something strange surrounding Ephorine Luna, a deep crimson aura swirling around her with an ominous, unsettling presence. Only he was able to see it, because he possessed the strange eye. Then the system appeared before him, revealing the fate of the villain. The entire world wished for the villain's death, but anything that failed to kill him would only make him stronger. Deculin von Grahan Uklein was certain. The villain's fate had already manifested, and if he did not alter the outcome of this hearing, his own death would move one step closer. The moderator's cold, formal voice echoed through the room. The disciplinary hearing between new mage Ephorine Luna and Sylvia Josephine Alade will now begin. Ren had barely started speaking before his voice thundered across the chamber. How dare the two of you start a quarrel in the auditorium? If Professor Deculine had not intervened, someone could have been seriously injured. His stern expression did not soften as he turned the questioning directly toward Ephraim Luna. Why did the two of you fight? Ephraim Luna lowered her head and answered in a tight, controlled voice, I cannot say. Ren stared at Ephraim Luna as she lifted her head again, defiance still burning clearly in her eyes. His anger flared, and he barked, What did you just say? Ephraim Luna carefully swallowed the words that were about to rise from her throat. That bastard was watching from somewhere above, and because of that, she could not afford to let even one careless sentence slip out. Sylvia Josephine Alade's insult echoed again inside her mind, cruel and sharp enough to make her chest burn. Hot tears of humiliation and anger began gathering in Ephraim Luna's eyes. I heard your father is dead, is that true? Ephraim Luna lowered her face, bitter thoughts of Deculine von Grahen-Uclane tightening inside her. Sylvia Josephine Alade had looked down on her father and provoked her with deliberate cruelty, but Ephraim Luna could not bring herself to admit that in front of the enemy she hated most. Ren suddenly pushed himself up from his seat, his tone becoming sharper and more arrogant as he criticized her. What exactly are you trying to do? Is this nothing more than some inferiority complex? He continued speaking bluntly, drawing a cruel line between the two girls. You should know better than anyone the difference in status between you and Sylvia Josephine Alade, and yet you still dared to behave so brazenly. Setting Ephraim Luna aside for the moment, Ren turned his attention towards Sylvia Josephine Alade. Then, Sylvia, you tell us what happened. Sylvia Josephine Alade answered with calm composure. During class, I accidentally destroyed her work, and that caused the dispute. The instant Ren heard that explanation, his anger swung straight back toward Ephraim Luna. What? So Sylvia Josephine Alade did not even do it intentionally? And Ephraim Luna used that as an excuse to create a disturbance? A nameless, low-born child dares act this way? Can you not even control your own temper? Ren did not back down for even a second. Instead, he pressed harder, turning his body toward Adeline Sigilian with a sharp, unforgiving stare. President, we should expel her. An attitude like that, along with such violent conduct, cannot be overlooked across the cold room. Ephraim Luna bit down hard, her teeth grinding together until her jaw began to ache, painfully aware that she had no power here at all. A pounding ache spread through Ephraim Luna's skull, so fierce it felt as if her head might split open. This was only supposed to be a straightforward disciplinary hearing, nothing more. Yet somehow she had been trapped in a place where she had to endure insult after insult without being allowed to properly answer back. Every blameful word seemed to fall entirely on Ephraim Luna's shoulders. She had her reasons. She had wounds no one in that room cared to see, and she had the truth pressed tightly behind her clenched lips. But she could not speak in her own defense. No one stood on her side either, and with every passing moment, the air around her felt even colder. The resentment, shame, and helpless anger inside Ephraim Luna slowly gathered in her eyes, swelling there until it looked as if they might spill over. And in the end, she knew exactly why all of this was happening. It all came back to a single name. Adeline Sigilian finally spoke, her voice calm and detached, as if the conclusion had already settled into place before anyone else could object. Then it seems everyone's decision has been made, but then Adeline Sigilian gently shifted her gaze, turning it away from the others and toward Deculine von Grahen-Uclane. With the same composed tone, she continued, Professor Deculine was present at the scene. Before we draw a conclusion, let us hear his view as well. Deculine von Grahen-Uclane's voice rose slowly into the room, steady, restrained, and impossible to ignore. I, Deculine, speak as the head professor of the tower and as a member of this disciplinary committee. Hearing that formal declaration, Ephraim Luna shut her eyes as if she had already accepted the verdict in advance. In her mind, it was already over. Then Deculine von Grahen-Uclane's next words cut cleanly through the heavy silence. You do not believe you bear any guilt in this incident, do you? Ephraim Luna braced herself for defeat before the answer had even arrived. Certain that Deculine von Grahen-Uclane's question had been aimed at her, but then, instead of saying her name, he called out someone no one expected, Sylvia Josephine Alade. Sylvia's shoulders jolted slightly and she lifted her head in surprise. Yes, Deculine repeated in a stern voice, making it unmistakably clear that his question had been directed at her. Deculine von Grahen-Uclane questioned Sylvia Josephine Alade again, his tone so firm that it left her no room to slip away from the answer. Let me ask you once more, do you truly believe you had no fault in this matter? Ephraim Luna could only stare at him in total disbelief, the words escaping her before she could stop them. Ha! Ephraim Luna looked even more shaken than Sylvia Josephine Alade herself, unable to make sense of how the direction of the hearing had suddenly turned so sharply. Ren, who had been so certain moments earlier, also froze where he stood, his brows knitting together in confusion. "What are you saying, Professor?" Deculin von Grahan Eucline did not bother responding to the confused stares gathering on him. Without hesitation, he continued pressing Sylvia Josephine Alade directly. "You had the ability to stop that incident, yet you chose not to? Or was the ability everyone expects from you actually insufficient?" That last question struck Sylvia Josephine Alade so deeply that she went still as if the words had pinned her in place. For a moment, she could not answer. Then, unable to deny what he had exposed, she slowly lowered her head and admitted the truth. "I'm sorry, to be honest. I didn't stop her because I wanted her to fall into even bigger trouble." Sylvia Josephine Alade's confession came out far too plainly. And the instant Ephraim Luna heard it, the anger inside her surged back up like a flame. What? Inside, Ephraim Luna could not help wondering why Deculin von Grahan Eucline had chosen to question Sylvia Josephine Alade first instead of turning his attention to her. No matter how she looked at the situation, wasn't she responsible for what had happened too? Wasn't she also supposed to be judged here? Ren tried to hold his ground and defend Sylvia Josephine Alade, his voice stubborn despite the pressure in the room. But still, head Professor Deculin, the fault does not lie with the one defending herself. The attacker is the guilty party. Deculin von Grahan Eucline answered in a cold, level voice. "If we consider the full context, then the fault lies with me, the one responsible for teaching them." "Professor Ren, are you suggesting I should take the blame?" The moment Ren saw the unwavering resolve in Deculin von Grahan Eucline's expression, his argument collapsed at once. "Of course not. I only thought it would not be appropriate." Ephraim Luna stared at the exchange in astonishment. Deculin had even rebuked another professor for openly taking Sylvia Josephine Alade's side. Why would he go that far? Then, all at once, the realization struck Ephraim Luna like a sudden shock through her chest. Deculin von Grahan Eucline was doing this to protect her. But before that thought could fully settle in her mind, Adeline Segalian lightly clapped her hands, cutting through the tension and bringing the debate to a clean stop. Adeline Segalian's voice rang out with a simple command, quiet but absolute enough to silence the room. "Enough!" Adeline Segalian then spoke in a brighter, almost cheerful tone, gently softening the heavy atmosphere that had settled over everyone. "They are still children. Friction is also part of growth. These students are only new mages, so instead of arguing over fault and belittling them, let us allow this matter to pass." With that, Adeline Segalian delivered the official decision as if the matter had become perfectly simple. "No one will be disciplined this time. You both may go home." Ephraim Luna's small hand trembled in disbelief. What? She had already prepared herself for expulsion because the Deculin von Grahan Eucline she knew would never have done something like this. So why had he helped her now? As the disciplinary hearing finally came to an end, Ren turned back toward Deculin von Grahan Eucline and offered another smooth compliment. As expected of Professor Deculin, you truly have a distinctive way of examining matters. While the others began speaking among themselves again, their voices blending into the background, Ephraim Luna suddenly raised her own voice. It rang clearly through the room, sharp enough to make Deculin von Grahan Eucline stop in place and look back at her. Ephraim Luna tightened both of her hands into fists, gripping them so hard it looked as if she were gathering every last scrap of courage just to force the words out. Then Ephraim Luna looked straight at Deculin von Grahan Eucline, refusing to look away, and said, "I have a question." Deep inside, her thoughts trembled with fear. What if he remembered the Luna name? What if he truly knew who her father was? And if Deculin von Grahan Eucline did know her father, then did he also know the burden that man had carried for his entire life? Did he know that the weight had followed him all the way to the day he took his own life? Ephraim Luna's gaze slowly dropped, hesitation pressing down on her like a heavy hand. But if Deculin von Grahan Eucline really did remember, then another fear rose inside her. What would happen if he withdrew his judgment now, simply to protect himself? Even with that fear twisting inside her chest, Ephraim Luna still could not let go of the question buried deepest in her heart. Because if Deculin von Grahan Eucline did not remember her father at all, wouldn't that wound her even more? As though he had already understood the question she was struggling to ask, Deculin von Grahan Eucline answered before she could say it aloud. His voice was quiet, but there was no hesitation in it. "You do not need to ask." Then, in a tone that sounded almost like a piece of advice rather than a warning, Deculin von Grahan Eucline added, "Do not waste your talent on things of the past." After saying that, Deculin von Grahan Eucline turned away from her. A moment later, only the crisp, measured sound of his footsteps echoed through the room as he walked out and left the hearing behind. To Ephraim Luna, those few words were already an answer. The doubt that had been gnawing at her heart slowly began to fade, and in its place, a quiet certainty settled in. She knew it. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein knew her. He knew her father too. If he did not, then there would have been no reason for him to help her like this, and that meant he must have felt at least some responsibility for what had happened. Ephraim Luna's trembling hand slowly curled tighter, her fingers pressing into her palm until they formed a small but determined fist. That decision dragged her thoughts back to the painful funeral from long ago. Instead of soothing the ache in her heart, it only reinforced what she had already begun to believe. So that was why he had helped her. Was it pity? But the tears gathering in Ephraim Luna's eyes were no longer filled with anger alone. Mixed into them was a quiet sense of relief. Thank goodness he had not forgotten. If Deculine von Grahan-Uklein still remembered her and her father, then for now, that alone was enough. Ephraim Luna wiped at her eyes, trying to steady herself as she held on to that one small, brighter thought. At least for this moment, she could accept it. At that same time, a translucent message suddenly flashed before Deculine von Grahan-Uklein's eyes. The villain's fate, surviving death variation, plot unit +2. Meanwhile, Sylvia Josephine Elaide was seated inside a four-wheeled carriage, riding together with her father. As the carriage moved along, he glanced back toward his daughter and, in a composed voice, calmly asked about what had happened. That man was Giltheon Elaide, the head of House Elaide and an empathic mage. Looking at Sylvia Josephine Elaide with steady calm, he reassured her that she no longer needed to concern herself with that child. Giltheon Elaide then added in a casual tone, as if he were merely stating a conclusion that had already been decided long ago. Ephraim Luna does have talent, but she has already missed her chance. Sylvia Josephine Elaide fell completely silent, stunned by her father's words as an old memory rose uninvited in her mind. It took her back 10 years to the day of the aptitude test for entering the academy. That memory remained painfully vivid for Sylvia Josephine Elaide. Once it surfaced, it pulled her right back to that same day 10 years earlier, the day when the academy aptitude test had changed everything. Back then, the examiner had stared at the results in open astonishment before delivering them to both Sylvia Josephine Elaide and Ephraim Luna. Both of you have the talent to become archmages. The announcement instantly sent shock rippling through the people around them. What, those two children from our territory? Ephraim Luna quietly glanced over at Sylvia Josephine Elaide, and Sylvia Josephine Elaide looked back at her with clear bewilderment on her face. The commotion around them showed no signs of dying down. Voices overlapped one after another, all filled with disbelief and confusion. What is going on? Become an archmage was like walking a ruined road that somehow stretched all the way up to the heavens. It was the highest peak in the eternal world of magic, a realm so great that even emperors could not easily touch it. Those who reached that level would have their names carved into the history of the continent forever. However, according to long-standing custom, only 3 people in a single era could become archmages. Regardless of what branch of magic they practiced, among mages, that custom was treated less like tradition and more like an unbreakable law. At that time, aside from the candidate who had already been recognized, only 2 positions were still open. But even among those remaining seats, one had already been set aside for Adeline Segalian, the Tower Master of the Imperial Magic Tower. Sylvia Josephine Elaide understood perfectly well what that meant. In other words, she, the heir of House Elaide, and Ephraim Luna of the Luna family, who lived under House Elaide's control, would be forced to compete against each other for the single final seat that remained. That single reason was enough to explain why the head of House Uklein had come in person, leading armed soldiers straight to the Luna family estate and surrounding it on all sides. Even before the rest of the story had been spoken aloud, the truth was already painfully clear. With the weight of those troops pressing from behind him, he had stood directly in front of Kagan Luna, and in a voice as cold and immovable as iron, demanded that he abandon any thought of sending his daughter to the academy. Sylvia Josephine Elaide felt herself being pulled deeper and deeper into a memory she had tried to bury for years. It was only on that day, looking back at everything with a clearer mind, that she finally understood why House Uklein had destroyed the Luna family with such merciless force. It had not been because of some complicated political battle, nor because of an old hatred between families. The true cause in the end had been Sylvia herself. Her gaze lost focus and wandered toward the distant air, as though the walls in front of her had faded away, and she was once again watching that scene from long ago unfold before her eyes. All of it had been arranged so that she, rather than Ephorine Luna, would be pushed forward onto the road that led to becoming an Archmage. Sylvia Josephine Elade's voice dropped to a quieter, heavier tone, and the words escaped her with a sadness she could not completely conceal. Becoming an Archmage had never been a passing wish for her. It had been her dream for as long as she could remember, something she had believed was carved into her future as naturally and inevitably as fate itself. But then her expression stiffened, and the warmth of that old dream curdled into bitterness as Ephorine Luna's question echoed again inside her mind. Was the fear she felt really because she might be forced to spend her entire life chasing after that destiny, struggling after it step by step, instead of simply reaching out and claiming what she believed was already hers? Sylvia Josephine Elade exhaled slowly, as if trying to push the uneasiness out of her chest along with her breath. She shook the thought away, refusing to let it take root. No, this was not something that could be brushed aside as ordinary misfortune, nor could it be dismissed as some harmless twist of fate. Giltheon Elade had once warned his daughter with a face so grave, it almost seemed severe. He told her that she did not need to pay too much attention to that child, not more than necessary. But when the matter involved Deculine von Grahan-Uklein, she absolutely had to remain cautious and keep her guard firmly raised. There had been a heavy certainty in his voice when he pressed that warning into her memory. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein was not the kind of man who could be treated as ordinary. He might have looked as if he were struggling now. But in his youth, people had once called him a prodigy without hesitation. If the right opportunity appeared, he could rise back to the top before anyone around him even noticed the climb had begun. After that interrogation, Sylvia Josephine Elade had been forced to accept at least one undeniable fact. Professor Deculine von Grahan-Uklein had looked straight through the snare she had set, seeing past the surface of the incident and recognizing the shape of the trap beneath it. When that terrifying explosion ripped through the situation and threw everything into chaos, Sylvia knew better than anyone that it had not been a natural accident. It had not simply happened on its own. She had been the one hidden behind the curtain, quietly pulling the strings and guiding the disaster toward that exact moment. It was Sylvia Josephine Elade herself who had made Ephorine Luna's mana vanish. She had stripped it away at the worst and most dangerous possible timing, leaving Ephorine exposed and helpless just as the chain of events began to collapse into catastrophe. She had prepared a trap designed to respond the instant it touched Ephorine Luna's mana. The larger and more destructive the explosion became, the more deeply Ephorine Luna would be dragged into suspicion, blame, and trouble, until escaping from it would become nearly impossible. What infuriated Sylvia Josephine Elade most was not simply that Deculine von Grahan-Uklein had noticed something was wrong, but the speed with which he had acted. He had uncovered her plan almost immediately. Even though she had carefully searched the room beforehand for any sign of observational magic, his merciless chain of deduction still closed around her, step by step, until she had no room left to move and no choice but to yield. And yet, rather than accusing her openly or exposing every detail right there in front of everyone, he had guided the situation toward a compromise. Without raising his voice or revealing his full hand, he had forced both sides to settle the matter under the pressure of his control. Sylvia Josephine Elade could still remember the invisible weight of that pressure bearing down on her shoulders. It felt as though Deculine had been silently telling her that he already knew everything, and that the only sensible thing she could do was obey. It was not called a threat aloud, but it carried the shape of one all the same. And even though she understood that perfectly, she had been left with no choice but to accept it. Until that moment, she had believed he was nothing more than an arrogant man whose talent was merely somewhat above average. A cold shiver ran through her before she could suppress it, crawling over her skin as instinctive fear rose from somewhere deep inside her body. Just what kind of person was Deculine von Grahan-Uklein, really? Several days passed. Inside the quiet halls of Deculine von Grahan-Uklein's mansion, Roy's polite and carefully respectful voice came from beyond the room, breaking the stillness from the other side of the door. "Roy here. Are you ready, sir?" After adjusting his clothes one final time and gathering his composure, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein answered in a steady voice without the slightest delay, "I'm coming out." Not long after, the carriage waiting outside the mansion began to roll forward. Its wheels turned against the road as it pulled away from the estate, carrying Deculine von Grahan-Uklein toward the next obligation waiting for him. Sitting inside the carriage, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein silently went over the decisions he had made. Helping Ephorine Luna had been the right move because he had intervened. One death that had been waiting on the path of fate had been removed. And on top of that, he had managed to gain another plot unit as a reward. As he thought back to the class he had taught, a faint trace of surprise still lingered in him. He had not expected that the new mage asking those questions would turn out to be Ephraim Luna herself. And yet, among all the people connected to him, she was the one with the strongest ability to resist Deculin von Grehan Uklein. Clinging firmly to his principle of putting himself first, he measured the situation with cold, practical logic. Sylvia Josephine Illeid might continue to hate him regardless of what choice he made, but if his priority was protecting himself, then there had never truly been any other path for him to take. Deculine von Grahan Ukleinen turned his eyes toward the carriage window. An open distaste settled across his face. Social gatherings were exactly the sort of troublesome affair he would rather avoid completely. Still, if attending meant there was even a possibility of gaining more plot units, then ignoring the event was not an option. A new objective had already appeared before him. Attend the New Year's Blossom event with half a plot unit offered as a reward. In the end, for the sake of those valuable points, Deculine von Grahan Uklein swallowed his pride and went along with it. He still needed at least 5 plot units before he could use the shop, so he had to confirm whether any important figures would be present at the event. Before much more time had passed, the carriage began to slow. At last, it rolled to a stop outside the venue, where the New Year's Blossom event was being held, placing Deculin von Grahan Uklein directly at the entrance of the gathering. The moment Deculin von Grahan Uklein stepped into the venue, someone was already waiting there to receive him with a polished smile and the effortless manners of someone used to greeting noble guests. The person bowed into a practiced welcome. Welcome, Professor Deculin.
Deculine von Grahan Uklein calmly let his gaze travel across the hall. Everywhere his eyes landed, there were guests dressed in flawless gowns, formal coats, and elegant outfits, each one adding to the glittering display of wealth, rank, and polished refinement that filled the room.
With only a brief glance, Deculine von Grahan Uklein could tell that most of the people gathered here belonged to the higher layers of nobility. And more than that, scattered throughout the crowd, he recognized several faces famous enough to stand out even among such distinguished guests. Then, as his gaze continued moving toward the far side of the venue, a single figure in the distance pulled at his attention. Something about that person struck him as unmistakably familiar enough to make his eyes pause in place. Deculine von Grahan Uklein immediately sharpened his focus and fixed his gaze on the target. It was Uriel von Grahan Uklein, someone he himself had designed and someone he knew far too well to ever mistake for anyone else. In that very instant, his judgment settled into place. As irritating and bothersome as this event might be, coming here had clearly been the correct decision after all.
Deculine von Grahan Uklein was so intent on observing Uriel von Grahan Uklein that he failed to notice another person within the hall had already turned their attention toward him first.
The man stepped forward with bright, almost overly eager enthusiasm and called out in a voice loud enough to carry through the nearby crowd. Well, look who it is. Isn't that Professor Deculine? That friendly call instantly drew the eyes of the guests standing nearby. The man quickly added that his child was studying in Deculine von Grahan Uklein's class. And before Deculine had time to slip away, nobles began gathering around him with eager smiles. One after another, they surrounded him with compliments and polished flattery, each claiming that they had always wanted an opportunity to meet him in person. As voices called Professor from every direction, Deculine von Grahan Uklein could only release a quiet, helpless sigh. The regret came almost immediately. Just moments ago, he had decided that attending this event had been the right choice, but now that thought already felt painfully premature. While he endured the dull and endless stream of noble conversation, Deculine von Grahan Uklein suddenly heard a familiar name rise out of the surrounding noise. Ganesha. The moment it reached his ears, he remembered the stories he had read about her exploits in the Continental magazine. One noble was still leaning closer, trying to hold his attention. Professor, would you care to dine with us? Our family is. But before the man could finish his invitation, Deculine von Grahan Uklein gave a subtle signal that he had other matters to handle. The noble caught the meaning at once and immediately closed his mouth. Deculine von Grahan Uklein had turned away and moved swiftly in the direction where he had heard the name. Who had said Ganesha just now? If he could meet her here, it could become a major turning point in the plot. And from his point of view, that possibility was far more valuable than any empty noble conversation at the event. His eyes swept through the crowded hall, passing over groups of laughing nobles, shining accessories, and elegant dresses that blurred together in the light. But where was she? He was certain he had heard Ganesha's name somewhere close by. Deculine von Grahan Uklein tightened his resolve. If Ganesha truly was present at this event, then he could not allow the opportunity to pass him by. He had to seize the chance and create some kind of connection with her. What he did not know was that the very person he was searching for had already taken position on the second floor. quietly observing him from above. It was Ganesha herself, the adventurer whose presence had the potential to shift the flow of events. As the seconds slipped by, Deculine von Grahan-Uclane's anxiety grew sharper. She had to be somewhere nearby. In a place like this, with so many voices blending together, he still could not believe he had misheard that particular name. Fortunately, his search finally bore fruit. His gaze rose toward the upper level, and there he found her. She was there, exactly where his eyes had finally landed. Deculine von Grahan-Ucline looked up at Ganesha and silently took in her appearance. Unlike the nobles wrapped in polished finery, she wore practical adventurer's gear that made her stand out immediately, and her red ponytail caught the light as she paid no mind to the elegant atmosphere around her. He set off for the second floor at once, quickening his steps as the thought pressed urgently through his mind that he had to reach her before the chance disappeared. But just as he began to move, an astonished voice rang out from nearby. "Is that who I think it is?" Wilhelm von Barien approached him slowly, cutting straight across his path as if the interruption had been perfectly timed. Deculine von Grahan-Uclane felt a brief spark of irritation flare inside him. Of all the moments someone could have stopped him, why did it have to be now? With a cold expression, Deculine von Grahan-Uclane spoke the other person's name. Wilhelm? Standing before him was Wilhelm von Barien, a royal martial mage who held the 4th rank. Wilhelm von Barien greeted him with a voice edged in mockery, as though every polite word had been sharpened underneath. How impressive. Chief Professor Deculine actually remembers me. What an honor. It has been a long time. How is your research going then? Without warning, she added that she had heard certain rumors. Deculine von Grahan-Ucline's eyes narrowed slightly, and with clear confusion in his tone, he asked, "Wilhelm, are you serious?" Wilhelm von Barien continued needling him on purpose, pretending the provocation was nothing more than casual conversation. She said it was not anything serious, only that his research had apparently failed to move forward for 3 years, and that some people had begun questioning whether he still had the ability to continue. Deculine von Grahan-Ucline stared at her with undisguised contempt and asked whether she had truly come all this way just to provoke him. As Deculine von Grahan-Ucline studied her more carefully, he recalled what this woman had been to the original Deculine. Back in their school days, Wilhelm von Barien had once been his rival. She kept talking, saying that if he ever needed assistance, she would be willing to offer it. But Deculine ignored the bait and sank deeper into thought instead. They had once been close, but after she lost the chief professorship to Deculine, jealousy had slowly taken root inside her heart. Deculine von Grahan-Ucline turned his body away from Wilhelm von Barien, the irritation on his face tightening into a cold, controlled grimace. Perhaps the original Deculine might have reacted to those taunts, or even been wounded by them in the beginning, but for him, those words were little more than meaningless noise brushing past his ears. What made it even more unpleasant was that he could not completely call them lies, because the rumors Wilhelm von Barien had brought up were unfortunately true. But then in the very next instant, Deculine von Grahan-Ucline's entire body went rigid. His shoulders locked, his head snapped upward, and his sharp gaze shot toward the corridor, only for him to find nothing there at all. The passage in front of him stretched out empty and silent, as if no one had ever been standing there. Ganesha had vanished. The woman he had only just managed to catch sight of, the one person he had been searching for in this entire party, was no longer anywhere near the spot where she had stood moments earlier. Slowly, Deculine von Grahan-Ucline turned his gaze back toward Wilhelm von Barien, who was still running her mouth as though nothing important had happened. She continued lecturing him, saying that if he kept behaving with that much arrogance, no one would ever come to like him. But Deculine von Grahan-Ucline was no longer listening. Anger had already begun to coil inside him because thanks to this idiot's useless interruption, he had completely lost Ganesha's trail. Then, without giving Wilhelm von Barien even the slightest warning, Deculine von Grahan-Ucline moved. In one sharp, sudden step, he closed the space between them, his presence pressing in with enough force to cut off the atmosphere around her. His voice dropped into something icy and merciless, and he sliced straight through her words before she could continue. "Enough nonsense, get lost, you bastard." Wilhelm von Barien stiffened on the spot, her face going blank with shock as the insult struck her head on. She barely managed to stammer. "What? You just?" But Deculine von Grahan-Ucline had already decided that even one more second spent on her would be a waste. He turned away at once and walked off, his mind locked onto a single urgent objective. He had to find Ganesha before she left the party, introduce himself properly, and establish contact with her. If he let this opportunity slip through his fingers, the plan he had been carefully building could begin to collapse from the very foundation. After Deculine von Grahan-Ucline disappeared from the area, the guests gathered throughout the party began to notice his absence. Quiet murmurs spread through the hall at first, then rose into confused voices as people looked around for him, calling out, "Where did Professor Deculin go?" And then, a moment later, "Professor Deculin." By that time, Deculin von Grahan-Ukleinen had already slipped away from the crowd and stepped outside onto the balcony, leaving the noise of the hall behind him. He exhaled a tired sigh as the cool night air brushed against his face. Even after shaking off Wilhelm von Barian, far too many useless people had still managed to block his path. This was why he had always hated parties. Just then, from somewhere nearby on the balcony, a voice broke through the quiet air. "Professor Deculin?" Deculin von Grahan-Uklein turned his head, caught off guard for the first time in a while, and the moment he saw the person standing there, his eyes sharpened with recognition. Ganesha? Ganesha was leaning casually against the balcony railing, her arms resting over it as if she had all the time in the world. Her posture looked relaxed, but her eyes were alert and piercing, watching him closely. With a faint, teasing edge in her voice, she asked whether this encounter was just a coincidence or whether he had been searching for her from the very beginning. For a brief moment, Deculin von Grahan-Uklein said nothing, struck by how strangely fate seemed to be moving around him. He had stepped out here only to escape the clinging nobles inside, and yet, by doing so, he had somehow run directly into Ganesha herself. But that surprise quickly gave way to a more important question in his mind. More than anything else, he needed to know whether Ganesha and the original Deculin had already known each other before this meeting. Keeping his expression calm and his voice composed, Deculin von Grahan-Uklein answered that he had merely lost his way. Ganesha responded with a soft laugh, the kind that made it obvious she did not believe him in the slightest. She told him directly that she knew he had been looking for her, and that there was clearly something he wanted to say. Ganesha crossed her arms, her confident posture turning just a little awkward as she carefully brought up the past. She apologized for that previous quest, reminding him that she had already returned both the original fee and the cancellation payment. Then, almost cautiously, she asked if he could simply let the matter pass this time, hearing that Deculin von Grahan-Uklein quietly pieced things together. At some point, the two of them must have become connected through a quest. When Deculin von Grahan-Uklein offered no visible response, Ganesha continued, as if the silence made her feel the need to explain further. She apologized once again, this time for not bringing him the child with magical talent that he had apparently asked about. Then she quickly corrected herself, saying that it was not exactly that she had failed to bring the child. A trace of sadness settled over Ganesha's face, softening the sharpness in her eyes. Her voice grew quieter as she admitted the truth. She had grown close to that child, and because of that bond, she simply could not bring herself to hand them over to Deculin von Grahan-Uklein.
Deculin von Grahan-Uklein was deeply confused by what she was saying, unable to grasp the full story hidden behind her words. Even so, the way Ganesha spoke told him enough to understand one disturbing thing. This did not sound like an isolated incident. The original Deculin had likely done this sort of thing more than once before.
Inside his mind, an ugly image suddenly formed, a child bound in chains, trapped, and stripped of freedom. That single mental picture made the original Deculin's character feel painfully clear. He had tried to compensate for his own weaknesses by gathering gifted children, taking their talent, and using it for his own benefit. Then Ganesha abruptly changed the direction of the conversation, as if she had decided to stop circling around the past. Her tone shifted, becoming more serious, and she said that there was something she wanted to ask him. Deculin von Grahan-Uklein responded immediately, asking her what it was. Ganesha's gaze darkened, and every trace of warmth disappeared from her voice. Looking straight at him with a cold, unwavering stare, she asked how long he intended to keep living like this. Deculin von Grahan-Uklein did not answer her right away. A heavy silence stretched between them on the balcony, and her question echoed through his mind with uncomfortable weight. Until when exactly was he supposed to continue living this way? Then memories belonging to the original Deculin began to rise within him. Before Kim Woojin had taken control of this body, Deculin had listened to the temptations whispered by worthless people and allowed himself to be swayed by their influence. Because of those choices, he had shattered the trust that others had once placed in him. He had ruined the relationships around him, wounded people who had crossed his path, and done all of it while chasing nothing but his own personal gain. Deculin von Grahan-Uklein leaned against the balcony railing, his posture steady and his expression controlled as he finally gave his answer. From this point forward, he would live differently. Ganesha blinked, visibly caught off guard by that response, then tilted her head as she studied him with open suspicion. It was clearly not what she had expected to hear from him. After a moment, she admitted that she had honestly thought he might try to kill her instead. Ganesha then explained why she had expected that kind of reaction. She had opposed that secret quest and run away from it. So naturally she had assumed Deculine von Grahan would resent her for what she had done. Deculine only let out a sigh, sounding almost weary as he told her that she had worried far too much. He glanced at Ganesha and inwardly began questioning the original Deculine's sanity. Had that man seriously considered killing Ganesha, a top-class fighter, right here? And now, was the original Deculine actually trying to get himself killed? As Deculine von Grahan looked at the calm, composed woman standing in front of him, his thoughts continued turning rapidly. He still did not know every detail about the original Deculine's past, but he knew enough about Ganesha herself to understand one thing with absolute clarity. She was the kind of person who could kill someone with a single hair. Then the game's information about her came back to him. Ganesha possessed the traits of an immortal body and absolute martial mastery. Qualities that marked her as a warrior standing at the very highest peak. A quiet sense of relief settled inside Deculine von Grahan because Kim Woojin was now the one inside this body. Deculine had never sent an assassin after Ganesha. If he had made that mistake, there was no question what would have happened. The assassin would have been the one to die. His thoughts drifted for another moment, and he realized that the situation was somewhat different from what he had originally imagined. That only made Ganesha more confused as she watched him, as if she were silently wondering what in the world he had eaten today to make him act like this. Meanwhile, Deculine von Grahan felt quietly satisfied. He had accomplished the very reason he had come to this party in the first place, making contact with Ganesha and forming the beginning of a connection. With that goal complete, he had no reason to remain here any longer. Before turning to leave, Deculine von Grahan did not forget to give her one final assurance. He told Ganesha that he would come back, so she did not need to worry about anything. Ganesha's eyes widened slightly at that, and she asked in surprise whether he was truly leaving already. Still unable to fully trust what she was hearing, Ganesha continued pressing him for confirmation. Was he absolutely certain there would be no assassins sent after her, no sudden attempt to kill her, and no hidden retaliation waiting somewhere down the line? Deculine von Grahan looked back at her with the same indifferent expression as though the matter were not even worth a long explanation. Then he answered simply that he had no time. Ganesha was left standing there in complete disbelief. For once, she seemed unable to come up with any immediate reply, and the words simply vanished from her mouth as she stared after him. Deculine von Grahan strode back into the hall with his usual commanding air, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. Just as Ganesha had mentioned, he could have used the Adventurers Guild to pressure her if he truly wanted to. But taking that route would only create more unpredictable variables, and those variables could very easily circle back around and become the cause of his own death. Then, without warning, a notification appeared in front of him. It announced that he had avoided an antagonist fate and escaped the cause of death. As a reward for surviving that path, his shop money increased by 1. Deculine von Grahan recoiled where he stood, shock flashing across his face like a crack in his usual composure. What had just happened? He quickly replayed the entire conversation with Ganesha in his mind, going over each exchange piece by piece. Previously, he had overcome a death flag after facing it directly, but this time, he had avoided one before it even fully unfolded. He had not noticed it while speaking with her, but that conversation itself must have been another cause of death waiting for him. Deculine von Grahan stood motionless in the middle of the hall. The weight of that realization sinking heavily into him in this world, surrounded by these people and their tangled histories, he could not afford to let his guard down for even a single second. At the same time, in another room away from the noise of the main hall, Riley sat in a gloomy, listless mood, her expression making it clear that she was not enjoying herself at all. She asked how long the other person planned to keep sitting there without moving. Riley was Julie von Frieden's relative, as well as a rank 12 rookie adventurer. Julie von Frieden glanced toward Riley with a tired look on her face and admitted that she had never wanted to come here in the first place. Riley could only complain, helplessly telling her not to act like that. But even then, Julie showed no sign of getting up or changing her mind. For a short while, Riley fell silent, as though she were weighing whether or not she should bring up the subject on her mind. Then, almost suddenly, she asked Julie von Frieden how things were going with that person.
Julie von Frieden's voice dropped immediately, becoming guarded as she asked what Riley meant by that. Riley answered calmly, explaining that she was talking about Professor Deculine von Grahan. She added that she was a little worried, especially because there were so many troubling rumors surrounding him.
Julie von Frieden closed her eyes, and the unpleasant encounter from earlier surfaced in her mind once again. As the memory returned, her expression grew colder, the discomfort she had felt then settling back over her face. Her voice turned icy as she answered that, of course, there was nothing good between them. Riley looked at her with concern, and just as she started to warn Julie not to say something like that out loud, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. From the direction of the stairs, slow and measured footsteps began to descend. Each step landed clearly, echoing through the room with a steady rhythm that made the air feel heavier. Julie von Deafreden jolted in surprise and immediately turned her head toward the sound. Her eyes widened as she realized someone was coming down the stairs.
Deculine von Grahan-Ukline. For one brief moment, he stood there without saying a single word, his presence alone freezing the room. Then, just as quickly, he turned away and left.
Deculine von Grahan-Ukline continued forward with calm, perfectly measured steps, cutting between two nobles as if they were no more than decorations in the hall. He did not slow down, did not look back, and did not acknowledge them in the slightest. The pair stared after his retreating figure in open surprise, then lowered their voices and whispered that Professor Deculine was already leaving. For someone who usually seemed to enjoy grand gatherings like this, his sudden departure felt strange enough on its own. Even more surprising, he had walked away without giving even a single glance toward his fiancée. The nobles kept talking in hushed voices, though they spoke carelessly enough that anyone close by could still hear them. They wondered aloud if Deculine von Grahan-Ukline did not actually care much for Julie von Deafreden after all, and if that were true, then maybe the rumor from earlier had not been mere gossip. Julie caught every word clearly, each one landing heavier than the last, and her expression slowly sank into a quiet, wounded sadness. The other guests watching Deculine von Grahan-Ukline leave were just as unable to hide their curiosity. It was not common for him to abandon a party before the night had properly settled, so his early exit immediately became fresh fuel for speculation. Before long, whispers began spreading from one corner of the venue to another, with people suggesting that the reason might be some kind of disagreement between him and Julie von Deafreden. As Deculine von Grahan-Ukline walked away from the gathering, the bright light behind him framed his back, making his figure appear firm, distant, and impossible to sway. To the nobles watching, that silent departure carried a meaning of its own. But Kim Woo-jin, the person now living inside that body, had no idea how everyone else was interpreting the scene he had just left behind. Immediately after Deculine von Grahan-Ukline left the venue behind, a notification flashed before his eyes. It announced that the side objective had been completed: attend the New Year's Blossom event. As a reward, his shop money increased by 0.5, bringing his current total up to 4.5. After that, nighttime began moving quickly. Days passed one after another before Deculine von Grahan-Ukline even had time to dwell on them, and before he realized it, an entire week had already gone by since the New Year's Blossom event. At that moment, Deculine von Grahan-Ukline was back inside his home, pushing his body through a round of physical training. His routine was no longer limited to daily memory exercises and basic mana motion practice. After everything he had experienced, he had finally accepted that his physical strength was nowhere near enough. So he had begun conditioning himself seriously, forcing his muscles to endure more each morning, and the proof was visible in the sweat soaking his body as exhaustion pressed heavily down on him. Deculine von Grahan-Ukline had been genuinely frightened by what had happened before. One reckless experiment had nearly killed him on the spot, and the memory of that danger still clung to him with a weight he could not easily shake off. A few days earlier, a scream filled with pain had torn through the inside of a room. It rang out sharply enough to make the very air feel tight, as if the walls themselves had been startled by the agony behind it. Deculine von Grahan-Ukline had collapsed onto the floor, his body locked in the grip of magical anaphylaxis while blood spilled from his mouth. Trembling through the pain, he stared down at his own hand and muttered that if he had been an ordinary mage, he would already be dead. Maybe the only reason he had survived was because of the Iron Man attribute. After meeting Ganesha the day before, his hunger for greater strength had grown even sharper. So he had tried carving fire restraint into mana motion alongside his existing artifact mastery, hoping it would refine his control over metal techniques. His goal had been to raise his abilities to a higher level by implanting a magical core into mana motion. In theory, it was a method that could drastically shorten the time normally required to master a spell, allowing him to advance far faster than ordinary practice would permit. For a moment, Deculine von Grahan-Ukline said nothing. He simply wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing himself to remain outwardly composed, even though the danger had been far too serious to ignore. The reward for success was undeniably powerful, but the risk was just as extreme. Once he understood how much strain the process placed on his body, one conclusion became painfully clear. If he wanted to survive methods like this, he had to train his body. That was why Deculain von Grahan-Uklein now stood inside the training room, forcing himself through the morning routine he had built with deliberate discipline. Every movement was meant to strengthen the body that had nearly failed him before. After pushing himself through more training, Deculain von Grahan-Uklein finally let out a long, controlled breath and steadied his posture. His body was tired, but the morning routine was over. Now it was time for him to head to work. A short while later, inside his professor's office, Deculain von Grahan-Uklein raised one eyebrow as he looked at what had been brought before him. His gaze sharpened with confusion, and he directed the question toward the assistant standing nearby. "What is this, Alan?" Alan stepped forward quietly, holding out a thick stack of documents with both hands, keeping his voice restrained and formal. He explained that a declaration had just arrived from the Imperial Magic Tower. The atmosphere around Deculain von Grahan-Uklein seemed to darken the moment he understood who had sent it. The declaration came from the Professorial Qualification Review Committee of the Imperial Magic Tower. His expression tightened with obvious displeasure as he accepted the papers from Alan, and once he read through the contents, he wasted no time hurrying away to gather the necessary materials. The declaration stated that a hearing would be arranged within the next 6 months to examine the progress of the research being conducted by Professor Deculain. Until that scheduled hearing arrived, he was required to prepare every relevant document connected to his work. A heavy sense of unease settled in Deculain von Grahan-Uklein's chest. If an audit hearing was being arranged now, that meant Deculain's research had been stagnant for quite some time, likely even before Kim Woojin entered this body. No matter how he examined the situation, there was nothing reassuring about it. This was clearly bad. At that moment, Deculain von Grahan-Uklein suddenly recalled the character information from the game. In that information, Deculain had always been treated as a legitimate professor, and his talent level had been listed as 6. Then the realization hit him with sudden force. Perhaps maintaining the title of professor was not just a matter of status, but a condition tied directly to the path ahead of him. If he lost that position, then the possibility of returning might vanish along with it. Before long, Deculain von Grahan-Uklein came to a stop in front of a certain door. The room waiting beyond it was the laboratory. He reminded himself that he had to find something inside Deculain's lab, no matter how small or insignificant it looked at first glance. Anything related to the abandoned research could turn out to be useful, especially with the hearing now hanging over him. Moving with caution in every step, Deculain von Grahan-Uklein reached for the door, opened it, and entered the room. The laboratory was in absolute disorder. Dust coated the surfaces in thick layers, and papers lay scattered across the floor as if they had been abandoned there for years without a single attempt at organization. Deculain von Grahan-Uklein looked over the neglected mess and released a tired sigh. What a disaster. Just looking at the state of the room was enough to exhaust him, but Deculain von Grahan-Uklein still stepped further inside. It was painfully obvious that no one had entered this laboratory for a long time. If the original Deculain had truly visited the place regularly, there was no way he would have allowed it to fall into this level of neglect. Then, amid the dust, scattered documents, and stale silence, something in the middle of the chaos suddenly caught Deculain von Grahan-Uklein's eye. His gaze settled on a strange pile of devices gathered together in one place. The arrangement looked too deliberate to be random clutter, and its odd placement immediately made him wonder whether something important had been concealed beneath it. Deculain von Grahan-Uklein frowned, annoyance tightening across his face. He did not know who had done it, but if someone had wanted to interfere with Deculain, hiding his research in a place like this would certainly have been one of the most effective ways to do it. Keeping a safe distance, Deculain von Grahan-Uklein used magic to shift the pile of devices away. It was fortunate that he had learned mana motion in time, because without it, even moving this clutter safely would have been an unnecessary and troublesome problem. The moment the devices were cleared away, a mysterious book was revealed beneath them. Deculain von Grahan-Uklein reacted immediately, using magic once more to draw the book through the air and into his hand. When he opened the book and began reading through it, Deculain von Grahan-Uklein found himself genuinely surprised. Judging from what he saw, The original Deculine had encrypted all of his research results, apparently to prevent anyone from stealing them. A faint smile appeared on Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine's lips as he murmured that such precautions were meaningless now. Without any hesitation, he activated enlightenment. The instant enlightenment took effect, a beam of light burst out from the book. Even Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine, who had been prepared to uncover something important, could not fully hide his astonishment at the sight unfolding before him. The radiance pouring from the pages was overwhelmingly intense. It shone with such a powerful brilliance that it seemed to command his attention, filling the dusty laboratory with a glow that could not be ignored. Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine stared at the dazzling golden light, thinking that it was almost too bright to look at directly. If the research was emitting this much brilliance, then its value had to be extraordinary. Thanks to the combined effects of prosperity, magnet, and keen vision, he was able to perceive that hidden worth with absolute clarity. But the light faded sooner than expected, and Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine's expression quickly sharpened into a frown. As remarkable as the research appeared to be, it was still unfinished. Some portions had been torn away, many sections were full of gaps, and in one particular part, the logic itself was completely flawed. However, when he turned to the next page, surprise struck him all over again. Even with its missing pieces and imperfect structure, the research was still grand enough to activate Prosperity Magnet. What shocked him even more was the photograph tucked between the pages. Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine stared at the image, his attention narrowing on the child shown there. He recognized her. This was Eperine Luna, wasn't it? Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine fell silent as the pieces began to connect in his mind. So that was what had happened. When Eperine Luna's father had worked as a researcher under Deculine, he must have desperately tried to hide this research. A faint feeling of sympathy rose within him. The resentment that the Luna family of mages held toward Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine was understandable, and because of him, Eperine Luna had been forced to live through a tragic and painful life. Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine clenched the pendant in his hand, his grip tightening with quiet determination. Then, as if offering a promise to someone who was no longer there, he gave a soft assurance. There was no need to worry. His expression hardened with resolve as he looked down at the book again. He would complete this research through enlightenment, and once the thesis was finished, he would make sure Kagan Luna's name was included on it as well. With a small, deliberate nod, he decided to list him as a co-author. Of course, Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine also needed accomplishments of his own. Because of that, he could not place only Kagan Luna's name on the finished work, no matter how much he intended to acknowledge his contribution. At the same time, inside a campus cafe, a sharp voice suddenly cut through the air. Someone shouted with conviction that commoners needed to understand one thing very clearly. If they wanted to survive here, they had to stand together. Julia shot up from her seat so abruptly that the atmosphere around the table tightened. She slammed her hand against the tabletop and declared that only 30 people in their class came from common origins. If they failed to cooperate and support one another, then sooner or later they would be the ones forced to suffer. Then, without warning, Eperine Luna's name was pulled into the conversation, leaving her momentarily unsure of how to react. When Julia asked if she agreed as well, Eperine flinched in surprise. Since she had once been a noble herself, the topic felt awkward in a way she could not easily explain, so she simply kept drinking in silence and chose to ignore everyone around her. Even so, another thought quietly passed through Eperine Luna's mind. It was fine, really. There was no point in talking about noble duties anymore. Without a house, without land, and without anything meaningful left to her name, what kind of noble could she even claim to be? Julia became even more fired up, leaning into the momentum of the conversation as if Eperine's silence had only strengthened her point. She insisted that this proved it. Eperine Luna absolutely had to stay with them. None of the students around the table knew that Eperine Luna had once belonged to nobility, so their enthusiasm only grew stronger. They called her the representative of the commoners and reminded her that she too had been a victim of Sylvia Josephine Illade. Hearing them turn her into that kind of symbol, Eperine Luna could do nothing but force out a small bitter smile. Just as everyone was getting swept up in the excitement, one student in the group suddenly brought them back down to earth with a much more realistic problem. If they were serious about turning this gathering into an official club, they could not just meet up whenever they felt like it. They would need a professor willing to supervise them, and even more than that, they needed that professor to actually approve the application. As the students spoke, their voice grew quieter and heavier with concern, pointing out that most professors would probably hate the idea of commoners organizing themselves like this. Julia slowly nodded, and the excitement on her face faded into a more thoughtful, serious look, as she admitted that the point was unavoidable. That was the true obstacle standing in their way. Around the table, the students began exchanging possible names, each one trying to think of even a single professor who might be willing to sign for them. After a brief pause, one student carefully brought up Professor Wren, speaking as if they were not sure the suggestion would survive even a second. But the moment Professor Wren's name came up, the idea was shot down almost instantly. Everyone already knew he was constantly trying to win favor with that overweight noble, so trusting him with the Commoners Club felt hopeless from the start. Julia then tried to offer a different possibility and asked whether Professor Rellin might work, but before she could even finish saying his name, someone cut in sharply. They warned her not to even mention him, because if Professor Rellin noticed commoners approaching him, he would simply turn his head away without bothering to listen. A long, heavy sigh moved through the group, carrying all the frustration they had been trying to hold back. One by one, every professor they could think of seemed to vanish from the list before they could even seriously consider them. And when the name Professor Deculine came to mind, no one even bothered debating it, because everyone had already decided that asking him was completely impossible. While the others were caught in that cloud of confusion and worry, Ephorine Luna's attention had quietly wandered somewhere far more immediate. Her eyes were locked onto the plate of pastry sitting nearby, staring at them with such hopeful intensity that it almost looked painful. In her head, she wondered whether everyone was really planning to leave those sweets untouched, and a small part of her secretly prayed that they would forget about them entirely. Then, without warning, Julia sprang up from her seat as if a sudden flash of inspiration had struck her. Her face brightened with fresh expectation, and she turned her gaze straight toward Ephorine Luna. That was the answer. If there was even the smallest chance of getting approval, then Ephorine should be the one to approach Professor Deculine and ask him directly. The instant Ephorine Luna heard those words, all the color drained from her face. Just the suggestion alone seemed enough to freeze her in place. The other students, however, began looking at her with wide, hopeful eyes, silently and openly pushing the burden onto her as they asked whether she could speak to him for everyone's sake. Someone quickly tried to make the idea sound more reasonable, although the logic they offered was strange in its own way. If they really thought about it, Professor Deculine was at least somewhat fair. After all, he did not only look down on commoners, he looked down on nobles too, treating everyone beneath him with the same cold contempt. Julia grew even more confident as she leaned into that possibility, her voice gaining a brighter, more hopeful energy. She reminded Ephorine Luna that she had escaped punishment because of Deculine and wondered aloud if that meant Ephorine had somehow caught his attention. Ephorine immediately recoiled, her face full of fear as she rejected the idea with everything she had. There was absolutely no way that could be true. How could anyone seriously believe Professor Deculine was capable of being that kind? Her face grew even paler, and panic tightened around her expression as the atmosphere around her became stranger and stranger. Inside, Ephorine Luna could not understand how the conversation had twisted into this direction in the first place. She wanted nothing to do with Deculine, not now, not later, not ever. Before the others could corner her with more pressure, she quickly fled the cafe, telling herself that even if she wanted to help them, this was something she simply could not do. Julia hurried after her, calling out in a pleading voice and telling her not to reject the idea so fast. She begged Ephorine Luna to at least think it over before deciding, but the more Julia chased her, the quicker Ephorine moved, practically escaping down the path as she insisted that everyone was misunderstanding everything. If she was the one who asked Deculine, she was certain the situation would not improve. It would only become much, much worse. Eventually, Julia managed to close the distance and caught Ephorine Luna by the hand. But the second her fingers wrapped around Ephorine's hand, Julia suddenly came to a complete stop. Her body stiffened where she stood, as if something in front of her had instantly frozen her in place. Ephorine noticed the change immediately and glanced back over her shoulder in surprise. Ephorine Luna took one look at Julia's stiffened face and immediately realized something was wrong. The sudden silence was too strange to ignore. Her voice came out careful and uncertain as she asked what had happened, unable to understand why Julia had gone quiet so abruptly. Then Ephorine Luna herself froze. Her entire body went rigid, every muscle tightening at once as fear rushed through her from head to toe. For one brief moment, it felt as though even the air had left her lungs and her breathing had stopped completely. Deculine was standing there, looking directly at her. The moment their eyes met, Ephorine Luna jolted in shock, her whole body reacting as if she had just been caught doing something she was never supposed to do. Julia had already slipped behind the door, hiding herself safely out of sight while still cheering Ephorine on from a distance. With an almost cheerful little push, she told Ephorine to do her best. Ephorine's face instantly flushed red, caught between anger and embarrassment as she silently screamed at Julia in her mind. When had she even moved over there, and how could she be such a coward after forcing this onto her? For a short moment, Ephraim Luna could do nothing but hesitate. Deculine walked past with that same calm, perfectly composed stride of his, and she watched him move as if the entire hallway had suddenly become too heavy for her to take even a single step. At last, Ephraim Luna forced herself to gather every bit of courage she had left. Holding the application form tightly in her hand, she stepped forward and approached him with careful, nervous movements. Her voice was tense, but she managed to make it clear as she called out to Professor Deculine. Ephraim Luna bowed deeply, lowering her head as far as she could while trying to sound as sincere as possible. She explained that she wanted to establish a club and that she needed his signature on the application form. Inwardly, she had already prepared herself for the worst, almost throwing her hands up in resignation, as if whatever happened next was completely out of her control. On the outside, she forced herself to keep speaking in a serious and respectful tone. She told him that she had no intention of causing any trouble, but she was worried he might refuse because the club would include commoners. Deep down, however, she had to admit the one thing she hated acknowledging. She wanted absolutely nothing to do with Deculine. Yet Julia had been right about at least one thing. The earlier discussion replayed in Ephraim Luna's mind, each rejected professor returning to her one after another. No matter how much she disliked the idea, it was true that the other professors were unlikely to help them. If they really wanted this club to be approved, then their options were painfully few. So Ephraim Luna hardened her resolve, swallowing down the fear, resentment, and discomfort twisting inside her chest. Since she had already stepped forward and come this far, there was no turning back now. All she could do was try. Deculine took the application from her hand, lowered his gaze to scan it, and then, without showing the slightest pause or hesitation, signed his name on the form. In his usual calm and measured tone, he told her to send the details to his office. Ephraim Luna stood there completely stunned, unable to understand how everything had happened so quickly, and a confused response slipped out before she could stop it. Before Ephraim Luna could fully recover from the shock, Deculine had already handed the completed form back to her. She hurried to receive it with both hands, fumbling a little from surprise as she answered him with a rushed, obedient yes. Her eyes dropped to the paper in her hands, and there it was right in front of her. Deculine's neat, unmistakable signature written clearly across the form. Ephraim Luna stared at it in disbelief, genuinely unable to believe that he had actually signed it without resistance. She stayed rooted to the spot, blankly staring after Deculine as he walked away like nothing unusual had happened. Little by little, the reality began sinking in. He had approved it. Deculine, of all people, had really agreed to sign for their club. Julia came rushing over in pure joy and threw her arms around Ephraim Luna, unable to contain her excitement for even a second. She cried out that Ephraim had really managed to get his signature, something she clearly had not expected to actually happen. But Ephraim, still dazed by what had just occurred, could not stop the question forming in the back of her mind. Just like at the disciplinary council, Deculine had helped her again. Why was he acting kind toward her? Before long, it was time for Deculine's class once again. At the front of the lecture hall, he drew precise diagrams across the board, each shape arranged cleanly for the students to follow. The day's lesson focused on the understanding of pure elements. He reminded them that elements formed the very foundation of all magic, yet many mages still failed to properly separate categorized spells from the true essence of pure elements. Ephraim Luna watched him teach with an intensity she had not expected from herself. Deculine's voice remained steady, and every explanation came out sharp and controlled. As she listened, she found herself trying to invent some reason for his recent behavior, wondering if perhaps it had something to do with guilt. The thought left a bitter, unpleasant feeling inside her. Empathy. From him? The very idea almost felt like an insult. This was the man who had driven her father toward death. Even if Deculine was now acting kind toward her, Ephraim could only believe that kindness was nothing more than a thin surface-level mask. Before she realized it, the emotion she had been forcing down began slipping out of her control. Her expression darkened, and her hands clenched tightly in her lap until her fingers trembled. If he truly understood that he was guilty, then he should reveal his real self and repent right there and then. Just as those thoughts swelled inside her, Julia's worried voice reached her ear, asking whether she was all right. Ephraim Luna flinched, startled back into the present as if she had been pulled out of a dark place. She turned toward Julia with a confused sound, almost like she had only just remembered she was sitting in the classroom. Julia looked at her with clear concern and quietly told her that she did not look well. Julia then tried to comfort her, gently telling her not to pay attention to those other kids. According to Julia, all they ever did was whisper and gossip anyway. Ephraim Luna blinked in confusion, not understanding at all what Julia was talking about or why she had suddenly brought that up. Only after Ephraim Luna looked around the room did she finally understand. Several girls in the classroom were staring directly at her with openly unpleasant expressions, whispering to one another with irritated looks on their faces. Their eyes were sharp and unfriendly, as if Ephraim merely turning to look back at them was enough to offend them. From the other side of the aisle, someone muttered a blunt insult under their breath, calling her gross without even trying very hard to hide it. Ephraim Luna felt her heart sink a little. After everything that had happened, it was obvious that she had made herself an enemy of the noble students. Even though Ephraim Luna was technically a noble too, that fact clearly meant nothing to them. She turned back toward Julia, and instead of showing how much it bothered her, tried to reassure her. Keeping her voice as steady as possible, she said it was fine. Those people were always like that anyway. So Julia should ignore them and focus on the lesson. Deculon, unaware of the petty hostility passing between the students, continued teaching at the front of the room with his usual calm precision. He explained that even the magic circles they had used until now carried meaning in every single stroke. As the class listened, a realization slowly spread among the students. Deculon's lessons really were different from ordinary lectures. To make his explanation easier to understand, Deculon demonstrated a small spell himself. A fire spell appeared before the class, and he explained that the color of the flames could be changed simply by adding 2 strokes to the magic circle. Those 2 lines were not decorative details at all. They directly determined the color the fire would take. Then Deculon took out a book, holding it with the same controlled confidence that seemed to follow every movement he made, raising the students' attention toward it. He told the class that this was exactly what they would be learning about today. He opened the book, turned back toward the rows of students, and spoke in a firm, serious voice that carried through the lecture hall. The spell he was about to present to them was a stream of fire. But Ephraim Luna's assumption about the lesson was mistaken. What was unfolding before her was not merely a simple explanation of magic theory or a standard classroom demonstration. There was something far more deliberate behind it. In truth, Deculon's lectures were also a stage where he displayed himself as a professor. And now with Kim Woojin inside Deculon's body, the mana being shaped before the class became something almost beautiful, as if magic itself had been polished into a refined work of art. His teaching carried a depth that struck the new students with real force. Every explanation landed clearly, supported by insight sharp enough to make the entire lecture hall fall into focused silence. Even Sylvia Josephine Alade, seated among the students, could not remain unmoved by what she was seeing. Sylvia Josephine Alade was a beautiful girl with golden hair, and her talent was so extraordinary that ordinary studying had long ago stopped holding her interest. Because of her natural gift, most lessons felt dull and predictable to her, but Deculon's demonstration was different enough to make even her pay attention. Deculon then moved smoothly into another example, calmly forming a new magic circle in front of the class. He explained that as everyone already knew, this particular circle was used to summon water. Then he brought that water circle together with the fire spell he had shown earlier. His voice stayed even and composed as he explained that when the two were combined, they immediately created an entirely new spell. The result appeared before their eyes, slowly taking shape in a way none of the students had expected. What formed in front of them was unlike the separate spells they had just been shown. Sylvia Josephine Alade's eyes widened with genuine surprise, and Ephraim Luna was just as stunned beside her. Neither of them could easily dismiss what they were witnessing, because the sight in front of them was far beyond an ordinary classroom example. A stream of fire wound through the air, twisting and flowing with the smooth, continuous movement of water. The students stared in a mixture of panic and awe, realizing that the spell had truly become a current of flame, moving before them like a living river of fire. Sylvia Josephine Alade drew in a sharp breath, horror and disbelief flashing clearly across her face. To her, what Deculon had just done did not simply look impressive, it looked impossible. Sylvia Josephine Alade could barely bring herself to believe the scene unfolding before her. Her gaze stayed locked on Deculon, unable to look away, while disbelief slowly spread across her face. She had never once expected his class to be so exact, so carefully arranged, and so deeply supported by proper magical theory. For most people who were praised as genius mages, magic was not something they first learned by calmly breaking it down piece by piece. It usually came to them almost by instinct, as natural as breathing, with spells taking shape through sensation, experience, and intuition long before they ever needed to explain the process in words. To those naturally gifted mages, theory could feel less like guidance and more like a rigid mold.
If every mage treated theory as the highest priority, then sooner or later, every spell would be pushed into the same stiff pattern. And the more time someone spent chasing flawless explanations, the less time they had left to actually stand there and practice casting magic.
When someone tried to understand every spell only through theories and rules, it created a strange problem of its own. The harder they tried to explain magic with logic alone, the easier it became for them to drift away from the living movement and natural flow that made the spell work in the first place. That was why some mages found themselves stuck in endless training, struggling more and more the harder they tried to master magic through pure reasoning. It was the hidden contradiction at the heart of magic itself. Knowledge was absolutely important, but knowledge by itself could never make a mage complete. The focus shifted back to Deculine as his composed voice continued to fill the lecture hall. If someone wanted to become a truly high-level mage, he explained, memorized formulas and neatly drawn diagrams were not enough. A mage also needed sharp instincts, the kind of intuition that could guide them beyond what was written on the page. Then the attention naturally moved towards Sylvia Josephine Illeid. High-level mages depended greatly on intuition, yet that very intuition was often the one thing they could not properly describe or teach to anyone else. Sylvia stared at Deculine with a puzzled look, her thoughts quietly turning over the realization that had just struck her. For someone like her, someone who had always been treated as a genius, a lesson built so carefully around theory should have been almost impossible to present with this much clarity and force. Across the academy, that surprise seemed to spread like a ripple through the students. Deculine's lecture was nothing like the rumors that followed his name. No matter what they had expected, everyone there could feel that what they were witnessing was something genuinely different. Later, at the Magic Tower dormitory, Ephraim Luna finally dragged herself back toward her room with her books held tightly against her chest. Her shoulders sagged from exhaustion, and under her breath, she muttered that she had never focused so intensely during a class in her entire life. But the moment she reached her door, Ephraim Luna stopped in place. Her eyes narrowed, suspicion rising at once, as she noticed that the surface had been vandalized yet again, now covered with ugly scribbles and crude curses. For a few seconds, she simply stared at the mess without saying anything. Slowly, frustration tightened across her face, and in her mind, she wondered how long those people planned to keep repeating such a childish, petty prank. Ephraim Luna's shoulders slumped with helpless irritation as she realized the harassment had only become worse after what happened with Sylvia Josephine Illeid. Then, as her eyes lowered toward the floor, she spotted something unusual. An envelope had been slipped beneath her door. She bent down, picked it up carefully, and turned it over in her hands, inspecting it from every side. The longer she examined it, the more her surprise grew. Inside the envelope was a sponsorship certificate. Ephraim Luna held the envelope with both hands and forced a crooked smile, almost laughing at herself for even beginning to believe it. There was no way something this convenient could be real. Who would possibly sponsor someone like her when both House Euclane and Deculine were supposed to hate her? After a moment, though, a different idea slipped into her mind. If this certificate really was fake, then maybe that could actually help her instead. She could take it to the proper office, report the fraud, and perhaps even receive a reward for exposing it. But after going to the Magic Administration office, Ephraim Luna came staggering back out in a complete daze. Her steps were loose and unsteady, and the blank shock on her face made it clear that she still could not accept what she had just been told. The memory of the exchange from inside the office echoed again and again in her head. She had gasped so loudly that it was almost a shout, unable to restrain her disbelief. Meanwhile, the professor in charge had remained perfectly calm across from her while confirming the truth. The certificate was not a fake at all. The seal stamped on it was completely genuine. Even after hearing that answer stated so clearly, Ephraim Luna still could not bring herself to accept the situation so easily. She had stared at them with wide eyes, her voice rising uncontrollably as she asked whether they were seriously joking with her. Now, standing outside the office, Ephraim Luna covered her face with both hands as the shock slowly began to crack open into happiness. Her heart pounded hard in her chest, and she wondered if something this unbelievable was truly happening to her. Just to make absolutely sure she was not dreaming, she pinched her own cheek with real force. If this was only a dream, she told herself the pain would surely wake her up. Wake up, she thought desperately. Wake up already! After doing something so embarrassing right there in public, Ephraim Luna suddenly froze. Her eyes darted anxiously from side to side as she looked around in alarm, silently praying no one had witnessed her pinching herself like that. Back in her room, Ephraim Luna anxiously started shoving clothes into a bag. Her movements rushed and uneven. Her mind was racing with fear. If anyone discovered that she had received 100,000 elms, something terrible might happen, so she had to be prepared just in case. The more flustered she became, the more she regretted going to the Magic Administration office in the first place. She remembered the knowing look the clerk had given her back at the office, and the memory made her stomach twist with unease. That question must have sounded suspicious. The woman's gaze had felt too sharp, too interested, almost as if she had seen straight through her. Ephorine Luna hugged her belongings tighter, suddenly afraid that the clerk might be after her money. Ephorine Luna cried out in frustration, blaming herself out loud for not being more careful from the very beginning. Then, right in the middle of her panic, she clumsily bumped her head hard against the desk. A sharp pain shot through her skull, and she immediately grabbed the spot with both hands, wincing as she muttered that it hurt. All at once, tears welled up in her eyes and spilled down her cheeks. Even so, a trembling smile spread across her face as she wiped them away, telling herself again that she still had not woken up from whatever this was. A warm, overwhelming happiness slowly rose inside her chest, filling the space that had been crowded with fear and panic only moments earlier. Someone had noticed her talent. Someone out there had looked at Ephorine Luna and decided that she was worth supporting. Warm sunlight poured into the room, washing softly over everything around her and making the world feel a little gentler. For the first time in a long while, Ephorine Luna felt as though there might still be kindness left somewhere in the world. Maybe, just maybe, she really could keep going. With that thought settling inside her heart, Ephorine Luna quietly strengthened her resolve. From this moment on, she would push herself even harder. Meanwhile, at the Uclane mansion, Uriel von Greyhan Uclane's shocked voice rang sharply through the room. She stared straight ahead in disbelief, demanding to know whether what she had just heard was actually true. The butler answered her in a calm and composed tone without showing the slightest disturbance. Yes, Deculin had gone to St. Gio's auction, and by this point, he should have already arrived there. Uriel von Greyhan grabbed at her own hair in anger, looking as if the news alone had given her a pounding headache. Last year, he had lost 10 million, and now she could only imagine what kind of disaster he might cause this time. She shouted in helpless frustration that if he stirred up trouble again, she would never forgive him. At that very same time, in the city of Luton Sinel, Deculin was walking through the streets at an easy, unhurried pace. His posture remained straight, and every step carried his usual relaxed dignity. He had finally managed to purchase what he wanted, and the quiet satisfaction of that success lingered in the back of his mind as he moved forward. He recalled the first time he had used psychokinesis as his primary magic. That experience had taught him one thing very clearly. Because his natural talent had limits, he needed more metal to make up for the parts he lacked. The metal he had in mind was not something ordinary like scraps or rough materials. What he wanted were beautiful, glittering crystals. For the moment, the tools he carried with him were made from steel and wood, but those were nothing more than temporary substitutes. Deculin opened the door and stepped into the waiting room. The thing he truly needed would be appearing at today's auction. But the instant he entered, Deculin came to a stop. Ahead of him, a familiar figure was already seated, and the sight made him freeze for a brief moment. Julie von Deafraden noticed him as well. Her expression tightened at once, and under her breath she cursed, wondering why it had to be him of all people who showed up here. Then Julie slowly rose from her seat. She did not look away, and she did not hesitate. Instead, she began walking straight toward Deculin. Deculin stayed exactly where he was, silent and still, simply watching her approach without offering a single word. Julie von Deafraden was the first to speak, giving him a restrained greeting and saying that she hoped he had been well. Deculin did not answer her, but inwardly, he was genuinely surprised. He had not expected to run into Julie in a place like this. Julie continued, and her tone became noticeably sharper as she brought up something she had heard. Apparently, Deculin had recently sent 2 young mages before the disciplinary council. Deculin responded with cool indifference, asking whether that old news was supposed to be some kind of problem. Then he turned the question back on her, wondering if she had come all the way here just to blame him again. Julie went silent for a short moment. When she spoke again, her face had grown serious, and her words carried the heavy tone of a warning she did not intend to take back. She reminded him that those students were still newcomers. Did he truly intend to crush the dreams of young mages who had only just taken their first steps? One day, she warned, he would feel remorse for what he had done. He should not repeat the same mistakes he had made in the past. After saying all that, Julie von Deafraden lowered her head. Deculine remained quiet and listened without interrupting, while she made it clear that this would be the final piece of advice she ever gave him. Deculine saw the expression on Julie's face with perfect clarity. There was no hesitation in her eyes, no wavering in the way she looked at him, only a firm resolve that had already settled into place. He quietly took in that look, letting the meaning of it turn over in his mind. Those words were Julie's final message to him, the last piece of advice she intended to offer before drawing the line for good. In that brief silence between them, it became painfully obvious that she had already decided to cut away whatever connection still remained between herself and Deculine. The two of them remained facing each other, with the tension between them stretched thin and sharp, almost like a blade held in the air. But Deculine did not feel any real objection to the decision she had made. Fine, he thought, I agree with that. No matter how beautiful Julie might be, marriage was the last thing he wanted in his real life. He had never experienced anything close to it, and he had no desire to throw himself into such an unfamiliar and dangerous trap. Now, as his gaze rested on Julie, Deculine's thoughts drifted toward the complicated mess of problems surrounding her. It was not just a matter of family politics or noble obligations. Around Julie, deadly variables seemed to be gathered from every direction, and among all those dangers, the most threatening one might even be Julie herself. If he made even one careless move, there was a real possibility that he could end up dead on the very day of the wedding. Deculine said nothing as he watched Julie turn away from him and begin walking off. Her steps controlled, firm, and restrained. But even as she put distance between them, one question remained stuck in his mind. Julie was not the sort of person who would casually come to an auction for no reason. So then why had she come to this place at all? Unable to simply let the question pass, Deculine called after her and asked whether she had really come all the way to the auction just to speak with him. Julie stopped cold where she stood. Then she turned her head in visible surprise, letting out a sharp and confused, "Huh," as if his assumption had caught her completely off guard. In the very next moment, Julie rushed into an explanation, sounding flustered enough that it was obvious she wanted to crush the misunderstanding right away. She told him not to get the wrong idea, insisting that she had not come here looking for him. She was here because there was something she needed, and as she had already said, her purpose was the auction. Watching her grow more worked up with every word, Deculine lightly tried to settle her down, telling her that he understood and that she should calm herself. His tone carrying the faintest hint of teasing, Deculine added that saying it once was enough for him to understand. As though the matter were incredibly simple, Julie's face tightened at once, caught between embarrassment and irritation, and before she seemed to realize it, her cheeks puffed out in a sulky little expression. Looking at Julie's unexpectedly childish reaction, Deculine could not stop a thought from rising in his mind. It was cute. This was the first time he had ever seen Julie show such an unguarded expression. Julie, clearly annoyed by the whole misunderstanding, turned her face away from him and muttered that it was his fault for assuming something strange in the first place. Then, without warning, Deculine felt something strange stir inside him. Wait, what was that just now? Only moments ago, he had been thinking about how dangerous it would be to remain connected to Julie, and yet for one brief instant, his emotions had moved in a direction he had not expected at all. Was that feeling Deculine's original heart trying to influence him? Kim Woojin had always been extremely cautious, constantly keeping the two personalities from blurring together. And yet, despite all that care, that sudden emotion had slipped through before he could stop it. At that moment, a clear announcement rang out from the magic orb, its voice carrying across the entire auction hall and reaching every guest inside. The auction was about to begin. Even as the event officially moved forward, Deculine remained caught in his own uneasy thoughts. Something was off. When he looked at Julie, his heart had suddenly started beating faster. He quickly forced himself to steady his mind and regain control, right? He told himself, pushing the disturbance down. I'm probably thinking too deeply about something that does not matter. Deculine turned his attention away from Julie and toward the stage, his gaze sharpening with interest as he focused on the first item waiting beneath its cloth covering. When the staff finally removed the cloth, the auctioneer immediately raised his voice and introduced the first lot to the hall. It was an Eastern vase, its smooth curves catching the light with a soft, elegant shine. A piece said to have been created by the hands of an artisan from the East. In that instant, a powerful glow seemed to pour from the vase itself, bright enough and strange enough to seize Deculine's full attention at once. Deculine narrowed his eyes, interest deepening in his expression. It was the same kind of light he had once seen while inspecting Ephraim Luna's papers, the light of a wealthy magnate. And compared to what he had seen back then, the glow coming from this vase appeared even stronger. The price of the vase began climbing at a frightening speed, 993,700, then 1,038,750, then 13 million noble, after noble called out competing bids, pushing the number higher and higher. 14, 13, 15 million. Before long, Deculane entered the bidding as well. Buyer number 777 offered 25 million, and while the auction hall stirred around him, he quietly calculated the numbers in his head. Even after the bid had risen to such a ridiculous height, the vase still had not lost its mysterious shine. To Deculane, that revealed one thing with perfect clarity: its true value still exceeded the amount currently being offered. In other words, the worth hidden inside that vase was far greater than anyone else in the room seemed to realize. His account still held more than enough funds, so placing the rest of his money into an item like this would not be a reckless move. It could be a solid investment. His current balance stood at $205,239, and the atmosphere of the auction was only growing more heated. One valuable item after another was carried onto the stage, and Deculane bought every single piece that shone with that mysterious light. Rieran's ring was sold to buyer number 777 for 3 million. Lucho's scissors were claimed by the same buyer for 2.1 million. The language necklace followed soon after, also going to number 777 for 4.3 million. The auctioneer kept announcing the results, his voice becoming more excited each time. Once again, buyer number 777 had taken the item, this time for 5.5 million elms. Around the hall, the nobles could no longer hide their astonishment. Number 777 had bought almost everything that mattered. Then, from somewhere in the crowd, someone finally recognized the bidder and murmured that it was Professor Deculane. Julie let out a tired sigh, her expression tightening with clear irritation as she watched the scene unfold. That ridiculous name again, she thought? Even in a place like this, Deculane somehow managed to draw everyone's attention toward himself. She truly could not understand the way he behaved. How could one person casually throw around such an absurd amount of money just for a fleeting display of vanity? To Julie, it made no sense that Deculane seemed to possess not even the smallest trace of modesty. Still, after a moment, she forced herself to push the irritation aside, whatever he could do as he pleased. Julie's expression slowly grew serious again as she returned her focus to the reason she had come here in the first place. There was only one item she absolutely had to win today: the Winter Flame, which was scheduled to appear near the end of the auction. At last, the auctioneer cheerfully began introducing the most special item of the day. The final lot had arrived. It was something countless people desired, yet almost no one could ever find: a rare kind of stone, a material that had appeared throughout history in the forging of many legendary swords. The auctioneer's voice rang with power and excitement across the hall as he announced the miracle of nature known as the Winter Flame. Then its true name echoed throughout the auction room: Snowstone. On the stage rested an enormous gem shimmering with countless shifting colors, as if fragments of light had been sealed inside it. The moment it came into view, both Deculane and Julie fixed their eyes on it with intense, unmoving focus. Deculane immediately remembered just how extraordinary Snowstone was. It was counted among the 10 rarest metals in the world, a legendary material most often used to forge swords and other powerful weapons. Just as its name implied, Snowstone was an abnormal material that contained two completely opposing properties within itself: the piercing cold of ice and the fierce heat of flame. When it came to sword making, only materials of truly legendary rank, such as Dragonbone, could surpass it. For Deculane, that meant Snowstone was unquestionably the finest material he could possibly hope to obtain at this moment. His decision was made immediately, without even the slightest room for hesitation. He had to obtain it no matter what it cost. Julie's resolve was no weaker than his. Her eyes remained locked on the Snowstone, sharp and unwavering, because this was the very item she had come to the auction to claim. The bidding for Snowstone exploded upward almost the instant it began. 10 million, 13 million, 20 million, 25 million. With every call, the auctioneer's excitement grew stronger, until buyer number 1089 finally offered 30 million elnies, and the auctioneer asked the hall if anyone wished to go higher. As the auctioneer began preparing to close the bid, relief brightened Julie's face. Great. She thought, almost ready to let herself celebrate. She had won it. But then the auctioneer's tone changed all at once, and his voice burst through the hall with renewed force. Buyer number 777 had entered the contest at 31 million elnas. Julie went completely silent. Her head turned sharply toward the source of the bid, and anger was already burning in her eyes. Number 777. How many times had she been forced to hear that cursed number today? Her fury rose higher, hot enough to burn away the composure she had been trying to keep. She could not simply stand by and let him take this from her. Why in the world would Deculine do something like this?
Seeing Deculine remain upright and perfectly calm, as if nothing unusual had happened at all, only made Julie grit her teeth harder. From that moment on, the true battle between Deculine and Julie began. Buyer number 1089 called 32 million, buyer number 777 answered immediately with 33 million Ellens.
Nearby, someone leaned closer with obvious curiosity and whispered that Deculine must want the snowstone so he could have a sword made. Maybe, they guessed, he planned to present it to his fiancée as a gift. Another person wondered aloud that if it were meant as a gift, Julie could have simply bought it herself. But that only made the rumor feel even more dramatic to those listening. Deculine must truly love his fiancée, they concluded, turning the bidding war into a romantic spectacle in their minds. Deculine stiffened slightly and glanced toward the voices, only then realizing the full shape of the situation around him. The person he was bidding against was Julie, for the first time since the auction began. Hesitation flickered through him. Julie must have wanted Snowstone too. If he took it from her here, she would almost certainly hate him even more than she already did. But at the same time, Deculine needed that stone. When he saw the determination blazing in Julie's eyes, he weighed it against the rarity of the material sitting on the stage. Snowstone had not appeared even once in the last 3 years. If he let this opportunity slip away now, there was no telling when another chance would ever come. Deculine understood the risk clearly. Choosing to continue might place him in danger later. Even so, after a tense moment of consideration, he decided that if danger came because of this, he would face it directly. With both of them now standing as rivals before the Snowstone, Deculine's resolve hardened completely. In a calm yet unshakable voice, he declared to himself that he would absolutely win it. The auctioneer's voice rose across the auction room one final time, carrying over the tense silence of the hall. At 42 million Elnies, the ownership of the Snowstone was finally decided, and the result was announced clearly for everyone present to hear. The auctioneer's final call rang out across the hall, with unmistakable clarity cutting through the last stretch of suspense. At last, the winning bid belonged to guest number 77. The very next instant, the entire viewing area erupted into applause. Nobles leaned toward one another with bright, excited faces, whispering that Professor Deculine had claimed victory in the end, and that this auction might have been the most thrilling spectacle they had ever seen. But amid all that noise and admiration, not a single person seemed to notice the strange weight darkening Julie's expression. Around her, the nobles kept chatting freely, fully convinced that Deculine had won the prize he had been so determined to obtain. Since they knew nothing about what was truly happening beneath the surface, the nobles spoke as though the answer was perfectly simple. House Freyden would surely rejoice, they said, because Professor Deculine had fought so fiercely to win such a precious gift for the woman he loved. Still completely blind to the real situation, they repeated that same assumption with absolute confidence. In their eyes, House Freyden had every reason to be pleased, since Professor Deculine had gone to such dramatic lengths to secure a grand present for his beloved. Even then, they failed to catch Julie's unnatural silence or the tight strain gathering in her face. All around her, the whispers continued to rise and overlap, each one agreeing that Deculine had finally gotten exactly what he came for. Julie's anger burned hotter and hotter until her jaw tightened and her teeth pressed together. To her, this scene felt horribly familiar, almost like last year's humiliation had returned to crush her all over again. Her chest sank with rejection, because this was not something she wanted at all. Her thoughts were dragged back to that day, when Deculine had stood before her and proudly revealed a pile of red earth gem jewelry, looking far too pleased with himself. He had acted as though he could simply hand all of it to her, and if that was not enough, he could just buy even more. He had even declared that he would do anything for her. But to Julie, that engagement day had never felt romantic or touching. It had been one of the most miserable days she could remember. Just recalling the triumphant expression Deculine had worn back then made Julie feel as if she could hear the thoughts hidden behind it. He seemed convinced that an extravagant display like that would somehow capture her heart, as though flaunting his wealth proved just how impressive he was. Even now, the memory felt painfully absurd. Julie stared toward Deculine as he once again displayed his money in front of everyone. And instead of gratitude or affection, the only thing that welled up inside her was a deep, stinging sense of humiliation. Julie said nothing aloud, keeping her lips firmly sealed. But deep inside her, one quiet question continued to smolder. Did he know? Her memories drifted back to their past meeting and to what she had truly hoped to receive from him at that time. Back then, she had turned away from him and left without even a moment of hesitation. She had been the one to destroy the engagement, believing that ending it herself was the only path left open to her. And yet, even after making that choice, nothing had unfolded the way she had wished. The furious look Deculin had shown her that day was still carved vividly into her memory, but his anger had not been the final consequence of what happened. Soon after, the nobles' gossip had shifted its blade toward Julie. They whispered that she only acted strong on the surface, and that in the end she would still collapse into Deculine's arms. Some even claimed she had only become captain of the knights because she had begged him for it. Julie understood the whole situation far too clearly. She did not even need to ask who had spread the rumor that stained her reputation. Her rage thickened even further, and she ground her teeth with open disgust. Did that idiot truly believe she would take revenge over something like this? Her hand curled into a fist so tightly that her fingers began to tremble. No matter how many times she faced the thought, one truth remained unchanged. Deculin was someone she could never bring herself to love. Returning to the present, Julie finally shifted in her seat and rose, preparing to leave the auction hall and all its suffocating whispers behind her. But the instant she turned to go, her body stopped short. Standing directly behind her was Deculin, so close that she unexpectedly bumped into him. Deculin looked down at her with that same composed expression he always wore and calmly asked whether she wanted the entire snowstone. At once, Julie's anger surged back up inside her. To her ears, that question sounded like yet another insult, and she could not stop herself from wondering just how much longer he planned to humiliate her. She was on the verge of snapping back at him, ready to release the words caught in her throat. But before she could speak, Deculin opened his mouth first, and in a quiet, controlled voice, he said he was sorry. Julie froze where she stood, completely thrown off by the sudden apology. For a brief moment, all she could do was stare at him in disbelief before the words slipped out of her mouth. What? With the same patient calm, Deculin repeated his apology as though he had already accepted whatever reaction she might give him. Then, turning away as if he had said everything necessary, he asked her to forgive him for now and began to walk off. Julie remained rooted in place, stunned into silence. The exchange had ended so abruptly that she could not immediately understand what had just happened in front of her. Even after she stepped outside, Julie still could not make sense of it. What was that supposed to mean? Why had he apologized? Was it simply because he had won the snowstone? The Deculin she knew would never lower himself and offer an apology like that. Just then, while her thoughts were still tangled, a familiar voice suddenly called out to her. Julie. She turned in surprise and saw Josephine Freyden nearby, the eldest daughter of House Freyden and Julie's own sister. Josephine raised a gentle hand in greeting, then spoke with warm familiarity, telling Julie to get into the carriage. Late that night, the carriage carrying Deculin finally rolled through the darkness and came to a stop before the gates of the Uclane mansion. Even after arriving back home, Deculin's mind remained fixed on Julie. He had assumed the snowstone would make her happy, but perhaps all it had done was anger her further. What unsettled him even more was that the death variable he had been waiting for still had not appeared. Was it perhaps waiting for him somewhere inside the mansion? As he approached, Deculin wondered just how despicable the original Deculin must have been for Julie to reach the point of wanting to kill him. When he entered, the servants immediately noticed him, bowed in perfect unison, and respectfully welcomed the young master home. The moment he stepped in, however, Deculin sensed that something in the mansion's atmosphere felt strangely off. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze moving over the servants as he calmly asked what had happened. The servants looked uneasy, their faces tense and frightened in a way that only sharpened his suspicion. After a brief hesitation, they quickly answered that Miss Uriel had returned home. When Deculin made his way up to the second floor, he saw a figure standing there in the hallway waiting silently in the dim corridor. He planned to ignore her completely and walk right past, but her sharp voice cut through the air and stopped him at once. That was the family's money, she demanded. So what exactly had he taken it for? Deculin was genuinely caught off guard by the confrontation. He had not realized Uriel was managing such an enormous amount of money, and for a moment he even wondered whether he had always been this ignorant about the family's affairs. Even so, he kept his tone controlled and told her not to worry because he had only bought things that would bring in profit. But Uriel's answer came crashing out like an explosion, her voice rising with unrestrained fury. She shouted that he treated her like a trash bin, as if her only purpose was to handle whatever mess he decided to throw away. Deculine turned fully toward her, anxiety tightening inside him as he began to sense that something terrible was about to unfold. Sure enough, tears soon spilled down Uriel's face as she stared at him with painful seriousness. Her voice shook as she asked whether he truly believed she existed, only to clean up every disaster he caused. Her emotions were clearly slipping beyond her control. The family's finances were unstable, she said, and both she and the workers had been pushing themselves without rest just to keep the business from collapsing. Yet despite all of that, he had gone and spent the money as though it meant nothing at all. A powerful wave of energy burst from Uriel, pressing heavily into the air between them. Her voice sank lower, colder, and far more dangerous as she asked just how despicable he could possibly be. Then Uriel finally snapped, completely, shouting that he had just taken the family's money and gambled it away. Deculine instinctively took a step back in fear, cursing under his breath as the danger became impossible to ignore.
Damn it! The villain's fate had finally been triggered.
He could see unstable energy rippling around Uriel's body, restless and dangerous, with a golden light mixed into the red aura surrounding her. The Prosperity South Needle had activated as well. Facing Uriel directly, Deculine silently calculated what this situation meant. The conclusion was painfully simple. If he failed to survive this confrontation, he would die. But if he somehow endured it and made it through, an enormous fortune would be waiting on the other side. He urgently searched his mind for a way out, then forced his voice to remain calm and steady as he told Uriel not to worry. That response only poured more fuel onto Uriel's anger. She snapped at him to shut up, then fired one question after another without giving him room to breathe. Did she look worried to him? Did he think she had worked herself to the bone just so he could throw everything away? Did he think she wanted to live like this? Because of him, she had quit university and lost even the chance to find love? Deculine was taken aback and awkwardly replied that she did not have to go that far, but those words pushed Uriel straight past her breaking point. She lunged forward as though ready to fight, screaming that all he ever did was burn through money, and that after their parents died, he had spent 150 million elni in a single day. Before Uriel could keep unleashing her furious outburst, Deculine quickly interrupted with the one statement that might have any chance of stopping her. He said he would return the position of family head to her. That single statement landed so heavily that Uriel froze where she stood. The fury burning across her face faltered for the first time, as if the ground had suddenly shifted under her feet. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she could barely force the words out while staring straight at him. You? What did you just say? Deculine neither raised his voice nor avoided her gaze. With that same calm, unreadable expression, he repeated the words as clearly as before. I will return the position of family head to you. Uriel remained rooted in place, completely speechless, as though her mind needed several full seconds just to process the sentence she had heard. A faint flush spread across her cheeks, not because she was pleased, but because the situation was so awkward and confusing that she didn't know how to react. Then, almost like she was defending herself from the very idea, she snapped back and shouted, "That's ridiculous." Deculine received her explosive reaction without even a flicker of emotion crossing his face. His voice stayed level as he corrected her. That is not how a noble should speak, especially someone who stands as the head of a household. But Uriel only planted herself more firmly, suspicion still written all over her face. Don't lie to me. Deculine looked almost helpless for a moment, as if the argument itself had worn him down, and answered, I am not lying. When it became obvious that simple explanations would never be enough to break through Uriel's distrust, Deculine finally reached for the one option he had left. Keeping his gaze steady and his posture composed, he spoke with deliberate certainty. If you still refuse to believe me, then I can swear it. Uriel flinched the instant she heard that, her sharp, combative attitude cracking right before his eyes. Swear? You mean a mage's oath you'll die if you break something like that? Are you actually serious? Deculine did not hesitate for even a breath. Yes, that one firm answer only threw Uriel further off balance, leaving her even more bewildered than before. But then her brows tightened and she suddenly objected. But that's meaningless. Deculine's eyes narrowed slightly. What? Then, without any warning, Uriel leaned closer to him, narrowing her eyes as though she were searching his face for proof that something had gone terribly wrong. Did you hit your head somewhere? Deculine remained perfectly straight-backed and dignified, refusing to show even the smallest sign of being shaken by her inspection. With his pride still intact, he answered, You are free not to believe me. Only after that did Uriel seem to notice just how close she had moved toward him, and a flash of embarrassment crossed her face. She hurriedly pulled herself back, straightened her posture, and folded her arms as if trying to reclaim her authority. Then, forcing her voice back into its usual sharpness, she declared, "Fine, but if you break your word, I'll kill you on the spot." Deculine accepted the threat as calmly as if she had merely stated a minor condition, then moved on by asking the next question, "Then are you leaving this place?" Uriel lifted her chin with that familiar, arrogant confidence and answered without the slightest hesitation, "Of course I am. Someone went and spent the family's money, so naturally I have to go clean up the mess." Deculine offered no further response. He simply stood there in silence, watching as Uriel spun around with a sharp movement, marched toward the door, and slammed it shut behind her with enough force to make the room feel suddenly colder and emptier. Right after she disappeared, a system panel appeared in front of Deculine's eyes. Villain's fate, survived death. Variable, story unit, +2. Deculine released a long, exhausted breath, feeling the pressure in the room finally loosen around him. The storm called Uriel had passed, and most importantly, he had managed to survive it without injury. Looking at the situation with a calmer mind, he realized that giving the position of family head back to Uriel was not such a poor decision after all. He closed his eyes and leaned his head back slightly, allowing the stillness of the room to settle over him. If he could keep changing things one by one, if he could keep correcting the dangerous routes before they dragged him toward ruin, then Deculine believed there might still be a path left for him to escape the fate waiting ahead. But just as the silence became comfortable, an unexpected voice sliced through the room. "Have you really changed?" Deculine's eyes shifted at once, surprise flashing briefly through his gaze. When he turned toward the window, he found someone hanging outside of it as casually as if that were a completely normal way to visit. His voice lowered. "Ganesha?" Deculine watched as Ganesha dropped lightly down from the window frame, landing with such easy grace that her entrance almost seemed playful. His tone immediately sharpened. An uninvited guest. Ganesha raised no fuss and offered a casual apology, as if she had only wandered in for a friendly conversation. "Sorry, I was passing by and thought I'd drop in. I have to say, seeing you like that was pretty surprising." Deculine let out a sigh, clearly unimpressed by her sudden appearance, and pressed her again. "Why would that surprise you?" Ganesha's expression grew a shade more serious as she answered, "Because I worry about business more than I worry about you." She rested one hand against her hip, but the slight narrowing of her eyes made it clear that she was no longer joking around. Then Ganesha spoke a name, slow and deliberate, as if placing a heavy topic between them. "Uriel von Grahan-Ukraine." Ganesha lowered her voice, letting the hidden truth slip quietly into the air. "She has no blood relation to the Ukraine clan." The moment those words reached him, Deculine's expression twitched despite his attempt to remain composed, the revelation striking harder than he had expected. What exactly was she saying? Deculine searched through everything he remembered, digging through the details from the game, but this information was nowhere to be found. Not in any route, not in any scenario, not even once. There, inside the Ukraine mansion, Ganesha repeated the truth with a calmness that made it sound even more unsettling. Uriel isn't of the Ukraine bloodline. Deculine had already understood that Uriel was not Deculine's biological sibling, yet even with that knowledge, he could not fully hide the shock that crossed his face. Until now, he had assumed she was only a half-sister, someone who was still connected to the family by blood in some way. But this revelation was something else entirely. The little sister he thought he understood had no blood connection at all, not to Deculine, and not even to House Ukraine itself. Deculine's thoughts tightened sharply. How had he failed to learn something this important until now? Ganesha quietly observed Deculine's face, carefully reading the way coldness settled into his expression. "Is this really okay? You were the one who asked us to look into it, Professor. You wanted to know whether you and your sister were actually related by blood? We talked about this, didn't we?" Deculine did not answer right away. He remained silent, absorbed in thought, as the missing pieces finally began fitting together in his mind. After a brief pause, Deculine stared off into the distance and spoke in a low voice, as though he had drawn a line inside himself that no one else could cross. Even so, Uriel is still Uriel. Ganesha looked genuinely taken aback by that answer. She crossed her arms and studied him as if she were seeing him from a new angle. "You really surprised me today. I didn't think you'd say something like that." Deculine, however, kept his own reaction hidden. He was surprised as well, but not for the reason she thought. He had never imagined that this kind of hidden situation existed at all. Ganesha turned toward the door as if preparing to leave, then glanced back over her shoulder with a small but confident smile. "All right, I'll guarantee it. Your sister's secret stays with me. She took a step forward, looking ready to slip out as suddenly as she had arrived, but then she stopped with one foot near the doorway. "All right, one more thing before I go." Ganesha turned back toward Deculine, and this time the look on her face carried a clear seriousness. Without softening the warning, she told him, "I heard the six-headed serpents have started moving." The instant that name was mentioned, Deculine's mind went to venomous snakes, creatures whose fangs could not be ignored once they struck. The six-headed serpents were infamous across the continent, a criminal organization feared for their use of poison. Their members were so dangerous that the bounties placed on their heads reached into the millions. Ganesha continued, passing along the information without wasting time. "They're after an item at the auction house, even if the auction house moves it under tight security. You should stay on high alert once that item is delivered to your home." Before leaving, she added one final warning, her gaze sweeping around the room as though its weakness was plain to see. "It looks like you've been neglecting your defensive magic lately, Professor. That's why I was able to get in so easily. Anyway, I'm leaving now." A smoky haze suddenly bloomed around Ganesha's hand, curling and spreading outward in the blink of an eye. Then, as the smoke swallowed her figure, she vanished from the room completely after Ganesha disappeared. Deculine lowered his head and pressed a hand to his temple. He leaned heavily against the table, his posture weighed down as though the night had suddenly become far longer than before. He sank deep into thought, but among all the tangled questions, one conclusion rose to the surface with absolute clarity. This was information he did not need to know. Even possessing the truth would not change what had to be done. Deculine bent over his desk, his eyes drifting downward to the shadows stretching across the floor beneath the dim light. From the very beginning, he had never been the real Deculine. As that thought moved through him, the image of his little sister quietly surfaced in his mind. Right then and there, Deculine made his decision. Whether Uriel was connected to him by blood or not, he would continue to treat her exactly the same way he had until now. He slowly lifted his gaze toward the bright moonlight pouring in through the window, and in that pale glow, he settled the matter within himself. Uriel would always be Deculine's sister, and for that reason, it was better if the truth remained buried. Under the moonlit sky, a small group had gathered around a crackling campfire. Ganesha leaned back on one hand with an amused smile, clearly enjoying herself as she recounted what had happened. "I told you, didn't I? Professor Deculine has changed a lot. It's like there's a completely different person inside the same body. He's nothing like he used to be." Seated in front of the flickering flames, Ganesha continued with a grin. The firelight dancing over her face, that jerk actually said something sweet. I mean, really, it was nothing like him. One of her subordinates looked at her with a helpless expression, unable to hold back his comment. "Captain, you just like handsome men. If a good-looking guy says anything, you'll like it." Ganesha immediately snapped back, her temper flaring as quickly as sparks from the campfire. "Then should I cut you up because you're ugly?" The subordinate refused to back down and replied right away, "My grandmother says I'm very handsome." Ganesha dismissed that instantly, not giving him even a shred of mercy. "There was a handsome guy standing behind you when she said it, you idiot." Riley of the Red Garnet Expedition, a relative of Julie, stood with both hands planted firmly on her hips. Watching their pointless exchange with open exasperation, she cut in and asked, "So what you're saying is Deculine is actually humane now?" At that, Ganesha finally stopped bickering and straightened a little, allowing the playful atmosphere to settle down. "Anyway, we don't need to keep watching Deculine anymore. I wanted to check whether he was still recruiting magic slaves, but from what I saw, it doesn't seem like that's the case." She gave a light wave toward her teammates as though the decision had already been made and there was no need to linger any longer. "Shall we head back now?" Even after saying that, Ganesha paused for a moment, resting her chin in thought as if another important detail had just surfaced. Then she spoke again. "Oh, one more thing. Everything you heard today, stay secret, keep it among yourselves." With that settled, all five of them joined hands. A circle of energy slowly began to form around their group, glowing brighter and brighter as their gathered power flowed into it. A blinding light surged along the circle's fixed path, racing around its orbit in a brilliant flash. In the next moment, the darkness surrounding the campfire was swallowed by that radiant glow. The next morning at the Academy of Magic, Deculine stood with his arms crossed, his posture as rigid, composed, and dignified as ever. His gaze was fixed seriously on the expenditure statistics board in front of him. He studied each number with sharp attention, as though every figure displayed there might determine the next move he had to make. The Level 1 system shop now displayed a new option, Enhance First Grade Magic Quality. According to the description, it would raise a character's magical quality and slightly improve both magical output and efficiency. The cost, however, was 10 story units. Deculin carefully looked over the information and thought to himself that he could finally use the system shop now. But even then, he still did not have enough currency to purchase what he truly needed. The system shop was not some ordinary menu that appeared for convenience. It was a rare place where story units could be poured directly into a character's growth, turning those precious points into real strength. And the effect was not limited to Deculin's own body either. Depending on how the units were spent, even well-known NPCs could be enhanced through the shop. Deculin stood before the glowing system board in silence, his gaze locked on the notice floating in front of him. He read each line with the careful focus of someone measuring every possible advantage, because opportunities to use this shop almost never appeared. Before the second half of the story reached its end, there would only be 6 chances left. The restriction written into the system was brutally clear. The shop could only be accessed one time for each level, and whenever that level increased, the price would rise with it. Worse than that, the cost would double every time, meaning every future choice would become heavier, more expensive, and far harder to justify. Deculin crossed his arms, his face settling into an even colder, more calculating expression as he considered the opportunity before him. This was not the kind of resource he could spend on impulse. One careless purchase, one poor judgment, and he might throw away something that could decide his survival later. His thoughts drifted back to the training he had been forcing into his everyday life without fail. Every day, he had sharpened his memory, pushed his body further, practiced controlling chi, and gradually folded every bit of that discipline into the way he moved, worked, and carried himself. But no matter how much effort he had poured into himself, there was still an uncomfortable reality he could not look away from. Compared to the infamous criminals already moving through the darker corners of the continent, his current combat strength was still nowhere near enough. Deculin sank into quiet thought, one hand resting against the table as he carefully examined the road ahead. If he truly wanted to become stronger, then the most urgent thing was improving the quality of his magic itself. And to do that, he needed to collect the remaining 4 story units as quickly as possible. A sudden knock at the door broke through his concentration and pulled him back to the room. Deculin pushed the matter of the system shop aside for the moment and answered in his usual calm tone. "Come in." The door opened slightly, and Alan peeked inside before greeting him with polite hesitation. "Hello, Professor." Alan stepped fully into the room and approached the desk with a careful, almost cautious posture. In both hands, he held out a neat stack of papers, keeping them level as he presented them to Deculin. "Here, sir. I just received this." Deculin accepted the documents and lowered his eyes to scan them, his expression stern and impossible to read. Alan stayed in front of the desk, watching him carefully before adding in a more concerned voice. "I think you should be careful. This was just published in Wizards Today." The document was a wanted notice, and the name printed on it belonged to a dangerous criminal. Wanted Lockhart. According to the witnesses, the mage killer Lockhart had been spotted near the outskirts, and all mages were being warned to use extreme caution when going outside. Deculin's eyes narrowed just slightly as he murmured, "The mage killer Lockhart." As Deculin stared down at the wanted notice, he immediately understood exactly how much weight that name carried. Lockhart was one of the most dangerous enemies for mage players during the first quarter of the game, and now, much sooner than he could ignore, that threat had already appeared. A faint smile slowly touched Deculin's lips. Of course, if he were an ordinary mage, the name Lockhart would be enough to send a chill down his spine. But with his current state and knowledge, Deculin had no reason to tremble just because the mage killer had appeared. If anything, this encounter might turn into a useful opportunity to earn another store unit, and a part of him almost hoped they would cross paths. Deculin stepped away from the table, his mind already settled on what he would do next. There's no need to worry about the mage killer. I'm heading to the library. You should go home." Alan blinked at the sudden instruction, then quickly lowered his head in obedience.
"Yes, Professor."
But just as Deculin was about to walk past him and leave the room, another thought seemed to surface. His steps came to a stop, and he spoke as if remembering something important. "Right?" Deculin turned his gaze back to Alan and asked in that same composed voice, "Alan, would you like to become a professor's assistant?" Alan scratched the side of his head, looking confused for a moment. "Huh? Of course," but then the meaning of the question finally sank in and his eyes went wide with complete shock. The instant Alan fully realized what Deculin was offering him, panic and disbelief rushed across his face. "You want me to be a professor's assistant? But you've always said I'm useless." His flustered words spilled out in a rush, but Deculin cut him off with his usual cold, direct precision. "I'm asking because I can see that you're serious now." Deculin's judgment was not based on empty kindness. Recently, Alan had completed several assignments properly, and even if some of that effort had been driven by the assistant selection notice hanging over him, the improvement itself was still real. Before Alan could lose himself in more panicked rambling, Deculin held out the item in his hand and ended the discussion firmly. Enough, take this. It was a bracelet engraved with the Euclane emblem, a mark that carried far more authority and meaning than any ordinary decoration. Then Deculane added simply and clearly, continue working hard. Alan's face brightened all at once, joy overwhelming him so completely that he could barely hold himself together. He bowed deeply, his voice filled with gratitude that almost shook as he said, "Thank you very much, Professor." Even while watching Alan nearly tear up from happiness, Deculane did not forget to evaluate the bracelet's worth and purpose. Alan's ability to organize documents, handle errands, and manage practical tasks was genuinely excellent. A bracelet bearing the Euclane emblem was a suitable way to keep someone that useful nearby, because letting a capable subordinate slip away would be nothing but wasteful. Deculane thought briefly of the original Deculane, the cold and cruel man who had driven people away from him one by one. Even after being treated that way, Alan had continued handling everything on his own, but there was no guarantee that such patience would last forever, and no one could know when that endurance might finally snap. Under Alan's still puzzled gaze, Deculine handed him some money as well, speaking as if the gesture meant very little. "Call it a day early. Use this to buy yourself dinner." Alan stood there awkwardly, staring down at the money now resting in his hand as though he had been given something far too grand for the occasion. Meanwhile, Deculin turned away and started walking off without hesitation. "Professor, this is far too much." Deculin did not react to Alan's small protest at all. To him, that amount of money was hardly worth paying attention to, so he simply continued forward in silence, leaving Alan behind with his surprise. Alan remained tucked near the doorway of the staff library room, unable to move for a moment. He stood there speechless, still trying to process the unexpected promotion, the bracelet, and the money Deculine had left in his hands. Deculine entered the library with a clear goal already fixed in his mind. He had not come here to wander aimlessly among the shelves. The reason he had chosen this place was because of Luna's documents. When he had reviewed those papers earlier, he had noticed several errors scattered throughout the work. The laboratory documents focused on inventions connected to pure elements, but the research contained too many mistakes and missing sections to be left alone. If the work was going to be useful, he needed to correct it properly. As Deculane moved between the library shelves, another possibility crossed his mind. Since he was already here, it would be ideal if he could also find a useful magic book related to manipulation. Anything that could help strengthen that field would be worth searching for. Then, while passing one of the rows of shelves, Deculane noticed a girl standing nearby. The moment his eyes landed on her, his expression hardened at once. His voice came out low, sharp, and immediately accusatory. "Why are you in the staff library?" Standing in front of him was a blonde girl who visibly fidgeted beneath his cold gaze. She was Sylvia Josephine Alade, one of the new students, and her nervous reaction made it clear that she had not expected to be confronted here. 10 minutes earlier, Sylvia had been quietly observing as a teacher spoke with a professor. She had explained that she was looking for study materials, but the teacher reminded her that this place was an exclusive reading room reserved for senior members. Then Professor Wren's image appeared through a magic orb, laughing lightly as though the entire situation was more amusing than troublesome. Wren dismissed the concern with an easy wave, sounding completely unconcerned about the restriction. "It's fine. There's no need to forbid the Euclane heir and this year's new pupil. Let the girl use it freely for her studies." Once that answer came through, the teacher turned back towards Sylvia and passed along the permission without further argument. He said, "It's fine, Sylvia. You may look around freely." With permission granted, Sylvia quickly entered the library, moving with the quiet excitement of someone who already knew what she was searching for. Her interests lay in literature and languages, and she had come to this exclusive reading room because she hoped its shelves would hold materials that met her very particular standards. It did not take long before Sylvia's sharp eyes found a novel written in the Ethensil language from Edino. Ever since the disappearance of the Fae, works like this had become dramatically more valuable, turning Ethensil novels into rare treasures connected to the fading language of the Fae. Sylvia rose onto her tiptoes and carefully stretched her hand toward the book resting on the shelf. Her eyes stayed fixed on the spine, and as her fingers reached closer, she wondered whether it truly was the rare title she believed it to be. By pure coincidence, Deculine had arrived near that very same section of the library. The rare book on that shelf was exactly the reason Sylvia had come into the exclusive reading room in the first place, even though it was not somewhere she usually visited. Sylvia jolted the moment she noticed Deculine. Surprise widening her eyes as she pulled the book close against herself. Clearly caught off guard by his sudden presence, she said, "I didn't expect to meet you here." Deculine looked at her with open suspicion, his gaze briefly shifting over the restricted shelves surrounding them before returning to her. His voice was cold as he asked, "Why are you in the restricted reading room?" Sylvia hugged the book tightly to her chest, taking a small step back as though protecting it from his stare. "I came to look for materials. Professor Wren gave me permission." The moment Deculine heard that explanation, his voice grew even colder. So the professor ignored Academy rules and the librarian allowed you inside. If that is the case, then they deserve discipline as well. Sylvia's face stiffened, confusion and alarm flickering across her expression at the same time. She stared at him, unable to tell whether he was serious, and only managed to say, "What?" Before Sylvia could react any further, the book in her arms suddenly lifted away on its own and flew straight into Deculine's hand. He opened it calmly, scanning the pages with a composed glance. An Edeno novel. You broke the rules just to find a romantic novel written in Aethensel? A blush of embarrassment rose across Sylvia's cheeks, but her first reaction was still surprise. She stared at Deculine, caught between humiliation and curiosity. How can you read Aethensel? Wait, no, that's not the important thing. Deculine closed the book with a neat motion and tossed it back to her without making the matter any larger than it already was. His tone remained cold, but the judgment was not as harsh as it could have been. You like literature and languages. I will let it pass this time. Still, before he walked away, his warning fell with the same precise chill as ever, but if you enter this place again without proper permission, I will discipline you. So unless you're planning to flaunt your family's influence, send someone else to borrow the book for you. Sylvia stood there in silence, watching Deculine's back as he left her behind among the shelves. She held the book tightly against her chest, but her expression slowly sank, the sting of his words settling over her. The thought took root bitterly in Sylvia's mind, sharp and humiliating, no matter how she looked at it. He had embarrassed her in front of everyone involved and made her feel as though she had been publicly put in her place. Sylvia Josephine Alade released a soft, frustrated sigh while staring at the door Deculine had disappeared through. The book remained pressed tightly against her chest, as if it were the only thing keeping her steady. All she had wanted was to understand the Fae a little better through an Aethensel novel. But somehow, that simple curiosity had ended with her being scolded and humiliated. Even so, one thought kept circling through Sylvia's mind and refused to fade. How could Deculine read Aethensel so naturally as if it were nothing difficult at all? The language was infamous for having almost no stable structure or consistent rules, which made it painfully hard to interpret even for people who devoted themselves to ancient languages. Deep within the dense forest of Hydecane, the trainees were spread across the open field, each group absorbed in its own assignment. Two students sprinted after a fleeing animal, calling out to each other in urgent voices. "Hey, I'm going that way. Don't let it escape." Not far from them, another group crouched close to the grass, carefully examining herbs growing low among the roots and leaves. Retland looked across the busy training area and turned to Wren with clear surprise in his voice. This is their first real field experience, but they're all so calm. Wren wiped the sweat from his brow, watching the students with a satisfied smile. Training has to end by dusk, but I have to admit, I'm proud of them. Deculine quietly surveyed the entire area, his gaze moving over the thick trees, uneven ground, and surrounding terrain, as he recalled what he knew about Hydecane. This forest lay far from the academy, important enough to be protected by a magic tower, and it served not only as a training ground for students, but also as a valuable source of magical materials. But a place with that much value naturally carried danger as well. Deculine thought of the terrifying monsters and poisonous creatures known to hide among these woods, since attacks were always a real risk here. The magic tower had to maintain stronger protective barriers, and whenever professors were assigned to patrol duty, they had to take that responsibility seriously. Wren scratched the side of his head as if a forgotten issue had suddenly come back to him, then turned toward Deculine. "That's right, Professor Deculine. The professor assigned to this week's patrol shift hasn't been decided yet. We need to appoint someone new. Who do you think would be suitable?" Deculine did not take even a moment to think it over. His answer came out flat, direct, and completely certain. "I will do it." Wren's face immediately brightened and admiration poured into his voice as though he had expected nothing less. "As expected of you, Professor. Your leadership truly sets an example for every professor in the academy." Deculine glanced at him with visible exasperation, his expression making it clear that Wren was misunderstanding him. "I'm not doing it for such noble reasons." At that exact moment, a notification appeared in front of Deculine's eyes. Side quest, The Shadow of the Magic Tower. Reward, 1 plot unit, additional title reward available. Deculine's eyes sharpened as soon as he read it, and his gaze shifted toward a particular direction, deep within the forest. Something seemed to be tugging him that way, almost as if the quest itself had marked the path he needed to follow. In truth, that was likely the real reason he had accepted the patrol shift so quickly. A faint sense of uneasiness settled in Deculine's chest as he wondered what kind of incident was waiting on this mountain. Once night arrived, a place like this could easily turn from a training ground into something closer to a horror game. Meanwhile, Ren raised his voice and called out to the students, urging them to wrap things up. "Everyone, start getting ready to leave." The trainees bowed politely. "Goodbye, Professor," Ren replied with a warm smile. "All right, see you back at the dorms, everyone." 9 hours later, inside a cafe near the Magic Tower, the table was covered with cold, colorful ice creams arranged so beautifully, they almost looked too pretty to touch. Bright, excited voices rose around the table as everyone leaned in to admire them. "They're so pretty, they're almost too cute to eat, and they look delicious." One of them stared at the spread in disbelief and asked, "Did you really buy all of these for us?" Smudley puffed herself up proudly, wearing the pleased expression of someone who had more than enough money to spare. "Of course, eat as much as you want." Then her smile deepened with unmistakable satisfaction. "I have 100 million on me now." Smudley leaned further into her generous mood, practically glowing with pride as she made the announcement again. "So today, everything is on me." Julia clapped her hands together happily, her excitement spilling out as she shared her own good news with the group.
"I submitted the club formation plan. It should be approved soon, so this is basically our first gathering."
The classmate seated across from her answered quickly, sounding a little worried. "I just hope the others won't hesitate too much. We don't have many sign-ups yet." Julia smiled back with easy confidence and reassured her. "Don't worry. If we run the club well, people will naturally join." Then Julia shifted the conversation, her eyes shining as she looked down at the ice cream in front of her. "I heard there was training at Hidekane today." Someone at the table nodded and answered, "That's right. 50 volunteers went, even though a lot of accidents have happened there before." Before anyone could fully enjoy another bite, a violent explosion suddenly roared through the area. The sound crashed over the cafe like thunder, making everyone at the table snap their heads toward the direction of the blast. The whole group shot up from their seats in alarm, their earlier cheer instantly replaced by panic as they searched for where the explosion had come from. Julia shouted first, "Did you hear that?" Another voice answered in a rush, "You heard it too? Where did it come from? We need to check." Without wasting even a second, they hurried away from the cafe, their footsteps quick and anxious. The lively mood from moments ago vanished completely, replaced by fear, urgency, and the need to find out what had happened. Then a terrified scream tore through the air. "Save me!" Julia's expression tightened the moment she heard it, and she urgently pointed toward the direction of the voice. "Over there, hurry!" Julia shouted, already trying to guide the others forward. But almost as soon as the words left her mouth, a strange, chilling feeling ran through her, and she realized something about the situation was terribly wrong. "Wait!" Julia reached out in fear, trying to stop the others before they charged in without thinking. Her instincts were screaming that this was not an ordinary call for help, and her voice trembled with sudden caution. Something's not right. A firm voice suddenly cut through the confusion and panic around them. "Stop right there." Julia turned back in confusion, startled by the sharp command that had come from behind her. Her brows drew together as she asked, "What did you just say?" But before Julia could even finish reacting, the world around her changed. The street disappeared from beneath her senses, and in the next instant, she found herself standing in a completely empty space. Her breath caught in her throat as she looked around. "Where is this? I was just on the street." The desperate cry for help rang out again, echoing through the hollow emptiness. "Save me!" Julia flinched at the sound, but then she quickly remembered why she had rushed forward in the first place. Right? Someone was in danger and calling for help. Julia shouted into the empty space, turning her head as she tried to pinpoint where the voice was coming from. "Where are you? I'm coming to help." The answer came almost immediately, guiding her onward like a signal. "Here!" Julia ran toward the girl she could see ahead of her, the girl's loose hair hanging messily around her face as if she had been through something terrible. "Are you okay?" Julia called out, hurrying closer without slowing down. Then Julia stopped dead in her tracks. Her eyes widened, and a wave of horror washed over her so suddenly that her whole body seemed to freeze. The girl standing in front of her was soaked in blood, her body stained and caked with dark red from head to toe. As the horrifying sight registered, the figure let out a miserable scream, and Julia could only gasp in disbelief. "What the hell?" Julia clenched her hand at once, panic turning into battle-ready alarm as she prepared to cast a spell. Something was happening here. Someone or something had attacked, but just as Julia was about to move, she stopped cold. A calm, steady foot stepped into her line of sight, cutting directly between her and the blood-covered figure. Julia slowly lifted her gaze in surprise, following that presence upward. Standing there in front of her was Deculin. Shock and irritation burst out of Julia at the same time, and she immediately confronted him. "Professor, did you just attack that woman? How could you assault the civilian?" Deculin did not flinch at her accusation. His answer came cold, steady, and without a hint of guilt. "Open your eyes and look again. That is not a human." Julia froze at those words, stunned into silence for a moment. What? Right before her eyes, the figure that had looked like a helpless girl began to twist and distort. Its false appearance peeled away, revealing the ferocious demon that had been standing there all along. Julia stammered as fear crept into her voice, her eyes fixed on the monstrous creature in front of them. What is that? Deculin remained calm, never taking his gaze off the demon as he explained. "It seems you were caught in an illusion cast by demons." Immediately after that, Julia's body rose into the air as though grabbed by an invisible hand. Deculin issued a stern command, his voice leaving absolutely no room for protest. "Do not interfere with this. Leave." A powerful gust of wind swept Julia away, throwing her back from the battlefield before she could resist. She screamed in confusion as her body was hurled through the air. What's happening? Deculin, meanwhile, stayed exactly where he was, standing before the demon with perfect composure. Now that the civilian had been forced out of the way, the real hunt could finally begin? Deculin narrowed his eyes as he studied the demon's reaction. The creature was furious, its rage obvious in the way it bristled and focused on him, as if enraged that the prey it had carefully lured in had been stolen from its grasp. The demon suddenly launched itself forward with explosive force. Its body shot toward Deculin at terrifying speed, moving so fast that its attack was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. Its strikes came one after another in a violent blur, each swing tearing through the air before the eye could properly catch the motion. The attacks were sharp, relentless, and aimed to overwhelm him instantly. Even so, Deculin moved with cold, precise control. He dodged each blow by the smallest necessary margin, his body shifting with practiced efficiency and not wasting even a single movement. As the demon continued pressing forward, Deculin's expression darkened. The more violently it attacked, the heavier and sharper his gaze became, Deculin's eyes fixed on the core embedded in the demon's forehead. Judging by that core, the creature's primary trait was most likely illusion. At the same time, he remembered his own resilience, the resistance that protected him from mental attacks. That was why the demon's illusion had failed to affect him. A strange thrill began stirring deep inside him, and he could feel his blood heating as if something ancient had awakened. His face grew more serious while he watched the demon, and a fierce anger rose from somewhere within Deculin himself. An information panel appeared before his eyes. Eucline attribute, unique rank. Description, a lineage with exceptional power in demon slaying. When facing demons or standing in areas rich with demonic energy, the user can purify surrounding mana with their own mana and harness that power. As the user grows stronger, purified mana rises by 1 tier. However, this power also makes the user more ferocious, causing them to gradually lose control of themselves. Deculin nimbly avoided the demon's claws, his thoughts becoming sharper with every controlled movement. This was the legacy of the Eucline heir, a family known since ancient times for hunting demons. Now it was clear that the same trait lived inside Deculin as well, and with that power beginning to stir in his blood, he had no intention of allowing this demon to leave alive. His eyes had turned colder than ever before, sharp enough to make the air around him feel frozen. It was as though the last thread of restraint inside him had finally snapped, and in that single terrifying moment, the fury he had been holding back erupted outward like a storm tearing free. The demon lunged again without hesitation, hurling its body straight toward him with brutal, animal-like force. But before its attack could fully land, the scene was suddenly painted red as fresh blood burst through the air and splattered violently across everything in front of them. Then right before his eyes, a message surfaced as if the world itself had opened a system window. A side quest had been triggered. The Shadow of the Magic Tower. Plot Unit 1 had begun. Beneath that, another title unfolded, Slay the First Demon. Plot Unit 1, at the same time, the Eucline bloodline finally awakened, and with that awakening, the long-sealed Eucline attribute was unlocked at last. Deculin von Grahan Eucline lowered his gaze toward the demon sprawled at his feet, his face twisting with unmistakable disgust. Even as the creature lay on the edge of death, he still found it utterly revolting. Filthy beast, spewing filth until your final breath. An ending like this suits you perfectly. Only after that did Deculine slowly raise his eyes away from the corpse and look up toward the night sky above him. He understood that this demon's appearance was not some random isolated event. It was a signal, a clear warning that the real story had finally begun. High above the shadowy forest, the full moon burned with a cold silver light, casting its pale glow over Deculine's still figure. Standing there beneath that quiet moonlight, he saw the truth with complete clarity. This was only the opening move of a difficult game that had just begun. By the time the next day arrived, the academy had already been wrapped in a soft, gentle warmth. Sunlight spilled over the buildings in bright layers, slowly washing away every trace of the darkness and terror from the night before. Ephraim Luna's eyelids trembled slightly before they finally opened. For one short moment, she simply stared ahead in a blank daze, as if her mind had not caught up with her body yet. Then shock rushed through her all at once, and she suddenly forced herself upright. The nurse sitting beside the bed immediately leaned closer when she noticed Ephraim move, relief softening her expression. In a gentle voice, she called out to her, "You're awake, Luna?" Still half dazed, Ephraim Luna slowly turned her head and looked around the room, trying to understand where she had ended up. Her brow tightened as fragmented memories flickered through her mind. "What happened? Wasn't I in the forest?" The nurse answered calmly, keeping her tone steady. "Yes, it seems your memories are still a little unclear." The nurse then began explaining the situation to Ephraim Luna, step by step, making sure she could follow. "Last night, a demon appeared at Haxan. You were hit by its dark magic, and after that, you lost consciousness." She continued in that same composed voice, carefully filling in the blank spaces that Ephraim could not remember on her own. "Afterwards, someone found you and carried you here to the infirmary. Because of that demon, Haxan has been sealed off, and right now, the Magic Tower is investigating the entire incident." Then the nurse revealed the part Ephraim least expected to hear. The person who saved you was Professor Deculine. The moment that name reached Ephraim Luna's ears, irritation flashed across her face, and she cursed quietly under her breath. Damn it, him again. A beat later, Ephraim Luna seemed to remember something important, and panic immediately sharpened her voice. "What day is it today?" The nurse paused for a moment, thinking back before she answered. "It's been 36 hours since you were brought here. Today is Wednesday." Ephraim Luna's gaze snapped toward the clock hanging behind the nurse. As she stared at the hands and realized what the time meant, her expression slowly stiffened. Wait, if today is Wednesday? Then the realization struck her all at once, clearing away the last bit of fog in her head. Ephraim Luna threw herself fully out of confusion and shouted at the top of her lungs, "I'm late!" Inside the classroom, the students suddenly turned their heads toward the door, their curiosity drawn by the commotion outside. In an instant, the quiet focus in the room shifted toward whatever was about to burst in. Ephraim Luna rushed into the classroom, breathless and flustered, catching herself with one elbow as though she had sprinted there without stopping. Between heavy breaths, she muttered with relief, "I almost missed it." Julia noticed her almost immediately and brightened, raising her hand to wave her over with eager energy. "Hey, over here." Ephraim Luna turned toward the voice and quickly spotted Julia waiting for her. Julia looked Ephraim Luna up and down, concern clear in her eyes. "Are you okay, Ephraim Luna? I went to the infirmary to check on you, but you still hadn't woken up." Ephraim Luna answered in a reassuring tone, trying to sound more relaxed than she looked. "I'm fine. Honestly, after sleeping that much, I might actually be in the best condition I've been in for a while." A moment later, Ephraim Luna noticed the strange items laid out across the table, and confusion slowly crossed her face. "But what are all these things? Was there some new announcement about today's class that I missed?" Julia shook her head, looking just as unsure. "To be honest, I don't know either. They were already here when I arrived. Maybe today's class is something special." While the students were still whispering and wondering what the setup could possibly mean, Deculine von Grahan Euclid entered the classroom. Alan followed closely behind him, stepping in just after the professor. When Ephraim Luna noticed the unfamiliar young man beside the professor, she tilted her head slightly. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she quietly wondered aloud, "Who is that?" Deculine stepped onto the podium with his usual, composed, untouchable presence and looked over the room. Then, in a clear and controlled voice, he addressed the class. "Before we begin today's lesson, I have an announcement to make. This is Alan. From now on, he will serve as my teaching assistant." The classroom immediately filled with low whispers as surprise spread from student to student. "What? I thought Professor Deculine always preferred teaching alone." Yeah, I heard he's never taken on a teaching assistant before. To the students, Deculine was someone standing at the very top, a mage so far above the ordinary level that he felt almost unreachable. Becoming his assistant was not a simple position either. A person first had to earn a reputation through a professor's evaluation, and in their minds there was no way Professor Deculine would ever let someone gain that kind of advantage so easily. The moment Ephraim Luna heard those murmurs around her, she went still. To her, the meaning behind them was painfully clear. It was also the reason her father had remained only a researcher even at the age of 30, because he had never once been able to become a teaching assistant. Her gaze slowly shifted toward Alan, and suspicion began to gather in her chest. Why would Professor Deculane bring in a mage she had never seen before and suddenly introduce him in front of everyone like this? Deculane did not linger on the announcement any longer than necessary. He moved straight into the lesson as if nothing unusual had happened. Today's class will be experience-based. You have 3 hours to solve this assignment. At the same time, Alan began walking through the room, distributing the items one by one. Here's your watch, and this one as well. As Ephraim Luna lowered her eyes, her gaze caught on the ring resting on her hand, and a familiar uneasiness stirred inside her. It was her father's legacy, the one thing left behind that always pulled her thoughts back to him. Before this ring, every time she looked at it, the same questions rose in her mind again and again, so often that wondering about them had almost become a habit. Her mood gradually sank into a heavy gloom. To Professor Deculine, what kind of person had her father truly been? Why had he never given her father even one proper chance? And if he had treated him like that back then, why was he suddenly helping her now over and over again? Ephraim Luna clenched her teeth and tried to force her scattered thoughts back into place. Focus. Right now, she had to finish the assignment first. She needed to create a spell as quickly as she could, but no matter how desperately she tried to concentrate, her mind was tangled with too many questions to stay clear. Then, without warning, a voice cut cleanly through the quiet classroom, pulling everyone's attention in a single instant. 25 minutes and 50 seconds? I'm done. At those words, the students all lifted their heads in shock, their eyes moving toward the person who had finished so quickly. What? It hasn't even been 30 minutes yet. Someone nearby answered in a calm tone, as if this result was only natural. Of course, that's Sylvia Josephine Allais. Deculine accepted Sylvia Josephine Allais's work and examined it with sharp, careful eyes. He did not rush through it, instead checking every part of her answer with the same calm precision he always carried. Sylvia Josephine Allais stood quietly in front of him, a faint trace of nervousness showing on her face. She avoided Deculine's gaze as she waited for his judgment, trying to remain composed. After reviewing the work, Deculine finally gave his verdict in a calm and even voice. Perfect, you may go. The moment Sylvia Josephine Allais heard those words, her face brightened with clear satisfaction. She rose from her seat, looking pleased with herself as she prepared to leave. But before she walked away, Sylvia Josephine Allais turned her head toward Ephraim Luna, who was still stuck struggling over the assignment. Then she gave her a small, smug smile as if the difference between them had already been proven. Ephraim Luna clenched her teeth so tightly that her jaw stiffened. She watched Sylvia Josephine Allais stroll away as though the entire assignment had been effortless, and under her breath she muttered angrily, unable to hide how irritated she felt. Damn it, I have to finish this too. After Sylvia Josephine Allais left, more students began completing the assignment one after another. Deculine's calm voice continued, echoing through the classroom as he dismissed them in order. Julia, you may go. Lahin, you may go as well. The number of students finishing kept growing, yet Ephraim Luna still had nothing completed in front of her. One by one, Deculine continued calling out names, while she remained trapped at her desk. Roten, you may go, Ken. You may go, Jan. You may go. Eventually, Alan glanced at the time and leaned closer to remind him in a low voice. Professor, 3 hours have already passed. We should end the class. Even after all that time had slipped away, Ephraim Luna still had not made any real progress. The weight of that failure pressed down on her until her shoulders sagged, and she slumped forward in defeat. I'm finished. She dropped her face onto the desk and tightened her hands into desperate fists, as though she could force even one useful idea out of herself if she squeezed hard enough. Please, think of something, anything at all. But the image of Sylvia Josephine Allais flashed through her mind again, and Ephraim Luna suddenly felt completely useless. Not only had she failed to surpass that damn Sylvia, she was now the only person in the entire class who had not managed to produce anything. Frustration and self-blame twisted painfully inside her chest. Why was she like this? Was she really so stupid that she could not even handle something that everyone else seemed to finish? At last, Ephraim Luna nearly gave up completely and began to rise from her seat, bitterness filling every thought in her head. Fine, maybe she really was ignorant. If that was the truth, then she would just have to get back at that monkey some other way. She could not compete with him here. Then, right as she was about to surrender for good, a voice suddenly rang out across the classroom and stopped her in place. 5 hours and 47 minutes. Deculane von Grahan-Uklein's voice sliced through the stillness of the classroom with a cold, almost merciless calm. His face did not shift in the slightest as he stared down at her and asked, "How much longer do you plan to make me wait?" Ephraim Luna slowly raised her head from the desk, still worn down and heavy with frustration. But the instant her eyes landed on Deculane's icy expression, standing right there in front of her, her entire body froze. He had not gone anywhere. He had stayed there, watching her the whole time. Deculine looked down at her from above, his tone as sharp and unforgiving as ever. "You struggled with an assignment this simple and still failed to finish within the time limit." Ephraim's shoulders sank slightly and she lowered her gaze, her answer shrinking into a quiet, ashamed whisper. "I'm sorry." Then, without giving her any time to recover, Deculine stepped closer. Each slow footstep made the empty classroom feel even colder and heavier. Even if people laugh at you, even if everyone else finishes before you, his voice remained perfectly flat, with no heat, no comfort, and not even a trace of visible anger. Yet somehow that emotionless bluntness made the pressure on Ephraim Luna feel even more terrifying, as if every word was being carved directly into her. Then Deculine delivered the truth in the most direct way possible, his gaze fixed firmly on her. "The person you hate most is standing right in front of you." His next words fell like an order she had no choice but to hear. Deculine's voice stayed firm, controlled and impossible to ignore. "That is exactly why you must keep your head clear and remain alert, every second." After saying that, he turned his back on her with cold finality, as if the lesson had already been decided. Without looking moved in the slightest, he added, "With a mentality that fragile, you will never reach my level." He glanced back over his shoulder one last time, and the look in his eyes carried a sting that felt almost mocking. "I'm deeply disappointed, Ephraim Luna. I expected more from you than this." With that final sentence left hanging in the air, Deculine walked out of the classroom and slammed the door behind him. The sharp sound rang through the empty room, leaving Ephraim Luna standing there alone in the echo. Ephraim Luna's expression slowly darkened, her face tightening under the weight of humiliation and anger. But even with all that emotion building inside her, she could not bring herself to throw a single word back at him. A bell rang out across the academy grounds, its clear chimes spreading through the evening air. By then, the day had already slipped away, and the clock had reached 6 in the evening. Ephraim Luna dropped back into her chair with a heavy, defeated thud. Anger burned hot in her chest, and Deculine's words kept replaying in her mind again and again, refusing to let her breathe. That one sentence echoed the loudest, cutting deeper than the rest. "I expected more from you than this." Her fingers slowly curled inward against her palm. Little by little, her hand tightened into a fist, the pressure building until every knuckle showed the strain she was trying to hold back. Ephraim Luna ground her teeth together, swallowing down the bitterness through nothing but sheer stubborn pride. Then, with a trembling edge in her voice, she forced out the words, "So what?" In the next instant, Ephraim Luna pulled her mana back up again, pushing herself forward with anger burning through her exhaustion. "I can do this. Even if someone like you is disappointed in me, I can still do it." But it was painfully obvious that she was forcing her body far past its limit. The backlash struck almost immediately, and a thin line of blood began to trickle from her nose, sliding down as proof of the strain. Even so, Ephraim Luna did not wipe it away or even acknowledge it. Her eyes stayed locked forward, and with fierce determination pouring out of her, she shouted, "I will do it." Her gaze grew more intense than ever, almost wild with desperation. It burned with a dangerous brightness, as if she had stopped caring what it might cost her, so long as she could finish what was in front of her. Outside the classroom window, Deculine stood silently with his arms folded, watching Ephraim Luna continue to struggle inside. At her current stage, this assignment should not have been something that could hold her back. He reflected quietly that he had already spent more than 6 hours dealing with Ephraim Luna today. Still, in his mind, the time was not wasted. This was necessary because she had to grow stronger if she was going to face the things that would come next. After defeating that demon, Deculin had come to understand the situation with much sharper clarity. Since the creature had appeared at Haxen, it meant the main quest was no longer distant. It was now right on the edge of beginning. In his thoughts, he remembered the Iferine Luna from the game, the stronger version who emerged when the Age of Evil began spreading out of control. When the main quest truly unfolded, those who stood on the side of good would start to rise, and among them would be an Iferine far more powerful than the one before him now. In Deculin's mind, Iferine Luna appeared as someone standing at the edge of a cliff, still unstable, still unfinished, and not yet ready to cross that dangerous gap. Right now, she lacked both the mental strength and the delicate sensitivity that a true mage needed. Deculin kept watching her without making a sound. Of course, if that power inside her continued to grow, there was a chance it could someday become a threat to him, but he had absolutely no intention of allowing that future to happen. His eyes sharpened with firm, unshakable resolve. To Deculin, fate was nothing more than a belief that weak people clung to when they were too powerless to resist. The only thing he truly trusted was himself. He remained there in silence, buried in thought, his face as unreadable as the Deculin everyone knew. He was not the kind of man who would easily allow someone new to catch up to him. Then, all of a sudden, a sound came from inside the classroom. Iferine Luna lowered her head for a moment, then suddenly shoved the door wide open. Without looking back or saying another word, she rushed out of the classroom and disappeared from sight. Deculin's gaze shifted toward the now empty room. After a short pause, he stepped inside, crossed the silent classroom, and walked straight toward Iferine Luna's desk. There, resting quietly on the surface of the desk, was a branch giving off a soft golden light, its glow standing out clearly in the abandoned classroom. Deculin stood still for a brief moment, silently observing the completed result in front of him. Then, in his usual calm voice, he declared 6 hours and 25 minutes. The exercise is complete. He picked up Iferine Luna's study slip and began writing down his evaluation with careful, deliberate strokes. In his assessment, the girl had clearly displayed the innate weakness of an academy student. For a moment, his pen paused above the paper. Then Deculin set it down with the faintest sense of satisfaction. Even with all her weakness, this result was still good enough to compete for first place. A translucent message window appeared in front of him, hovering in the air like a quiet confirmation from the system. The side quest had been completed, his passage had been confirmed, and his balance increased by 1. Deculin slowly left the teaching building, his footsteps measured and calm as the long day finally came to a close since Iferine Luna had already gone. He decided there was no longer any reason to remain and it was time to return home. But just as he was about to continue on his way, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Professor Deculin?" Deculin stopped in place, caught slightly off guard by the familiar voice. The man who had called out to him burst into a loud, cheerful laugh, as if their meeting were something to celebrate. It's been a long time. Deculin's brows tightened by the smallest degree, and a flicker of irritation passed across his face as recognition settled in. He knew exactly who this man was, but that only made one question rise in his mind. What was he doing here? The man standing before him was Zeit von Bruggen-Freyden, the head of the Freyden family, and also Julie von Dea-Freyden's older brother. Deculin immediately recalled the setting from the game connected to him. Zeit was the person who had pushed more strongly than anyone else for the engagement between Deculin and Julie. But what mattered even more was the danger standing in front of him. Deculin studied Zeit with guarded concern, knowing that his initial battle power surpassed even Ganesha, who ranked 3rd. With overwhelming physical strength like that, why would a man of his caliber come looking for him now? Then a possibility crossed Deculin's mind as he remembered Julie Snowgem. Could Zeit have come all the way here because of that? Deculin swallowed quietly, keeping his expression under control. If this situation turned hostile, it could become an extremely dangerous variable. Against a monster like Zeit, he had no prepared strategy at all. Zeit planted both hands on his hips, looking far too bright and cheerful for someone who radiated such intimidation. "It's great to run into you like this. I heard you and Julie have been getting along lately, so I was worried." Deculin forced a polite smile onto his face and answered evenly. "Is that so?" Zeit continued right away, not giving the conversation any space to slow down. "So I'm planning to arrange a dinner this week. Are you free?" At that, Deculin quietly let out a small breath of relief. At the very least for now, Zeit seemed to be approaching him in a friendly mood. Deculin was just about to answer with a simple "I'm free," when Zeit suddenly slapped him on the shoulder. The impact came with a booming laugh, full of loud confidence and complete disregard for hesitation. Decisive. I like that. Zeit grinned broadly as if Deculine's answer had already been given and the matter was completely settled. I'll prepare the dishes you like, so make sure you come. I've already arranged it, so it'll be perfect. Then, almost in the blink of an eye, Zeit's expression cooled, the cheerfulness fading from his face just as quickly as it had appeared. Well then, I'll see you later, Professor Deculine. Deculine could only stand there in silence, watching helplessly as Zeit's arrogant back moved farther and farther away. The man had swept in, decided everything on his own, and left without giving Deculine even the slightest chance to refuse. His brows pulled together, and the look on his face tightened with obvious caution. No matter how many angles he considered it from, this was no longer a harmless little request. Zeit had already arranged the situation so carefully that refusing now would be almost impossible. He knew Zeit's nature better than most. To that man, the Freyden family always came first above pride, comfort, or personal wishes. And if Deculine tried to interfere with the road Zeit had already decided on, there was no telling what kind of extreme move Zeit might make next. A tired sigh escaped him as the full weight of the situation finally sank in. This meeting was not something he could casually cancel anymore. Nor was it the kind of appointment he could simply brush aside whenever he felt like it. The following day, inside House Freyden, Julie von Dea Freyden's furious voice cut sharply through the room. I don't want to. Standing across from her, Zeit kept his gaze steady and asked in a calm, firm tone, "Why are you resisting this so strongly?" Julie answered immediately, her voice still hard and heated. "We hate each other. And on top of that, I'm busy training the cavalry. I don't have the time to go meet him." But Zeit did not flinch at her anger. He remained composed as though her outburst had barely touched him. Zeit narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Are you sulking because someone took the snow gem?" The moment those words landed, Julie's body stiffened. She snapped back at once. "Sulking? Don't be absurd." Not far from them, a silent figure stood in place, quietly observing the exchange. He said nothing, only watching as the pressure in the room grew heavier with every word passing between them. Zeit tried to reason with her once more, keeping his voice controlled. Why would he want a metal used only to forge weapons unless he intended it for you? Julie merely rolled her eyes, her jaw tightening with irritation. "If he's thinking of giving me a sword," she muttered, each word forced out between clenched teeth. "Then I'll break off the engagement right then and there," Julie declared, her voice turning so sharp that it seemed to slice straight through the tense air of the room. Zeit's teeth clenched so tightly that the veins along his face and neck began to rise. In the very next instant, a crushing surge of energy erupted from him, bearing down on Julie like a silent but unmistakable warning. "Careful, Julie." His expression darkened as his eyes fixed on her with a dangerous glare. "Think very carefully before you say anything more. I have already told you this before." Zeit continued in a cold, unforgiving voice. "If you go through with that, it would be an unbelievably foolish move. I warned you clearly. Politics leaves no room for personal emotions." Then, with the faintest hint of a sneer, he added, "As far as I know, there's not a single man who loves you in that way. Or perhaps there's already someone you have taken a liking to?" Julie ground her teeth, forcing herself to answer firmly, "No." Zeit watched her face for a moment, studying every flicker in her expression before he asked, "Are you still bothered by Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine's past?" Julie denied it immediately. "That has nothing to do with this." Her voice dropped lower, heavy with frustration she could not quite hide. Zeit pressed her again without letting the matter go. "Then why?" This time Julie had no words ready and silence settled over her instead. Zeit finally turned away from her, ending the argument as if there was nothing more to discuss. His final order was cold and simple: be there on time. If any problems come up, deal with them yourself. Without giving Julie even the chance to push back again, Zeit walked off, leaving the same command hanging behind him: arrive on time. And if anything happens, you handle it. Julie stayed rooted where she was, unmoving. At her sides, her hands slowly tightened into fists as she struggled to keep the anger boiling inside her from spilling over completely. Then, unable to restrain herself any longer, she suddenly drew her sword. A frustrated shout burst from her throat as she swung the blade through the air in wild, forceful strikes. The sharp edge carved through empty space again and again, each clean slash splitting the air as though Julie were trying to cut apart every bit of tension trapped inside her chest. Only after that fierce burst of anger finally faded did Julie lower herself back into stillness. She stood motionless once more, sword still in hand, the room quiet around her. From nearby, a composed voice calmly broke the silence. "Your swordsmanship has fallen out of rhythm, my liege."
Julie turned toward the sound of that voice. It was Veron, a knight of the High-Kin Regiment and one of her own subordinates, standing there with quiet, disciplined composure.
The irritation on Julie's face had not completely vanished, but she still forced herself to speak with restraint. I'm sorry, you had to see an ugly side of me. Veron responded with an even and respectful tone, lowering his voice as if to reassure her, "It is nothing, my liege. I understand how you feel." Even so, Veron could not fully hide his objection. "I also cannot believe that scoundrel is worthy of you, let alone someone your family should force you to marry." Julie's expression hardened at once and her voice cut in sternly. "That's enough. I'm a knight," Julie continued, her posture straight and her voice firm. "Speaking badly of others behind their backs is not behavior I should permit." Then her eyes shifted back toward Veron, and for one brief moment, the severity in her expression eased into something gentler. "Don't stain your hands because of me," she said quietly, her tone soft but steady. "I'm fine." Veron only looked at her in silence. His eyes remained fixed on her face, but no answer came from his lips. Julie quickly drew the moment to a close and stepped away from him. "I'm leaving. Prepare yourself." Veron bowed deeply in response and said, "Yes, my liege." Yet as his head lowered, the look hidden in his eyes revealed something far colder beneath the surface, something cruel and quietly dangerous. As Veron watched Julie's back grow more distant, his thoughts clung to her with unwavering devotion. "My liege." Her face lingered vividly in his memory. And at last, he believed he had found an answer to the torment gnawing at him from within, a way to prove beyond doubt the loyalty he carried as her subordinate. Veron's hand slowly drifted toward the hilt of his sword, his expression growing colder with every passing second. This was something only he could do. Meanwhile, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein walked beneath the bright sunlight, entirely unaware that someone had already marked him as a target. Deep in Veron's heart, only one thought remained: "I will make you happy, my liege." Elsewhere, within the Council of Elders, a deep and solemn voice echoed through the chamber. "They say a demon has appeared in Haxan," the voice reported gravely. At first, the mages had no choice but to rely on secret arts, just to hold back its malice. If that demon shows itself again, we cannot afford even a moment of hesitation. We must act immediately. At the center of the council table, an old man sat with his hands clasped together in front of him. After a short, heavy silence, he gave his order: "Send a letter to the 12 archmages." Without wasting any time, a formal letter was prepared, carrying with it the urgency of the crisis and the need to respond before the situation could grow any worse. Inside a magnificent mansion, Deculine released a weary sigh after finally finishing the long and tedious work of sorting through all the items he had won at the auction. He went over the value of each item again in his mind. "I can make use of Ryron's ring since it speeds up mana recovery. The NGA necklace can store mana. As for everything else, I'll place them in the cellar, just as Ganesha suggested. With that, there should be no need to worry about theft." Then, all at once, Deculine set both hands on his hips, and the calm in his mood gave way to unease. Even after sorting out everything else, one troublesome problem still remained. His eyes shifted helplessly toward the enormous snow gem standing before him. Out of everything he had obtained, the most valuable item was also the one he still had no proper way to use. Deculine frowned as he sank deeper into thought. He had already known from the beginning that handling the snow gem would not be easy, but even after pushing his willpower against it again and again, the stone refused to move in the slightest. The gem's light glittered so intensely that it was almost blinding. Deculine wondered whether it might be rejecting his mana entirely back in the game. It had been an unbelievably valuable item, something he had only admired from a distance and never truly learned how to use. If he melted it down, would that finally allow him to control it through willpower? Then, right in the middle of that train of thought, Deculine suddenly realized something. A possible answer slowly began to form in his mind. If he wanted to understand the snow gem, then the first step was obvious. He could begin by researching its properties in the library. At that moment, the memory of a certain sword rose vividly within him, a sword that had only been tamed after true communication. Determination sharpened in Deculine's eyes as he looked once more at the glowing stone before him. If he wanted to make this snow gem obey, then first he had to communicate with it, understand it, and learn what kind of existence it truly was. Deculine raised his hand slowly toward the snow gem. His movements careful and deliberate, almost as if he were reaching for a living creature that might lash out the moment he came too close. The instant his fingertips brushed lightly against the surface, a sharp pain tore through him. Deculine's face twisted before he could hide it, his composed expression cracking under the sudden shock. Then, from deep within the stone, a dazzling light erupted all at once. The radiance spread outward in a cold, blinding wave, wrapping around Deculane's body like a veil of pure frost and brilliance. He endured that strange sensation for a few moments, holding himself steady despite the discomfort. Only then did Deculane slowly draw his hand back from the glowing gem. A translucent status window appeared in front of his eyes, and the result was almost insulting. His insight had risen by only 0.1%, while the mana he had spent was enormous. Deculane's expression darkened as a bleak realization settled over him. 2,000 mana for a mere 0.1%. If things continued at this pace, taming the snow gem would take years. Even so, he could not help wondering whether there was another, more efficient method. In the end, Deculane made his decision and stepped away from the problem for the time being. Fine, he would leave the snow gem alone for now and clear his mind by going outside for a while. His eyes drifted across the room until they landed on the wall calendar hanging nearby, as though some half-forgotten obligation had just resurfaced in his mind. There, it was a single date marked clearly with a circle. Tonight, he was supposed to attend a dinner with Zeit. Deculane stared at the circled date for a moment, and the displeasure on his face slowly became impossible to miss. It was yet another engagement that had been arranged before Kim Woojin took over this body. A schedule already decided 3 days in advance without his own intentions involved. Later that evening, at the Von Mel restaurant, a faint haze of dust drifted through the elegant air, giving the refined gathering a strangely delicate atmosphere as the dinner began. Zeit walked at Deculane's side with a courteous smile on his face. "Thank you for coming," he said politely. "Julie went in ahead of us. She is most likely already waiting inside." When they arrived, Zeit stepped forward first, taking the lead into the room. Deculane followed with a calm, effortless greeting. "Julie, a dress like this suits you beautifully." Zeit called out to her in a gentler voice. Julie, there she stood before them in a pure white evening gown, her presence softer than usual, almost shy as she faced the two men. For that brief instant, Deculane could only look at her. The sight was so unexpected that it held his attention completely. As he pulled out her chair for her, his thoughts moved quietly beneath his calm expression. Julie was almost always wrapped in armor, sharp and disciplined like a knight on the battlefield, so he had never imagined she could look this stunning when dressed for an evening like this. No wonder the original Deculane had been drawn to her. Just then, another voice rang out from the side, cutting into the moment and turning their attention elsewhere. Of course, do you know how much effort she put into preparing for this? When Zeit saw the newcomer, his expression warmed into a smile. "You're here as well?" The woman answered sweetly, as if her presence were the most natural thing in the world. "I came to accompany Julie and look after her." Deculane glanced toward her, and unease immediately stirred inside him. Even though he knew how deeply she cared for Julie, he had not expected her to appear here. Out of everyone connected to the Freyden family, she was the one woman he least wanted to face in a place like this. He looked at the smiling girl standing before him. Her expression was pleasant and bright on the surface, yet Deculane still felt a frown tugging at his face. To anyone else, Josephine Freyden had simply come as the sister of his fiancée, but Deculane knew better than to take that at face value. His guard rose at once, because among everyone present, she was the one person he needed to watch most carefully. In his mind, he could almost see the dangerous expression hidden beneath that graceful smile. Josephine Freyden was the type of person who would do anything to reach her goal, even if her actions made her look like a complete madwoman. That same chilling image flashed through Deculane's thoughts again, sharpening his wariness even further. He watched as Josephine gently smoothed Julie's hair with a tender hand, her touch filled with affection. The only person Josephine truly treasured was Julie, and anyone who hurt Julie would surely awaken a furious rage in her. Deculane lowered his head slightly, his brow still tight with unease. He did not understand why Josephine Freyden had not killed the original Deculane yet, but one thing was certain in his mind. Sooner or later, she would. When he lifted his gaze toward her again, that feeling only grew stronger. From the very moment Josephine entered the room, Deculane had sensed a faint but unmistakable fear creeping over him. Josephine Freyden was directing a sharp, killing intent straight at him. And perhaps it was because Deculane von Grahan-Uclane was bound to the fate of a villain. Deculane closed his eyes for a brief moment, forcing his thoughts back into order. He could feel her murderous intent clearly, and this particular death variable was far too dangerous to ignore. If he wanted to pass through this dinner safely, he had to treat Julie with unmistakable respect. At that moment, Zeit broke into the silence and pushed the conversation forward. "Let's get straight to the point, Professor Deculane. When would you like to hold the celebration? It has already been 3 years since the two of you became engaged, hasn't it?" The moment those words left his mouth, Julie shot up from her seat in alarm. Head of the house, But Zeit cut her off immediately, his voice firm enough to leave no space for protest. This is a matter for adults. Deculine hesitated for a moment, carefully measuring the mood around the table and the tension pressing in from every side. Zeit looked at him and urged him on. Speak freely. Before giving any answer, Deculine quietly shifted his eyes toward Josephine Freyden, checking her reaction first. She was resting her chin on one hand, wearing a smile that appeared soft and harmless at a glance, yet carried a dangerous edge just beneath the surface. In the end, Deculine chose the safest answer he could give in that room. I will leave this matter to Julie. If she cannot place her trust in this marriage, then I am willing to renounce it. Julie sat frozen in place, her body stiff and her teeth grinding together as anger spread plainly across her face. Zeit turned toward her at once, his voice stern as he scolded her. Marriage is a serious matter. How can you treat something like this so carelessly? With every word, Julie's resentment seemed to swell even higher. Zeke continued speaking, as though he were trying to uncover the real reason behind her resistance. Is it because the two of you have spent too much time apart? If that is the problem, then go and rekindle your relationship. Marriage is not something you can simply throw away whenever you please. The clan elders would never accept that either. Julie could not hold herself back any longer. Her patience finally snapped and she spoke out sharply, "My lord." Then she lowered her head, her voice strained and tight as she pleaded with him, "Please allow us to speak privately, please." Zeit glanced toward Deculine, waiting for his response. Only after Deculine gave a small nod did Zeit finally yield. "Very well, let's go, Josephine." Josephine Freyden answered lightly, "Okay." Before she left completely, Josephine leaned her head back into the room with a smile still on her lips and reminded them, "Have a good conversation, you two." Once the others were gone, only Deculine and Julie remained inside the room. They faced each other in silence, the air between them heavy and difficult to breathe through. Julie was the first to break that silence. Her voice came out cold and guarded as she asked, "What are you trying to do this time?" She glared straight at him, anger openly burning in her eyes, while her frustration spilled out in broken, unfinished words. In the end, outside the room, however, Zeit and Josephine Freyden had not actually gone far. They stood close enough to listen, taking their time as the conversation continued beyond the door. Josephine Freyden's expression gradually turned cold as every word from inside reached her ears. Behind that closed door, Julie kept speaking. "What do you want?" Julie asked, her voice low and strained, as though she were holding back far more than she said aloud. "What do you actually want from this?" Deculine's eyes moved quietly toward the door, but his face remained controlled, giving away almost nothing. He could sense it with perfect clarity. On the other side of that door, Josephine Freyden was listening closely to every single word. Deculine understood the situation without needing anyone to explain it. Josephine Freyden may have acted as though she had politely stepped outside, but in his mind, that exit was nothing more than a cover. She had almost certainly hidden some kind of listening device, and there was no way she had truly left him and Julie alone. It felt as if a pair of invisible eyes had settled on the room, watching their every movement and catching every breath between them. Still, Deculine forced himself to remain steady. If Josephine Freyden had no idea that he had already noticed her, then this dangerous situation could also be turned into a rare opportunity. He began calculating quietly behind his calm expression, weighing each word before letting it leave his mouth. If he could make Josephine Freyden believe that Deculine von Grahan-Uklein had truly loved Julie from the bottom of his heart, then perhaps he could steer himself away from the fatal danger waiting for him. After pausing for only a brief moment, Deculine turned his attention back to Julie. All the while, he remained fully aware that beyond the door, Josephine Freyden was silently listening to every single word. Then Deculine spoke again, his voice low, controlled, and deliberately calm. "I'll tell you the truth." Julie clenched her teeth as soon as she heard him, her gaze sharpening with immediate suspicion. The truth, she repeated, as if the word itself sounded impossible coming from him. Deculine explained without raising his voice, keeping his tone even. "As you can see, I cannot cancel this engagement simply because I wish to. Neither you nor I can easily undo what has already been set in motion. This matter has gone far beyond something we can settle with personal preference." Julie's fists tightened, her anger pressing into every line of her body. "So what filthy method are you planning to use this time?" she demanded. "What new way have you prepared to torment me?" A bitter sneer crossed her face as the accusations began pouring out. "Before the engagement, you used your connections to force this marriage forward. You promised compensation to my clan elders. Do you even remember what you said when you tried to persuade me? Deculine called her name softly, trying to slow the storm between them. Julie. But she only growled back at him, her resentment still burning too fiercely to be calmed by a single word. Fighting is dangerous, he said quietly, and though his voice was soft, the words landed heavily in the tense space between them. Julie could no longer keep the bitterness contained. Her voice trembled as years of resentment spilled out all at once. You forced me to abandon the Empire's will. You told me to take over as captain of Second Kin, the unit managed by House Eucline. And when I refused you, you spread every kind of rumor about me. Tears began gathering in Julie's eyes, bright with hurt and fury as she glared at him from across the room. With those emotions twisting together on her face, she demanded, "What are you trying to do?" Deculin looked back at her in an awkward stillness, as though there was no clean or simple answer he could offer. After a moment, he said, "I know about all of it." He understood the twisted feelings that had once lived inside the original Deculine's heart. That man had wanted to bind Julie with invisible chains, mistaking obsessive possession for love and ruining everything around her so she would have no choice but to remain by his side. The things Deculine had done were not acts that could be forgiven easily. He quietly watched Julie's anger burn in front of him and accepted it without trying to defend himself. That is why, he said, I understand your resentment better than anyone. Then he gave her a firm assurance, his voice steady. I will not do that anymore. Julie answered instantly, cutting him off with a sharp glare. I don't believe you. Deculine did not flinch from her rejection and continued admitting his fault. I know I pushed you far past what you could endure. Julie's eyes widened in surprise, her anger faltering for a single breath. What? He lowered his head, setting aside the pride he had always worn like armor. I realized that what I did was wrong. Julie stared at him in complete astonishment, as if she could not make sense of the scene before her. Those words had come from Deculine's mouth, and yet they sounded nothing like the man she thought she knew. Deculine continued in the same calm tone, but I was not the only one involved. Your sister and your brother also went too far. The moment he said it, Julie reacted as if she wanted to reject the claim immediately. No, that's... Julie started to argue, but outside the room, Josephine Freyden froze the instant Deculine's words reached her ears. Deculine gently cut into a piece of meat, his hand moving with steady precision, even as he spoke frankly. Besides, if you truly intend to chase your dream of becoming an Imperial Guard, shouldn't you be prepared to leave your family behind? Julie looked stunned, her voice catching in disbelief. How could you? Deculine answered without hesitation. The Imperial Guards are not bound to any clan. They serve only the Emperor and they protect only the Emperor. His voice remained even almost cold in its restraint as he faced her directly. Julie, I am neither honest nor loyal. Confusion spread across Julie's face as she stared at him, unable to follow where he was taking the conversation. What are you talking about? Deculine answered her bluntly. I am the complete opposite of the ideal you hold in your heart. I am not suited for you. Julie finally lost patience and slammed her hand against the table. Get to the point. Deculine remained perfectly composed. There is only one thing I can do for you. He spoke plainly, making sure there was no room for misunderstanding. We maintain the engagement, but we do not marry. I truly want you to be free. But with all these tangled interests surrounding both of us, this is the most I can offer. Julie stared at him, stunned by the answer. You sound like a gentleman. Deculine replied without wavering. Use my name to protect yourself for as long as you need until the day you can pursue your dream. I will wait and I will keep the engagement in place. Julie narrowed her eyes, still unable to accept his sudden change so easily. What are you planning? She asked, suspicion thick in her voice. Why are you suddenly revealing all of this now? Deculine stayed composed, his expression unreadable. I'm not saying this because I expect anything from you. Then after a slight pause, his voice softened just enough to make the next words feel deliberate. However, if I may ask for one thing, I want to see you smile once a month. There was no mockery in his face and no teasing edge in his voice. He looked at her sincerely and added, that is what I want. Julie was left completely frozen, her thoughts seeming to stop all at once as she struggled to form any response. Then, little by little, a flush spread across her face, coloring her cheeks until her embarrassment became impossible to hide. What? Julie shouted, so flustered that her voice nearly cracked. Outside the room, Josephine Freyden was just as stunned by what she had heard, making Zeit glance toward her with curious eyes. Inside, Deculine let out a helpless sigh to himself. In order to escape the fatal danger aimed at his life, he had simply chosen the words Josephine Frayden would most want to hear. But when he looked back at Julie, he realized something he had not expected at all. He had never imagined that Julie herself would become so visibly flustered by those words. Julie stammered awkwardly, unable to meet his calm gaze for long. Why would you suddenly want something like that? Deculing found himself answering with a compliment that sounded far more genuine than planned. You look very adorable. For a moment, Deculin fell silent. He had to acknowledge it now. Even the original Deculin's love for Julie had somehow become a part of him. Julie, still flushed with embarrassment, pushed back in protest. Are you trying to deceive me with such shameful words? Deculine did not avert his eyes. My heart is mine as well. Julie stumbled over her response, her usual composure slipping through her fingers. Anyway, but she quickly corrected herself, forcing her voice back into a defensive tone. I don't believe it. I will never trust your plan. Deculine let out a soft chuckle of amusement, which only made Julie even more flustered. Why are you laughing? I told you I don't believe you. Outside the room, Josephine Frayden listened with a strange sense of satisfaction growing inside her. The conversation was a little embarrassing to hear, but she could not help wondering whether his feelings might actually be sincere. If that was true, then perhaps it would be worth watching him for a little longer. The atmosphere between Deculine and Julie had clearly changed. Then a system window appeared before Deculine's eyes, announcing that he had avoided the deadly variable tied to the villain's fate and had received a reward of 2-story units. 3 days later, a black carriage rolled steadily along the road, its wheels turning beneath the quiet sky as it carried Deculine toward his next destination. Inside the carriage, Deculine sat in silence, his eyes fixed on the scenery sliding past the window. Those 3 days had vanished almost before he could properly feel them pass. He remembered the date that had been circled on the calendar, and the weight of that mark settled over him once again. At last, that day had arrived. After stepping down from the carriage, Deculine entered the cemetery at a slow pace, walking into the stillness of the graves, one careful step at a time. A gentle wind stirred around him, brushing softly through the graveyard as he murmured to himself. Only the sound of footsteps among tombstones could create such strange feelings. In the end, perhaps it was simply the atmosphere surrounding the place. He let his gaze drift over the crowded rows of tombstones, each one standing so close to the next that their worn edges almost seemed to lean against one another. Pale strands of sunlight filtered through the tall, overgrown grass, slipping over the old stones and settling into their cracked surfaces, like faint pieces of warmth left behind in that quiet place. My steps never faltered as I continued walking deeper into the graveyard silence. Even before my body reached this place, my heart felt as though it had already fallen here long ago, sinking into the earth, as if this lonely ground had been waiting to receive it from the very beginning. Eventually, he stopped in front of a single grave. The instant his eyes landed on it, something heavy and certain pressed down inside his chest, like a truth he could no longer avoid. This was the place where my memories had been abandoned, left behind beneath the cold stone. A shadow of sorrow crossed through his eyes, dimming them for a moment. But that grief did not feel like something Deculine himself had created. It was softer, older, and buried far deeper, as if it belonged to another person sleeping somewhere inside him. He stood there, completely still, unable to move away, his eyes locked on the name carved into the tombstone. One letter after another, he studied the inscription in silence, as though those carved marks might finally give him an answer to a question he had never once allowed himself to ask. Then, from the depths of his mind, the image of a young, beautiful woman slowly began to rise. Her face came back with painful clarity, but the memory was not Deculine's. It belonged to the man who had existed before him, Kim Woojin. He remembered a night from before he had ever entered Deculine's body. Back then, Kim Woojin had only stepped out to get a drink of water, moving through the quiet room half asleep, when a familiar voice suddenly cut into the late night stillness. Yu Ara had said she wanted to hide an Easter egg somewhere. He immediately turned toward her, caught off guard, and asked without thinking, "What?" Yu Ara spoke with bright, almost sparkling excitement, as if that little idea had been burning happily in her mind for hours. She explained that it might be fun to add something extra to Deculin's backstory. Since Deculin was only a secondary boss in the game, she thought a small hidden detail would be enough. And with a proud little smile, she added that she had already received permission from the author. Kim Woojin, however, showed no interest at all. With irritation written plainly across his face, he tossed the cup aside and rejected the idea on the spot. That just means more work for us. We already stayed up all night, and it's not even going to affect revenue directly, so don't make extra tasks out of nowhere. Yu Ara's expression tightened at his blunt refusal, her eyebrows pulling together as she frowned at him in clear displeasure. Why not? This is actually pretty important. Kim Woo-jin only exhaled a weary sigh, his eyes narrowing with annoyance as if he was already preparing another complaint before she could continue. But Yu-ara did not shrink back from his irritation. Instead, she simply smiled again, still carrying that stubborn brightness in her face, and said that if they wanted the game to truly mean something, they needed to put their hearts into it. Kim Woo-jin's patience finally reached its limit. He turned away from her, his shoulders stiff with irritation, and muttered that she was spouting nonsense again. Then, as though he already understood she decided everything by herself, he added, "Do whatever you want. You're not asking me, because you actually care about my opinion." Yu-ara answered him in a softer voice, but there was a quiet, unshakable firmness beneath that gentle tone. She said she truly believed it was a good idea, and to her, it would never be something pointless, meaningless, or thrown away for nothing. Kim Woo-jin merely stared at her without saying anything, letting the silence stand in place of a reply while she continued speaking on her own. She went on to explain that Deculine also had a fiancé who had already died. And as Kim Woo-jin listened, he still could not understand where Yu-ara found so much endless energy. She was always smiling, always scattering new ideas like tiny sparks of excitement, and he could never grasp what made those things so fun for her. Even when Kim Woo-jin met her words with cold indifference, Yu-ara did not seem discouraged. Her expression remained warm as she slowly explained that maybe this was for their team, and that small things like this could be one of the easiest ways to care for the people around them. Then she tilted her head, a playful smile tugging at her lips, and teased him by asking whether he might actually be kind after all. Kim Woo-jin only found that cheerfulness even harder to understand. He could not figure out what was so entertaining about hiding an Easter egg, or why the thought of it made her laugh so freely. At that moment, sorrow settled deeply over Deculine's face, darkening his eyes as realization slowly took hold of him. If he truly wanted to recover Kim Woo-jin's lost memories, then he had no choice but to follow the traces that had been left behind and search for every clue connected to them. With a heavy heart, he looked down at the gravestone standing before him. A painful question circled through his mind again and again, refusing to leave him alone. Had he ever praised her idea and called it brilliant, or had he only answered her kindness with cruelty? Deculine stood silently before the tombstone, his eyes unable to pull away from the words carved deep into the cold surface. The inscription sat there quietly, yet struck him with unbearable weight. Yu-ara von Fistman, always grateful. A faint breeze passed through the graveyard, stirring the grass and carrying a silence that felt heavier than the wind itself. Deculine did not move, but inside him, an unanswered question slowly rose from the depths of his chest. Why had she carved her own name into this grave? He fell into a long silence, his thoughts tangling together until they felt impossible to separate. Deculine had been created with Kim Woo-jin as his foundation, so why would Yu-ara choose to give Deculine's dead fiancé her own name? Why would she bind herself to that hidden part of his story? The words engraved into the stone hit him with such force that for a brief moment he could do nothing at all. He simply stared, frozen in place, as if the inscription had reached into him and stopped his breath. And then another question followed, even more painful than the last. Why had she thanked him? His eyes filled with a quiet, mournful stillness, and the weight pressing down on his heart sank even deeper, dragging his emotions into a silence he could not escape. Deculine slowly lowered himself to his knees before the grave. His hand reached out toward the tombstone and gently traced the cold stone surface, his fingertips passing over every carved stroke of the letters. And before he even understood what was happening, tears had already begun to fall soundlessly from his eyes. Those tears slid down his face and dropped onto the chilled stone, soaking quietly into its surface. It felt as though a single word, a single meaning hidden inside that inscription had suddenly overflowed through his entire body and filled him with emotion too heavy to contain. He pressed his palm against the tombstone, and his swelling ache rose sharply in his chest. For a moment, it almost felt as if Yu-ara were standing right beside him, whispering softly into the graveyard air. Memories from those earlier days rushed back so vividly that they seemed close enough for him to reach out and touch. One by one, Deculine felt those small and precious moments return to him. He remembered the way she had looked at his drawings with genuine admiration, her face lighting up with honest excitement. He remembered how she would notice him shivering in the cold and quietly wrap his coat around him without making a fuss. He remembered the warmth of her hand when she held his A simple gesture that should have been ordinary, yet remained gentle, clear, and unforgettable, even after all that time. He remembered the loving words she had given him, and the way she always lifted him back up whenever exhaustion dragged him down. Every moment they had shared stayed inside him, rooted so deeply in a place that even the passing of time had never been able to erase. 7 years spent by her side returned all at once, crashing over him like a wave he could not hold back. Deculin's tears would not stop. He stayed kneeling before the grave for a long, aching while, crying silently as grief continued to pour out of him without end. At that very same time, Lockhart stood some distance away, hidden just far enough to observe everything from where he stood. He watched Deculane kneel before the tombstone and weep, taking in the sight with cold, burning eyes. A thick, murderous aura began to roll off Lockhart's body as he clenched his teeth so tightly they nearly ground together. At last, after all this time, he had found him. That filthy mage was finally standing right in front of him. Above the graveyard, the sky blazed with the fierce glow of sunset. The dying light spread across everything like a burning cloak, bathing the silent tombstones and tall grass in a harsh red-gold radiance. Deculine quietly turned his back on the grave. His face had already returned to its usual expressionless calm, even though the inside of his heart remained unsettled and raw. In that moment, he understood just how useful Deculine's natural temperament could be, because now he looked perfectly composed. Nothing like the man who had been crying only moments earlier. Then, without any warning, a shadow suddenly stretched across the ground near him, cutting into the fading light at his feet. Deculine reacted immediately. His eyes sharpened, cold and alert, as he lifted his gaze toward the source of the shadow. The face that entered his view was one he recognized. His voice dropped into a low, suspicious tone as he spoke the name aloud. Lockhart. The moment Lockhart heard his name, his face twisted with fury. You know me. His voice was thick with hatred, rough and dangerous. He had never imagined that a sharp-tongued, arrogant mage like Deculine would dare look at him so calmly and speak to him as if he were nothing more than another familiar face. Deculine frowned faintly, his cold gaze moving over the man standing before him from head to toe. There was no mistake. This was Lockhart, the man known for hunting down and killing mages. He observed him in silence, measuring the danger in front of him. Lockhart was the villain's lieutenant against mages, and there was one simple reason he had naturally become their enemy. He possessed the ability to nullify magic itself. Then, to Deculine's astonishment, Lockhart suddenly lunged forward, his body blurred in an instant, tearing through the distance between them with terrifying speed, as if the space itself had been ripped open by his charge. Lockhart moved with the confidence of someone utterly certain that no magic could ever reach him. But Deculine did not hesitate for even a second. He swung his hand and a burst of magic flared outward. Yet just like in the game, Lockhart's anti-magic felt almost unfair, as if that ability had been inserted into the world like a shameless cheat. And that was not the only problem. Lockhart's abilities seemed to stretch far beyond normal limits, and even if Deculine ignored his resistance to magic, the raw physical force behind each of his movements was dangerous enough on its own. Deculine's brow tightened and his gaze grew darker as he grasped the abnormal nature of the situation. The moment Lockhart entered a certain range, magic would no longer function properly. Inside that space, ordinary spells were useless. Lockhart charged forward like a violent gale, murderous intent pouring from every movement as he rushed straight at Deculine. There was no hesitation in him, no pause, only the single-minded desire to cut down the mage before his eyes. Stupid mage, magic won't affect me. As Lockhart spat those words, his dagger sliced through the air toward Deculine in a deadly arc. But Deculine reacted the very instant the blade came for him. His body shifted with smooth, controlled precision. He retreated by only the smallest necessary distance, moving just far enough to slip outside the fatal path of the dagger without wasting a single motion. Lockhart refused to pull back. Gritting his teeth, he pressed forward and unleashed one attack after another, each strike sharper, faster, and more vicious than the last. But Deculine remained steady, his movements light and fluid like wind as he slipped away from every blow. His eyes stayed icy and unreadable, as if none of Lockhart's attacks were worth genuine concern. Most mages would have trembled before someone like him, especially with magic rendered useless at close range. But the longer Lockhart continued swinging, the more Deculine seemed to find him irritating rather than frightening. Lockhart roared with fury, his rage tearing through his voice as he hurled himself forward. Die! But the instant Lockhart leaned in too close, Deculine moved. Without warning, his fist shot forward and drove into Lockhart with crushing force, slamming into him before the man could fully react. The force of Deculine's blow sent Lockhart's body wrenching sideways, his frame twisting violently from the impact. Pain tore through him as he lost control, rolled across the broken ground, and finally slammed hard into the dirt with a heavy, humiliating crash. Deculine stood above him and looked down with a coldness that carried no trace of surprise or fear. His eyes were sharp and emotionless, like polished steel catching the light. And in that moment, Lockhart's anti-magic ability meant absolutely nothing to him. Even after being thrown down so brutally, Lockhart still could not accept what had just happened. His expression twisted with humiliation and disbelief, his jaw clenched tight, and a bitter curse leaked out from between his teeth. Bastard. The insult barely left Lockhart's mouth before Deculine's patience visibly wore thinner. His brows tightened with irritation, and instead of continuing to waste time by simply dodging around him, Deculine moved in and struck Lockhart again, forcing a sharp cry of pain from his throat. As Deculine narrowed his eyes, a memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Only a few days earlier, he had used 10 story units from his remaining balance to purchase a mana quality enhancement, a choice that had seemed useful, but not especially dramatic at the time.
Back then, he had stood there quietly, staring up at the bar fixed firmly to the ceiling, and murmured to himself that the enhancement seemed to improve the efficiency of his mana control. He had thought he would need time to adjust to it, because all he had meant to do was lift the bar just slightly.
He lowered his gaze to his own hand with a faint frown, realizing that the same amount of mana was now producing far more power than before. Then a notification echoed inside his mind, confirming that mana quality enhancement level 1 had been applied, allowing him to release a greater amount of mana than he had previously been capable of. The mana flowing through him felt smoother, cleaner, and much easier to direct, and that new sensation gave Deculine a quiet surge of confidence. The effect seemed to apply more widely than he had first assumed, so instead of forcing an immediate conclusion, he decided to continue with his daily routine and observe the changes naturally over time. But the moment Deculine grabbed the pull-up bar, even he could not help widening his eyes slightly. The metal warped beneath his hand, bending out of shape as though it could not withstand even the most casual pressure from his grip. He stared at the distorted metal for a moment, trying to understand exactly what had just happened. The enhancement might have been described as minor, but it had clearly improved the quality of the power running through his body far more than he expected. Back in the present, Lockhart no longer looked like an imposing threat at all. He lay flattened against the shattered earth, while Deculine stood above him in silence, his cold eyes calmly taking in the broken ground and the ruined state of his opponent. Then, without any warning, an information panel appeared before Deculine's eyes. The message was direct and unmistakable. Villain's fate. Survive indeterminate death. Balance increased by 2. Deculine spoke in a cold, even voice, as if the answer had finally become clear to him. He understood it now. The mana quality enhancement had not merely improved his control. It had also been applied to him as a trait. Deep inside, Deculine felt a quiet satisfaction settle over him. His overwhelming physical strength combined with Iron Man had already allowed him to overpower Lockhart, but because this new trait was far more effective than expected, the entire fight had become much easier than he had imagined. Even so, Lockhart still had a faint trace of strength left in him. He spat his words out with pure venom, cursing under his breath as he said he should have erased that mage's name from existence long ago. His body shook as he forced himself to struggle upright, trembling with pain and rage. You damned mage heretic traitors who defy Lord Vethin and break into the magic tower. You're all lunatics. Without magic, you're nothing. Deculine watched him closely with cold, assessing eyes, that ability so powerful it almost felt like a cheat, that hatred toward mages burning so intensely it could not be hidden, that strange heretical way of speaking. One detail after another began falling into place inside Deculine's mind. His frown deepened slightly as he looked down at Lockhart and addressed him directly, his voice cutting through the tense air. Lockhart? You! Lockhart had been trying to push himself back onto his feet, but the instant those words reached him, his entire body stiffened. He froze halfway up, as though Deculine had touched a secret he was never supposed to know. Slowly, Lockhart lifted his head, his eyes locked onto Deculine's face from below, wide with stunned disbelief, and only one word escaped him. You? His voice no longer carried only rage. Surprise had slipped into it now, tangled together with suspicion and even a trace of fear. How do you know? The Bloodshroud clan had earned its name from an ominous legend. Its people were said to be born wrapped in a shroud soaked with blood. Their bloodline stretched back to demons from ancient times, carrying a history most people feared even to mention. Because of that origin, they hid their identities and lived scattered across the continent, always forced to remain in the shadows. They were a race that stood in opposition to mages, almost as if the existence of magic itself had been designed to fight against demons. The bitter conflict between mage bloodlines and the Bloodshroud clan had gone on for a very long time. It was not some small feud, but one of the major forces that had shaped the structure, history, and tension of this world. It was also one of the central plot lines in the game itself. Deculin stood there without speaking, his expression cold and unreadable as he watched Lockhart tremble on the ground, showing no sign that the man's fear moved him. For a moment, Deculin sank deeper into thought. So the Bloodshroud clan had been driven into mortal danger simply because of the sins and actions committed by their ancestors long before them. His expression tightened, and a faint unease spread across his face. Somewhere out there, even at that very moment, a purge might already be happening, with members of that clan being hunted down before they could defend themselves. Then Deculin suddenly spoke, his voice cutting cleanly through the heavy silence. Lockhart, I understand you well. The oppression you have endured must truly have been harsh. Lockhart froze where he was, his eyes widening in shock. Deculin paid no attention to the complicated expression spreading across Lockhart's face and continued in a calm, weighty tone. But if you kill innocent mages, then you will become the same kind of monster as the ones who persecuted you. A violent burst of anger surged up inside Lockhart, as if Deculin's words had driven straight into the deepest wound he carried. For one brief moment, he fell silent, trembling with rage, and then he roared back, "What do you know? Stop babbling and just kill me." Deculin let out a quiet sigh, and a solemn shadow passed through his eyes. There was no pity in his face and no contempt either. For once, his low voice carried a rare and sincere trace of empathy. I know because the Bloodshroud clan is innocent as well. At that instant, something inside Lockhart visibly wavered. Deculin's words startled him so deeply that, for a heartbeat, his anger seemed to falter. But he crushed that feeling down immediately, grinding his teeth as hostility flashed back into his eyes. What? What did you, a mage, just say? With an expression that remained composed, almost indifferent, Deculin answered without hesitation. I am Deculin of House Euclane, born of noble lineage, and I have never once lost my dignity. Lockhart's voice rang out again, this time thick, with both confusion and fury. What kind of act are you putting on before killing me? It's pointless. Deculin stayed perfectly calm, treating Lockhart's anger as if it were nothing more than distant noise. Then he spoke slowly, each word controlled. The only time I ever lost my dignity was when I stood before a demon. His face no longer looked serene. His deep eyes turned icy and severe, carrying a pressure so heavy that anyone who met his gaze would feel their breath tighten. Lockhart stared up at him in astonishment, his mouth falling open before he could stop himself. Deculin ignored that stunned expression and continued speaking. The Euclane bloodline has hunted demons since ancient times. We become mad as if we are always expecting demons to appear before us. It is an instinct I cannot overcome. Then, without any warning, Deculin asked him a question. Did I lose my dignity and composure while standing before you? Lockhart blinked, clearly caught off guard by the sudden turn in his words. Huh? A faint sadness flickered across Deculin's expression, barely visible but unmistakable. Or did I hesitate when you provoked me? He did not give Lockhart time to answer. Instead, Deculin continued pressing forward with another question, his voice steady and unwavering. Did I go mad, as if I had been standing on the edge of it all this time? Then Deculin delivered his answer with absolute certainty, leaving no room for argument. You are human. Those words seemed to open a door inside Lockhart that no one had ever reached before. Lockhart looked up at him as if he were seeing something sacred, something almost divine. In that moment, the figure standing above him no longer looked like just another mage, but like the dignity of a true noble made visible before his eyes. Even then, doubt still clung to Lockhart's face, refusing to disappear completely. You can trust me! But before he could finish getting the words out, a group of people came rushing in from the distance, their voices cutting loudly through the graveyard. Over here. Hurry up. Without the slightest warning, Deculin raised his leg and kicked Lockhart squarely in the face. Lockhart had no time to defend himself, and the brutal strike sent him snapping backward as blood burst from his nose. Looking down at Lockhart sprawled across the ground. Again, Deculin spoke in a cold, commanding voice. So stay there and surrender. The inspector arrived almost immediately and snapped into a crisp salute, standing straight with the air of someone eager to prove himself. "I am Inspector Ropa," he exclaimed. Then, after seeing the miserable state Lockhart was in, he added with open admiration, "That was a vicious kick indeed, Professor Deculane. This damned killer, should I give him a few more?" Deculane answered in a casual tone, not even bothering to give Lockhart another serious glance. "No need, leave him." The moment Ropa heard the order, he responded at once, sharp and obedient, "Yes, sir." Deculane then extended his hand toward a nearby tree. With calm precision, he used magic to take control of the branches, manipulating the wood as naturally as if it were an extension of his own fingers. Outside, Zeit and Josephine stood at ease, listening to the situation unfold from where they were positioned. They remained calm, taking in Deculane's handling of the scene without any sign of panic. Under Deculane's magic, a small branch began to move. It twisted, bent, and reshaped itself little by little, the wood coiling together until it transformed into something that looked like a rope. Deculane handed the rope over without hesitation, his voice low, calm, and firm as he gave the order. "This man has the ability to nullify magic, so normal restraints made through spells won't be enough to keep him in place. Use this iron rope and bind him properly." Ropa accepted it with his eyes widening in surprise, clearly not expecting that explanation. "Huh, are you serious?" No wonder he kept slipping out of custody. Then that must be why the magic radar couldn't track his location either. Even Deculane's expression shifted slightly, as if the scattered clues had finally started locking together in his mind. A moment later, Deculane's gaze slid toward Ropa, and the air around his voice grew sharper. "But you arrived here unusually quickly," he said, suspicion hidden beneath his composed tone. "Were you already patrolling somewhere nearby?" Ropa frowned at that, looking both puzzled and wary, as if Deculane's question made no sense to him either. "We came because a report was sent in." "Professor, wasn't that report from you?" Deculane denied it immediately, his face remaining perfectly still. "It wasn't me. Someone else must have heard the disturbance and called it in, and from a darker corner nearby, an unseen figure stayed hidden in silence, watching the exchange without revealing themselves." With the immediate problem now under control, Deculane turned away as if there was nothing more for him to say. In his usual cold, restrained manner, he left them with a short command. "Then I'll be going. Take care of everything else yourselves." As Deculane started to walk away, the faintest crease appeared between his brows. Beneath that calm expression, a quiet sense of relief settled heavily in his chest. This time, at least, he had managed to resolve the situation without needing to spill anyone's blood. But just as he moved forward, an unfamiliar sensation suddenly washed over him. His steps slowed, then stopped completely on their own, right at the spot where that person's lingering traces still seemed to hang faintly in the air. Deculane slowly raised his eyes toward the sky, looking up into the endless darkness above him, as though an answer might be hidden somewhere beyond it. And in the quiet depths of his heart, one thought remained more certain than anything else. He did not want to hurt anyone. The following morning, Yariel faced him with her usual cold sharpness, her voice cutting cleanly through the room. "This is the first meeting in Burst in 15 years. Inside the training room of the Eucline mansion, Deculane held the scroll in one hand and looked at her with genuine surprise. "You came all the way here in person just to deliver this to me?" Yariel gave a chilly snort, her irritation written plainly across her face. "Since you showed absolutely no interest in it, I had no choice but to bring it myself. Did I?" Yariel did not let the matter drop there. She pushed harder, each word sharper than the last, as if she had been holding this frustration in for far too long. "Isn't it the responsibility of the family head to actually look after the affairs of this household?" Then her eyes narrowed even further, and she snapped at him with obvious displeasure. "And exactly when are you planning to put on proper clothes?" Deculane offered no reply at all. Instead, he quietly unrolled the scroll and began reading through its contents. According to the report, demons had recently appeared at Black Mountain, and because of that incident, Birch planned to summon mages together for a formal discussion. At that very moment, a mission window appeared before Deculane's eyes. Main quest, the summons of Burkt. The rule was clear: within 1 week, he had to add 1 guard, increasing the party size to 2. Iriel's eyes opened a little wider when she noticed what was needed. "You require a guard? Then I'll send Jeff with you. He used to belong to a mercenary squad." Deculane rejected the suggestion instantly, giving only a small shake of his head. "No need." He let out a faint scoff, as though the very idea was too unreasonable to consider. Someone like Jeff would be even less appropriate. These days, he's far more used to handling steering wheels than actual weapons. And far away at that exact same moment, Jeff suddenly sneezed over and over again as if Deculine's insult had somehow reached him from across the distance. Iriel fell into thought for a brief moment, but the look on her face made it clear she was not willing to back down. Even so, you can't make that trip without a guard, she said firmly. I've been there before. Although she tried to keep her tone cold, her expression tightened with concern that she could not fully hide. The road to Burkt is dangerous enough that your life could genuinely be at risk. Deculine simply listened without cutting her off, his face composed, quiet, and impossible to read. Then he asked in an almost plain, emotionless voice, "Are you worried about me?" Yariel immediately recoiled as if the words themselves offended her. "Don't be ridiculous. Don't say something so disgusting. I just can't allow you to die before I officially take the position of family head away from you." Even while denying it so fiercely, a faint blush still crept across Yariel's cheeks. She quickly forced her expression back under control, pretending nothing had happened as she moved the conversation forward. "Leave the matter of the guard to me," Yariel said, her voice firm enough to end the discussion. "I'll personally find someone trustworthy and hire them myself." Around that same time at the Freyden military camp, the soldiers were in the middle of intense training. Across the grounds, every movement was sharp, fierce, and disciplined, showing the hard structure of a military force used to battle. The sound of steel clashing rang out again and again, echoing across the training field without pause. Julie watched the drills with the steady eyes of a commander and called out in a strong voice, "Good, that's the spirit. Stay focused." From a small corner set away from the main field, someone stood quietly and watched the training unfold from a distance. He kept himself out of the way, observing without stepping into the soldier's path. The man looked troubled, his gaze fixed on the training grounds, while a worried murmur slipped from his mouth. "What should I do?" Veron glanced back toward him after hearing that uncertain voice and asked, "What do you mean?" The man did not respond right away. Instead, he stayed silent for a moment, his eyes shifting around the area as though he was checking to make sure no one else was close enough to overhear. When the other person suddenly turned and met his eyes, he startled hard enough to snap at him, "At least make some noise when you walk." Only after he finally steadied himself did Veron release a weary sigh. "Our army just received a major contract, but I'm hesitating. I don't know whether we should accept it." Veron answered in a cold, direct tone, cutting straight through the hesitation without patience. "I'm sharp, so stop thinking in circles. If you're that concerned, report it to the commander." The deputy commander only sighed even more heavily, his shoulders seeming to sink. That's exactly the problem. Bringing this up to her is already difficult enough. His voice dropped lower, carrying the exhaustion of someone who had already imagined the worst reaction. Then he finally revealed the real reason behind his hesitation. The mission is to protect Deculine. The moment Veron heard that name, his eyes widened in clear shock. Leaning casually against the wall, he explained the situation in fuller detail, though his expression remained grim. Officially, the assignment is to protect the entire convoy, but they know that if they openly mention Deculine's involvement, I won't accept it, so they're trying to make the mission sound smaller than it really is. Veron did not pause, hesitate, or weigh the matter for even a single second. His answer came out immediately, cold and absolute. Take that mission. Ren was reading a letter about Burkt, the highland mountain range located in the northern continent. The region rested at an altitude of 3,500 meters, and among mages, it was known as the home of the Elder Mages. Bircht was a place where every mage faction across the continent sent its ideologies, theories, and research, making it far more than just a remote mountain region. As Ren continued reading, his focus sharpened. Even the magic tower was expected to follow its authority, and not even the floating islands of the mages could openly reject orders that came from there. The more Ren thought about the letter, the more clearly he understood the weight behind that name. Bircht's influence was enormous, stretching across the entire magical world like a power no faction could simply ignore. It stood almost like a pillar holding up that world. A summoning conference held there was incredibly rare, something that happened only once every few decades, and now Ren's attention settled on the mage who had been called to Burkt for this very event. Meanwhile, Sylvia Josephine Alade quietly came up from behind and stood near Ren, her eyes moving over the contents of the letter from over his shoulder. Being summoned to Burkt was not a small matter for a mage. It meant honor, recognition, and proof that their position had already been firmly acknowledged. Elsewhere, Deculine was calmly practicing magic, his movements composed and steady, while Ren's thoughts continued to circle around Burkt. A summons from that place carried undeniable glory. But among mages, it also had a much darker reputation. Burkt was known as a mage's grave. At Burkt's train station airport, A large crowd of mages had already gathered. The place was filled with tense energy and restless anticipation, as if everyone present understood the importance of what was about to begin. Julie looked visibly uneasy as she turned and asked, "Are you fully prepared?" The answer came back immediately, without even a hint of doubt. "Of course, don't worry." Then, all at once, someone lifted his voice above the noise and announced the arrival everyone had been waiting for. "He's coming." Alan followed behind Deculine, his eyes wandering across the thick white snow, blanketing the surroundings. He stared in amazement and said, "It's already April? And yet the snow is still piled this high. Professor, this really is the North." Julie quickly stepped forward to meet him, gathering herself into the formal composure expected of a commander. With a respectful tone, she greeted him, "Thank you for coming all this way." Her voice stayed calm, but beneath that calmness was the firm authority of someone used to leading soldiers. From this transfer station onward, the Freyden Association will be responsible for protecting the first half of the train. Deculin looked at her, and a trace of surprise passed through his expression. A warm flush rose across Julie's face, betraying the embarrassment she was trying hard to suppress. Even so, she forced herself to continue speaking in a steady voice. "We will do everything in our power to ensure your safety and comfort." Deculine stared at her quietly, as though he had momentarily lost the words to respond. At that exact moment, Julie remembered the conversation they had once shared, and her face grew even warmer. He had told her before that he wanted to see her smile once a month. Her body stiffened as a quiet wave of panic rushed through her. What was she supposed to do in this situation? Should she smile right here? And if she did, should it be bright and obvious or small enough to look natural and restrained? Her fists tightened at her sides while frustration burned silently inside her. Why did she have to endure something like this? Behind her, however, one of the men completely misread the situation in his eyes. Even though she despised Deculine down to her very core, she was still giving this mission everything she had. That level of professionalism alone deserved respect. "Captain," he stepped forward, clearly intending to take over. "Captain? I'll handle." But before he could finish the sentence, Veron cut in and stopped him. Veron stepped forward with a composed expression and introduced himself simply. His voice was calm, controlled, and free of unnecessary emotion. "I'm Veron." Keeping that same cold expression, Veron continued with a formal explanation. "I've been assigned as your escort for this mission. The others are only here to show their respect before handing the duty over to me." Noticing how serious and stiff Veron appeared, Julie tried to ease the heavy atmosphere with a small smile. "This kid has talent," she said, speaking in a way meant to reassure Deculine. "Even the association recognizes his ability. There's no need for concern, Professor." Deculine remained silent, offering no immediate response. His gaze slowly lowered to Veron's sword, studying it with quiet, precise attention. In that brief look alone, he understood that the man standing before him was not an ordinary swordsman. Deculine's eyes tightened by the slightest degree, his gaze settling on Veron with that quiet, exacting focus he always carried. Just looking was not enough. If he wanted to be certain about the man standing before him, he would have to examine Veron properly through keen vision. Veron returned that look with a glare full of naked hatred, the emotion burning so openly in his eyes that it was impossible to miss. Deculine, however, did not bother reacting to it. His mind remained cool, detached, and analytical from Veron. He could not detect any strange or unusual energy. Perhaps he had simply been overthinking the matter. Veron spoke first, his voice clipped and professional, as if this were nothing more than a job assignment. "Most mages have escorts assigned to them. Each carriage is given one protector. I'll be in charge of yours, Professor." Deculine accepted the arrangement without showing much emotion, answering in an almost casual tone, "I'll be counting on you." Before the silence between them could grow any more uncomfortable, Julie stepped in and brought the exchange to a clean end. "All right then, my role here is finished. Have a safe journey." With those words, Julie turned away and began walking off. Behind her, Deculine, Alan, and Veron were left standing together, the three of them facing one another in a stiff, awkward silence that seemed to stretch longer than it should. But just before Julie fully left the scene, her steps suddenly came to a stop. She paused in place, then slowly looked back over her shoulder. Then, as if she were forcing herself through some strange and difficult personal challenge, Julie pulled her lips into a smile. It was clearly meant to be polite, but the expression came out stiff, awkward, and oddly unnatural. The man behind her immediately called out "Captain," as if worried by what he had just seen. Deculine, on the other hand, simply watched Julie from where he stood, a faint smile beginning to tug at the corner of his lips. In that brief, awkward little moment, Deculine understood what had happened. Julie had remembered their agreement, even if she was clumsy about it, even if the smile looked forced, she had still kept her promise in her own way. Several hours later, the three of them were already seated inside the train. Beyond the carriage windows, the scenery continued to slide past in long, moving streaks as the journey toward Birch carried on.
Deculine glanced toward Alan, noticing his condition, and spoke in his usual calm, composed voice. If you're tired, then sleep.
We still have several hours before we arrive, Deculine added, making it clear there was no need to force himself awake. Alan accepted the suggestion almost immediately and nodded. All right then, I'll take a short nap. The train continued racing steadily along the tracks, its constant rhythm filling the carriage like a low, repetitive pulse. Before long, Alan's eyes closed completely, and he sank into a deep, peaceful sleep. Deculine remained seated in silence, his thoughts slowly turning toward the destination, waiting ahead. The summons to Bercht was not feared by mages without reason. Among them, it had long carried the ominous title of a mage's grave. Bercht may have been called one of the great pillars of the magical world, but that grand reputation had more than one face. It was a place tied to authority, honor, and recognition, yet at the same time, danger always seemed to gather around it. Whenever a summoning conference was held there, unexpected incidents had a strange way of erupting along the path. It was almost as if trouble itself followed the summons the moment those invitations were sent. Deculine's thoughts sharpened around one particular threat. The train attack was something he absolutely had to avoid by choosing the safest route possible. If his judgment was wrong and he failed to do that, surviving the journey would become uncertain. This was one of the possible causes of Deculine's death. A deadly mind game built around selecting the safe train to Bercht. One correct choice could let him pass unharmed, but one wrong choice could send him straight into disaster. Resting his chin against one hand, Deculine quietly weighed the options he had taken. If he had wanted absolute safety, he could have purchased information from the underworld and found out in advance which train was going to be attacked. The original Deculine would almost certainly have chosen that route without hesitation. But for him now, that option no longer existed after taking over Deculine's life. He had intentionally cut off his connections with the underworld. Deculine glanced toward Alan, who was sleeping as if there were not a single worry in the world, and calmly reviewed everything he had prepared. Before coming here, he had built up several layers of self-defense. For instance, he had used insight to study the martial arts of the legendary fighter Ethansol. Then his eyes returned to Alan once more, and another thought crossed his mind. Only a short while ago, Alan had been brimming with excitement, yet now he was completely knocked out. Seeing Alan like that brought Deculine back to a conversation from several days earlier. Back then, he had asked him directly, "Alan, do you want to go to Bercht as my assistant? It will be dangerous, so you're free to refuse." Alan had looked so grateful that he was nearly in tears. "Thank you so much, Professor. For someone like me, this is a real honor." Deculine, however, had warned him with total seriousness. "If your nose starts running, I'm not taking you." The thought of having to deal with that kind of mess clearly bothered him more than he cared to hide. Back in the present, Deculine looked at the sleeping Alan with a hint of quiet surprise. He truly had not expected Alan to accept the trip so readily, especially after being told from the beginning that danger would be involved. As Alan continued sleeping soundly across from him, Deculine studied him with a calm, assessing gaze. Perhaps this assistant had more ambition hidden beneath that timid appearance than Deculine had first assumed. Then, without warning, a heavy metallic screech tore through the air. The entire train jolted hard, and with a loud grinding sound, it suddenly came to a stop. One after another, the other passengers began stepping off the train and leaving the carriage behind. Before long, the seats emptied out until only Deculine, Alan, and Veron remained inside. Deculine rested his chin against his hand once more, silently evaluating the situation. They had arrived at the final forest station, and beyond this point, only Birch remained, yet nothing had happened so far. Had he truly chosen the correct train? He had prepared himself thoroughly for the worst, but now it almost felt as though all that caution had gone unused. His coat, trousers, and leather shoes had all been strengthened through Midas's hand, raising their defensive capabilities before departure. He had carefully enchanted every part of his outfit and reinforced it with master-level skill. Then something above him caught his attention. A red system panel appeared in his field of vision, identifying the steel-tipped darts whose performance had also been enhanced by Midas's hand. He had even reinforced the steel-tipped wooden pieces hidden inside the carriage, making sure they would be useful if danger came. And just to be safe, he had also enchanted Alan's cloak, increasing its durability as an additional layer of protection. Deculine frowned slightly, a trace of annoyance crossing his otherwise composed face. He had used Midas's hand so many times in preparation for this trip that his mana was nearly drained. For a brief moment, he wondered if he should have saved that power for something more important. Spending so much mana here when nothing had happened yet almost made the effort feel wasteful. But that doubt did not linger for long. Preparing for nothing was still a form of preparation. In truth, the best possible outcome would be for every measure he had taken to remain unused. So Deculine stayed quiet, keeping his thoughts to himself. Deep down, he simply hoped for peace, wishing the rest of the journey would continue without any incident at all. The train began moving again and continued speeding along the tracks. Then, without the slightest warning, a violent explosion suddenly erupted, tearing through the calm of the journey. In the middle of the chaos, the image of the locomotive stood out with striking clarity. And even though Sylvia Josephine Elaid was aboard that very same train, she showed no sign of putting down the book in her hands. Several days earlier, before their departure, Ren had been sitting with Sylvia Josephine Elaid in quiet conversation. Looking at her, he asked, "Does the magic tower assign you a lot of homework?" Sylvia Josephine Elaid answered with casual honesty as if it were nothing particularly important. "A lot, but I skipped a few classes." Ren chuckled softly at her response. "You're destined to become an archmage, and yet you still work harder than anyone." Sylvia Josephine Elaid replied immediately, without the slightest hesitation in her voice. "If I can't even handle this much, how could I ever become an archmage?" But deep inside, her true thoughts were a little different from what she said out loud. In all honesty, she was not really worried about Ephri and Luna. Even so, she still wanted to hear more of Deculine's lectures. Then Sylvia Josephine Elaid turned her attention toward Ren and asked him directly, "Father, why are we leaving for Burke's summoning conference this early?" From Sylvia Josephine Elaid's point of view, there was still plenty of time before they needed to arrive. Waiting a few more days before setting out should have been perfectly acceptable. Ren thought quietly for a moment, then answered her question with a question of his own. "Have you heard that the journey to Burke is called the Mage's Grave?" Sylvia Josephine Elaid replied lightly, as though the name did not sound serious to her. "I thought that was just a ghost story." Ren shook his head and his expression turned grave. "It isn't." Those few short words carried enough weight to make Sylvia Josephine Elaid pause in surprise. Ren then explained the grim truth behind that ominous title. Every time a summons to Birched is issued, some mages die on the way there. 15 years ago, 11 of them lost their lives. His voice grew sterner as he continued, making it clear that this was not a matter to take lightly. For a long time, being summoned to Burkt has served as proof of a prestigious family's standing. If one of the 20 chosen families attends, its name is carved into history. But if a summoned family refuses to appear, that family is removed from the list forever. That is the rule. And once one position becomes empty, another new family rises up to take its place. Ren looked straight at Sylvia Josephine Elaid, his gaze calm but piercing, and asked, "What do you think is the easiest way to bring down a prestigious family?" She hesitated, caught off guard by the question, and unable to find an answer. "I don't—" Ren continued in a calm voice, but the weight behind his words made the meaning feel heavy. "Exactly." Then he laid out the truth plainly. The road to Birched was like walking across thin ice where a single wrong step could send an entire family crashing into ruin. Those who crave prestige that desperately often end up sacrificing far more than they ever planned. They chase honor so blindly that the road before them stops being a path to glory and becomes the very grave they willingly walk into. Sylvia Josephine Elaid's face tightened as the meaning sank in, fear slowly surfacing in her eyes, despite her attempt to stay composed. Giltheon Elaid continued speaking with the same steady expression, his tone calm but heavy. "That is precisely why we are moving in such a hurry. I received information that the next train is being targeted for an attack. By bringing you with me and leaving now, I'm taking the most cautious route available." The moment Sylvia heard that, her expression fell, and the worry she had been trying to hold back became impossible to hide. Giltheon Elaid lowered his voice even further, as if the walls themselves might be listening. "However, if this information spreads, it will create serious problems." Even so, deep in his heart, he believed Sylvia had to know the truth. She needed to understand how merciless and cruel the world of mages could truly be. After a brief pause, Giltheon Elaid looked at her and asked, "Among the 12 traditional families, which one do you think always insists on protecting tradition?" Sylvia hesitated, unsure what answer he expected, and could only look back at him with questioning eyes. Seeing that, he softened his voice slightly and continued. If anyone is punished because of this, it will not be just one person. It will be mages as a whole. Under the heavy weight of that grim atmosphere, Giltheon Elaid explained the matter even more clearly. In the magical world, deaths that occurred on the way to the conference were often treated almost like natural deaths, as if the danger of the journey itself was simply an accepted part of answering Birch's summons. Back on the train, the carriage had fallen into an uneasy silence. Two men sat there without speaking, one quietly absorbed in his reading, while the other had already drifted off into sleep. At that moment, a bomb hidden beneath the train detonated with a violent roar. The blast erupted from below, shaking the entire carriage with a deafening force that tore through the stillness in an instant. Varan's expression twisted into a sharp frown as the impact slammed through the train. In that split second, one thought cut clearly through his mind. Deculine was on this train? Deculine's eyes changed immediately. The calm in his gaze hardened into focused resolve, as if the danger he'd been waiting for had finally stepped out of the shadows and shown itself. A brilliant flash exploded through the carriage, flooding everything with a blinding burst of light. For an instant, the entire scene was swallowed by that overwhelming glare. Alan jolted awake from his sleep, his body snapping upright in panic, his head lifted in confusion, and his voice cracked as he shouted, still unable to understand what was happening around him. "What's happening, Professor?" Alan cried out, his eyes darting wildly. But the next second, he looked ahead and froze in place. Look! The entire train was floating in midair. One side of the carriage had been ripped open by the blast, leaving a huge, jagged hole in the wall. And yet the massive body of the train did not fall. Instead, it remained suspended above the ground as if an invisible force was holding it up. Deculine released a quiet sigh, his expression still calm on the surface. Beneath that composure, however, a wave of relief passed through him. They had endured the first strike and survived the opening blow. A system notification appeared before him, announcing that basic telekinesis had been memorized. Deculine understood the situation at once. Ethansel's martial arts had certainly helped, but what had truly saved them at that critical moment was the fact that he had memorized basic telekinesis in advance. Before the dust could even settle, black cloaked figures appeared on top of the train. One of them stared down in disbelief and whispered, "Unbelievable. The whole train? Are professors really that different from ordinary mages?" Another one quickly answered, snapping the group back to their mission before their surprise could slow them down. "It's a little shocking, but this is only the beginning. Stay focused. If we pull this off, the reward will be more than worth it." The attackers dropped ropes from above and swung down toward the damaged carriage. One after another, they landed near the massive hole torn open by the bomb, placing themselves dangerously close to Deculine and Alan. Deculine barely bothered to give them a proper look. His eyes remained cold, and under his breath he muttered only one word with quiet contempt. "Idiots." Around Deculine, sharp stones slowly rose into the air, their jagged edges catching the light like blades ready to strike. Unfortunately for the attackers, this ambush was not entirely beyond his expectations. He had already been waiting for something like this. The stones launched forward all at once. They tore through the air with frightening speed, cutting toward the cloaked figures and striking at them before they could properly regain control of the situation. One of the attackers standing outside the train froze completely, unable to process what had just happened. In only a few moments, the situation had turned against them so quickly that he could only stare in baffled silence. Alan's face turned pale as he looked around the shattered carriage, fear making his voice shake. "Professor, this is an attack. What is going on?" His eyes moved from the torn wall to the attackers, unable to steady himself. Before Alan's panic could spiral any further, a swift, precise force struck the back of his neck. The motion was sudden and clean, cutting off his fear in an instant. Deculine knocked Alan unconscious with one controlled movement, making sure he would not get in the way or lose himself to panic. After that, Deculine turned his attention toward Varon and spoke. "Varon, was it? Take this kid somewhere safe." Deculine ordered, his voice calm despite the chaos around them. "And if any other passengers are still on board, evacuate them as well." Varon moved immediately, lifting the unconscious Alan without wasting a second. Carrying him in his arms, he leapt straight through the blasted opening in the side of the train and disappeared outside. Deculine remained above, looking down over the damaged scene with a faint frown. Something about the situation did not sit right with him. The attack felt too soft, too simple, almost too easy. With the 5 keen senses of House Yuklane pushed to their limit, every small detail reached him with unusual clarity. The faintest sounds, subtle movements, shifts in the air, and lingering traces all sharpened in his perception. And because his senses were stretched that far, Deculine could tell with certainty that something was off. This attack was not as straightforward as it appeared. Still, he pushed that unease aside for the time being. The enemies in front of him had to be dealt with first. Whatever felt wrong about the situation could be examined after he finished cleaning up the immediate threat. Recalling how this event was supposed to unfold, Deculane looked toward the attackers and spoke in a cold, merciless voice. "You were the ones who began this, so you must already understand that your deaths are waiting for you here." The cloaked figures went pale, fear spreading visibly across their faces as the pressure around Deculine intensified. His voice did not soften at all as he continued. "This will be a natural death." At the same time, a powerful blue aura began radiating from him, filling the ruined carriage with overwhelming force. Near the tracks outside, Varon set Alan down in a safer place, and a hand appeared beside the unconscious assistant as he was laid carefully on the ground. Once Varon confirmed that Alan was away from immediate danger, he lifted his gaze back toward the train. Above him, the entire train was now wrapped in a fierce blue light. It glowed as though Deculane's power had seized the whole structure and locked it inside his control. Across the damaged train, the bodies of the cloaked attackers lay scattered in different directions. Their collapsed forms made it painfully clear just how completely Deculine had crushed the ambush. Inside the ruined carriage, Deculane sat on a sofa with blood splattered across his body. His breathing had grown heavy, and despite his composed expression, it was obvious that this fight had taken far more effort than he had expected. His eyes moved slowly over the fallen attackers as he silently calculated the price he had paid. Holding back the explosion while fighting at the same time had drained a tremendous amount of mana. His hand trembled faintly, and the system displayed his remaining mana as 103657. Varon rushed back into the ruined carriage and immediately gave his report. His voice was quick but controlled. "I've moved the remaining passengers to safety." Deculane answered with calm approval. "Well done." Yet even as he praised him, his eyes turned thoughtful. There was something strange here, something he had noticed but had not yet fully grasped. Varon stared back at Deculane, and a dangerous glint began to darken his eyes. Inwardly, a thought formed inside him. The man before him looked different now. Deculane closed his eyes for a brief moment and gave a faint chuckle inside his own mind. He assumed the sudden attack had shaken Varon as well, and that the man was probably just startled by how the situation had unfolded. But before that thought could finish settling, the air around them suddenly flared with red light. The atmosphere changed in an instant, turning sharp, violent, and unmistakably hostile. Deculine's eyes opened in surprise. Standing before him was Varon, now radiating a fierce crimson power that flooded the carriage with a thick, suffocating, killing intent. Deculane understood immediately. This was the villain's fate revealing itself at last. When he looked closer, he realized the truth. Varon had been moving beside him from the very beginning while concealing his true traits. Deculane had been careless. Varon raised his sword and the blade caught the glow of the red aura surrounding him. His voice came out low and sharp. "You're lucky you survived." Then Varon faced Deculine directly, letting that terrifying pressure crash through the ruined carriage. His intent was no longer hidden, and his words came like a death sentence. "I'll kill you myself." Varon aimed his sharpened sword straight at Deculine, rage twisting across his face as he spoke. "I've safely evacuated the other passengers." With the blade still pointed directly at Deculine, Varon's voice grew even colder. Now that everyone else had been removed from danger, his next words carried only murderous certainty. "Now it's your turn to die." Deculane looked at Varon without flinching, his calm remaining steady even under the weight of that killing intent. Then he asked one final question. "One last thing. Are you doing this because someone ordered you?"
Was it Julie? The moment that name barely started to form on Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine's lips, Varon's face changed completely. Rage twisted across his features, and before Deculine could say anything more, Varon's furious voice slammed through the air, roaring at him to stop right there.
Varon's anger burst out of him like a blade drawn in an instant. He warned Deculane that if he dared to let his master's name cross his mouth even one more time, there would be no forgiveness left for him. In Varon's eyes, Julie was a proud, noble, and fearless warrior, the kind of person who would never even think of doing something so shameful. And he demanded that Deculane wipe that disgusting idea from his mind completely. The fury in Varon's eyes hardened into something even colder, sharp enough to feel like ice pressed against the skin. He fixed his glare directly on Deculine and declared that for his master's sake, he would personally cut him down with his own hands. Deculine did not answer immediately. He simply watched Varon in silence, studying the man's expression, the force of his anger, and every small reaction that slipped through. From that raw, instinctive outrage, Deculine judged that this incident was most likely not tied to Julie after all. In the next instant, Deculin began calculating his situation with cold precision. Veron was clearly someone trusted by his people, not a simple guard to be underestimated, while Deculine himself had only about 10 mana remaining. Injured and drained as he was, even if the Freeman Association had a hand in this, he could not help questioning whether he truly had enough left to defeat someone of Veron's caliber. Veron shouted once more, and his body shot forward like a released arrow. Killing intent poured off him as he charged straight at Deculin, declaring that his duty as a guard ended at that very moment. Deculine forced his damaged body to move, slipping away from the attack by the thinnest possible margin. Pain tore through him with the motion, but his mind remained clear, and one thought rose above everything else. This was the only path still open to him. Then, for the briefest instant, something outside caught Veron's attention and pulled his eyes away. Deculine seized that tiny opening immediately, and in that split second, he understood exactly what he had to do. He had to release his telekinesis completely. Until then, Deculine's power had been holding the train suspended in midair, as though invisible hands were keeping its massive weight from falling. But the moment he let that support vanish, the entire body of the train lost its balance and began dropping toward the dark abyss below. Meanwhile, inside Sylvia's room, the mood was far quieter and heavier. Sylvia sat alone with exhaustion written across her face, and a long, tired sigh slipped from her lips, as if the weight pressing down on her heart had not eased at all. Sirio stepped into the room holding 2 ice creams shaped like tiny snowmen, their cute forms making them look almost too delicate to eat. In his usual cheerful voice, he asked Sylvia if she wanted one, explaining that they were a local specialty known as Eternal Snow ice cream. Sylvia brushed off the offer with a small shake, saying she was fine and that he could eat more if he wanted because she had already gotten sick of them. Sirio only answered with a bright, amused little aha, as if he had expected that kind of response. Just then, a voice called from outside, asking if everyone had gathered. Sirio turned his head toward the sound, a hint of curiosity in his expression, and asked what they meant by everyone. Sylvia guessed they were probably referring to Eucline and Rewind, then calmly said that everyone was already here. Sirio looked back toward his mistress and, noticing the way she seemed distracted, asked whether there was someone in particular she was waiting for. Sylvia released another quiet sigh, her face giving away almost nothing. In a low, restrained voice, she answered that she was not waiting for anyone. Sirio seemed to catch the heaviness hidden beneath her short reply, and rather than push the question any further, he politely stepped back. He told her he would leave for now, adding that if she needed anything, all she had to do was call for him. Sylvia gave him only a small nod in response. Quietly, almost absent-mindedly, she agreed and let him know that would be fine. Once she was alone again, Sylvia softly murmured Deculin's name under her breath. Her eyes drifted toward the bright sky beyond the room, sunlight spreading across it peacefully, while deep inside she admitted that she had never meant to witness something like that. A memory rose in her mind, pulling her back to the sight of herself standing before a grave. At the base of the stone, a bouquet of white flowers rested quietly, its pale petals leaning gently against the cold surface. The inscription carved into the tombstone read, Cielia Elaide, proud wife of Mage Giltheon Elaide, and mother of beloved Sylvia. Sylvia lowered herself in front of the grave as naturally as if she had come by for an ordinary visit. In a soft, familiar voice, she asked how her mother was doing, speaking to the stone as though this were simply another calm day where the two of them could sit together and talk. Then, like a child quietly complaining to someone who would always listen, Sylvia began grumbling about Professor Deculine. She said he was terrible, giving out so much homework that it felt as if his class were the only one she had to attend. A sudden noise broke through that peaceful silence, making Sylvia stop mid-thought. She lifted her head, her gaze sharpening with curiosity as she wondered where that unexpected sound had come from. Keeping her body hidden behind the trunk of a large tree, Sylvia carefully peered toward the source of the sound. But the instant her eyes landed on what was there, she froze in place, stunned by the scene unfolding before her. From where she stood, Sylvia could see only Deculine's back, but even that was enough to make her breath catch. His posture was slightly bent, yet the distinct, noble presence surrounding him was still impossible to mistake. She did not need to see his face to recognize him. Just one look at the shape of that back, at the way he carried himself even in stillness, was enough for Sylvia to know that the man standing before the grave was Deculine. Sylvia silently wondered why someone like him had come to a place like this. From everything she knew about Deculine, she had never imagined he would be the kind of man to mourn another person's loss, so she stayed concealed behind the tree and continued watching him from a distance. But then she saw it clearly. Dekulin was crying, his expression twisted by a grief so deep and exposed that it seemed almost impossible to connect with the cold, untouchable professor she thought she knew. Sylvia's eyes widened in disbelief as the truth sank in. Dekulin was crying. That strict, icy man who always seemed so far above everyone else, so distant and impossible to shake, was standing there with tears slipping down his face. It was a sight so unbelievable that Sylvia could barely accept it even as she walked away. Until that moment, Dekulin had only been an irritating and arrogant professor in her mind, someone who looked down on others and carried himself as if no one could touch him. But now, Sylvia understood there was something else hidden beneath that cold exterior. Dekulin, too, carried memories of losing someone precious, memories painful enough to crack even that perfect frozen mask of his. The image of his tears refused to leave her thoughts. They had trailed down his face like falling stars, bright and fleeting, for only a moment, yet so vivid that Sylvia could not forget them. Sylvia placed one hand over her chest as another thought surfaced, Ren's warning. He had told her that a certain group was planning to attack the next train. The more Sylvia turned it over in her mind, the more troublesome everything felt. It was as though one problem after another kept stacking up around her, leaving her with no quiet place to breathe. Even so, after listening to Dekulin's lecture that day, Sylvia found that something inside her had been stirred. She wanted to test an idea for herself and see whether it could truly take shape. She raised a mana stone in her hand and examined it with careful, focused eyes. If she used this stone as the foundation, then perhaps the spell she had in mind might actually become possible. Among the three original magical attributes, every form of magic branched outward from source spells and the countless variations derived from them. Sylvia's own magic came from combining those fundamental principles, weaving them together into something uniquely her own. First, she used the mana stone as a medium, allowing it to become the central point of the spell. Then, with slow and careful control, she began shaping the magic according to her will, guiding its flow little by little. The mana stone started to glow in her hand, and soon soft colors shimmered into the air around Sylvia. That gentle radiance wrapped around her body as the spell gradually formed, growing clearer with every passing second. Sylvia's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed that she had done it. Resting in her hand was a tiny yellow bird, its small body glowing faintly with a warm, beautiful light. She gazed down at the little bird with a gentle expression, her voice softening as she gave it a name. From now on, she told it would be called Sweet. Sylvia leaned closer and lightly pressed her forehead against the bird's tiny head. For a brief, delicate moment, the two of them stayed like that, sharing a quiet connection between creator and magical creature. Then Sylvia lifted her hand toward the open sky and released Sweet into the air. As the little bird took flight, she told it to fly freely and show her everything it could see. The memory shifted back to the train. Inside the ruined carriage, Dekulin was covered in blood and wounds, yet he still forced his battered body to rise, every movement making it clear how much pain he was enduring. Through the haze of pain, Dekulin realized that the train had somehow managed to hold together. It had not completely plunged into the abyss, after all. Instead, it remained caught at the edge of the cliff, hanging there by the narrowest margin. He steadied his breathing and tried to assess his condition calmly. A few bones might have been broken, but thanks to Iron Man, his body should recover much faster than an ordinary person's. At that moment, a red aura suddenly flared around him. The unexpected surge of power made Dekulin tense immediately, his attention snapping toward the source of danger with sharp focus. Varan came rushing in without a trace of hesitation, closing the distance between them in an instant. His attack drove forward with terrifying force, aimed straight at Dekulin. The strike landed with brutal impact, and Dekulin was thrown backward through the shattered wreckage, his body crashing away under the force of the blow. That attack had been far too fast for him to properly respond. Still, with the little strength he had left, Dekulin forced himself to counter, releasing a sharp burst of blue energy toward Varan. Varan sucked in a sharp, startled breath the moment he saw the power wrapped around Dekulin von Grahan-Uklein. A defensive aura had flared up around Dekulin like a barrier refusing to break, and for the first time, even Varan could not completely hide his shock. Under his breath, he muttered that Dekulin was far tougher and far harder to crush than he had expected. Deculane was strong. Even after such a vicious exchange, even after the train had been torn apart around them, the battle still refused to end. Among the broken metal, splintered debris, and ruined remains of the carriage, the two of them continued to collide again and again. Strain carved itself across both of their faces. Their jaws tightened, their eyes sharpened, and every muscle in their bodies seemed pulled to the limit under the pressure of the fight. Deculine kept his gaze fixed on Veron, silently acknowledging that the man in front of him was undeniably powerful. In Deculane's current state, Veron was far beyond what he could properly handle. Even if Deculine had been standing there in perfect condition, victory still would not have been guaranteed, and before that realization could fully settle in his mind, another crushing blow came down and slammed into him. A cold, emotionless message appeared before him, as if the world itself had recognized a rare kind of resolve. It spoke of a will that would not bend even after being broken in combat. That stubborn mental strength kept his mind upright until the very last moment, making him nearly immune to psychological magic. Deculane forced himself to swallow the pain, tearing through his body, and tightened his expression. He told himself that he would not fall here, not in a place like this, not under these circumstances, but in front of him, Veron was already gathering himself for what looked like the finishing strike. Rage twisted across Veron's face as he swung with terrifying force. His attack crashed into Deculane's defense and ripped it apart into 4 clean sections, each movement carrying a brutal, unmistakable intent to destroy him completely. Deculane's expression turned even colder as death rushed closer. His eyes narrowed, and behind that calm face, his thoughts moved at desperate speed, searching through every possible route, every method, every thin chance of escaping the blade. Sweat slipped down the side of Deculane's face as Veron charged once more. Veron's entire body surged forward with overwhelming force, closing the distance like a predator that had no intention of letting its prey survive. Deculane's lips moved only slightly, almost too faint to notice. In a cold, low voice, he cursed beneath his breath. Damn it! Veron's sharp sword sliced through the air, aimed straight at Deculine. In that razor-thin instant between survival and death, question after question flashed through Deculine's mind all at once. If this blade reached him, would the game simply come to an end? Would he open his eyes again back in the office, as if all of this had only been part of some nightmare? And if that did not happen, then what exactly would be waiting for him afterward? Before any answer could come, blood suddenly burst across the inside of the train, spraying through the air so violently that it was impossible to tell whose body had been cut. Far above the wrecked train, which now hung dangerously at the edge of the cliff, Sylvia's golden bird hovered in the open air. From that height, it watched the disaster below, silently looking down over the ruined battlefield. Veron moved again. In the next instant, he lunged at Deculine with a speed so sharp and sudden that his body seemed less like a man and more like a streak of lightning tearing forward. As the sword drove straight toward him, Deculine faced the approaching blade with a faint smirk touching his lips. It was the expression of a man who understood that the final moment had arrived. This was it. It was over. But then Deculine's body jolted. Something was wrong. The space around them gave a strange tremor, subtle but unmistakable. And in that same instant, Deculine sensed that some unseen force had interfered with the battlefield. A thin red line suddenly opened across Veron's wrist. It was so clean, so precise that it looked less like a normal wound and more like the air itself had silently cut through him. In the very next breath, Veron's hand was severed. The attack he had been driving forward broke apart with it, and blood poured violently from the open wound. Veron screamed, his voice raw with agony as his balance collapsed along with his attack. That single opening appeared for only a moment, but Deculine caught it immediately and did not let it pass. He had no idea what had just happened or what had cut Veron's wrist. But right now, the reason did not matter. Whatever had caused this sudden disruption, it had given Deculine the exact chance he had been waiting for. Drawing up the last strength he could still command, Deculine gathered his remaining mana, with only 1/3 left, and the number falling to 657. Then he launched a crystal shard straight toward Veron's legs. The moment the shard struck, Veron's footing gave way, his body lurched, tilted out of balance, and then began to tumble downward through the broken wreckage of the train. Even while falling, Veron refused to simply drop into the abyss. He pulled out a short sword and drove it hard into the body of the train, using the blade as his final anchor against the open drop below. His hand shook violently around the hilt. His fingers strained against the metal, trembling from pain and exhaustion, yet he clung to that short sword with what little strength he still had left. Then, right in front of him, a foot stepped into view. It stopped just beyond Veron's desperate reach, close enough for him to see clearly, but far enough that he could not grab it. Deculin stood above him, looking down with a cold and unreadable stare. Below him, Veron dangled from the blade, struggling with everything he had just to keep himself from falling. Veron slowly lifted his eyes. Pain twisted his face, but hatred burned even stronger through it, and through clenched teeth he demanded to know what Deculin had done. Deculin answered without hesitation, plainly saying that he did not know. Then, without raising his voice or changing his calm expression, he returned the question to Veron and asked what mattered more. Why had Veron tried to kill him in the first place? His voice remained controlled, almost disturbingly calm, as he added that he could not remember any personal grudge between them. Veron sneered up at him with bitter contempt and spat back that he remembered Deculin's crimes against his master. Deculin pressed him further with the same cold composure, asking if Veron had truly done all of this for Julie's sake, even though Julie herself had never asked him to. As the words left his mouth, Deculin's expression became sharper, harder, and far more severe. Then Deculin asked the question directly, cutting straight to the heart of it. What exactly was Julie to Veron that he would go so far and risk everything for her? Veron let out a mocking scoff, rough and bitter through his pain. With contempt thick in his voice, he told Deculin that someone like him would never understand. That answer dragged Veron's mind back to a day he could never forget. In the memory, two noblewomen stood speaking warmly with Julie, thanking her over and over again. They told her that without her help, the situation might have ended terribly. Julie bowed with quiet restraint, her posture humble and composed. She replied that there was no need for such gratitude because she had only done what any knight was supposed to do. Nearby, a frail teenage Veron struggled fiercely against the people holding him back. His thin body twisted against their grip as he shouted for them to let him go, insisting that he had done nothing wrong and that the other boy had been the one who started it. The noblewoman pointed at Veron with a sharp, accusing finger, her shrill voice demanding whether he understood just how important her son Jeden was. Behind her, Jeden hid with a smug little grin and echoed his mother's words, while Veron snapped back in fury, asking if he wanted to die. The woman barked at him again, demanding whether he still had not learned his lesson. Veron only growled in response, too angry to swallow down his rage, while Julie remained nearby, silently watching the entire scene unfold. The noblewoman looked down on him with a sneer and declared that she would hand him over to the police. She told him to wait and see what would happen next, warning that before long, he would be the one begging for mercy. Her voice grew even more venomous as she continued. Since Veron had dared to strike her son, she said he would be charged with assault, and on top of that, trespassing as well. Before the situation could spiral any further, Julie stepped in and calmly asked the woman to wait. The noblewoman turned her glare toward Julie, but Julie met it steadily and asked whether she had truly said the boy had trespassed. The woman's voice rang loudly through the mansion as she confirmed it without hesitation. Then, with a cruel edge in her tone, she added that such behavior suited someone of Veron's low status perfectly. Julie shifted her gaze toward Veron. For a moment, she simply took in the sight of the scrawny boy standing there, accused of somehow climbing over the high walls surrounding the mansion. Then Julie turned back to the woman with a serious expression and offered to take the boy to the station herself. She told the woman to rest, and the woman immediately accepted, saying that it would save her the trouble. Veron was dragged away, still struggling and protesting with all the strength in his thin body. He shouted for them to let him go, insisting again and again that he had only protected himself and had done nothing that deserved being taken to the police. For a while, Julie said nothing. That silence alone was heavy enough to make Veron shouting die down. Then, in a calm and measured voice, she said that the Freyden family was well known for its terrible behavior. She added that she was certain at least part of what Veron had said was true. Veron immediately raised his voice again, shouting that it was not only part of it, as if he could not bear being half believed. Julie raised her own voice even louder, cutting cleanly through his protest. Even if that was true, she told him, he still should never hit people. Veron flinched at her words, the force of them startling him into silence. Then Julie gently reached out toward him and placed her hand over his. Her voice became firm, but there was no cruelty in it. She told him to follow her, and if he did, she would teach him how to control himself. Then Julie asked him what he would choose. Veron stared at her in stunned silence, as if he had no idea how to answer, before finally whispering the only question that came to his mind. would she feed him? Veron's thoughts drifted all the way back to where everything had truly begun, to the single encounter that had shaped the path of his entire life. That was the day he first met the woman he would one day come to call his master. His memory moved forward from there, returning to the early days after he entered the Knights Association. At that time, Veron was still nothing more than a lonely outsider, a young knight who stood off to the side as if there were an invisible wall between him and everyone else. Because of the harsh way he had been raised, and because his own personality was so difficult and rough around the edges, Veron never really fit in with the other knights. But when he looked back on those days now, one truth stood out clearly. The person who cared for him more than anyone else was Julie. Julie would always look at him with that soft, gentle expression of hers, her eyes carrying a quiet concern as she asked, "Veron, is something troubling you?" Whenever she asked, Veron would lower his eyes and answer in a quiet voice that everything was fine. And in his heart, he truly believed that as long as he could stay near his captain and remain by her side, then to him, nothing else in the world really mattered. He remembered Julie standing without fear on the battlefield, firm and unshaken no matter what danger faced her. He remembered how her expression softened whenever she dealt with ordinary people, and how she never once hesitated to reach out her hand when someone was in need. He could still clearly picture the way she rejected filthy money without even a flicker of hesitation. And even more than that, he remembered how she refused to bow her head before anything she believed was unjust. Veron had watched her from a distance, rarely speaking his thoughts out loud, and keeping every feeling buried deep inside him. But the longer he watched, the more his simple respect for her slowly changed into something much heavier and far more powerful. Veron pressed a hand to his chest as if that old feeling still weighed on him even now. Alongside the admiration he had carried for so long, his love for Julie had quietly grown before he even realized it. Now, standing before Deculain von Grahan-Uklein, Veron finally allowed the truth to leave his mouth. He knew his feelings had only become a burden to Julie, and that knowledge made his chest ache because he understood that his love had turned into a weight she had never asked to bear. Even so, Veron clenched his teeth and forced his wavering heart to harden again. Whatever pain he carried, whatever guilt came with it, he still had to kill Deculain because he was certain that one day Deculain would bring ruin down upon his master. For a brief moment, Deculain said nothing at all. Veron's words had landed closer to the truth than he wanted to admit. Because in the original game, Kim Woo-jin remembered so many disasters had begun as consequences of Deculain's own actions. But when Deculain finally responded, his voice did not shake. Veron was wrong. The man standing here now was not that same Deculain on the inside. Deep within this body, his true self was Kim Woo-jin. He would alter the road that Deculain had once been walking. He would change the direction of that fate and make certain that the ending waiting ahead would not be one of destruction. With a solemn look in his eyes, Deculain slowly reached his hand out toward Veron. His gesture was calm, steady, and deliberate as he said, "Take it, Veron." From that moment on, no matter what happened or what path they were forced to walk, Deculain swore that he would never bring harm to Julie. Veron froze in place. His eyes stayed locked on Deculain, and each word seemed to sink heavily into the tense silence hanging between them. Then, all at once, Veron lifted what remained of his severed arm. His ruined body should not have been able to move so easily, but he forced it upward through sheer stubborn will. Deculain flinched the moment a fierce aura burst outward from Veron. The sudden surge was sharp and violent enough to make the air around them tremble. Deculain's jaw tightened as the pressure pushed in around him. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the force bearing down on his body. A flash of anger cut through Deculain's voice as he glared down at him. "Don't try to change your mind now." Veron's answer came back cold, firm, and completely unwavering. "No, I haven't changed my mind. No matter what you say, I will still kill you." Deculain's fingers tightened around a stone until his hand went rigid with force. Slowly, he raised it, and when he spoke, his voice had fallen into an icy, controlled calm. "The foolish choice you make today." Veron watched the stone descend toward him, unable to look away. And as it came down, Deculain's final words reached him like a sentence already passed. "It will haunt you for the rest of your life." At that exact same moment, far away from the cliff and the ruined train, Julie suddenly jolted. Her body stiffened as if a cold spike of fear had driven straight through her chest. The man standing beside her immediately noticed the change in her expression and asked, "Captain, Are you all right? Julie quickly steadied herself, forcing her composure back into place before softly answering that it was nothing. He tried to reassure her, but Julie's mind had already turned toward Veron. She wondered how he was holding up on his own, then pushed the worry down, formed a small smile, and told herself that he would be fine. Veron's final tears slipped silently down his face. The last wish in his heart never reached his lips, lingering instead in the air like an unspoken prayer. Master, I hope you could be happy. High above the train carriage, a golden bird swept through the open sky. Through its eyes, Sylvia had seen it all, watching every moment of what happened from beginning to end. At first glance, the scene appeared brutally simple. Deculin had killed his own guard, and that guard's body had fallen quickly from the edge of the cliff. But Sylvia immediately corrected that first impression. It had not been so simple at all. The knight had been the one to attack Deculine first, and Deculine had only killed him after being forced into defending himself. Before Sylvia could follow that thought any further, a servant approached and interrupted her. "There you are, Lady Sylvia. We should head back. The conference is about to begin." Sylvia responded right away, her voice brief and composed. "All right." Even so, as she turned to leave, Sylvia glanced one last time toward the distant wreckage with worry still lingering in her eyes. Deculine, would he really be able to make it there in time? Back where the wreckage lay, scattered along the broken tracks, people had already begun to gather. A stern voice greeted the newly arrived investigator with respect, and there stood Lilia Premian, the deputy director of the Security Bureau. Lilia confirmed the report in a calm, controlled tone. There was an explosion and an attack. The train conductor nodded and explained that there had been, though incidents like this were apparently not unusual whenever the box summoning conference drew near, so it was not being treated as an especially major issue. Lilia gave a short nod, then lowered her gaze to the notes in her hand. After checking the details, she asked in the same businesslike voice, "Understood. Were there any casualties?" The conductor answered carefully, explaining that there had been casualties, but none of the passengers had been injured. However, 2 people were currently missing, a guard named Veron and Professor Deculine. Then the conductor pointed toward Alan, who was lying unconscious nearby, and added that once the survivor woke up, he might be able to explain more about what had happened. Lilia narrowed her eyes as she looked in Alan's direction and asked who the man was. The conductor admitted that he did not know, explaining that Alan had not regained consciousness yet and was probably still in shock from the incident. Lilia began questioning the passengers one at a time. One man told her that a knight had saved him and that for a brief period, the entire train had actually been floating in midair. By the time he came back to his senses, it had already crashed down, so he assumed assassins had attacked once again. Lilia's brow tightened as she repeated, "Midair?" The man quickly held out a photograph to prove what he had seen. He explained that the sight had shocked him so badly that, almost without thinking, he had snapped a picture. Lilia studied the photograph closely, her eyes sharpening with interest as she realized what the image captured. Someone had used magic powerful enough to lift the entire train. A faint scoff slipped from her lips. No matter how she looked at it, the whole situation sounded completely absurd. Then, without warning, a voice echoed directly inside Lilia's mind. Knight Veron was dead. For reasons still unknown, Veron had tried to kill Deculin, and in the end, he had failed. The voice continued, informing her that Professor Deculin had survived. Lilia's expression immediately sharpened with caution, and her thoughts turned wary. What? Where is this telepathic signal coming from? Without saying a word, Lilia swept her gaze over the surrounding crowd. Her eyes moved from face to face, silently searching for anyone whose behavior seemed suspicious. Suddenly, someone pointed behind the gathered group and shouted that a person was approaching from that direction. When everyone turned and saw the man's battered appearance and disheveled face, recognition quickly spread through the crowd. The person walking toward them was Professor Deculine. Deculin remembered Veron's nearly fatal strike, and the memory remained cold and heavy in his mind. If that strange phenomenon had not happened at precisely the right instant, he would have been killed by a knight whose name he barely even knew. And as that realization settled over him, Deculin felt the full weight of his own helplessness. For all his pride and all his control, he had come terrifyingly close to dying right there. If that mysterious intervention had not arrived at the exact instant he needed it, Deculane could barely bring himself to accept how close he had come to dying. The realization sat bitterly in his chest, forcing one ugly question to surface again and again. Had he really been that helpless? Deculane's brows pulled together as confusion spread across his otherwise controlled face. If he had not been the one to save himself in that final moment, then who had reached into the battlefield and helped him from the shadows? Lilia Premian's voice cut sharply through his thoughts and brought him back to the scene in front of him. Professor Deculane, I'm glad to see you're safe. I'm Lilia Premian of the Security Bureau, and I need to ask you several questions about this incident. But Deculane did not answer her question at all. Instead, he turned toward her immediately and asked with blunt urgency, what time is it? The sudden demand caught Lilia off guard, and before she could stop herself, she answered 3:30. Deculane shifted his gaze toward the ruined tracks stretching ahead of him, but his mind had already moved far beyond the wreckage. He calculated the time at once. There were only 6 hours left before the deadline. Lilia quickly gathered herself and tried to return to the questioning properly, but before she could even begin, Deculane interrupted again. His voice stayed calm, but the question came fast. Is this train the only way to Bach? Lilia clenched her teeth, irritation showing clearly on her face as he continued dragging the conversation away from her investigation. Even so, she forced herself to answer, explaining that there was another path by land and a sea route nearby as well. Determined to pull the situation back under control, Lilia straightened her posture and returned to her official tone. Then let me ask again. Please listen carefully on the night you were with. But the moment Lilia raised her eyes again, the space in front of her was empty. Deculane was no longer standing there. Lilia turned toward the conductor in disbelief, her expression stiffening. Wasn't Professor Deculane just here? The conductor only gave a helpless shrug, unable to explain it, and Lilia had to force the answer together herself. He must have used acceleration magic. The more Lilia thought about it, the more stunned she became. After using telekinesis to hold up an entire falling train, after surviving assassins and then fighting Veron, Deculane still had enough strength left to cast high-level acceleration magic. Just how enormous was his mana reserve? A flicker of excitement crossed Lilia's face as she muttered under her breath. So this was the Deculane she had heard so many rumors about, the green-black mage himself. Meanwhile, inside the box conference hall, the atmosphere had already grown heavy and restless. The crowd packed into the room filled it with quiet conversations, shifting bodies, and the low, uneasy noise of people waiting for something important to begin. Jan von Lud sat among the gathered guests with his back perfectly straight. His posture was formal, his expression composed, and he looked every bit like someone determined not to let the tension around him disturb his dignity. By then, the time was already approaching 9 o'clock. 9:30 would be the exact moment when the stars aligned. Sylvia glanced anxiously toward the still empty seat, her chest tightening more with every passing second. Deculane had still not arrived. Then a deep, resonant voice spread across the hall, strong enough to quiet the restless murmurs. Before the conference officially began, the speaker expressed his gratitude to everyone who had answered the summons and gathered there. A powerful purple aura swept through the room like a sudden wave. It rolled over the gathered guests and pressed down on everyone present, making the air itself feel heavier. Sylvia gritted her teeth and tightened her grip around the arm of her chair. The pressure of that magic was far beyond ordinary. It had to belong to Dagon, the great elder of Bach, the living legend said to be the closest person to becoming an archmage after cutting himself off from worldly society. Her expression turned solemn as she stared ahead. If she ever wanted to challenge the realm of an archmage herself, then this was the height she would have to reach one day. Dagon announced that the conference would begin once the roll call had been completed. He read the first name aloud, and Jin of House Sed responded clearly that he was present. After that, Dagon called Ethansel of House Brand. She gave her answer as well, confirming that she was present. Next came Baron of House Vor, who replied in turn and made it known that he too was in attendance. Ihelm of House Rewind answered after him. Then, as the list continued, Dagon finally reached the name that drew attention from every corner of the hall, Deculane of House Euclane. Silence settled over the room. Dagon paused for a moment, waiting for a response that never came, then repeated the question and asked whether Deculane had still not arrived. A note of impatience slipped into Dagon's voice. If Deculane did not appear before his name was called 3 times, Dagon would mark him absent and immediately remove him from the 12 mages. The crowd stirred at once, murmurs spreading through the hall. Removing House Euclane from such a seat was not a small matter, especially when their first summons had taken place 200 years ago. From somewhere among the gathered nobles, someone let out a sneer, For an event this important, they said surely Deculane should have predicted it. Another voice added that his ability was far below that of his ancestors and that the rumors had always called his talent mediocre. Soon thin laughter began rippling through the room. Sylvia felt the sharp ache press into her chest as she listened to them mock him. How had Deculine lived all this time surrounded by people like this? Was there truly no one around him who cared? The thought made him seem painfully pitiful in her eyes. She lowered her head slightly, her brows drawing together as frustration welled up inside her. The whole scene was so unpleasant that it became unbearable to watch. Dagon called the name for the first time, his voice echoing through the silent hall. The current head of House Euclane, Deculane. Then came the second call, just as formal and unforgiving. The current head of House Euclane, Deculine, around the room. The snickering became harder and harder for the nobles to hide. Sylvia could only sit there helplessly as Dagon began the third and final call. His voice rang out again, cold and ceremonial. The current head of... At that exact instant, the door gave a slow creak as it opened. Sylvia immediately turned toward the sound, her eyes widening before she could hide her surprise. Deculane stepped into the hall with calm, measured strides, as if he had not arrived only a breath away from being disqualified. His pace remained steady, and not a trace of panic showed in his movements. Sylvia watched his firm silhouette in silence. Seeing him standing there at last, just in time, stirred something deep in her chest and left her quietly moved. Deculane lifted one hand and swept it smoothly back through his hair. Then, with his posture straight and his voice perfectly composed, he spoke, "Deculane von Grahan Euclane present." Every gaze in the conference hall locked onto him at once. Deculane's face remained cold, calm, and unreadable as the current head of House Euclane made his arrival known before them all. Not long after that, the meeting began under a heavy silence, and despite the tension in the air, it moved forward with surprising speed. The first matter brought before the gathered mages concerned the monster at Haxon Mountain. Ethan Sull of Housebrand spoke with open anger burning in her voice. The appearance of a dark demon on the map was an extremely serious matter. She insisted, and they needed to issue orders to every magical faction or cooperate with the Holy Church. At the same time, mages would need to be sent to suspicious regions to carry out inspections and surveillance. The discussion continued from there, but the first issue passed without much resistance. Once a family head gave their position and no one raised an objection, the proposal was approved smoothly. Before much more time passed, a female guard stepped forward in front of the attendees and announced that they would take a short break. Deculane quietly released a slow breath, feeling exhaustion spread through his body now that the immediate pressure had eased. This was draining. He had rushed all the way here like a madman, not allowing himself even a single proper second to rest just so he could reach this damned meeting before it was too late. Now his stamina was badly worn down and his mana was in no better condition. Even so, not even the smallest trace of weakness appeared on his face. Deculane's traits and his deeply ingrained personality held his composure in place, keeping him steady and elegant no matter how exhausted he felt inside. As the people around him began standing from their seats and moving toward the exits, a voice suddenly called out to him from nearby. Deculane turned his head toward the sound and saw Alan hurrying in his direction. Alan's face was pale, his expression filled with panic, and he looked as if the shock from the incident still had not fully left him. Alan stumbled over his words the moment he reached Deculane, his voice shaking with worry. "Professor, are you okay? I sincerely apologize for arriving late and for missing a meeting of such importance." Deculane von Grahan Euclane spoke with his usual controlled composure, his voice level and polished as though nothing unexpected had happened at all. "I am unharmed, so there is no need for anyone here to concern themselves." But beneath that perfectly calm expression, Deculane's thoughts had already turned cold and guarded. He could no longer afford to see Alan as some harmless, wide-eyed boy standing beside him. The look in Alan's eyes, the way he acted, and the subtle changes in his behavior all pointed toward one dangerous possibility. Alan very likely knew that Deculane was hiding his real identity, and that realization only made the question in Deculane's mind even sharper. If Alan had noticed something that serious, something that could place Deculane in real danger, then why had he chosen to keep quiet? What was Alan hoping to obtain by remaining close to him, wearing that innocent mask and pretending as though he had not discovered anything at all? Deculane's eyes slowly grew deeper and more distant, his gaze turning thoughtful as he weighed the situation in silence. At that moment, a well-known saying from Kim Woo-jin's former world rose quietly in his memory. "Keep your friends close and keep your enemies even closer." With that thought settled in his mind, Deculine shifted his attention back toward Alan. His tone remained calm, deliberate, and impossible to refuse as he said, "Alan, from now on you will stay beside me." For just an instant, Alan looked visibly startled, as if the sudden order had struck him before he could prepare himself, but he quickly lowered his head and gave an obedient nod. Deculine observed him in silence, already deciding that the safest place for Alan was somewhere close enough to watch. "Alan, sooner or later, I will find out exactly whose side you are truly on." When the brief recess came to an end, the people in attendance slowly returned to their places around the meeting table. Chairs shifted, robes settled, and the oppressive weight of the discussion began to gather in the room again. Then the chairperson's voice cut clearly through the chamber. "Next, we will move on to the matter of how we should respond to the recent incidents involving the Blood Clan mages." The moment those words left the chairperson's mouth, the entire atmosphere around the table changed. The air seemed to pull tight all at once, and even the smallest glance or movement carried a sharp edge of tension. Deculine understood immediately that this was not a topic anyone could resolve through a few polite remarks or neatly chosen arguments. An issue this sensitive, with so much history and hatred behind it, would never end cleanly or quietly. Suddenly, a violent bang exploded through the room. Vethin had slammed his hand down against the table with enough force to make the chamber tremble, cutting through the silence and swallowing every quiet breath around him. "The Blood Clan are nothing but filthy vermin." Vethin spat, his face twisting with open disgust. "They survive by hiding among ordinary people, slipping into our lands, nesting inside our society, and slowly eating away at this country from within like a rotting disease." Ethansol's expression tightened at once, his eyes hardening as he answered in a stern, controlled voice. "What proof do you have to support such an accusation? We do not even possess a reliable method to distinguish members of the Blood Clan from other races." Vethin fired back without even taking a breath. "Then we create one. There must be some sign, some racial feature, some clue that reveals what they are. With the royal magic of the Imperial Magic Tower, we should identify them before it is too late and erase them before they spread any further." Ethansol's reply came down just as sharply. "Old man Vethin, control your tongue. Erase them all? What kind of absurd nonsense is this?" Deculine thought as he watched the argument sharpen in front of him. He'd expected their ideologies to clash, but seeing that hatred laid bare in such an open setting only made the depth of the divide even clearer. Vethin raised his voice again, his anger refusing to retreat even an inch. "I do not know what method they are using, but the Blood Clan have started recognizing one another and forming groups. That alone proves that someone must be gathering them, someone must be guiding them, and we still have no idea what they intend to do." Ethansol struck the table in frustration, his voice ringing with anger. "That is nothing more than your own one-sided speculation." But Vethin's glare remained fixed and unshaken. "Speculation, you call it? Their leader is out there somewhere hiding in the shadows, quietly drawing their people together in secret. None of us knows what kind of plans they are weaving behind our backs. Does that truly not make your skin crawl?" Around the table, several others began to nod grimly, their expressions darkening as Vethin's words took hold. Vethin's voice swelled into a furious roar. 60 years ago, countless mages lost their lives because people like you hesitated when decisive action was needed. At that point, the debate crashed into a complete deadlock. No one spoke for a moment. A heavy silence pressed down over the room, as if an invisible lid had been lowered over the entire meeting. After that tense pause dragged on, someone finally turned their attention toward Deculine and asked then, "What is the opinion of Deculine of House Euclane? Everyone here knows that your family descends from a famous demon-slaying lineage, one that has stood for generations at the forefront of battles against dark forces." Deculine remained motionless for a short moment, allowing every gaze in the room to settle fully on him. As someone who had once lived in a modern world, he understood this kind of situation far too well. When hatred abandoned reason and disguised itself as justice, it never produced anything righteous. It only created needless pain and endless victim. More importantly, turning the Blood Clan into targets now would be a disastrous mistake. Even if Deculine could not completely stop the others from moving against them, he at least needed to delay their actions for as long as possible. Only by buying enough time could he later complete the main quest in the proper way. After all, the true enemy threatening this world was not the Blood Clan. At last, Deculine opened his mouth. His voice was calm, but there was enough firmness beneath it to draw everyone's attention. From a historical standpoint, it is true that the Blood Clan has long been regarded as a common enemy. However, if we examine the records carefully, instead of relying only on inherited hatred, the beginning of that conflict can be traced back to a single mistake. Vethan let out a scoff, his face twisting as though he could hardly believe what he had just heard. A mistake? Deculane faced that reaction without the slightest flinch, his expression unchanged. Yes, a mistake. 237 years ago, during the Roden Witch incident, Rodan was wrongfully condemned. She was burned alive for a crime that she never committed. That one false execution became the spark for a massive purge. Countless members of the Blood Clan were slaughtered, and in order to survive, they fought back. From that point onward, the bloodshed continued, feeding itself in an endless cycle. But compared to those days, the situation has already changed and settled to some degree. The incident from 60 years ago, which you mentioned earlier, was fundamentally political. It was tied to a Mana Stone mine discovered in Blood Clan territory. Vevin bristled immediately, his anger flaring again. Political? A Uclane, whose own family seized that mine 60 years ago and killed more of the Blood Clan than anyone else, has no right to speak of it that way. They are a bloodline born with dark aura flowing through their veins. Vathan continued, his words harsh and unforgiving. Violence and war are engraved into their very nature. A demon-slaying family like yours should understand that truth better than anyone. Deculane did not lose his composure, but his gaze sharpened until it turned cold enough to cut. The tradition of my family is the hunting of demons. It is not the indiscriminate slaughter of the Blood Clan. Vethan answered instantly, his voice slicing through the room like a blade. The Blood Clan are demons. The tension in the chamber climbed to its breaking point, with every eye fixed on the confrontation between the two men. Yet Deculane did not raise his voice, nor did he allow the atmosphere to rush him. He simply continued speaking. "Are you prepared to take responsibility for those words?" he asked. Beside him, Alan remained silent, his posture stiff and uneasy as the suffocating mood of the room pressed in around them. Deculane's expression stayed severe as he delivered each word with deliberate weight. Do not carelessly label humans as demons. Their blood is red, the same as ours. And those who can say such things so easily may be the ones standing closer to demons. Vethan's face flushed with anger, but this time no answer came from him. With that bitter silence hanging over the room, the first meeting came to an end without reaching any clear resolution. The matter was postponed until the following day. Elsewhere, Jan stood before his daughter with a regretful look on his face and said, "It is a shame that I have to leave you alone for the next meeting, my dear," she answered in a casual tone. "We're going to see each other again tomorrow anyway." Still unable to hide his concern, Jan asked, according to the rules of the box, every family member must stay in a separate room. Will you truly be all right on your own? She blinked up at him, looking almost offended that he would even ask such a thing. What are you talking about? Children my age already have their own rooms. Stop acting like I'm still some tiny little kid. Jan's shoulders drooped pitifully, and he muttered with a wounded expression, "My daughter doesn't love her poor old father anymore." She stared at him in complete silence, utterly speechless at his dramatic reaction. After a brief pause, Jan gave a small chuckle and let his voice soften. "I'll see you tomorrow. The mana density inside the box is extremely high, so strange magical phenomena can occur at night. Make sure you read the hotel rules carefully." She sighed lightly and replied, Yes, I'll behave. Don't worry so much." After she arrived at her lodging, she held the sheet of hotel rules in both hands and scanned over it with a doubtful, unimpressed look. "These rules feel like they were written just to scare children," she murmured to herself. "As long as I go to sleep normally, that should be enough, right?" Later that night, while she rested quietly inside the dim room, a small golden bird suddenly appeared nearby. Its faint glow stood out clearly in the darkness, like a tiny point of warm light hovering against the stillness around her. A short while later, she stirred from her sleep, her body shifting as she slowly woke up. Her throat felt dry and uncomfortable, the thirst pulling her out of the haze of drowsiness. Still half asleep, she moved toward the table with slow, sleepy steps. Reaching for the water there, she lifted it and drank, soothing the dryness in her throat little by little. Then, without warning, her eyes shifted sharply, as if some unseen presence or strange change in the room had suddenly caught her attention. A dangerous sensation began to seep through the space around her, heavy and suffocating. The once quiet room suddenly felt unfamiliar, as though the air itself had turned cold and hostile. Behind her, a dark aura slowly began to approach. It crept forward like a black curtain lowering over the room, swallowing the surrounding shadows as it moved closer and closer toward her. Caught off guard by the sudden change in the air, Sylvia, Josephine Alade, moved before she could even think. Her body dropped low into a defensive posture, her shoulders tightening as her eyes narrowed, ready to face whatever might crawl out from the darkness around her. But in the next moment, Sylvia realized something far worse. The room she had been standing in was gone. The familiar walls had warped into a long, unfamiliar corridor stretching endlessly before her like a twisted maze that had no clear exit. Confusion rushed through her mind. Had she unknowingly broken one of the rules? Sylvia quickly took in the scene around her and understood that her surroundings had changed completely. With anxiety tightening inside her chest, she hurriedly pulled out the guide again, her eyes racing over the words as she searched for whatever warning she had failed to notice. Then one particular rule seemed to leap out from the page with terrifying clarity. Once you lie down to rest, you must not leave your bed before sunrise. If you do, you may be transported to an unpredictable place. A cold sweat began to bead across Sylvia's face as the meaning sank in. The moment she had gone to bed, she was supposed to stay there until morning, and because she had ignored that rule, she had thrown herself straight into this nightmare. A few days earlier, when she had been in the second corridor, nothing even close to this had occurred. But now, with family heads and powerful figures gathered throughout the area, the mana density inside the box had likely become far more unstable, creating the perfect conditions for this strange displacement to happen. Sylvia clenched her teeth, silently scolding herself for being so careless. She had relaxed too much, assuming that nothing truly dangerous could happen while she was inside her own room. Forcing air into her lungs, she tried to push down the rising panic. Calm down. I have to stay calm. But just then, from somewhere behind her in that dark corridor, a cold, unpleasant sound echoed through the shadows. A wave of black aura began crawling toward her, spreading closer step by step, and Sylvia's pupils tightened as fear flashed openly across her face. She spun around at once, her hair swinging with a sharp movement, and in that instant, one thought struck her with absolute certainty. Something was coming after her. Without wasting even a heartbeat, Sylvia turned away from the approaching darkness and broke into a sprint. Her footsteps rang loudly through the empty corridor, each sound bouncing off the walls as she ran in the opposite direction. Before long, a faint purple glow appeared ahead of her, revealing a staircase rising from the corridor. But instead of relief, the sight made Sylvia's heart drop. She remembered the guide's warning clearly. Rosary Hotel was supposed to have only one floor, and if any staircase appeared, whether it led up or down, guests were absolutely not supposed to follow it. Moments later, Sylvia rushed past an open door. Pale light leaked from inside, while strands of dark aura seeped out around the edges like smoke. Another rule from the guide instantly flashed through her mind. If you find an open door in the corridor, do not enter it. Sylvia squeezed her eyes shut for just a moment, grit her teeth, and forced herself to keep running past the door. Don't panic, she told herself over and over. If she remembered correctly, there should be another door farther ahead, one that might still offer her a way out of this corridor. When she finally reached that door, Sylvia lifted her fist and hammered against it with desperate force. Is anyone there? Please help me. Terror flooded her thoughts, and at the worst possible moment, another rule rose in her memory. If someone knocks on your door at night, do not answer and do not make any noise. That warning only made Sylvia's chest squeeze tighter. Whoever was on the other side might think she was part of the danger and refuse to respond at all. But with the darkness closing in behind her, she had no choice but to keep pounding on the door. Anyone please help me? A few seconds passed in complete silence, but to Sylvia, every one of them dragged on painfully. Fear gripped her heart tighter and tighter, and tears began gathering in her eyes as she stood helplessly in the corridor, trapped between the closed door and the threat behind her. Then, all at once, the door opened. Warm light spilled out into the corridor, washing over Sylvia's stunned, tearful face. From inside the room, a familiar, gentle voice reached her. It's late, and yet you're wandering around, Sylvia? Standing beyond the doorway was none other than Dekulin von Grahan. The instant Sylvia recognized him, the crushing fear that had been weighing on her finally began to loosen, even if only a little. Her eyes were still wet, and she looked so shaken that the words would barely come out. Dekulin simply looked at her for a moment, then spoke in his usual calm voice. All right. Come in. Sylvia did not hesitate for even a second. She stepped inside as quickly as she could, slipping past the doorway like someone escaping a storm, and in a small, trembling voice, she murmured, Thank you. Before long, the fireplace inside the room had been lit, and a soft warmth began spreading through the quiet space. As Sylvia slowly pulled herself back together, she lowered her gaze and apologized in a subdued voice. I'm sorry for causing trouble. I carelessly got out of bed in the middle of the night, and because of that, I was transported into some random corridor. Deculine remained perfectly composed as he answered, his tone steady and unshaken. Chaotic, magical phenomena occur frequently inside the box. Wandering spirits, lost within magic, can create all kinds of disturbances. He let that sink in for a brief moment before adding, that is exactly why you should have read the rules more carefully. Sylvia sat there quietly and listened, but her eyes kept drifting back toward him. Deculine looked as calm and unreadable as ever, his gaze steady in the firelight. She wondered if the losses he had suffered and the pain he had carried were the reason he had still chosen to break the rule and open the door for her. While Sylvia remained caught in those thoughts, a low, chilling growl suddenly slipped through the narrow gap near the door, crawling into the room like a warning from the darkness outside. A thick, purple ooze began to seep through the opening, gathering together in the air as it twisted into the shape of a horrifying skull. Then its mouth stretched open and it roared directly towards Sylvia. Sylvia froze where she sat, her entire body stiffening in shock. But before her fear could swallow her completely, Deculine's calm voice cut cleanly through the tension, filling the room. Stay calm, he said evenly, without the slightest tremor in his voice. There's no need to be afraid. In the very next instant, two magical constructs shot past Sylvia from behind, moving so quickly that they crossed her field of vision like sharp streaks of light. Before the dark spirit could reach her, the construct struck it head-on with precise force, cutting directly into the terrifying shape. The horrifying skull shattered at once. Its form broke apart before Sylvia's eyes, dissolving into fragments until nothing remained. Only then did Sylvia understand what had destroyed it. Suspended in the air were ice crystals, cold, clear, and razor sharp, hovering with silent precision. Her eyes widened in amazement as she breathed out, "Amazing!" The wandering spirit had been erased completely. Deculine, however, spoke as lightly as if he had done nothing remarkable at all. There is no need to be surprised. It is merely a spell designed for killing, nothing worth paying attention to. After saying that, he went quiet for a moment, as if the words themselves had left behind a heavier meaning. Magic, after all, was never supposed to exist only for the purpose of killing. That unexpected remark made Sylvia's cheeks warm slightly. For once, she found herself at a loss, unsure of what kind of answer she was supposed to give him. Trying to shift the atmosphere away from that awkward silence, Sylvia let her gaze wander toward the fire flickering inside the room. She looked more closely at the flames and asked, "Isn't that flowing flame?" Deculine only glanced up briefly from the book in his hands, giving the fire the faintest look before answering in a short, simple voice, "Yes." Hoping to draw a stronger reaction from him, Sylvia began casting spell after spell. Lightning sparked sharply through the air, metallization formed, wood magic appeared, and even a small fire sprite flickered to life in her hand. But Deculine did not respond the way Sylvia had hoped. He continued ignoring her demonstrations, barely lifting his gaze from the page, and that only made her irritation grow. He had not even properly looked at the light glowing in her hand. Frustration stirred deeper inside her. Maybe ordinary displays were not enough. Maybe she had to do something even more impressive, something bold enough that even Deculine could no longer pretend not to notice. Then, without any warning, Deculine suddenly spoke. "You did well." Sylvia blinked, completely caught off guard by the unexpected praise. He continued in the same composed tone, as though he had been observing her all along. "However, the wind magic circle you wove into your fire spell is slightly unstable." Sylvia looked at him in surprise, her attention snapping fully back to him as she immediately asked, "Professor, what part of it is unstable?" Deculine answered coldly, refusing to hand her the explanation she wanted. "That is something you should figure out yourself." Sylvia's annoyance flared and she pushed back at once, "But you explained everything in detail for Ephraim." Still looking down at his book, Deculine replied as if the distinction were obvious. Ephraim understood it on her own. "It was not because I taught her." Sylvia bit down on her lip, unable to fully hide the frustration tightening across her face. His answer had struck exactly where her pride was most sensitive. Then Deculine's voice reached her again, calm yet firm enough to stop her thoughts from spiraling. "Set aside your impatience and your haste, Sylvia." He paused briefly, allowing the words to settle before continuing. You are still young, and you have more than enough time to grow. As long as you keep striving forward, you will reach what you're aiming for soon enough. Deculine tilted his head slightly, his voice remaining steady and filled with quiet certainty. So move forward one step at a time, with care and deliberation. Then he closed his book and finally looked straight at her. After all, you are one of the 3 most talented young mages in the world. Sylvia froze on the spot. Was that truly how Deculine judged her? In that instant, all the praise she had heard before resurfaced in her mind. My gosh, a genius. People had said she would certainly become an archmage someday. They had admired how powerful she already was at her age, praised her talent over and over, and spoken endlessly about the brilliant future waiting ahead of her. Sylvia had grown deeply tired of those predictable, empty compliments long ago. And yet, for some reason, when those words came from Deculine, they felt completely different from all the rest. Before much time had passed, the exhaustion Sylvia Josephine Elaide had been holding back finally caught up to her. After everything she had just endured, her face looked pale and drained, so Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine quietly offered her the bed, allowing her to lie down and rest properly. Once Sylvia had settled beneath the covers and drifted into sleep, Deculine returned to his book as calmly as if the night had been perfectly ordinary. But in the stillness of that quiet room, a faint and unfamiliar power brushed against his senses, subtle but strange enough to pull his attention away from the page. Deculine slowly lifted his gaze and turned toward the window, looking out into the dark night beyond the lodging. The presence lingering outside felt unusual, almost deliberate, and a thought quietly formed in his mind. Could that be what he suspected? A short while later, Deculine stepped out beyond the lodging area and entered the forest, his figure moving through the darkness with calm, measured steps. As the trees closed in around him, he recalled the warning he had been given before coming to this place. Beyond the official meeting grounds of the box, the remote mountain path was supposed to be strictly forbidden. Yet that restriction only made Deculine more certain that something important might be hidden there, perhaps even a rare item more valuable than he had originally expected. From the darkness behind him, a shadowy demon suddenly emerged, its shape rising like a smear of night. It lifted its limbs in a threatening pose, lunged forward with exaggerated menace, and released a horrifying roar clearly meant to scare him. Deculine did not so much as flinch. He kept walking forward at the exact same steady pace, his posture unchanged, as if the monster's roar had never reached his ears and its appearance had not even entered his sight. The demon froze for a moment, visibly thrown off by his complete lack of reaction. It looked almost embarrassed, as if sweat should have been rolling down its shadowy face, yet even then it continued following him, unable to understand why its intimidation had failed so completely. Again and again, the creature tried to frighten him from behind, roaring, lunging, and making dramatic gestures in the darkness. But no matter how much effort it poured into the act, Deculine remained utterly unmoved, walking ahead as though nothing was there. After searching for some time without finding anything useful, Deculine abruptly came to a stop. The sudden pause startled the demon behind him so badly that it recoiled on the spot, looking as if it had been caught in the middle of doing something deeply foolish. Deculine turned around and looked at the creature with almost casual indifference. Then, in the tone of someone asking a passerby for directions, he said, "Hey, have you seen any items with strong magical power around here?" The demon jolted violently the instant it heard the question. A strange, incoherent cry burst from it. And without trying to scare him any further, it spun around and fled into the darkness as fast as it could. Deculine watched the creature disappear, a faintly puzzled look crossing his face. He could not quite understand what had frightened the demon so badly, especially when it had been the one trying to terrify him moments earlier. Still, Deculine did not linger on that strange reaction for long. He turned back toward the forest and continued his search through the trees, and before much time passed, he finally discovered the thing he had been looking for. There it was before him. A piece of tree trunk rested in the darkness, radiating a powerful golden glow, its mana shining through the forest like hidden treasure that had finally been uncovered. When Deculine picked it up, the system immediately revealed its information. It was pure mana wood, a fragment from a mana tree that had once been struck by lightning. That lightning had refined the tremendous mana sealed inside it, transforming the wood into an exceptional special material. Deculine studied the golden wood in his hand with quiet satisfaction, just as he had expected. This was a high-quality material. Ever since arriving in this world, he had trained and studied tirelessly, but the limits of his current body had frustrated him again and again, leading to repeated failures. With this wood, however, he could create a superior wand and greatly strengthen his power. As he gazed at its glowing surface, a calculating light entered his eyes and the corners of his lips curved faintly. This was even better than he had hoped. After a full night of rest, the families gathered once more to continue the meeting that had failed to reach a conclusion. Compared to the previous session, the air in the room felt even heavier, and the tension between the attendees had sharpened until every word seemed ready to spark conflict. The head of House Vathan roared across the table, his voice thick with accusation. Demon blood flows through their veins, does it not? Then what else could they possibly be but demons? Deculin remained completely unfazed and answered in a cold, steady tone. That logic is absurd. If you add salt to water, do you begin calling the water salt? The fierce exchange between Deculin and Vathan left many of the attendees staring in stunned silence. Low whispers spread around the room, with some wondering whether Deculin had truly chosen to side with the enemy, while others suspected he might be deliberately provoking the opposition to reveal themselves. Dezekdan, the head of another house, watched Deculin with sharp and suspicious eyes. He studied every word, every pause, and every small movement, trying to understand what kind of image Deculin was constructing and what game he might actually be playing beneath the surface. Nearby, Sylvia glanced toward her father and quietly took in the atmosphere surrounding them. She felt certain that not only her father, but almost everyone gathered there believed Deculin must have some hidden reason for defending the so-called enemy. But Sylvia did not see it that way. The words Deculin had spoken to her the night before echoed clearly in her mind, and because of them, she became convinced that everyone else was wrong. He was not plotting some secret scheme, he was simply saying what was obviously true. In the middle of that heated argument, a firm and authoritative voice suddenly cut across the room. Enough! The single word came from the revered elder, and the moment it was spoken, every gaze immediately turned in his direction. The elder spoke in a grave tone, one that left no space for further dispute. Without consensus, no formal conclusion can be reached. The matter of the Blood Clan will be placed on tomorrow's agenda. For now, proceed with the other issues. Unlike the bitter conflicts surrounding the Blood Clan, the remaining matters were dealt with quickly and with little resistance. Several days later, the meeting finally reached its end, and the attendees began leaving the room one after another. Vathan, still seething after losing the debate, passed by Deculin and deliberately brushed against him with unnecessary force. It was a petty, childish bump, clearly meant to vent the anger he had failed to express through words. Deculin frowned at the childish gesture, a brief flicker of irritation crossing his otherwise composed face. All he had wanted was to win the argument for the sake of future critical missions, and yet somehow, in doing so, he had ended up creating another enemy. The next day, the scene shifted to the shopping district of Birch, where the streets were lined with stores selling all manner of magical goods, from enchanted tools to rare materials and glittering supplies. Deculin and his aide, Alan, walked together through a magical tool shop, moving past shelves packed with strange components, polished artifacts, and carefully displayed items that shimmered with traces of mana. Deculin picked up several sparkling gems and examined them one by one with a thoughtful gaze. He needed to craft a wand before returning to the academy, but selecting the right material was proving more difficult than expected since he had never personally made one before. Every possible choice required careful judgment. Suddenly, Alan's eyes shifted toward the entrance of the shop. Someone had just stepped inside, and the moment Alan saw them, his attention was immediately captured. With sudden excitement brightening his voice, Alan called out. Professor Deculin turned his head slightly, raising an eyebrow at the unexpected tone. What is it? Alan pointed toward the newcomer, his face lighting up with genuine admiration. That's my hero. They were the one who got me here safely. For a brief instant, a flicker of surprise crossed Deculin's face, but it disappeared almost as quickly as it came. And in the next moment, his usual composed expression settled back into place. The person who had entered the shop was Lilia Premian, deputy director of the security bureau. When she noticed Deculin, she smiled lightly and greeted him with an easy tone. What a coincidence, Professor Deculin. After that unexpected encounter, they decided to continue their conversation at a nearby eatery in town. To Deculin, it was a suitable way to thank her for ensuring Alan had arrived safely. Lilia sat across from him with a warm smile, her posture relaxed but her eyes attentive. Thank you for the meal, Professor. I know this may not be the most appropriate thing to discuss while we're eating, but the investigation is nearly complete. Then she went straight to the point and asked, what happened to your escort, Veron? Deculin answered without the slightest change in expression. He died during an enemy ambush. The others either died or fled, so there was nothing more that could be done. Lilia gave a slow, measured nod. I see as the staff began bringing food to the table, Alan alone seemed genuinely cheerful, his mood standing out from the heavy conversation around him. While observing Deculane's stoic face from across the table, Lilia quietly studied him. Something about the man sitting in front of her did not quite match the rumors and reports she had heard, and that difference continued to linger in her mind. Her thoughts drifted back to a recent conversation with Lockhart. Under Imperial order, the Empire's Security Bureau had been escorting him to Rekidak, the infamous prison. After he had killed innocent mages, that fate was something he could no longer avoid. During that conversation, Lilia had looked at him and asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Lockhart remained silent, his gaze distant and unreadable, as though he were slowly arranging the thoughts inside his head. Lilia crossed her arms, her irritation becoming clear as she watched him refuse to speak. "Are you planning to stay silent through the entire interrogation?" Then, without any warning, Lilia gave him a direct command, her voice sharp enough to cut through the stagnant air. "Activate your power." Her gaze turned cold in that moment, and her voice sank with a heavy pressure that made the interrogation room feel even more tense and suffocating. At those words, a smile slowly spread across Lockhart's face. It was the kind of smile that made it seem as though he had been waiting for this exact moment all along. A surge of energy burst through the room, spreading outward in an instant. The recording devices were disabled at once, cutting off every trace of the conversation from the outside. With the devices silenced, the interrogation room became a sealed private space. No witnesses remained, no outside ears could listen in, and only Lilia and Lockhart were left facing each other across the table. Lilia slammed her hand down against the table, the sharp sound echoing through the sealed room. Her eyes blazed with anger as she snapped at him. "You fool." Lilia's voice dropped into a cold, cutting tone as she stared him down. "I have warned you so many times I've lost count." She said every word pressed tight with anger. "Stop walking around and creating trouble when there is absolutely no need for it." Her eyes sharpened even further, and the frustration she had been holding back finally spilled out. "Why is it that you always have to make things worse?" she snapped. "It's because of people like you that those racists keep looking at us as if we're demons." But Lockhart simply stood there, wearing that faint, unreadable smile, and gave her no answer at all. Lilia's jaw tightened so hard it looked like she was forcing herself not to lash out. Her anger was right there on her face, barely restrained. "If you didn't carry the same blood as me," she hissed, her voice low and dangerous, "I would have killed you myself a long time ago. If this truth ever spreads beyond us, you won't be the only one trapped with nowhere to run." Lilia warned, her expression darkening. "I'll be dragged into it too, and I'll be the one forced to endure pressure from all the other families." Lockhart gave a soft, almost amused chuckle, as though her fear sounded naive to him. "Do you honestly believe you can keep running from the Empire forever?" he asked, but then the humor faded from his face and his eyes turned strangely serious. "It is possible, but only as long as the secret of our race never gets exposed. We were born different from ordinary people."
Different, Lockhart continued, his tone growing heavier, because from the moment we were born, demonic power flowed inside us. That power is the one thing they truly fear. Lilia's patience finally snapped, and she cut him off at once. "Shut your mouth. The Blood Clan are not the only people in this world born with abilities beyond the ordinary."
"Then tell me why you provoked Deculine," Lilia demanded, narrowing her eyes as if she could force the truth out of him. "We've been keeping our eyes on House Eucline for ages, haven't we?" For the first time, Lockhart's easy smile slipped. His posture stiffened just slightly, and the air around him seemed to change. "You mean," he said slowly, watching her face, "you're planning to kill him?" Lilia's tone softened, but the danger behind her words did not disappear. "For now, we're only observing him," she replied. "But if he keeps causing trouble and drawing attention, then we'll have no other option. We'll have to remove him." Lockhart's expression shifted immediately, and this time, there was nothing playful in his face. He looked at her with sudden firmness and said, "Don't." Then, with complete seriousness, he added, "That man is a true noble. There is no reason for us to kill Deculane." Lilia stared at him like she could not believe what had just come out of his mouth. "A true noble?" she repeated, disbelief twisting her voice. "What kind of nonsense are you saying? Have you completely lost your mind? I have stacks of evidence proving the crimes that man has committed." Lockhart answered her without even a second of hesitation. "Think back to what he said at the graveyard," he told her. Dekulin said his blessing was proof that the Blood Clan were not monsters, but human beings. And when he said it, I didn't see even the smallest trace of deception in his eyes. What I saw was conviction and something almost like justice. If there were more people like him in this world, then maybe the world itself could begin to change, Lockhart said, his voice quiet but certain. The Blood Clan might one day stand beside humans without being crushed under prejudice. He already knew I was Blood Clan, and even after learning that, he still chose not to kill me. For a brief moment, Lilia looked genuinely taken aback, as if his words had struck somewhere she had not expected. Then a bitter laugh slipped from her lips. "Do you even understand what the ancestors of House Ukleini did?" she asked. "They led the purges. They slaughtered the Blood Clan." Lockhart met her stare without flinching and answered simply, "I know, but if we turn around and treat their descendants exactly the way they treated us," Lockhart said, keeping his voice steady, "then aren't we proving that they were right about us? Aren't we admitting with our own actions that we really are demons?" Lilia froze at those words. "What?" she snapped. "That family has never stopped trying to wipe out the Blood Clan. You said that yourself?" Lockhart looked straight at her and asked, "How long do you think you can keep sitting in that powerful position before someone finally catches on?" Lilia only gave a small shrug, as if the danger barely mattered to her. "This is the path I chose for myself. Besides, no one can tell the Blood Clan apart from humans just by looking at us, and bloodline records won't expose us either." Lockhart's mouth curved into a faint smile. "But isn't there one thing we can't eat?" he asked. Lilia waved the comment off like it was too stupid to entertain. "Idiot, I don't even need to go near that." Then she moved the conversation forward. "Anyway, the Emperor's health is getting worse. A successor will show up soon. We'll watch carefully and see how the next ruler treats the Blood Clan. After that, we decide what to do next. Until then, stay quiet and wait." As she finished, her eyes slid toward Lockhart and a small smirk appeared on her face. "And while you're locked up in prison," Lilia added, her tone carrying a sharp little edge, "try behaving yourself for once in your life." Back in the present, Lilia sat across the room with her gaze fixed on Dekulin, quietly studying the calm lines of his face and the way he carried himself. How could someone like him be a true noble, she wondered, silently. He looks no different from all the others. Just then, the sound of footsteps began to approach, cutting through the room's tense atmosphere. The noise drew everyone's attention at once, turning their focus toward whoever was coming closer. Before the man even stepped fully into view, a thick, unpleasant smell of alcohol drifted through the air. Lilia immediately lifted a hand to cover her nose, her brows drawing together in visible irritation. "Is that liquor?" she muttered. A rough, dismissive voice followed right behind that stench, careless and heavy with arrogance. "What's this?" the man said. "I don't have anything to say to you." The man who appeared was blonde, and Dekulin recognized him right away. He was the same person Dekulin had once scolded at a banquet. Back then, the man had been furious but unable to say anything back, and now it looked like he had come all this way to settle that wounded pride. His voice carried the smug arrogance of someone desperate to reclaim his dignity. "Oh," he said, looking at Dekulin with a challenging stare. "Well, I have plenty. I want to hear from you. Seems to me there's something hidden deep inside that dark soul of yours." Meanwhile, at House Premium, Julie sat completely frozen in her seat. Her face had gone pale, and she looked as if the words she had just heard were too cruel, too impossible for her mind to accept. Her voice shook when she finally managed to speak, barely holding itself together. "What?" she whispered, staring ahead in disbelief. "Say that again?" The captain standing before her hesitated, his expression heavy as though the next words pained him to say. Still, he forced himself to deliver the truth. "It is difficult to accept," he said carefully, "but Veron died during the recent mission." Every single word landed on Julie like a lightning strike. For a moment, she could only sit there in stunned silence, breath caught in her throat, her entire body locked in place by the shock. Then, even while her mind was still reeling from a reality she could barely accept, Julie forced herself to move forward. Her voice came out strained but commanding, "Prepare immediately." "The moment Dekulin returns," Julie continued, her voice tight with shock, grief and urgency all at once. "I need a proper explanation from him." Highhelm came toward Dekulin with an arrogant stride, though the sway in his steps made it clear he was far from sober. Dekulin watched him approach in silence, quietly concluding that this man must be the head of House Rewind. Dekulin's expression did not change in the slightest as he looked at him. In that same calm, even voice, he asked, "What is going on?" Ihelm's words came out slurred enough that there was no hiding how drunk he was. "You really surprised me at that meeting," he said, leaning into each phrase with an unsteady confidence. "I kept wondering why you acted that way. Were you trying to start a fight with another family? That question has been stuck in my head ever since. Ihelm went on, his eyes narrowing as he studied Deculine's face. So go on, tell me, what was the real reason behind it? Don't tell me you're actually taking the Blood Clan's side, Ihelm said, his tone openly provocative. You come from a family famous for killing demons, yet even with that insult thrown directly at him, Deculine's face remained perfectly calm and composed. Across from them, Lilia stiffened as if the words had struck her from the side. Her eyes widened in sudden shock and a single confused word slipped out. What? Didn't you once want to wipe every last one of them out? Ihelm pressed, refusing to let the subject go. So what changed? You used to call those vile, impure creatures unworthy of even existing? Your essays condemning the Blood Clan are still sitting in the university archives. Helm leaned closer, his mouth curling into an ugly sneer as he pushed the insult even further. Or what? Did you get yourself a Blood Clan slave for your research and now suddenly you've decided to defend them? Alan could not hold himself back any longer. His hand came down hard against the table with a sharp crack that cut through the room. How dare you insult the professor? Deculine, however, remained almost unsettlingly calm. He simply wiped the corner of his mouth as if the insult had barely touched him at all. Easy, Alan, he said evenly. It's fine. His brain has rotted into stinking cheese, Deculine said in a cool, composed voice. So of course nonsense is the only thing capable of coming out of his mouth. I understand. The blonde man clenched his teeth so hard that anger flashed openly across his face. Even so, he forced his lips into a stiff, ugly smile, desperately trying to hold on to whatever scraps of dignity he still had left. Fine, Ihelm said through that strained smile, his voice tight with humiliation. Let's see how long you can keep acting so smug. Your research presentation is due in 6 months, or was it 3? Either way, I'll be looking forward to seeing that defeated look on your face. It should be very entertaining. With those parting words, Ihelm turned and stormed away, leaving a heavy silence hanging in the room behind him. Lilia stayed exactly where she was, her heart weighed down, while her hands trembled faintly beneath the table. Deculine had just stood against everyone around him in order to defend the Blood Clan. Lilia stared at him, visibly shaken by what she had witnessed, and under her breath she murmured, "Is that really Deculine?" It was almost impossible for her to accept what she had seen. But as Lockhart's old words rose again in her mind, Lilia found herself silently wondering, was what you said actually true after all? A few days later, before Deculing prepared to leave, he made one more stop at the magic tool shop, returning to the place once again. There, Deculing entrusted the creation of his wand to a renowned artisan. Without realizing it, he had already met the hidden requirements tied to Rokolok's wand. He possessed enough fame or infamy, had displayed either kindness or cruelty, brought high-quality materials capable of catching the artisan's interest, and had visited the shop not once but twice. The artisan's reputation clearly existed for a reason, and it seemed that Deculine's previous actions and earlier visits had unknowingly satisfied every condition needed to draw Rokolok's attention. And after the high-level conference finally came to an end, the situation did not settle down. Instead, everything began moving forward into its next stage. After everything that had unfolded at the conference, Deculine and his aide finally boarded the train. With the heavy atmosphere of the gathering now behind them, they stepped into the carriage and began the long journey back toward the academy. As the train carried them back through the Empire, they found themselves placed in the same carriage as Vethin. He sat nearby without bothering to soften his expression, and the cold hostility in his eyes was so obvious that anyone could have noticed it. Fortunately, even with that sharp tension pressing down on the carriage, nothing serious ended up happening between them. Deculine stayed quiet, his face unreadable, and slowly sank into his own thoughts while the train continued to rattle forward. At last, after a stretch of travel that seemed to drag on without end, the exhausting journey finally began to reach its conclusion. Inside the station, where travelers crowded the platforms and hurried footsteps echoed all around, Alan lifted both arms high above his head. He stretched his stiff body with a tired groan, clearly worn down by the long ride. Still looking drained from the trip, Alan turned his head toward Deculine and asked, "Professor, we only have one more transfer left, right?" Then Alan glanced out at the pale scenery beyond the station, where everything was still covered in white. With clear exhaustion in his voice, he muttered, "Are we finally going to see something besides snow soon?" But before Alan could even finish getting the words out, a group of knights appeared through the station crowd. Julie was walking at the front, and her gaze was already locked straight on Deculine. Deculine looked at her without the slightest change in expression. In a calm, almost casual voice, he greeted her simply. It's you. Julie answered him, but the look on her face was darker than anything Deculine had seen from her before. The pain of Veron's death was still too fresh, weighing on her so heavily that she could not hide it. Her voice trembled just enough to betray her emotions, even though she was clearly trying to hold herself together. "I heard you were ambushed," she said quietly. "I'm glad you were able to return safely." Deculine gave her a small nod in response. "Thank you," but at the same time, the look in Julie's eyes told him everything he needed to know. She had already learned about Veron. For someone like Julie, who valued every subordinate under her command with genuine care, this loss could not have been easy to endure. Deculine's gaze briefly moved past her to the soldiers standing behind her, and from their stiff faces and hostile silence, he could tell they were not pleased that he had been the only one to return alive. Julie forced her emotions down as best she could, but her hands tightened into fists at her sides. Her voice cracked faintly when she finally said, "I read the news." "You worked together with him to save the passengers, didn't you?" Julie asked, struggling to keep her gaze steady on Deculine. "There's only one thing I want to know." Her teeth clenched, and her voice shook beneath the weight of grief as she asked, "How did he die?" A heavy silence settled around them at once. Some people might have mistaken her question for accusation, but this was not simple anger. It was the mourning of a commander who had personally cared for and raised the subordinate she had lost. Julie kept her eyes fixed on Deculine, refusing to look away. In that gaze was a wound that could not be repaired, a deep and hollow loss that no words could easily soothe. Deculine met her stare directly, but for once he did not immediately know how to answer. There were truths that did not bring comfort. Truths that would only cut open a wound already bleeding. For several long moments, neither Deculine nor Julie said anything. The silence between them grew heavier and heavier until it seemed to swallow even the noise of the station around them. Deculine wondered whether he should tell Julie the truth, that Veron had tried to kill him, and that the attempt had been part of a plan prepared beforehand. But the confrontation had not ended the way anyone had expected, and the truth was far from simple. At first, Deculine had intended to reveal everything exactly as it had happened. Yet now that Julie was standing in front of him with grief written so clearly across her face, those words would not leave his mouth. Should he really tell her what happened that day? The truth was right there, clear and unavoidable, but giving it to her in this moment would be far too cruel. Julie's resolve as a knight might have been unwavering, strong enough to face danger without flinching, but her heart was not made of steel, and a reality that brutal could still break something inside her. If Julie learned what Veron had done, she would not simply blame him. She would blame herself first. That was the kind of person she was, someone who would take her subordinate's mistake onto her own shoulders, treat it as her own failure, and torment herself with it for the rest of her life. Some truths, Deculine thought, were better left untouched. Some things were better buried where they could no longer reach the living and carve new wounds into them. And if keeping that truth hidden meant Julie would direct her anger toward him instead, then Deculine was prepared to accept that burden without complaint. Just as Deculine hesitated in that silence, the conductor's announcement rang out through the station and cut into the moment. Train 4 bound for the Empire is departing. All ticket holders, please board immediately. The platform instantly filled with movement as passengers hurried forward, pulling luggage behind them and rushing toward the train. With the crowd beginning to surge around them, Deculine no longer had the chance to let the conversation continue. After a slow pause, Deculine finally gave his answer. "It is difficult to say," he said, choosing each word carefully. He was too emotional at the time. Julie's expression sank when she heard that. The strength in her face faltered for a moment, and a faint, sorrowful sigh slipped quietly from her lips. Because Julie knew Veron so well, Deculine's answer eased a small part of the weight pressing against her chest. She lowered her head in a formal bow and said, "I understand. We will search for him. Please rest." Julie and her knights left soon after that, moving away with heavy steps. But their departure did not bring Deculine any peace. Instead, it left him standing there with even more doubt and reflection than before. The image of Veron hanging from the train returned to Deculine's mind with bitter clarity. In a strange way, Veron had not been so different from anyone else overwhelmed by powerful emotion. Strong feelings could completely blind reason, but even knowing that, Deculine still found himself wondering what the right answer should have been. After the knights were gone, Alan frowned deeply and grumbled under his breath. "That was rude, Professor. We were victims too, but they still looked at us like we did something wrong." Deculine replied in his usual composed tone, showing no sign of being offended. "It's fine. They are merely fools." But just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. Why did you hide it, Professor? The person standing behind him was Sylvia Josephine Alade. She had returned on the same train as well, and now she stood there with her usual calm, unreadable expression. Deculine turned toward her with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Hide what? Sylvia did not answer right away. Instead, she reached into her bag, pulled out a book, and held it toward him as she said softly, "This is a gift for you." After placing the book into Deculine's hands, Sylvia turned away almost immediately before he could ask her anything else or understand what she meant. She hurried off and disappeared from the conversation. Alan blinked in surprise, his eyes dropping to the book now resting in Deculine's possession. Confused, he asked, "Professor, what is that?" Deculine let out a tired sigh, the long journey and everything that had happened clearly wearing on his patience. "I don't know," he answered plainly. The trip had dragged on for far too long, and even though it was finally over, exhaustion still clung heavily to Deculine. At that moment, he had no desire to deal with any more questions. He simply wanted to return home and rest in silence. He glanced toward Alan and gave a small gesture for him to follow. "Let's head back," Alan immediately straightened his posture and answered, "Yes, Professor." During the first ambush, Professor Deculine had managed to stabilize the train, protecting the passengers inside while working together with Knight Veron to keep the crisis from spiraling completely out of control. But when the second attack struck, the situation changed in an instant. The carriage itself was overturned, and the danger became far more violent and unpredictable than it had been before. In the middle of that chaos, it appeared that Veron had fallen from the cliff along with the train, disappearing into the disaster before anyone could stop it. By some miracle, the VIP carriage where Deculine had been riding did not plunge all the way down. Instead, it remained suspended from the cliff's edge. Both Deculine and Veron had done everything they could to control the disaster, but during the second ambush, Veron was ultimately lost. After hearing the full account, Julie quietly lowered her head and offered a restrained bow of thanks. Even so, the darkness on her face did not lift. The knights standing beside her looked just as grim, each of them sinking deeper into their own troubled thoughts. Julie turned to leave, but the deputy commander remained behind, unwilling to walk away without asking one final question. "Did he leave anything behind?" Deculine answered in an even voice. "Regrettably, nothing." The deputy commander's gaze sharpened as he pressed further. "What about the ones behind the ambush? Surely you know who they were," Deculine replied calmly. "I'm sorry, but there is an unwritten rule regarding crimes exposed on the route to Berkt. We are not meant to investigate them further, so I cannot assist you with that." Later, Julie made her way in silence to the cliff where Veron had fallen. She stood before that cold, empty drop, facing the place where he had disappeared, as the full weight of his loss settled over her once again. She gazed into the empty distance, her eyes unfocused and heavy with grief, as though the silence in front of her had finally pressed down on her heart. The person she had relied on most, her trusted right hand, was truly gone now. No matter how many times she turned it over in her mind, she still couldn't accept that Veron had vanished in such a hollow, meaningless way. "You absolute fool," she whispered through clenched emotion, the bitter words slipping out like a curse thrown towards someone who would never be able to hear her anger or answer it. At the same time, inside Deculine's mansion, the mood had shifted into complete chaos. His younger sister Yariel was already boiling over with anger, her furious voice ringing through the halls loudly enough to unsettle the entire household. "You used another family check on some absurd waste of money?" Yariel shouted, her body practically shaking from how furious she was. The butler quickly moved between them, bowing his head in panic as he tried to calm her down. "Please, milady, you must compose yourself." But Yariel was far beyond the point of calming down. She swung her glare straight back at Deculine and exploded. "Have you forgotten our situation already? This family does not have endless money lying around the way you seem to think. At this rate, we may not even last 2 months, let alone continue covering every one of your reckless expenses. Do you ever stop and think before you act?" Deculine quietly recalled the wand he had purchased from Berkt and how its final price had climbed even higher than he had originally expected. So that was what had triggered Yariel's outrage, the check used for that purchase. Still, if House Eucline's finances were truly down to only 2 months of stability, then this was no longer a minor complaint he could brush aside. Keeping his expression calm, Deculine answered in a measured tone, trying to pull Yariel back from her anger. "Calm down, Yariel. I already have a method to bring money into the family." Her eyes narrowed, immediately sharp and suspicious as she demanded, "What method?" Soon after, the two of them descended into the family vault, where the valuable items Deculine had acquired at a previous auction were being stored. The chamber was lined with expensive treasures, each one purchased for an enormous sum, making the room feel heavy with the scent of wealth and old luxury. Iriel scanned the vault with obvious distrust, her brows tightening as she looked from one costly item to the next. "What are you trying to do this time?" she asked, her voice edged with suspicion. "Didn't you buy all of these things just so you could parade our wealth around?" Deculane exhaled slowly, already worn down by the volume of her anger. "First, settle yourself," he said, his tone cool but firm. "Speak with the dignity of a proper lady instead of throwing a fit. You're supposed to become the next head of this family, are you not?" That only made Yariel's temper flare even brighter. Her face tightened as she snapped back. "What did you just say to me? You're seriously lecturing me about how I speak when you're the one dragging this family toward bankruptcy?" Deculane paid no attention to Yariel's furious protests and continued walking deeper into the vault. In the past, he had never been able to fully understand why auction treasures carried such a strangely extravagant aura, as if their value went beyond simple decoration. Back then, he had only thought of them in the same way people in the real world treated fine art, objects that grew more expensive simply because wealthy people agreed they were precious, rare, and worth investing in. But while making preparations for Burst, Deculane had finally learned how these treasures were meant to be used properly. They were not just ornaments sitting around to impress visitors. In the right hands, they could be turned into an astonishing source of wealth. He raised one hand and activated Midas Touch. From his fingertips, a gentle stream of golden mana unfurled, spreading over an ancient vase until the entire piece began to shimmer, as though some hidden value sleeping inside it had finally been awakened. From behind him, Yariel frowned deeply, clearly not impressed by the strange scene at all. "Why are you just standing there waving your hand over it?" she asked, irritation dripping from every word. "Have you finally gone completely insane?" Deculane did not bother answering her insult. Instead, he turned calmly toward the butler and gave his order as if the matter were already decided. "I will put these items up for auction again. Call an appraiser." Yariel's expression shifted instantly. "What? You only bought these not long ago, and now you're already selling them?" Yariel shouted, her voice rising again in disbelief. "Antiques are supposed to be held for value. If you resell them now, you'll be lucky to recover even half of what you spent." Deculane cut through her words coldly. "Be quiet, Yariel." Her anger only sharpened. "Be quiet, you of all people are telling me that while you keep throwing away our money?" Deculane turned away from her complaints and addressed the servant with absolute authority. "Roy, bring an appraiser here and have these items transported." The butler responded at once, bowing deeply without hesitation. "Understood?" As Deculane's gaze returned to the vase that had just been transformed, his confidence became firmer. The change before his eyes confirmed it, his decision had been the right one. The vase now seemed to give off an aura of prosperity, its surface carrying a refined glow that made it look completely different from before. It was no ordinary antique, but a piece created by an Eastern master artisan, shaped with devotion, skill, and every ounce of talent he possessed. Through the power of Midas Touch, the vase's hidden potential had finally been drawn out. Any flowers placed inside it would no longer wither, and as time passed, those flowers would slowly transform into new blossoms, each petal carrying a mid to high grade recovery effect. A faint smile touched Deculane's face as he considered its new value. The vase had originally cost 2.5 million LN, but now it had become something so precious that even he almost felt reluctant to let it go. "Handle it with care," Deculane warned as the servants began preparing to move the vase. His voice was calm, but the threat in it was unmistakable. "If you damage it, none of you will be able to pay for the loss." Yariel could only watch the scene unfold in stunned silence, her anger momentarily swallowed by confusion. After a long pause, Yariel finally forced the words out. "We need to talk. Are you really planning to sell all of this? Do you want to ruin our family that badly?" Deculane answered without the slightest hesitation. "Do not worry. We will make a profit." Yariel immediately snapped back. "What part of this am I not supposed to worry about? Explain it properly." Deculane, already tired of going in circles with her, slipped away from the argument with practiced ease. "Ah," he said smoothly, as if only just remembering something. "It seems it is time for work. We can continue this conversation later." Meanwhile, at the academy, inside the Magic Exploration Club room, the atmosphere could not have been more different from the suffocating tension back at the mansion. Ephraim and her friends had gathered comfortably together, filling the room with laughter, chatter, and the carefree energy of students who had finally found a place where they could simply enjoy themselves. With a confident little flick of her hand, Ephraim laid down a 3-card straight. The move was so clean and decisive that her victory in the round looked almost unfair to everyone watching. Ephorine burst into a bright laugh and said, "I don't even know what this hand is called. Just leave it there." One friend groaned in disbelief, staring at the cards. "No way. Ephorine already won 3 rounds." Another immediately laughed in triumph. "Ha! That means I'm free from cleaning duty for a whole week. I was so close to winning." One of the others complained, glaring down at the cards as if they had betrayed them. "If I had drawn just one more card, I would have had it." Ephorine leaned into her victory with a smug little smile and answered, "Losers do not get to make excuses." The entire group broke into cheerful laughter. And for Ephorine, that simple warmth felt almost unreal. It was like stepping into a dream she had once lost long ago, something she had never expected to find again. Ephorine Luna may have been born into a baron's family, but her life had never followed an easy or comfortable path. Unlike many of the other students around her, she had not been able to enter the academy from the very beginning and enjoy the same smooth start they had. After she entered the tower, what waited for her was not welcome or kindness, but hateful looks from nobles and cruel treatment from professors who clearly looked down on her. One hardship after another had forced her to bow her head, and every quiet, restrained bow carried the weight of all the anger, humiliation, and grievances she had been made to swallow. And yet, after enduring all of that, she had never once imagined that a day would come when she could sit in a club room like this, laughing freely beside people she could genuinely call her friends. With a soft, sincere smile spreading across her face, Ephorine said, "I'm really starting to love this original Magic Exploration Club." A red-haired girl quickly corrected her, sounding both amused and just serious enough to make the point. "Overall, we are just a normal Magic Exploration Club. Be careful how you say it. Ephorine." Ephorine simply grinned back, not offended in the slightest by the correction. "Oh, is that how it is? Sorry about that, Min." But before she could fully sink back into that relaxed mood, the door opened and a harsh voice sliced through the cheerful room. "What is all this noise, you stupid brats? What exactly is this club even doing?" The ones who stepped inside were Professors Relin and Beck, both wearing furious expressions. Beck looked around with open contempt before sneering toward Relin. "Professor, these low-life commoners are wasting precious tower space on this nonsense." Ephorine's expression hardened in an instant. Of course, it was those two again. Whenever commoners were involved, they seemed to appear like trouble itself, ready to ruin whatever peace had been built. Rillin's gaze shifted toward the sign on the room, and his face twisted as though the words themselves disgusted him. "Normal Magic Exploration Club?" he muttered with contempt. "How utterly ridiculous." Then he barked at the students, his voice sharp and overbearing. "What are you children doing here?" Even though his arrival was unwelcome, Ephorine had already half expected something like this might happen sooner or later. She kept her posture controlled and answered as politely as she could, choosing her words with care. "We submitted a club proposal and it was approved. This is an official club." Relin reacted immediately, his anger snapping forward like a rabid dog's bite. "What? Who in the world approved such a stupid club?" Then his eyes settled more carefully on Ephorine's face, and recognition slowly crept into his voice. "Wait, you are that punished commoner from before, aren't you?" Ephorine's eyes narrowed at once, a flash of anger crossing her face. There it was again, that word commoner, said not as a fact, but as if it were something filthy. Beck noticed the look in her eyes and immediately used it as another excuse to mock her. "Look at that insolent brat," he sneered. "She even dares to glare at a professor with those filthy eyes? Hey dog, are you even listening to me?" Beck spat, his tone soaked in open contempt as he looked down on her like she was beneath the floor itself. "Fix that ignorant attitude of yours." Right beside Ephorine, one of her friends quickly leaned closer, panic tightening her whisper as she warned, "Ephorine, calm down." Behind Relin, Beck's lips curled into a smug little grin, and he made no effort to hide how much he was enjoying this. To him, watching a commoner student get cornered and scolded was entertainment, and the cruel satisfaction on his face said it all. Beck raised his chin with a sneer, acting as though the answer was already obvious. "Fine then. If you're so confident, say it out loud. There's no chance any real professor approved a trashy club like this?" For a brief instant, Ephorine's eyes opened wide, and her expression stiffened as if his question had hit a weak spot she hadn't fully prepared for. The confidence on her face faltered, freezing her in place for just a moment. Beck caught that tiny reaction immediately, and his grin spread wider with ugly triumph. "See, I knew it," he said, pouncing on her hesitation. "You cheeky little brats were just making things up, trying to trick me with some nonsense story." But right as those insults filled the room, a cold and unmistakably familiar voice sliced through the tension from the entrance. "I approved it. I personally authorized the creation of this club. Deculine stepped into view with his usual composed presence, then turned his icy stare straight toward Rillin. Do you have a problem with my decision, Professor Rillin? The sheer pressure in his gaze was enough to choke the words out of the old man, and Rillin could only stumble in shock. What? Ephorine stared at Deculine, suspicion and confusion spreading across her face before she could hide it. Why had Professor Deculine shown up at this exact moment, just when the situation was about to turn ugly? His arrival instantly changed the air in the room, pushing everyone into a heavy, breathless silence. As Ephorine looked at him, she couldn't decide whether she felt relieved, guarded, or simply unsettled. And that same uncertain feeling seemed to hang over everyone there, as if they were all wondering whether something was about to shift from this point forward, and whether they could keep following the path they had chosen until the very end. At that moment, Deculine stood firmly between the students and the two professors who had barged in to intimidate the commoners. He didn't need to raise his voice or make a dramatic gesture. His presence alone pressed down on the room and forced the noise to die away. His face showed clear displeasure, but his voice remained controlled, which somehow made it sound even colder. I approve the formation of this club, Deculine repeated, his eyes fixed on Rellin. Do you have an issue with my decision, Professor Rellin? I could hear you shouting from the hallway. Deculine continued, not giving Rellin a single chance to escape his stare. If there is a problem, then state it properly. Did I require your permission before approving this club? The sharpness of that exchange made the students freeze in their seats, their shoulders drawing tight as the entire room filled with suffocating pressure. For Deculine, the day had already been exhausting enough, and this was simply one more annoyance thrown onto a pile that was already beginning to test his patience. Iriel had spent the morning scolding him about the family's money problems, and now when he should have been focusing on his work as a professor, these two had decided to interrupt everything with a completely pointless disturbance. What made it worse was that Rellin had dared to raise his voice and throw insults around as if he had the authority to do so. Under Deculine's cold stare, the color quickly drained from Rellin's face, beads of sweat forming as he hurriedly stammered, "Sir, that is not what I meant." Rillin quickly pointed toward the club room, desperately grabbing at the first excuse he could find. I only meant that this place seems far too shabby, doesn't it? I was merely thinking that mages of the Imperial University Magic Tower should have access to better equipment and more proper furnishings, Rillin added, forcing out an awkward laugh to soften the mood. Haha, seeing the room in such poor condition upset me. That is all. I will personally take responsibility and replace everything here with something better, Rellin said quickly, trying to turn his earlier hostility into generosity. Deculine's expression loosened by a small degree, though he could immediately tell that the old man was slippery, the kind of person who changed shape like a seasoned con artist whenever cornered. Even so, Rillin's excuse would not cause Deculine any loss, so he accepted it with calm ease. You're always considerate, Professor Rellin. This room is indeed old and worn down. I will remember your offer. Then Deculine's gaze shifted toward Beck, the one who had so clearly fueled the confrontation from the start. His voice dropped even colder as he said, "Lowly schemers always behave like this. Since they have no real ability of their own, they make trouble everywhere they go." After leaving those words behind, Deculine turned without another glance and walked out of the room, leaving both professors standing there frozen, too stunned and humiliated to respond right away. Beck's face twisted with shame and anger, the insult burning through him so fiercely that he clenched his teeth. But in front of Deculine, there was nothing he could do. He had no power to push back. Soon after, the scene shifted to Deculine's classroom, where the students had gathered for the day's lecture. A low murmur ran through the room, filled with curious whispers, stolen glances, and anticipation for a class they had not had in some time. "It's been quite a while since Professor Deculine actually held class, hasn't it?" One student whispered. Another nodded and murmured back. "Yeah, he was busy and burked. I wonder what really happened over there." A third student only shrugged, lowering their voice. "Who knows?" But that train attack was covered in last month's Witch magazine. Someone else whispered from nearby. "Right, I saw that too. They said the entire train was floating in the air. That's insane." While rumors quietly rippled around the classroom, Sylvia sat calmly with her attention fixed on Deculine. Sylvia leaned slightly toward her friend, her voice low as she asked, "Do you think he will talk about Birched?" At the front of the classroom, Deculine placed one hand on the desk and cut through the noise with a single firm command, "Silence." The chatter vanished almost instantly, and the classroom settled into order as Deculine began the lecture. "I will begin the lecture now, so listen carefully," Deculine said in an even, controlled voice that carried clearly across the room. "Today's topic will be pure elements and magical interference. To explain it simply, He continued, his tone calm and precise. Magical interference refers to the process in which one mage's spell is blocked, disrupted, and then taken over by another mage's magic. Deculane allowed the explanation to settle in the students' minds before moving on. We will start with a warm-up. At his signal, Alan stepped forward, carefully carrying a box filled with magic stones. Deculane gave a crisp snap of his fingers, and at that exact moment, his spell activated without the slightest delay. Magic stones lifted out of the box, one after another wrapped in Deculane's mana as they rose smoothly into the air. A gentle glow spread from them across the classroom, casting the room in a strange, almost mesmerizing light. Then, one by one, the stones drifted across the room with steady precision, each glowing piece coming to a stop in front of a different student, as if it had been assigned to them personally. One of the stones floated before Sylvia, and another settled in front of Ephraim, hovering just close enough to draw their eyes and tempt their hands. Deculane looked across the classroom and explained in a clear voice, "Each magic stone floating before you is worth 3,000 elm. I will maintain them in the air using my psychic power," he continued. "Your task is to interfere with that control. Break through it and take possession of the stone for yourselves. If you succeed, the stone belongs to you." The instant Ephraim heard that, excitement shot through her, and she slapped both hands down on the table. "Yes, Professor, for a poor noble like her, 3,000 elm was a serious amount of money, not something she could calmly ignore." Her red-haired friend immediately reached over and covered her mouth in embarrassment, whispering urgently, "Ephraim, don't shout while the professor is speaking." Deculane was clearly irritated by the interruption, but he chose not to dwell on it and continued with the lesson. For any spellcaster, defending against interference is just as important as casting powerful magic. If your spell is disrupted before it is complete, then you lose. Mages with strong magical defenses will always hold the advantage. For this exercise, give it everything you have. Without wasting a second, the students began pushing their mana outward, each one focusing hard as they tried to pierce through Deculane's psychic control and claim the floating stones for themselves. The classroom quickly sank into tense silence, with every student locked in concentration and not a single one willing to let such a valuable chance slip away. While the students struggled against him, Deculane thought back to what he had already accomplished. He had once lifted an entire train, but the truth was, he had only recently grasped the basics of psychic power. He needed to keep using that power again and again until it became second nature to him. At the same time, he wondered how long he could keep maintaining control against 150 young mages and how his power would hold up against the most talented students among them. Sylvia and Ephraim both focused intensely, pouring their mana into the attempt to interfere with his spell. But Deculane's psychic control did not loosen easily, remaining firm no matter how hard they pushed. Ephraim, still brimming with energy, stared straight at the stone floating in front of her. Magical tools were painfully expensive, and the funds she had available were already nearly used up. Since Professor Deculane was offering magic stones as a reward, she figured she might as well accept one gratefully. Sylvia cast a sideways glance toward Ephraim, and in that moment, Deculane's earlier words surfaced again in her mind. Ephraim had succeeded because of skill. That thought stirred something fierce inside Sylvia. She could not allow herself to lose, especially not to Ephraim. In that tense moment, the rivalry between the two prodigies sharpened even further, with neither of them willing to back down or accept failure. Around them, however, the other students were beginning to reach their limits. One after another, they faltered under Deculane's psychic power, unable to break through his control no matter how much mana they forced out. Some students strained so hard that blood began trickling from their noses, while others trembled under the pressure, their bodies shaking from the effort. Even after pushing themselves that far, they still couldn't seize the stones. Watching from the side, Alan couldn't hide his amazement at what he was seeing. "Professor, you're incredible," he said, his eyes fixed on the floating stones. "Even while facing 150 opponents at once, your control is completely flawless. The students can't interfere with you at all." Even Deculane found himself slightly taken aback by what he was seeing. He had expected the freshmen to fail, and he had certainly expected them to struggle, but he had not predicted they would push their bodies this far, some bleeding from the nose, others nearly drained of all strength, only to still be unable to wrest control of the stones from him. Then, without warning, one of the stones trembling in the air gave a sharp little shake. For the first time, Deculane felt his psychic control waver, and his eyes immediately moved toward the student, who had managed to force a crack through his spell. Just as he had expected, the first one to break through was Sylvia Josephina Lade. But even Sylvia did not look untouched by the effort. Her breathing was heavy, her shoulders rose and fell with each breath, and exhaustion was written plainly across her face, making it clear how difficult the challenge had truly been. After finally securing the magic stone for herself, Sylvia slowly turned her head toward Ephorine. Her gaze shifted with quiet intensity as if she needed to confirm whether her rival had managed to follow her through that wall as well. When Sylvia saw that Ephorine had not yet broken past Deculine's control, she let out a small, silent breath of relief. At least for this moment, she alone had succeeded, and that meant she had reclaimed the lead between them. Deculine walked over to Sylvia with his usual composed expression, stopping before her without any unnecessary flourish. Then, in a short but unmistakable compliment, he said, "Well done, Sylvia, you are the first to succeed." Sylvia's eyes flickered with faint surprise, as though she had not expected Deculine to acknowledge her achievement so directly. After a brief pause, she gathered herself and responded with a small, controlled nod. Deculine had already believed Sylvia possessed enough ability to clear the exercise, but seeing the strain it placed even on her made him reassess the difficulty. This challenge had demanded more from the students than even he had initially assumed. He slowly looked across the rest of the classroom and asked, "Is there no one else around him?" The other students kept fighting desperately against his psychic power, but no sudden breakthrough seemed ready to appear among them. Before that silence could settle completely, Deculine paused, sensing another shift in his control. His eyes narrowed slightly and he corrected himself. "No, another one has just succeeded." Sylvia's eyes widened in immediate shock. "What?" And just as that disbelief crossed her face, Ephorine's talent finally broke through at the last possible moment, making its presence impossible to ignore. Ephorine looked like she might collapse right where she sat. Her face had gone pale, her breathing came out uneven and rough, and yet a bright, victorious grin still spread across her lips. "Heh heh, I did it! That 3,000 elm is mine!" Sylvia's expression darkened at once, her earlier relief vanishing like it had never been there. The rivalry between her and Ephorine had sharpened again, and from here on it was clear their competition would only become more intense, more heated, and far more interesting to watch. All around the classroom, the remaining students continued forcing out every last bit of strength they had, sweat sliding down their faces as they tried to pierce through Deculine's magical defense and seize the glowing stones in front of them. Their expressions grew more worn and desperate by the second, and even as blood began dripping from some of their noses, they clenched their teeth and refused to give up. Seeing the classroom begin to fall into complete disorder, Deculine frowned and brought the preliminary test to an end before the situation became a disaster. The moment he gave the order to stop, one student turned pale and green, suddenly vomiting from dizziness, while another lost all strength and collapsed unconscious onto the floor. Deculine pressed a hand against his face, the weariness in his sigh making his irritation obvious. "You lot are pathetic. Take a break now and clean up this horrific mess." The students began dragging themselves up one by one, their legs trembling so badly that it looked as if they might fall right back down. In exhausted silence, they slowly shuffled away, barely able to keep their bodies upright after the brutal exercise. Julie, still breathing hard and clearly drained from the attempt, turned toward Ephorine with a look that mixed frustration, curiosity, and admiration all at once. "Ephorine, how did you do it? I gave it everything I had. I seriously thought I was going to die, and I still couldn't break through." Slumped over her desk with a pale face, Ephorine managed a weak smile and answered, "I nearly died too. I can't even feel my tongue right now." But Ephorine added after a moment, her voice still faint from exhaustion, "I really did realize something." Julie's eyes immediately widened, her tired face brightening with sudden interest. "What? What did you realize?" Even though she looked completely worn out, Ephorine gave a small smirk and a spark of excitement returned to her eyes. "I'm not that good with psychic power, but when I pierced Professor Deculine's magic, it felt like ripping through an invisible curtain. It was amazing." Julie instantly let out an envious squeal. "Gods, I'm so jealous, Ephorine." Nearby, Sylvia listened without saying a word, her brows slowly drawing together as confusion and irritation stirred inside her. It simply did not make sense. How had someone who was supposed to be a bottom ranker suddenly climbed all the way up to second place? Then an uncomfortable possibility slipped into Sylvia's mind. Could those rumors actually be true? Was Professor Deculine really tutoring Ephorine privately in secret? Had he lied to her? The thought made Sylvia's gaze grow sharper, and her eyes locked directly onto Ephorine with a hard, accusing glare. Irritation burned in Sylvia's eyes as she continued staring. What was so special about that dimwit, anyway? But beneath Sylvia's scorn, her caution climbed even higher. After all, Ephorine was still someone prophesied to become one of the three great archmages of this era. Sylvia gritted her teeth, unable to dismiss the threat, standing right in front of her. That girl was far too arrogant. Once that brutal warm-up finally came to an end, Deculin returned to the podium at the front of the room. His steady voice soon filled the classroom again as he began explaining the very magic the students had just struggled against. In practice, all of you threw everything you had into disrupting my magic and psychic power, Deculin said, looking over the exhausted class. However, there is a much simpler method for countering psychic power, one that does not require you to exhaust yourselves to that degree. Those who succeeded may already have felt it for themselves, he continued, his tone even and precise. This is not some mysterious secret, nor is it an advanced trick hidden somewhere far beyond your reach. It is in fact surprisingly simple. Mana disruption, Deculin let the term fall over the room with quiet weight, his calm and captivating voice drawing the students' attention back to him before he continued. Unlike blocking a spell after it has already been completed and cast, mana disruption is the technique of understanding your opponent's magic and dismantling it before it can fully take shape. However, there is one major limitation, Deculin added, his gaze sweeping across the room. Only mages who possess multiple magic circles are capable of using this technique. And even among those mages, it only works against magic they understand well. In real combat, it is not used often because shields and counter magic are usually safer choices and far more dependable. But if you truly want to excel, Deculin said, his voice sharpening just enough to make every student listen more closely, then you must be willing to attempt what most others avoid. I expect every one of you to master mana disruption. The most difficult part is finding the central pulse of a magic circle. Every spell has one, whether it is offensive, supportive, or elemental, and each pulse hides within the spell's structure in its own distinct way. Once you're able to trace that pulse, you can disrupt the spell itself, and with enough repetition and training, that entire process will eventually become something your body performs almost naturally. Deculin continued speaking as he turned toward the board, indicating the diagrams he had already drawn there. Now, I will teach you how to locate the central pulse in common magic circles. Look at Thunderhammer, he said, directing their attention to the example. Attack spells often have a pulse that burns outward, bright and violent, almost like fireworks, bursting open. Support and healing spells, by contrast, move with a gentler rhythm, flowing in a softer pattern like this. The students began writing as quickly as their hands could move, desperately trying to capture every detail, but Deculin's pace never slowed. The information kept coming in relentless waves, and several students started to panic as they struggled to keep up. The lecture continued that way for 2 full hours, with Deculin pressing through the material without giving the already exhausted students much chance to rest, recover, or even properly catch their breath. At last, Deculin glanced toward the clock and stopped in the middle of his explanation. The lesson is not finished, but time is up. You wasted my time earlier, so I will not be accepting any complaints, he said coldly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Study what has been given to you, reflect on it properly, and understand the remaining parts on your own. The midterm is drawing near, and it will include an open practical exam. Engrave today's lesson into your bones because what you learned here will be critical. Class dismissed. Goodbye. With that brief farewell, Deculin left as quickly and abruptly as a passing storm, leaving the students behind in stunned silence, their mouths hanging open as they tried to process what had just happened.
Huh, he didn't even finish the lecture and he just walked out?
One student muttered, staring toward the door in disbelief. What is wrong with that professor? It feels like he abandoned us right in the middle of class. Julie stretched her stiff, aching body and let out a miserable groan. Gods, how are we supposed to figure all of this out? I'm completely dead. Beside her, however, Ephorine looked strangely bright, almost radiant, like sunlight breaking through after a storm. But today, Ephorine said, her face glowing with a smile she could barely contain, I feel like I opened some kind of new door. I can't really explain it properly, but it was incredible. Just then, a sharp and unpleasant voice cut into that small moment of excitement. Hey, Ephorine! Commoner, representative. Ephorine turned around and immediately saw Beck standing there. The loathsome snitch had that same smug noble sneer plastered across his face as if he had come looking for trouble on purpose. Her red-haired friend reacted first, snapping at him while already bracing herself for whatever nonsense he was about to start. Beck, what do you want this time? Last time you dragged Professor Rellin all the way here just to harass us, she continued, glaring at him without backing down. So what is it now? What's itching you this time? Beck's mouth curled into an ugly, lopsided smirk as he stared Ephraim down, his eyes openly dripping with ridicule. Gods, you commoners really are desperate to make yourselves look impressive. Tell me, Ephraim, how does someone crawling around at the absolute bottom suddenly shoot all the way up to second place? Even with Beck sneering right in front of her, Ephraim didn't lose her composure. She simply gave a short, contemptuous scoff through her nose, as if his question barely deserved an answer. I can spell it out for you, sure, but honestly, I don't think that little head of yours would be able to follow along. Before Ephraim had even fully finished brushing him aside, Beck's face twisted into something even more vicious. Without the slightest hesitation, he fired back with a cruel accusation. What? Did a homeless broke commoner like you secretly slip the professor a bribe or something? The second those words reached her, Ephraim's anger flared up like a flame catching dry oil. Her eyes went sharp, her whole expression darkened, and she snapped back with a furious roar that cut through the air. What did you just say? But Beck only leaned harder into his sneer, acting as though he had merely pointed out something everyone already understood. I said the truth. Don't play innocent. Everyone knows you've been receiving private lessons from Deculine. Ephraim immediately snapped, her voice climbing with anger and disbelief. That's complete nonsense. I never did anything like that. A short distance away, Sylvia said nothing at all, but her eyes shifted slightly, carrying a cold and quietly curious gleam. Beck pressed forward with the accusation, growing more arrogant, with every word as if cornering her was entertaining. It's obvious to anyone with eyes, and you're still trying to deny it? A dunce who is practically on the verge of being kicked out suddenly improves that much? He clicked his tongue with exaggerated disdain, as though the conclusion had already been decided for him. Deculine must be favoring you, isn't he? Tossing mana stones at you like charity for some lucky little commoner who wandered into the academy? That was the moment Ephraim's restraint finally cracked. A rough pulse of mana burst around her, her teeth grinding as her fists clenched tight at her sides. For one dangerous second, she looked like she was about to drive Beck straight into the floor. Ephraim had never been the type to stay quiet. Once her emotions boiled over, and this time, the anger hit her full force. Her voice thundered across the space as she glared at him and growled, "Say that again?" Beck's noble pride had clearly been scratched, and rather than step back, he raised his chin with even more arrogant defiance. You think I'm scared to? Filthy commoner. The space between them seemed to tighten at once, the air turning sharp and charged as if one careless breath could set everything off. Watching them glare each other down, Sylvia felt her heart give a small, uneasy jump. The tension between Ephraim and Beck was rising so quickly that even she couldn't help wondering what would happen if no one stopped them. Right before Ephraim could actually make a move, Julie reached out and caught her firmly, gripping her before that blazing anger could turn into something she couldn't take back. "Let it go, Ephraim," Julie warned, keeping her hand steady and her voice firm. "Don't let your temper take over right here. Not when everyone can see you." Julie's voice dropped lower, carrying a sharper urgency as she reminded Ephraim of what was really at stake. If you get punished again, it could destroy everything you've worked so hard to build. Those words struck through the heat of Ephraim's rage and pulled her mind back from the edge. In that instant, Deculine's advice echoed inside her head. As a mage, she couldn't afford to lose control. She had to keep her head cold. If she hit Beck here, then every bit of effort she had poured in until now could come crashing down in a single moment. Ephraim slowly eased her hand free from Julie's grip. Her face still shadowed with anger, but she forced her lips into a bright, almost too cheerful smile. "Thanks, Julie," Ephraim said, letting out a hot breath through her nose as she struggled to steady herself. "You're right, I let myself get way too worked up over something that's stupid. I almost lost a simple argument to brainless trash." Julie finally exhaled in relief and muttered, "Good. At least you're calm now." Beck, on the other hand, turned red-purple with rage, his face twisting as he snapped, "What did you just call me?" Ephraim answered him with a bright, carefree grin, her voice suddenly light enough to sound almost sing-song. "Julie, let's grab something tasty on the way back." Julie nodded right away, as if she had been waiting for the chance to leave. "Sure." The two of them walked off side by side, leaving Beck behind to burn with humiliation as he spat. "I'm not done with you." From a short distance away, Sylvia quietly watched them leave, her gaze following Ephraim's back as she disappeared down the path. After a moment, the corner of Sylvia's mouth curved upward, ever so slightly. To Sylvia, the whole confrontation had turned into something far more interesting than she had expected. It was like watching the first dark clouds gather before a storm, and she seemed almost entertained by the thought of what might happen next. Outside the academy grounds, Ephraim continued down the path with heavy, frustrated steps. The anger she had swallowed back in front of Beck was still simmering beneath her skin, hot enough that every breath felt rough. She clenched her teeth so tightly her jaw began to ache. Thanks to Julie, I managed to hold myself back. But what am I supposed to do about that damn Beck? Her shoulders trembled with the effort of keeping calm as she muttered under her breath, I seriously feel like I'm about to explode. Then, almost by accident, Ephraim noticed a figure standing up ahead. As if that person had been waiting for her on purpose, still fuming from everything that had just happened, she grumbled to herself, what am I even supposed to do with that elite jerk? But the moment Ephraim got a clear look at the person in front of her, her steps stopped cold. Her eyes widened slightly as recognition hit her. Sylvia? What is she doing here? Sylvia approached with quiet, measured steps, moving so calmly it almost felt unnatural after the chaos from earlier. Her voice was soft like a breeze passing by, yet her eyes remained as cold and unreadable as ice. Can we talk for a bit? Their gazes locked in the middle of the path, and the air between them seemed to harden, freezing into a heavy pressure that made the moment feel suffocating. Beneath Sylvia's composed expression, suspicion was clearly burning, and the rivalry between them suddenly felt like it was about to shift into something much more dangerous. The instant Ephraim heard Sylvia's request, her face tightened. Confusion, annoyance, and the leftover fury from Beck all mixed together in her expression, making it obvious she was in no mood for another confrontation. What's her problem now? Ephraim thought, narrowing her eyes as she stared Sylvia down. Is she trying to pick a fight with me too? Because out of every possible moment, this is seriously the worst one. I just want everyone to leave me alone. Sylvia didn't shrink back at all from Ephraim's fiery glare. Instead, she skipped every bit of small talk and went straight to the heart of it, her voice turning cool, clean, and precise. You're receiving private lessons from Professor DeCulin, aren't you? That one question was like pouring oil straight onto the fire Ephraim had barely managed to smother. She exploded right there on the path, her voice bursting out in one furious rush. What did you say? I knew it. You really did come here to start a fight. Fine, then bring it on. Why are you asking me something like that? What do you even know about my past with Deculin? Why would I ever need private lessons from him? You don't know a single thing. Did you seriously stop me here just to throw that nonsense in my face? Why is everyone trying to mess with me today? As Sylvia watched that raw, unfiltered anger spill out of Ephraim without even a second of hesitation, one thing became perfectly clear to her. Ephraim wasn't pretending, and she definitely wasn't lying. Sylvia shifted her gaze away, and some of the sharpness faded from her voice. I understand. Ephraim only huffed, still bristling with irritation. Whatever. Who cares? At that, Sylvia's lips lifted into a faint little smirk. Who cares? Then let me ask you something. Did you know, after your father died, Deculin didn't set foot inside the lab even once? Not for 1 year, not for 2, he stayed away for 3 entire years. Ephraim's expression immediately brightened with a proud, almost smug satisfaction. Ha, obviously. What could Deculin possibly do there without my father? My father was a legendary genius. But that confident look didn't last long. Sylvia's next words cut cleanly through it, sharp enough to make the air feel colder. Then you should know this as well. 3 months ago, he started going to that lab every single day. He's been cleaning the place, selecting assistants, and buying piles of magical tools one after another. So tell me, Ephraim, what do you think he's getting ready to do in there? Ephraim's expression changed in an instant. The smug confidence drained from her face, replaced by doubt so sudden it almost looked like fear. Her eyes widened visibly as she whispered, "No, that's impossible." Before she could stop it, a terrible thought forced its way into her mind. Is he trying to revive my father's research? No. Deculin doesn't have the talent for something like that. Her fists tightened at her sides until her knuckles looked tense, trembling with the force of her denial. It was as if her entire body was trying to reject the idea before it could sink any deeper into her heart. Even so, Ephraim forced herself to sound calm, though the strain in her voice gave away how badly Sylvia's words had shaken her. Who knows? Maybe he's just running some experiment. He's a professor after all, but what does any of that have to do with me? When Sylvia saw that Ephraim was no longer reacting as easily as before, a mysterious smile quietly touched her face. Then she turned away, slow and unhurried, as if the conversation had already served its purpose. Nothing, Sylvia said lightly, her tone almost casual. I just thought I should tell you, in case you hadn't heard anything about it yet. Don't worry too much. After Sylvia disappeared from sight, Ephraim remained rooted in place, standing there in a daze as if her body had forgotten how to move. Her thoughts churned restlessly, circling the same question again and again. What is he really planning? Several days later, during Deculin's class, the students found themselves gathered somewhere completely different from their usual lecture hall. Instead of desks and familiar walls, they were now standing inside an unfamiliar arena, and the strange setting immediately put everyone on edge. Quiet whispers began spreading through the crowd from every direction, soft but restless near Ephraim. Julie glanced around the strange arena with a puzzled look, clearly trying to figure out why they had been brought there. What kind of practice is this supposed to be? Julie murmured, her eyes still moving over the unfamiliar surroundings. Why bring us all the way out here? Ephraim gave a small shrug, though curiosity was already shining in her eyes. Who knows? He's probably planning something again. Then, without any warning, Beck came in from the side and shoved Julie's shoulder. He wore that same smug, irritating smirk as if he had been waiting for the perfect moment to stir up trouble again. Julie instantly turned toward him, clearly ready to snap back. But Ephraim caught her first and pulled her back before the situation could flare up. Keeping her voice low, she said, "That blockhead again, ignore him, Julie. Don't waste your energy on a brainless jerk like that." At that moment, Deculane appeared on the raised platform in front of the gathered students. His presence alone seemed to weigh down on the entire arena, forcing the whispers to die away. And when he finally spoke, his voice rang out with thunderous authority. "Class, silence!" Deculine stood before the gathered students, his calm gaze sliding across each of them as if he were measuring their nerves one by one. With an unreadable expression and a voice that allowed no interruption, he announced, "It is time. As I informed you earlier, today will be your final practice session before the midterm exam." The moment Deculin sharply snapped his fingers, the thick curtains hanging over the arena stands suddenly fell away all at once. What had been hidden behind them was revealed in an instant. Rows upon rows of seats packed with spectators, their cheers crashing down into the arena like a roaring wave. Standing right at the center of the arena, Deculine lifted his voice so it carried clearly to every student below and every spectator above. Without hesitation, he declared the true purpose of the day's lesson. Today's exercise will be a public battle. Ephraim and Julie both stiffened on the spot, their eyes widening as they looked up at the enormous crowd surrounding them from every side. Their mouths parted slightly in shock, and one of them breathed out, "Gods, there are so many people here." Deculine continued speaking as if the sudden pressure of the audience meant nothing at all. His face remained composed, his posture straight, and his voice stayed perfectly firm. "In front of this audience, each of you will engage in magical combat. Every student will be matched against a single opponent," Deculine explained, his words echoing cleanly across the arena. "You are to use what you have learned and bring that opponent down. During the battle, you must also cast at least 3 different pure elemental spells. However, do not become blinded by the desire to win," Deculane warned, his eyes slowly moving over the class. "Your first priority is proper spell execution. I will be observing each of you closely, recording both your strengths and your weaknesses so that you can improve before the midterm." Then Deculine motioned toward the side of the arena, where Professor Relin was waiting. "Professor Relin will ensure that no one dies during this exercise. Because of that, there is no need for any of you to hold back." Relin immediately burst into booming laughter, puffing himself up with pride. "Haha, leave that part to me." Deculin gave a small, satisfied nod, as though all necessary arrangements had now been settled. His gaze returned to the students below. "If there are no questions, we will begin. First participant, step forward and choose your opponent." From that point on, matches began unfolding one after another in the arena. With every clash of magic, the atmosphere grew louder and more alive. At first, the students were tense beneath the weight of the crowd, but little by little, they adjusted, and their spells began to sharpen under all those watching eyes. Below the platform, Deculane calmly recorded his observations with exact practice movements, his pen gliding across the page without pause. On the other hand, Relin was already being forced to move quickly, struggling to keep up with the pace of the battles breaking out around him. As the practice continued, the quality of the combat began to rise in a way everyone could see. Bit by bit, the students stopped letting the spectators distract them, and instead they poured their concentration into their casting, their movements becoming cleaner and more deliberate. Of course, not every student needed time to adapt. For a certain few, the crushing pressure of being watched by an entire audience barely seemed to matter at all. Sylvia Josephine Elaide stood out almost immediately. She moved through her match with such smooth, effortless grace that it hardly looked like a struggle at all. Her opponent was overwhelmed so completely that her victory seemed light, natural, and inevitable, like a breeze passing through the arena. Watching from the side, Beck and the other nobles around him broke into gleeful laughter. Their eyes shone with cruel amusement, clearly delighted to see yet another commoner fall in front of the audience.
Haha, another commoner crushed already? One noble mocked loudly, making sure others could hear. People like that should know their place and serve us quietly, not embarrass themselves by pretending they belong inside the Imperial Magic Tower.
Ephorine's jaw tightened as she listened to their mocking laughter spill through the air. Her eyes burned with irritation, and she thought bitterly, those bastards, if any of them had to face Sylvia, they'd be the ones getting beaten into the ground. Then Ephorine turned toward her friend, forcing the anger out of her expression and softening her voice as much as she could. Cheer up. Ferris, you did great out there. Don't let their garbage talk get to you. A moment later, Deculane's voice cut through the noise of the arena once more, calm but impossible to ignore. Beck, step forward. Choose your opponent. Beck's lips immediately curled into an unpleasant smirk, as though he had already been waiting for this chance. Without even pretending to think, he lifted his hand and pointed straight toward Ephorine. I choose Ephorine. His finger stayed fixed on her and his grin stretched wider, filled with the satisfaction of someone finally getting exactly what he wanted. I want her. Ephorine answered with a sharp scoff, not backing down for even a second. Her aura flared around her like a warning flame as she stepped into the challenge with a fierce look in her eyes. Oh, you're on? Ready to eat dirt? In the wide open center of the arena, Ephorine and Beck faced each other from a distance, both of them tense and ready to strike. They looked less like classmates preparing for practice and more like predators circling before a fight, their glares flashing with open hostility. Beck tilted his head, letting his sneer carry across the space between them. Are you sure you'll be okay? Your private tutor isn't here to protect you this time? Ephorine shot back instantly, her voice quick and sharp enough to slice through his smugness. All that mouth of yours can do is bark nonsense. What? Did your parents only teach you how to spit trash at people? And seriously, look at that cheap Deculine knockoff outfit, Ephorine added, staring him down without mercy. Aren't you embarrassed walking around dressed like that? The insult landed directly on Beck's pride, and his expression twisted as he roared. What? Ephorine raised one hand, and mana began gathering around her in a fierce, swirling rush. Her gaze locked onto Beck with absolute confidence as she declared, I'll show everyone here that your magic is just as pathetic as you are. In the very next instant, both of them moved at the same time, their anger driving every step and every motion. Beck's voice thundered across the arena as he charged into action. Lowly insect, a violent surge of mana gathered around Beck, twisting and swelling as he prepared his counterattack. With a venomous shout, he unleashed the spell toward her. I'll send you to the underworld to meet your parents. The spell ripped through the air in a straight line toward Ephorine, packed with enough pressure to force her backward. She had no choice but to retreat as the force of it pushed hard against her body. Then a heavy explosion burst across the arena floor, shaking the ground beneath them. Dust and broken debris blasted upward in a thick cloud, swallowing the space between Ephorine and Beck until neither of them could be seen clearly. From somewhere beyond the haze, Beck's loud laughter rang out, full of smug certainty. He was already acting as though the battle had ended in his favor. Idiot. But that confident grin slowly began to stiffen when he sensed something wasn't right. The spell he had released started to bend and distort in the air, twisting away from the path he had intended as if it no longer belonged to him. Ephorine had interfered with it. Rather than simply dodging in panic or running blindly through the dust, she'd reached into Beck's own magic and taken control of it right in front of him. Through the thick cloud of dust, Ephorine's eyes gleamed with a cold, dangerous confidence. Her voice dropped low, carrying a chill that made her words sound even sharper. There's an old saying in the Imperial Magic Tower, nobles deserve a thorough thrashing. With one decisive movement, Ephorine turned Beck's own spell back against him and sent it flying straight toward its caster. Panic flashed across Beck's face, and he tried to run, but the speed of a pampered noble was nowhere near enough to escape what was coming. The attack struck Beck cleanly, knocking him across the arena floor and leaving him sprawled out in total humiliation. Up in the stands, Julie's voice rang out with bright, excited pride. Amazing, Ephorine! Of course, that so-called old saying Ephorine had proudly quoted didn't actually exist anywhere in the Imperial Magic Tower at all. Beck dragged himself along the ground, crawling through the dust with his body aching and his pride completely shattered in front of the entire audience. Ephorine walked over to him with steady, confident steps, then planted both hands on her hips and looked down at him with a proud tilt of her chin. So, how does it feel getting stomped by an insect? From the dirt, Beck glared up at her, his face twisted with humiliation and fury. Even after being beaten so clearly, he spat back through clenched teeth. That was just luck, you filthy commoner. From a distance, Deculine observed the pitiful ending of the match and gave a faint shake of his head. His expression remained composed, but his words carried unmistakable disappointment. These fools finished already? I invited all these spectators, and there was hardly anything exciting for them to see. Ephorine immediately spoke up, her eyes still bright from the heat of battle and her energy far from spent. If you're bored, then give me another shot. I was supposed to use 3 elemental spells, Ephorine continued, glancing toward Beck as if his weakness had ruined the whole exercise. But I only needed one because my opponent was too weak. The fight ended before I could even finish properly. Deculine listened to her complaint, considered it for a brief moment, and then gave a calm nod. I see that is not your fault. Very well, choose any opponent for the next round. Without even taking a second to hesitate, Ephorine raised her hand. Her arm lifted with complete certainty, and her finger pointed directly at Deculine himself. Her voice steady and unwavering. I choose Professor Deculine, may I? The moment those words left her mouth, the arena erupted. Shocked cries, excited shouts, and roaring disbelief surged through the crowd, as if everyone had just realized they might witness a battle powerful enough to shake the entire arena. Ephorine's fearless declaration sent waves of gasps and frantic whispers rippling through the stands. Is she insane? Professor Ellen's face flushed an angry purple as he shouted from the side, What? Look at that crazy brat! Do you even understand what you're blabbering about? Down below, Sylvia narrowed her eyes as she watched Ephorine closely. Her gaze sharpened with suspicion, and behind that cold stare, confusion began stirring restlessly in her chest. Criticism and outrage flew at Ephorine from every direction, sharp as daggers and loud enough to drown the arena in noise. But Ephorine stood tall in the middle of it all, completely unfazed, her eyes burning with fierce determination as she thought, just as expected. The people around Ephorine could barely hide their shock, their faces tightening as if she had just done something completely insane. But Ephorine wasn't charging in blindly, and she definitely wasn't some foolish girl acting on impulse. This was the exact opening she had been waiting for all along, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to challenge Professor Deculine with her own hands. Even if everyone laughed at her, even if they called her reckless or cursed her for daring to stand there, none of that mattered. If she could grab hold of this moment, then every insult thrown her way would be worth it. A short distance away, Deculine calmly observed everything as it happened, his eyes steady and unreadable. Then, almost imperceptibly, the corner of his mouth curved upward into a faint smile that no one could easily understand. The tension in the arena sharpened even further, and Rilin, still unable to swallow the humiliation he had suffered earlier, finally snapped. His voice rang out in anger as he shouted, See? That girl has no idea what she's doing. But before his outrage could spread any further, Deculine's cold, even voice cut straight through it. Enough, Professor Rilin. Calm yourself, Rilin stiffened at once, his momentum breaking as he stammered. But that brat? Deculine's attention shifted away from Rilin and settled directly on Ephorine. His voice carried across the arena with perfect clarity as he said, Well done, I accept your proposal. I said you could choose anyone. Deculine continued, standing with the same flawless composure, as if nothing about this situation could shake him. There are no exceptions. I will be your opponent. He lifted one hand just slightly, the simple motion carrying enough authority to quiet the entire space. His eyes narrowed with a sharp, commanding glint as he added, However, it would hardly be fair for a professor with no restrictions to face a freshman head on. So I'll allow you to attack first. If you can make me take even a single step from this spot, you win. Ephorine answered him with a bright smile, one that looked almost fearless on the surface. But deep inside her eyes, there was still the faintest tremble of nervousness as she replied, Got it? The two of them stood across from one another in the arena, and suddenly the entire place seemed to fall silent. Between them, only the thin whistle of the wind and the faint swirl of dust over the sand kept moving. Inside Ephorine's chest, her heart was pounding so violently that each beat felt like it might smash straight through her ribs. The moment she had imagined again and again for so long had finally become real. At last she was standing face to face with Deculine, with nowhere to hide and no reason to run. Then Deculine's voice rolled through the arena, deep and heavy, like thunder echoing from far away. If you're ready, begin.
Right. What?
Ephorine understood better than anyone that the gap between their strength was far too massive for her to close right now. Even so, she refused to lower her head or back away. Her eyes burned as she locked them onto Deculine. He was the enemy she intended to defeat one day, the person she would someday overcome to settle everything between them. And this fight, no matter how one-sided, would show her exactly how far she still had to climb. With every bit of power she could gather, Ephorine pushed her magic further. She wove wind and fire together, layering the two elements into one dazzling spell, and the moment it burst outward, it lit up the arena like a brilliant explosion of fireworks. Deculine did not move from where he stood. He simply watched the spell rush toward him with calm eyes, a trace of interest touching his lips as he murmured, "Not bad." The spell erupted right in front of him, unleashing a violent blast that shook the air itself. But even with all that explosive force, it still failed to break through Deculine's ironclad defense. Ephorine gritted her teeth and forced even more power out of herself, refusing to let the smallest spark of hope disappear. She added earth into the spell, trying to complete a flawless combined attack while pouring every ounce of her focus into controlling the elements. In the next instant, the arena was swallowed by roaring flames, thick smoke, and rolling waves of dust. The heat distorted the air, the ground churned beneath the spell's force, and Deculine's figure vanished completely from sight. Down below the arena, Relin stared with his mouth hanging open, too stunned to hide his reaction. The commoner girl he had sneered at and dismissed had just unleashed magic powerful enough to make even him feel a real sense of danger. The entire audience fell into a frozen silence. Every gaze was locked on the dazzling, chaotic display in the arena, as though no one could even think of looking away. No one could clearly tell yet how the attack had ended, but one thing was already obvious. Ephorine's spell structure, control, and execution had reached a level far beyond what anyone expected from a mere freshman. Deculine had been caught inside a prison of molten earth so intensely hot that it looked almost like lava. But for a high-ranking professor like him, escaping such a trap was not something that could truly threaten him. He stepped out completely unharmed, standing tall amid the fading smoke and lingering heat. His clothes remained untouched, his posture unshaken, and his eyes carried a quiet sense of expectation as he looked back at Ephorine. Ephorine's frustration surged past the point of control, and she shouted with everything her lungs could give, "I'm not done yet." A new wave of wind magic tore through the air toward Deculine, spell after spell flying at him in rapid succession. But no matter how fiercely they struck, none of them managed to leave even the slightest meaningful mark. At last, Deculine seemed to decide that the demonstration had gone on long enough. His calm voice cut through the storm of magic as he said, "Your magic has a fatal habit. The larger and more dramatic your casting movements become, the easier they are to read." The instant those words left Deculine's mouth, he interfered directly with the flow of her mana and shattered the spell before it could fully take shape. Ephorine froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. What, my magic stopped? He had completely seen through her technique. Deculine's voice lowered. Still calm, but carrying a certainty that felt absolute. "From this point on, you won't be able to cast in front of me." Still standing in the exact same place, without having taken a single step, Deculine looked at her and asked, So tell me, what will you do now? Ephorine clenched her jaw so tightly that it looked as if her teeth might crack under the pressure. Damn it, he blocked everything. But even if my magic won't work anymore, I still have one final trick left. With that desperate thought burning through her mind, Ephorine suddenly kicked off the ground and rushed forward. She abandoned spellcasting completely and threw herself straight into close combat. Her fist tightened hard. Her body lunged in with everything she had and she swung forward, forcing every last bit of strength into that desperate blow. But Deculine did not even bother to dodge. He did not step aside, retreat, or raise his guard. He simply lifted his hand and flicked his finger. An invisible force slammed into Ephorine with brutal impact, hurling her backward through the air and sending her nearly 10 meters across the arena. She hit the ground hard, crashing down like a stone dropped from above. Her body sprawled pitifully across the arena floor beneath the eyes of everyone watching. And with that single merciless exchange, there was no longer any room for argument. The match had reached its undeniable end. Deculine silently reflected on what he had just witnessed. Ephorine had managed to combine fire, wind, and earth into one brilliant, dazzling assault. Her sensitivity to mana was genuinely impressive, sharp enough to stand out even in Deculine's eyes. But without proper control over each element, that gift would never show its full worth. Even so, her talent and her ability to detect the pulses of mana clearly marked her as someone exceptional. If she possessed that bracelet, then her ability to handle every element would rise to an entirely different level. It was only natural then that so many people would desire that bracelet and try to claim it for themselves. Deculine released a quiet breath, and for once there was a genuine sense of satisfaction in him. Ephorine was already walking down the right path. Someone with a righteous heart like hers would surely go on to accomplish great things. With that thought, Deculine stepped forward, his voice a little warmer than before as he spoke to everyone present. The result is clear. To be honest, he said, turning his gaze toward Ephorine, you fought well. Ephorine stood completely stunned, her eyes slowly widening as his words sank in. Deculine had praised her. He had actually acknowledged her. After that, Deculine turned away, leaving only one final instruction behind him. Public training is over. Put your focus on the midterm. The students below immediately broke into excited whispers, their voices rising all around the arena. What? Deculine actually said that? That has to be the first time. Yeah, Ephorine was incredible. The fight with Beck was boring, but this one was amazing. Beck, completely humiliated after everything that had happened, could only grind his teeth in silence. All of the arrogance he had shown earlier had vanished without a trace. A delighted smile slowly spread across Ephorine's face. She had done it. She had truly been recognized. Her friends rushed toward her all at once, surrounding her with bright faces and excited cheers. Wow, Ephorine, you were awesome. That was so cool. You're our pride. Down by the docks, Hunter Ganesha and the members of her team had already gathered in advance, standing near the harbor with barely contained excitement. Their eyes kept drifting toward the water, each of them waiting impatiently for the ship they knew would arrive. At last, the ship came gliding into the harbor, drawing closer and closer to the pier. The moment it was near enough, Ganesha's team rushed forward with bright, eager expressions. Leo Kelos, long time no see. You still doing well? A boy immediately sprang down from the ship with a huge grin spread across his face, answering in a cheerful voice, Ganesha, it's been ages. Then, from somewhere up on the deck, a clear voice rose above the busy noise of the harbor. Ganesha, welcome. Hearing that familiar voice, Ganesha looked up, her lips curling into a playful, mischievous smile as she teased back, you never miss me, do you? Yuria! Ganesha called out, her grin growing even wider as she recognized her. Yuria met her gaze with a light, teasing expression of her own and replied softly, well, maybe just a little. As Yuria gently reached out and rubbed the boy's head, the truth of who she really was remained hidden beneath her calm surface. She appeared to be a girl from the Dodoi Islands, but deep inside her lived Yu-Ara, Kim Woojin's ex-girlfriend from his former life. The docks were packed with motion and noise alive, with sailors shouting, ropes being pulled, and the sharp scent of the sea drifting through the salty air. Ganesha's mercenary crew had clearly been waiting for this exact moment. As the ship finally settled into place beside the pier, Ganesha couldn't hold herself back anymore. She rushed straight toward Yuria and pulled her into a tight, warm hug, her face glowing as brightly as the sun above the harbor. Oh my darling, I missed you so much, Ganesha cried, squeezing Yuria with overflowing affection. Yuria's cheeks flushed almost instantly under the sudden pressure of the embrace, while Ganesha's teammates hurried closer in alarm. "Captain, easy! You're crushing the poor girl," one of them shouted. Another quickly added, "This is basically bullying a kid." Ganesha threw her head back and laughed heartily before finally loosening her grip and letting Yuria go. Scratching the back of her head with an apologetic smile, she said, all right, my bad." But after being released, Yuria's gaze lowered and her expression quietly shifted as if old memories had started to rise from somewhere deep inside her. She remembered the fateful moment when she had first been thrown into this world. Back then, inside Deculane's office, that blinding light had suddenly erupted all around her, swallowing her completely and dragging her away as though her entire existence was being erased from reality. The light had burned with an almost unbearable brilliance, wrapping around her from every direction. In that instant, every sound faded, every shape disappeared, and every trace of the world she knew melted away into pure, silent nothingness. And when Yuria finally opened her eyes again, she was no longer in the same place. Instead, she found herself standing inside a dazzling and unfamiliar world, one filled with mystery, color, and things she could not yet understand. The very first voice she heard in that strange place belonged to Ganesha, and it was filled with open anger. "Deculan dares to use a child like this? I'm not taking this job." One of her teammates immediately pushed back, sounding frustrated. "Then why did you accept it in the first place? Were you seduced by his charm or something? Do you even know the penalty for canceling?" As Yuria stared at those faces, a chilling realization struck her. These were people she and her team had spent so much time designing, and yet now they were standing right in front of her, alive, breathing, and painfully real. Ganesha slowly stepped closer to Yuria, who was sitting there in silence, still trying to understand what had happened. Her voice softened as she asked, "You're Yuria, right?" Yuria glanced around, taking in the breeze along the dock, the warm glow of the fading sunset, and the strange world surrounding her on every side. Then memories of the game's lore began surfacing in her mind. Piece by piece, she understood exactly who was standing in front of her, Ganesha, along with her legendary red mercenaries. If this really was the world of the game, then Yuria knew she had no choice but to respond. With anxiety slipping into her soft voice, she answered, "Yes, I'm Yuria." And from that moment on, her fated meeting began. Inside the very world she had helped create, Yuria suddenly found herself placed at the center of a turbulent journey she never expected to live through. Back in the present, Ganesha's loud voice carried across the bustling docks once again. "Hey Leo Kalos, stop running around like that or you're gonna fall." As Yuria held Ganesha's hand, she quietly looked at the woman beside her and reminded herself of the truth. This was Ganesha, the strongest adventurer in the entire world. For Yuria, there was one goal that mattered above everything else, and it was painfully simple. She had to survive no matter what this world threw at her. And if survival was her first priority, then staying close to Ganesha was the safest path she could choose. After all, Ganesha was the strongest shield Yuria could possibly find in this dangerous world. At the same time, Yuria would continue searching for a way back to her original world, even if that hope seemed distant, fragile, or almost impossible. Meanwhile, at Deculane's mansion, a package from the Magic City finally arrived and was placed into his hands. The instant Deculane saw it, his heart gave a sharp, excited beat. It had finally come. When Deculane opened the package, satisfaction immediately lit up in his eyes. Resting inside was his custom wand, Euclane's Rocklock staff, a masterpiece personally crafted by Master Rocklock made exclusively for Deculane von Grahan Euclane. Although it was officially classified as a magic staff, its abilities went far beyond what an ordinary casting tool could ever offer. It could store as much as 500 mana, work like a mana regeneration ring, and enhance the user's spells with smooth, seamless support. Deculane carefully lifted the staff into his hand, handling it with unusual care as a quiet sense of awe rose in his chest. Every inch of it had been shaped with exquisite precision, leaving no detail looking careless or wasted. Its appearance carried a sense of almost supreme beauty, elegant enough that it barely felt like a simple magical tool. Looking at it, the staff seemed closer to a work of art than an object meant for battle. The staff's value did not end with its beauty. It could synchronize with its wielder, adjusting itself to help magic move more efficiently, more cleanly, and with far less wasted force. It even adapted itself to match his attire, making it both a refined fashion piece and a high-quality magical weapon, and its unique ability was even more remarkable because the Eucline staff possessed tremendous power when it came to exorcism and purification. Deculane muttered quietly to himself. 9 million Ellens sounded excessive at first, but this is worth every coin. The staff was elegant, powerful, and perfectly suited to him. With something like this in his hand, the path ahead would become much easier to walk. Just then, Butler Roy's voice sounded from beyond the door. "Master, dinner is ready." Dekulin turned his head slightly toward the voice and responded in his usual calm, soft tone, "I'll be down." When Dekulin later arrived at the dining table, he stopped for a moment at the sight before him. The luxurious dishes spread across the table were far more impressive than he had expected, enough to leave him genuinely surprised. "What is all this?" he asked, his eyes moving over the feast laid out in front of him. "Aren't our finances supposed to be tight? This spread looks like something prepared for a festival banquet." Sitting across from him, Uriel answered with a slightly shy look, though she clearly tried to maintain her usual composed attitude. "Of course it's grand. It's meant to boost morale." Roy smiled gently from the side and stepped in to explain the situation for her. "Do you remember the antiques we sold according to your orders?" The response was far better than we expected. The auction listing attracted people almost immediately. Roy continued, his voice carrying a trace of pleasant disbelief, and before long, the entire sale had turned into an absolute frenzy. "Lady Uriel and I honestly felt as if we were dreaming." He said, "The money we earned did more than cover the deficits. It secured the family's stability for years to come." Uriel's cheeks flushed faintly as Roy added with a warm, respectful smile, "This meal is Lady Uriel's way of expressing her gratitude. Please accept it." Deculin's expression softened into a warm smile, and he gave a quiet nod. Instead of making a long speech, he offered only a simple and sincere compliment. "The meal is delicious." Uriel, however, still couldn't completely let go of that familiar sharpness in her attitude. She turned her face slightly and let out a small huff, trying not to look too pleased. She said, her voice carrying just enough pride to hide her embarrassment. "I suppose you do know what you're doing after all." After that, they continued eating in calm silence. For once, the atmosphere around the table felt peaceful, almost warm, like a rare moment of true harmony between family members. But Dekulin couldn't resist adding one small tease. His gaze shifted toward Uriel's hand, and in a calm voice he said, "You're holding the knife wrong, Uriel." Later, inside his academy office, Dekulin sat behind his desk with a thick stack of documents in his hand. As he looked over the mess one page at a time, he let out a weary sigh. The problems left behind by the old Dekulin were even worse than he had expected. It was pure chaos, from beginning to end, the kind of disorganized mess where every sheet of paper seemed to hide another issue that would need to be cleaned up. With midterms drawing closer by the day, Dekulin had no choice but to keep working without rest. He needed to prepare proper exam questions for his students, and there was no room for carelessness. Looking for even a little inspiration, he reviewed the questions written by the old Dekulin. But the more he read, the more irritation crept onto his face. These were not proper exams at all. They were more like torture devices aimed directly at the students. It felt as though the old Dekulin had written each question just to show off his own superiority, as if every line was proudly declaring, "I am Dekulin, the supreme mage." The questions practically screamed despair before my exam. More than measuring the students' understanding, they revealed the old Dekulin's petty arrogance and his desire to appear overwhelmingly superior. Dekulin shook his head, completely unimpressed by what he saw. The old Dekulin seemed to believe that making an exam absurdly difficult was proof of greatness, but Dekulin had no intention of continuing that same empty approach. What he wanted to create were questions with real purpose. They needed to be challenging, yes, but also thoughtful problems that would push the students to think, struggle, and grow. Of course, the questions could still be difficult to solve, but once the students reached the answer, they should gain something meaningful from it. Some real insight that would help them take another step toward becoming true mages. With that hope in mind, Dekulin turned his eyes toward the final box of materials nearby. As he looked at it, he wondered whether there might be anything left inside that could actually prove useful. Dekulin reached into the last remaining pile of materials and drew out a single question sheet. At first, he expected more of the same irritating nonsense, but the moment his eyes scanned the page, they widened slightly. This question was not like the others at all. It stood apart so clearly that it felt as though it had come from an entirely different source. The structure of the problem was clean and refined, every part fitting together with a level of polish that immediately caught his attention. The concept behind it carried real depth, and each line had a strange, graceful elegance to it, almost as if the person who wrote it understood magic on a completely different level. In that moment, Dekulin's mind naturally turned toward one name. Ephraim Luna's father, Kagan Luna, surfaced in his thoughts as if the answer had been waiting there all along. He lowered his gaze back to the paper in his hand, staring at the question with narrowed eyes. Then, in a quiet murmur, he wondered whether the old Dekulin had simply taken this problem from Kagan Luna. The question itself was still extremely difficult. demanding far more than casual effort from anyone who attempted it. But unlike the old Deculin's arrogant and cruel exam problems, this one awakened genuine curiosity. If a student solved it properly and guided their mana through it in the correct way, the reward waiting at the end would be something truly extraordinary. Then, without warning, vivid streams of multicolored mana burst out from the paper in Deculian's hand. Brilliant light spilled across the office, filling the room with a dazzling glow before the mana gathered together and slowly took the form of a radiant woman made entirely of magic. Deculine lifted his head, his eyes sharpening as the glowing figure finished forming in front of him. Interest flickered across his face, and he spoke in a low voice. Fascinating. So this was the phenomenon that appeared when the problem was solved correctly. Once the proper answer was reached and mana was channeled through the question, the hidden mechanism revealed itself like this. Every color shining from the magical figure seemed to represent a different element. Those separate hues moved and blended together, creating a breathtaking display that made the entire room feel as though it had come alive with pure elemental magic. As a teaching tool for pure elemental magic, it was almost flawless. In fact, it was exactly the kind of practical and meaningful material Deculine had been hoping to find. A faint tremor ran through Deculine's body, but it was not caused by fear or surprise. It came from a sudden rush of envy. The old Deculine must have understood how brilliant this question was, yet even with that recognition, he had never possessed the ability to create anything like it himself. Then Deculine's gaze settled more carefully on the woman shaped from mana. As he studied her glowing outline, a new thought rose quietly in his mind. Who exactly was this woman supposed to be? If Kagan Luna had truly been the one to write this problem, then the woman taking form from the spell might not have been random at all. She could very well have been modeled after Ephorine's mother. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the academy, a much quieter scene was unfolding inside the principal's office. The principal sat with a report from the Magic Council in her hands, her eyes calmly moving over the contents of the page. As she read, a faint spark of interest appeared in her expression, and she murmured, "Quite interesting." The issue involving the Blood Clan had not been decided immediately. Instead, the matter had been postponed until the next meeting, and at the bottom of the document sat the signature of Burke's Grand Elder, Dezek Dan. The principal leaned back slightly in her chair, thinking over the outcome with quiet curiosity. So this was where the discussion had landed. Most likely, Deculine's firm opposition to suppressing them had influenced the result. It was an unexpected shift, and certainly not one she had anticipated. Her eyes slowly moved toward the people standing behind her. With a faint trace of amusement coloring her voice, she said, "It isn't only Deculine. All of you gathered here seem to be full of surprises, don't you?" She continued, her tone light, but her gaze sharp enough to suggest she had noticed far more than she let on. The principal of the Imperial Academy's magic tower was Adeline, a mage whose power was great enough that many considered her one of the strongest candidates to someday claim the title of Archmage. Yet, despite possessing such overwhelming magical strength, Adeline did not carry herself with cold distance or heavy arrogance. Instead, she had a bright, lively air around her, one that made her feel strangely approachable for someone of her status. Adeline also had a deep fascination with other people's stories. That curiosity was so strong that she often found herself quietly listening in on matters that had absolutely nothing to do with her. What? Professor Deculine fought Knight Julie. Professor Relin failed his diet again? Oh heavens, her endless curiosity about the world, along with her almost playful love of gossip, was closely tied to the secret bloodline flowing within her. Adeline was a half-elf, and that hidden heritage explained both her vibrant temperament and her nearly limitless mana. Even so, on a day like this, even someone as extraordinary as her had no choice but to sit patiently and wait. Seated calmly in the Tower Master's chair, Adeline rested her chin lightly against her hand. Her eyes drifted toward the report again, and she murmured to herself with lingering interest, "Deculine defended the Blood Clan? How fascinating." Once every month, the professors would gather in this very room to offer praise, courtesy, and formal greetings to the Tower Master. And as usual, there was one person who was not present. Deculine had not come. After all, he was exactly the sort of man who would scoff and say, "A noble like me groveling before others?" But this time, even though Deculine himself was absent from the room, an unexpected topic involving him suddenly rose among the gathered professors. "I heard Luina will be attending this magic conference," one professor said. The name immediately drew several gazes, and another voice repeated in surprise, "Luina? You mean the one who dueled Deculine for the senior professor position, then gave it up because of his plan?" someone asked, clearly intrigued. I thought Luina had already returned to the kingdom. That sounds rather intriguing. Another professor said, leaning into the discussion, why would Luina make such a sudden move? Are they already in the Empire? A different professor chuckled at that and replied, ha ha. With a stable position waiting, anyone would hurry back in an instant. If that really happens, our magic tower would gain a great deal from it. One of them added, their tone becoming more thoughtful. Luina is highly respected in the kingdom after all, especially when compared to Deculin, who went so far as to defend the Blood Clan. Another professor remarked then, as if pretending to soften the jab, they added, no offense meant toward our current senior professor, of course.
Fine. Adeline finally said, her voice cutting gently but clearly through the conversation and drawing it to an end. If Luina returns, I'll consider it later. The moment those words left her mouth, the professors around her visibly relaxed, as if they had been waiting for exactly that response.
It was painfully obvious that almost everyone in the room held some dislike for Deculine. Adeline glanced across their faces before speaking again. That's all for today. I have work to handle. And those of you who still haven't submitted your exam questions, hurry up. All right. The professors immediately straightened and answered, yes, ma'am. Once the office had emptied and Adeline was left alone, her thoughts quietly circled back to Deculine. Recently, his behavior had become far too strange for her to simply ignore. The exam questions he had submitted were so well crafted that she found it difficult to believe Deculine had truly written them on his own. Someone else had to be involved. A playful smile slowly tugged at her lips as she wondered whether it might be amusing to stir him up a little. If old rivals like Luina and Deculine were brought face to face again, what kind of sparks would fly between them this time? Adeline let out a soft laugh to herself, already entertained by the possibility. A clash like that would surely become a riot, and she could already feel that it would be far too fun to ignore. Several days passed, and at last, the midterm exam for pure elemental magic officially began. The lecture hall filled with complaints, almost immediately. Restless voices rising from every direction. Is this serious? This is supposed to be a test? Yeah, what kind of exam works like this? Deculin's questions are always strange, but this is just absurd. Ugh, I give up already. Deculane's assistant quickly stepped forward to bring order back to the room, raising his voice so it could be heard over the noise. All right, everyone, calm down. I understand why you're confused since the structure of this test is unusual, but this is the official exam. The pure elemental magic midterm will continue for 10 days, the assistant explained, making the students listen carefully. It will end at midnight on Sunday when the Magic Tower's academic schedule closes. Each student will be assigned a private room for the exam, he continued. During that period, you may take your other tests, eat or sleep whenever you choose. However, removing any test materials from the rooms is strictly forbidden. As already mentioned, the assistant added, emphasizing the point once more, this will be an open exam. Ephorine and her friend groaned as the full weight of the rules finally sank in. An open test that lasted 10 entire days. Just how brutal was this exam supposed to be? Even a normal final exam was rarely this complicated, and somehow it felt painfully like Deculine to create such bizarre rules, then have his assistant announce them while he himself remained too lofty to appear in person. There is one critical point from the professor, the assistant continued, bringing the room's attention back to him. Anyone who earns a perfect score on this exam will receive a personal recommendation letter from him as a senior professor. The noisy lecture hall fell silent in an instant. The students froze where they sat, stunned by what they had just heard. A recommendation letter from a senior professor was an honor of incredible value. The kind of reward that could not be compared to ordinary grades. In the world of mages, ranks extended across a vast hierarchy, from the first tier where immortal archmages stood at the very top, all the way down to the 11th tier where absolute novices began. And climbing through those ranks was never as easy as merely attending classes or waiting for enough time to pass. Advancement required undeniable skill, recognition from others, and real achievements that could never be faked or borrowed. Every rank in the Magic Tower came with its own promotion trial, and these were not the sort of tests a mage could casually bluff their way through with raw talent or confidence alone. Each level demanded a different kind of skill, a sharper way of thinking, and every single exam had a nasty reputation for breaking down even the students who walked in believing they were fully prepared. Then came the real shock. Among all the details of the exam, there was one reward that immediately stood out. A recommendation letter personally written by Deculine, a fourth-tier Imperial Mage whose name alone carried serious influence throughout the entire Magic Tower. And that letter was far more than a simple favor or polite note of support. In the eyes of the Tower, Deculine's recommendation was a powerful endorsement, almost like a prestigious trump card that could dramatically shift the outcome of someone's promotion exam in their favor. The moment Ephorine Luna heard Deculine's name attached to the reward, her eyes narrowed with obvious disgust. A recommendation from Deculine from her sworn enemy of all people. The thought alone made her stomach twist, and the motivation she had built up almost drained away right there. She wanted nothing, absolutely nothing to do with him. But after that first wave of irritation, Ephorine Luna's thoughts began to slow down. If she managed to earn a perfect score through her own ability and force Deculine himself to give her that endorsement, then what kind of face would he make?
A wicked little fantasy immediately flashed through her mind. In her imagination, Deculine stood humiliated right in front of her, regretting everything that had happened years ago, begging for mercy while she looked down at him and laughed like the triumphant victor she had always dreamed of becoming.
As that revenge-filled daydream settled in, a sly grin slowly crept across Ephorine Luna's face. Just picturing Deculine's reaction felt almost embarrassingly satisfying, and the fighting spirit she had nearly lost suddenly blazed back to life. Deculine, she thought, you just watch? I'm gonna tear this test apart. Beside her, her red-haired friend could only stare in total confusion. 1 second, Ephorine Luna had looked disgusted and unmotivated, and the next she was breaking into a villainous cackle as if she had already crushed the exam and conquered the whole tower. By the 4th day of the test, however, that confident laughter had completely disappeared. Inside the quiet exam room, Ephorine Luna sat hunched over her desk, fingers tangled in her own hair, frustration written all over her face as yet another question left her frozen with no clear way forward. The exam was brutal, far more vicious than she had expected. Each problem pressed down on her so heavily that even the simple act of breathing started to feel irritating, as if the questions themselves were stealing the air from the room. When Ephorine Luna looked over the remaining problems, her mind started calculating the time each one might devour. This question could take an hour. The next one looked like it might swallow 4, and another seemed cruel enough to steal 10 entire hours of her life. The deeper she pushed into the test, the harsher the questions became, and her scratch paper already looked like a battlefield covered in failed attempts, crossed out formulas, and desperate traces of thought. And yet, no matter how exhausting the questions were, Ephorine Luna could not deny how well made they were. Every problem was painfully difficult, but whenever she finally broke through one, it felt as if a locked door had opened inside her mind, giving her a flash of understanding unlike anything she had experienced before. That was exactly what made the whole thing so unsettling. Had Deculine really designed these questions himself with this much precision and depth? Even when the struggle drained her down to the bone, that thrilling moment of discovery kept dragging her back in the instant everything clicked. Sharp and dazzling in her mind was so addictive that Ephorine Luna could not bring herself to stop. Deculine, just you wait. Ephorine Luna thought, her eyes fixed fiercely on the page in front of her. No matter what it takes, I'm going to win that recommendation letter from you. But before any of that could happen, there was still one impossible looking question standing directly in her way. After staring at the problem for so long that her thoughts began to smear together, Ephorine Luna finally leaned back with a tired groan. She still had no idea where to even begin, and if she kept forcing herself through the fog, she knew she would only make things worse. For the moment, she needed air, distance, and enough space to clear her head. If anyone kept overthinking under that kind of pressure, it felt like their brain might truly give out. Away from the suffocating tension of the exam room, out in the lush garden where the air felt softer and greener, Sylvia Josephine Illade sat beneath the shade of a tree and drew in a long, steady breath. She slowly stretched her tired arms and rolled the stiffness from her shoulders, letting a quiet sigh of relief escape her. After wrestling with the problem for what felt like an endless amount of time, she had finally managed to solve it. One single question had taken Sylvia Josephine Illade 30 full hours to complete, even for someone as talented as her. That was more than enough to make her admit that she needed a real break before she tried to push herself any further. As Sylvia Josephine Illade rested beneath the tree, the assistant's earlier words drifted back into her mind. Anyone who achieved a perfect score on this exam would receive Deculine's recommendation letter. A faint smile brushed across her thoughts at that reward. To Sylvia. Josephine Illeid, the letter itself felt almost meaningless. After all, anyone capable of perfectly clearing a test like this on the very first attempt would never be the type to struggle with an ordinary promotion exam. So Deculine's endorsement hardly mattered. Even so, Sylvia Josephine Illeid still wanted that perfect score. Not because of the points, not because of Deculine's approval, and not because of any official advantage it could bring her, but simply because she wanted to prove to herself that she could reach it. Every question in the exam had clearly been polished with care. Each one forced her mind open in a different direction, pushing her past familiar methods and guiding her toward insights she had never managed to touch before.
If she could solve the final question as well, Sylvia Josephine Illeid felt as though she would break through her current limits and step into something greater. To her, that last answer might be what allowed her to become a true mage in every sense of the word.
While Sylvia Josephine Illeid sat there quietly, caught in her own thoughts beneath the shade, a familiar voice suddenly reached her from nearby. "Oh, Sylvia!" The voice belonged to Ephraim Luna, who had also fled the exam room for a badly needed breather and wandered into the garden, looking for a moment of rest away from those merciless questions. The instant Sylvia Josephine Illeid noticed her, a flicker of curiosity sharpened in her eyes. She could not help wondering how far Ephraim Luna had managed to advance through the exam. "Hey, which question are you on?" They both asked at the exact same time, each one trying to gauge the other's progress before revealing too much about herself. The perfect overlap caught them both off guard, and for a brief, awkward moment, they just looked at each other with strangely embarrassed expressions. They were rivals, not close friends. So having their thoughts line up that neatly made the air feel even more uncomfortable. Neither of them seemed to know how to react to the fact that they had asked the exact same thing in the exact same instant. Sylvia Josephine Illeid was the first to regain her composure. In her usual calm and collected tone, she answered that she was currently working on question 8. Ephraim Luna visibly jolted at that answer. "What? You're already on 8? She blurted out, before quickly correcting herself when she realized Sylvia Josephine Illeid had not finished it yet, but even so, reaching question 8 at that pace was still frighteningly fast. Ephraim Luna then admitted that she herself was stuck on question 7. Sylvia Josephine Illeid might have been one step ahead, but Ephraim Luna's position was close enough that no one could afford to relax, not even for a second. Sylvia Josephine Illeid's thoughts immediately tightened with caution. Ephraim Luna was only one problem behind her? Was that truly all, or was she deliberately hiding her real progress? Either way, Sylvia Josephine Illeid understood that there was no time to sit around wasting precious minutes. She had to return to the exam room, sharpen her focus again, and finish the work she had already started. Ephraim Luna blinked as Sylvia Josephine Illeid suddenly moved to leave. Wait, did she really walk away just because I showed up? Ephraim Luna had only come to the garden to rest for a moment, nothing more than that. While the exam continued to scorch through the students inside the magic tower, something much larger was beginning to move beyond those walls. Deculine, standing apart from the chaos of the test, started to sense the first signs of a far greater disturbance. Inside his office, Deculine stood with a recent intelligence report held in his hand, his eyes fixed on the words written across the page. After a quiet moment, he murmured in a low voice that it was finally beginning. The contents of the report were unmistakably clear. Emperor Kerbime's condition had worsened to a critical state. Still standing in his office, Deculine searched through his memories, trying to retrace the route of the story he himself had once created. Emperor Kerbime was gravely ill, and that single development marked the start of a dangerous shift in the world. Kerbime had been known as a gentle ruler and a capable diplomat, the kind of sovereign who worked carefully to maintain balance between divine authority and imperial power. Because of that temperament, Kerbime had avoided adopting openly hostile policies against the Blood Clan. The real danger would not fully arrive until after his death, when a new emperor rose to claim the throne in his place. In this world, the emperor was always the most important piece on the board, and because of that enormous influence, the emperor was also the most difficult person to handle. If Deculine's memory was correct, the one destined to inherit that position was Sofian Yekateri, August von Gibrain. Before long, the entire world would be pulled into an upheaval unlike anything it had faced before, and Deculine could already feel that storm beginning to gather. Time moved quickly after that, and before anyone knew it, the final day of the midterm exam had arrived. By then, many students had already surrendered to Deculine's merciless marathon of a test. They simply could not endure the relentless pressure any longer, no matter how hard they had tried to keep going. Even so, the results made one thing painfully obvious. The gap between the highest ranked students and those at the very bottom had been carved out with Brutal, almost surgical precision. And strangely enough, regardless of how high or low their actual scores were, many students began bragging afterwards simply because they had survived the exam and completed it. To them, finishing Deculine's test at all felt like a legendary achievement. Instead of immediately running off to celebrate, the students did something no one had expected. They gathered their materials, looked back over what the exam had forced them to learn, and reviewed the lessons with unusual seriousness, drawing curious looks from everyone around them. Even the professors of the Magic Tower grew curious about Deculine's now famous exam and wanted to see what had caused such a reaction. But once they examined the questions for themselves, that curiosity turned into stunned silence because the brilliance woven into the test was impossible to deny. In the end, only 2 students were able to force their way that far into the exam and reach the terrifying 8th question. And of course, it just had to be the 2 most intense rivals in the entire room, Ephorine Luna and Sylvia Josephine Alade. At her desk, Ephorine Luna sat hunched over the paper, glaring at the problem as if she could burn a hole through it with sheer frustration. Her brows were knitted tightly together, and under her breath, she kept muttering at that cursed question 8, the final wall standing between her and victory. She had already choked down copious coffee and dragged her exhausted body all the way to this point, so there was absolutely no way she could stop now. After enduring this much suffering, leaving without anything to show for it felt completely unacceptable. Her face had turned pale from too many sleepless nights, and the shadows beneath her eyes made her look almost hollowed out. But even then, her gaze still burned with stubborn concentration, as if just one more push, one more moment of focus might finally let her tear the answer open. Outside in the hallway, Deculine and his assistant remained on watch, silently guarding the final 2 students who were still wrestling with the exam. Then from beyond one of the doors, a sudden glow spilled out through the frame, quietly announcing that someone had finally broken through. Alan immediately turned his head, his eyes widening as he looked to Deculine and called out, "Professor." Deculine did not need any further explanation. That light meant one of the 2 had solved the final question. Deculine responded with the same composed expression he always wore, his face giving away almost nothing. But deep down, he was not surprised in the slightest, because he had already believed she possessed the ability to reach that answer, without letting even a single moment slip away. Deculine moved directly toward the room where the light was shining and pushed the door open. As soon as the door swung wide, a wave of shimmering radiance poured out across the room, bathing the walls, floor, and air itself in a soft, dreamlike glow. Deculine stepped inside at a measured pace, his eyes settling on the breathtaking scene unfolding before him. Then, in a voice far gentler than his usual tone, he finally spoke. "I knew you could solve it. Sylvia, congratulations," Deculine said, his quiet words carrying both certainty and approval as he stood before the completed spell. Sylvia, Josephine Illade, slowly turned toward him, her eyes wet with tears and glowing with a joy she could barely contain. She looked from Deculine back to the magic she had completed, almost as if she herself could not believe the final question had produced something so overwhelmingly beautiful. The magical light spread through the room like a living painting, so vivid and unreal that it felt as though Van Gogh's Starry Night had been lifted straight from the canvas and reshaped into a spell that existed right before their eyes. Elemental magic moved through every rich color, breathing life into each shade and making the entire scene shimmer with a brilliance that felt alive. Even the deepest blues, which should have felt cold and distant, carried a strange warmth beneath the glow of the stars, and within that dark expanse, tiny sparks of hope seemed to brighten little by little. Warm colors and cold colors blended together with almost impossible precision, creating far more than a simple display of beauty. The spell held warmth, depth, and a sense of reality, like a masterpiece carefully shaped by human hands and born from human longing. Deculine slowly reached his hand toward the twinkling stars floating in front of him, and for once his expression changed into something unmistakably sincere. A genuine, joyful smile spread across his face. Even though Deculine had been the one to design the question, his own talent was never enough to bring this particular vision into the world. He could imagine the beauty clearly, but he could not create it with his own hands. At the deepest center of that question, Kim Woojin's old dream still remained. Long ago, he had wanted to become a painter despite lacking the skill to make that dream real, because what he desired most was to move people through art. And now, in this single completed spell, Deculine's eye for beauty and Kim Woojin's buried longing had finally met. Deculine, who loved beautiful things, and Kim Woojin, who had once dreamed of attending art school, both found a quiet kind of fulfillment in what Sylvia had created. After allowing himself to take in the spell's beauty for a little while longer, Deculine finally turned as if preparing to leave. "Well done, Sylvia," he said, and then in a way she never expected, he added, "and thank you." Sylvia Josephine Illeid froze, where she stood, her expression shifting into open confusion. She could not understand why Deculine of all people would be thanking her. But before Sylvia could gather herself enough to ask what he meant, Deculine had already walked away. He left her standing there alone, surrounded by the glowing spell, and by thoughts she could not begin to untangle. I want to thank him too," Sylvia whispered deep inside herself, slowly reaching out her hand toward the magic she had brought into existence. For so many years, the expectations placed on Sylvia's shoulders had felt less like praise and more like a heavy cage, one she could never truly step out of. Everyone around her had always insisted that she had to become an archmage. They called her a rare genius, wondered what impossible heights she might reach, and praised her as a true descendant of an archmage family. But as Sylvia Josephine Illeid stood there gazing at the completed spell's beauty, the path stretching out ahead of her suddenly seemed to sharpen into focus. No, it was more than that. The magic itself was so breathtakingly perfect, so flawless and radiant that it felt as if it had answered something buried deep within her heart. Meanwhile, in another room, Alan stepped quietly toward Ephorine Luna and gave her the announcement she had been dreading. "Student Ephorine Luna, time is up." Ephorine Luna had thrown everything she had into the exam, but even after all that effort, the final question remained unsolved in front of her. She stared at the page for a quiet moment, then gave a small, exhausted nod. "Oh, I see. Sorry." Alan's voice softened at once, and he tried to comfort her with sincere reassurance. "You did wonderfully, Ephorine Luna. Until the very end, only you and Sylvia were able to challenge this question." At the mention of Sylvia, Ephorine Luna suddenly lifted her head and blurted out before she could stop herself, "What about Sylvia? Did she solve it?" Alan gave her a small nod, quietly confirming the answer. Ephorine Luna let out a long groan of defeat, her shoulders slumping as the news sank in. Sylvia really was a monster, and knowing that only made Ephorine Luna's jealousy burn even hotter. But before Ephorine Luna even realized it, the thoughts that had been crowding her mind, recommendation letters, Deculine and everything tied to them, had quietly begun to fade away. What remained inside her was something much cleaner and far more honest. The raw hunger of a mage who simply wanted to learn more, understand more, and reach the answer through her own mind. She wanted to solve every single question on that exam, not because of some promised reward waiting at the end, but because the answers themselves seemed to be calling out to her. Then Ephorine Luna suddenly pushed herself up from her seat, a fresh spark returning to her voice as she declared, "Well, the exam may be over, but the questions are still here, right?" Her eyes locked stubbornly back onto the unsolved problem, refusing to let it go. No matter how long it took her, she was absolutely going to solve this question one day. And then, despite the exhaustion weighing down her entire body, Ephorine Luna broke into a bright smile. Next time she was going to do better. Alan looked at her with quiet understanding, recognizing the determination still burning beneath her fatigue. In a gentle voice, he offered her a simple encouragement. "Good luck. I'm rooting for you." Ephorine Luna. His words were plain and unadorned, but after such a long and brutal fight, they warmed her more than she expected. "Thanks," she replied. Once the exam was finally over, Ephorine Luna made her way through the academy halls, trudging forward with steps so heavy they almost dragged across the floor. That endless marathon of a test had wrung her completely dry. If she had answered everything correctly, at least she might have been able to leave with the satisfying taste of victory. But after surviving such a merciless exam, the only things she could imagine waiting for her were a vandalized door and a cold, lonely bed. The whole thought was so miserable that it almost became funny in a depressing way. And while Ephorine Luna was grumbling to herself, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Ephorine Luna." When she lifted her head and looked ahead, she saw her closest friends standing there together, as if they had been waiting for her to come out. The sight of them gathered there with those confident, familiar smiles cracked through Ephorine Luna's gloomy mood almost instantly, and she could not stop the happiness from rising up inside her. "Julie, what's up?" Ephorine Luna asked, trying her best to sound casual, even though she looked like she might collapse at any second. Julie took one good look at her face and answered with brutal honesty. Ephraim Luna, you look like a corpse. Julie's eyes softened with pity as she asked whether the test had truly been that terrible. Then she turned toward the others and announced that since Ephraim Luna had worked so hard, they should all go eat something together to celebrate. But then came the catch, delivered without mercy, of course. Ephraim Luna is paying in an instant. Ephraim Luna's expression fell apart. Huh? When did I say that? Several days had passed since the exam had finally ended, but Ephraim Luna still found herself sitting alone, unable to let go of the final problem that had haunted her mind. It was the one question she had failed to crack during the test, the one that kept circling back no matter how much time passed. And now, at last, the solution began to unfold before her, piece by piece, until a faint, sparkling glow trembled into view right in front of her eyes. As the answer became clear, Ephraim's lips slowly curved into a soft, trembling smile, the kind born from relief after days of frustration and effort. Her eyes shone with quiet pride as she stared at the result she had finally reached, and with emotion catching in her throat, she breathed out in a barely audible whisper, "It's beautiful." At that very moment, a familiar voice rang out from beyond the door, gently dragging her back into the real world. "Ephraim, are you ready?" It was Julie, her close friend, waiting patiently outside. Ephraim quickly brushed away the tear gathering at the corner of her eye, steadied herself with a small smile, and called back, "Julie, I'm coming out." Not long after, the two of them headed to a cafe near the academy and settled down together, finally able to breathe, now that the crushing weight of the exams had lifted. Sitting across from each other with drinks in hand, they began letting out all the tension they had swallowed during those exhausting days. "Doesn't it feel amazing to be done?" One of them said, almost sighing with relief. "It does, but we'll probably be busy again before we even realize it." Days like this really are precious. Then Ephraim's face brightened a little as she added warmly, "I'm really looking forward to the upcoming meeting." Julie nodded, sharing that same quiet excitement. "Me too." For a short while, Ephraim's expression grew softer, and her eyes drifted downward as the memories of everything she had pushed through came flooding back. Her voice lowered, carrying the weight of exhaustion, relief, and pride all at once. "I'm glad I didn't give up this time," she murmured. "I'm glad I forced myself to keep going until the very end out of everything I've experienced with magic. This may be the most meaningful moment I've ever had." But before Ephraim could fall too deeply into those feelings, Julie suddenly leaned forward across the table, her eyes sparkling like she had been holding back something exciting. "Have you heard the news?" she asked. Ephraim blinked, caught off guard by the sudden change in topic, then lifted her gaze toward her. "News? What happened?" Julie raised one finger and pointed upward toward the sky above them, lowering her voice as if the information she was about to share was far too important to say casually. "It's about Professor Deculane, apparently. His exam caused a huge stir. The moment Ephraim heard that name, her eyes widened in surprise. "What do you mean by that?" Julie continued, sounding even more intrigued as she leaned into the rumor. "From what I heard, the professor was personally summoned to the Sky Island because of that exam. And that was not some ordinary place people could mention lightly. The Sky Island was the legendary floating isle that drifted high above the world, far removed from the ground below." Ephraim stared straight at Julie, her face openly showing disbelief, as though she needed the words repeated before they could truly sink in. The floating isle? The Sky Island was a massive landmass, suspended permanently at an altitude of 1,500 meters, an impossible-looking miracle created through the combined genius of countless arcane scholars. It was a place that drew mages from every corner of the world, pulling in those who chased curiosity, ambition, discovery, and the endless possibilities of magic. Inside that floating sanctuary rested an enormous reserve of magical research and accumulated knowledge, existing apart from the rules, customs, and systems of the mainland. It functioned as a neutral zone, a place where the freedom, independence, and individuality of mages were respected more than anything else. Because of that, the Sky Island had naturally become a haven for eccentric geniuses, strange scholars, and obsessive researchers who lived and breathed magic. And now Professor Deculane's exam was being praised there for its originality, its brutal level of difficulty, and the sharp creative thinking woven into its design. The reputation of the exam spread rapidly throughout the Sky Island, becoming the kind of subject mages could not stop bringing up in conversation. Before long, the attention surrounding it grew so intense that Professor Deculane received an invitation to give a special lecture where he would personally explain the exam and the reasoning that had shaped it. On the floating isle itself, Deculane eventually stood before the assembled mages, carrying himself with the same calm, polished composure he always showed. Yet even he could not completely ignore the surprise beneath the surface. The exam he had prepared had been received far more favorably than he had ever expected. That invitation to teach was far more than a simple academic courtesy. To be asked to lecture in a place like the Sky Island carried a level of prestige that any mage would understand the instant they heard it. And the reward was not limited to reputation alone. Along with the honor of the assignment, Deculane also received a very practical benefit, one that increased his mana by a full 30 points. Deculane weighed the situation in his mind with quiet satisfaction. How fortunate, as if the prestige and recognition were not enough. The payment itself was incredibly generous, worth roughly 1 billion Korean won. If opportunities like this continued to appear, then pursuing work on the Sky Island in the future might not be such a bad path after all. With calm, deliberate movements, Deculane placed the test paper down in front of him. Then he turned toward the waiting audience and began his lecture. Inside the lecture hall, a number of familiar faces had gathered, including Professor Relin and several mages from the Royal University. Deculane stepped up to the podium, swept his steady gaze across the room, and greeted them with his usual controlled elegance. It is a pleasure to meet you all. The man standing before them that day was none other than Deculane von Grahan Uclane, head professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University, a sovereign-ranked mage, and a master widely known for his command over the elements. The subject of the day's lecture was the midterm examination from the Magic Tower University, and the session had been formally arranged to last a full 2 hours. Before moving straight into the individual exam questions, Deculane first addressed everyone in the hall in a composed voice. Before we move on to the problems themselves, I will begin with a brief explanation of pure elements. As Deculane's lecture began, Headmaster Adrian let out a small chuckle and leaned slightly toward the person sitting beside her. "Have you seen the exam?" she asked. A cold voice answered immediately, without the slightest hesitation. "Yes, it's plagiarism. There's no way Deculane could have created such a brilliant topic on his own." The person speaking with such obvious hostility was Luina von Shellrot McQueen, a mage who had once competed directly against Deculane for the position of head professor, only to lose. Even while those quiet, sharp remarks passed through the audience, Deculane's lecture did not waver for a second. From the very beginning, his delivery remained smooth, controlled, and perfectly steady. Deculane took his time guiding the listeners through each issue, carefully drawing on the lessons he had already taught in previous Magic Tower sessions. He linked those foundations back to the exam one by one, arranging the explanations so the audience could follow the flow without losing the thread. Even the mages, who had arrived with doubt in their eyes, gradually found themselves pulled into his words. The structure of his explanation was fresh, precise, and unlike the lectures they were used to hearing. One after another, their attention settled completely on Deculane. After working through the earlier material, Deculane smoothly moved into the next part of the lecture and announced, "Now we will go over question 6. But just as he was about to begin breaking down the problem, Adrian's sharp voice suddenly sliced through the lecture hall. "Professor, I have a question." Deculane shifted his gaze toward the headmistress, who was signaling with such exaggerated energy that it was impossible for anyone in the room to ignore her. Adrian lifted her hand and drew a magic circle directly in the air, the glowing pattern forming between them as she prepared to ask her question. "As you explained in the lecture," she began, her eyes fixed on the shimmering circle, "if we separate pure elements from magical attributes, then how should this 6th spell be combined with a destructive system in the most efficient way?" Deculane fell silent for only a brief moment, using his comprehension trait to inspect the structure hidden within her question. Then, as the answer became clear, a faint smile tugged at his lips, so the headmistress had come all the way here too, and judging by her timing, her reason for attending was painfully obvious. Adrian had always been famous for her cunning, and given Deculane's past, it was hardly surprising that she would appear prepared to challenge the exam so directly in front of everyone. Deculane's eyes sharpened ever so slightly, as though he had already chosen exactly how to deal with her. "Very well then. Shall we arrange this properly?" He raised his hand and drew a clean, straight line through the magic circle Adrian had formed, calmly adjusting the structure until the spell pattern shifted under his control. "You only need to add a core circuit and a straight line here. That is enough." Deculane's answer came so quickly and with such precision that Adrian froze for a moment. Her confidence visibly slipped, and her reply stumbled out awkwardly. Yes, that is true. Thank you, Professor." But Adrian was not finished with him yet. With a curious, almost childlike sparkle in her eyes, she kept pressing forward, throwing one tricky question after another in his direction. Deculane, however, never allowed his composure to crack. Using his comprehension trait, he answered every challenge with calm efficiency, deflecting each difficult question so smoothly that it felt as though he had already anticipated them all. Little by little, the atmosphere inside the hall began to shift. The mages who had been listening with genuine interest started casting annoyed glances toward Adrian, clearly bothered that she kept breaking the rhythm of the lecture. Once she sensed their growing displeasure, Adrian finally quieted down. With only 10 minutes left in the session, Deculine gathered his materials and spoke in a heavier, more restrained tone. I have spent too much time answering questions. Because of that, I will not be explaining the final question individually. Immediately, every pair of eyes in the lecture hall turned toward Adrian. She puffed out her cheeks in visible frustration, but instead of protesting, she bit down on her lip and forced herself to remain silent. Then, from another part of the room, a different voice rose. "Professor, may I ask a question?" the voice called out. "Did you truly come up with question 8 on your own?" The one who had spoken was Luina von Schlort McQueen. Her gaze stayed locked on Deculine, and the hatred burning in her eyes was impossible to mistake. Deculine's brow tightened slightly when he recognized her, remembering that she had once been expelled from the Magic Tower because of him. When he answered, his voice was cold, controlled, and stripped of warmth. "State the specific meaning behind your question." Luina did not retreat. She stood her ground, her expression firm and unwavering as she repeated her point. "I only want to know whether you truly created question 8 yourself. That is all I'm asking." The instant her words reached the room, uneasy murmurs began rippling through the lecture hall. "Huh? What does she mean by that? Is she saying he copied it? Is this about plagiarism?" Deculine responded in a cold, even voice, showing no hint of panic despite the suspicion now spreading among the audience. Taking inspiration from others is common. Then Deculine spread his mana through the lecture hall in a single controlled sweep in the empty air before the audience began to shift and bloom with color. In an instant, a brilliant image opened up in front of them, wide, dazzling, and alive with swirling light, almost like a magical painting that brought to mind Van Gogh's The Starry Night. He allowed that magnificent scene to remain suspended in the air for a moment, giving everyone enough time to see it clearly. Then, without the slightest tremor in his voice, Deculine declared with absolute confidence, "This entire question was created by me from beginning to end." His tone stayed perfectly, even as he continued, and the image glowing before them made his words feel impossible to dismiss. This piece was made here and now on the spot. And what you're seeing right now is completely separate from question 8 on the recent exam. He added, making the distinction unmistakably clear, they are not the same thing at all. Once those words left his mouth, Deculine slowly shifted his eyes toward Luina von Schlort McQueen. His face remained calm, but the coldness in his gaze was sharp enough to make the entire hall fall still. Then, in a measured voice that carried cleanly through every corner of the room, he asked, "Is that enough to satisfy you, Professor Luina?" Luina's expression twisted the moment the question reached her, bitterness and humiliation tightening across her face. Her jaw clenched hard, her teeth grinding with anger, but by then the situation had already moved far beyond anything she could control. And with that final confrontation settled in front of everyone, the lecture came to its close. Deculine's assignment on the Sky Island ended without any further interruptions, leaving behind only the heavy silence of those who had witnessed it. His mana had increased by 30 points, just as the reward promised. But as Deculine made his way back, his mind did not linger on that gain for long. Instead, his thoughts turned toward Luina, because based on the original flow of events, there was no doubt that his relationship with her was already in a truly terrible state. Even though everything had gone smoothly during the lecture, Deculine could not shake the quiet certainty that the peace would not last. Somewhere ahead, trouble connected to Luina was almost certainly waiting for him, ready to surface when the time came. After all, that was how things always seemed to go around Deculine. Unexpected problems had a way of gathering around him, almost as though the world itself refused to let him walk forward in peace. Then, while he was walking, Deculine suddenly came to a stop. His attention had been caught by a mysterious person passing nearby, someone whose presence made him pause without meaning to. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked over the figure more carefully. That face pulled at something in the back of his memory, faint but persistent. Who was she? And why did she feel so strangely familiar? The woman turned back and met Deculine's stare, and the look in her eyes was freezing, filled with open hostility. The glare she gave him was sharp enough to feel lethal, as if her hatred had been burning inside her for a very long time. A faint unease rose in Deculine's chest as he watched her expression harden. What exactly was this situation? Her face was so furious, so openly hostile, that she looked as though she might swing at him at any second. For a long moment, the two of them simply stood there facing one another, neither willing to speak first. Their irritated expressions remained locked in place, and the silence between them grew tight and uncomfortable. Deculine searched through his memories, following the faint traces of recognition one by one until the answer finally surfaced. She was someone who had once been a fellow student of Deculane's back during his university days. With that memory now cleared, Deculane stepped forward, his expression composed as ever, and extended his hand as though offering a friendly greeting. Long time no see, Charlotte. Charlotte's eyes narrowed at once, her confusion mixing with clear displeasure as she looked from his hand back to his face. Oh my Deculine, I don't believe we are close enough for you to call me by my first name. Deculane showed no reaction to the cold rejection. His expression did not change in the slightest, and with the same calm composure, he answered, "Then, call me Princess Maho." Whether Deculane and Charlotte had ever been close was not the issue at that moment. The person who mattered most was Princess Maho, the one Charlotte was protecting. Because with the current situation unfolding as it was, Emperor Gibrane's death was drawing dangerously near. And once that death finally came, it would not be a small incident. It would become a major turning point, one powerful enough to shift the course of the entire game. Soon, many named figures would be pushed into deadly situations and new crises would begin breaking out one after another. This time, the person who needed to be saved was Maho, a character Kim Woojin himself had created, and in the latter half of the main quest, she would become an essential force capable of changing events in a better direction. Because of her complicated bloodline, Maho's life was constantly surrounded by danger. She was second in line to the throne of the Republic of Urin and third in line for the Kingdom of Riak. A princess whose royal blood made her valuable, politically important, and extremely vulnerable. For the time being, she was staying inside the empire under the convenient excuse of studying abroad, a reason simple enough to avoid drawing too much attention. But the moment the emperor died and Maho was forced to step outside the safety of the empire, danger would close around her almost immediately. Charlotte's eyes tightened with displeasure as she looked at Deculine, her voice carrying the resentment she could not quite hide. Even after all this time, you're still very good at forcing people to say cruel things, Deculine. Without offering any warning or explanation, Deculine took out a crystal orb and held it toward her. Charlotte could only stare at the object in stunned silence, caught completely off guard by the sudden gesture. Deculane continued in a low, steady voice, speaking as if every word had already been carefully decided. Do not get too worked up. I will become the lifeline for the teammate who has chosen the path of death. Charlotte simply stared at him, her brows drawn together as she tried and failed to understand what he meant. The strange words hung between them, but none of them made sense to her. Later, Charlotte returned to her room, still holding Deculane's crystal orb in her hand. She looked down at it as if she could not decide whether it was something she should trust, keep, or throw away immediately. The conversation from earlier continued to replay in her mind. The orb was a communication crystal, and Deculane's final instruction lingered along with it. Once you decide what you need to do, contact me. Back then, Charlotte had snapped at him in anger, unable to hide the disgust rising in her voice. You expect me to ask a favor from someone like you? Absolutely not. Deculane had only met her anger with the same calm stare, his voice remaining steady as he replied, "There is not much time left. I am certain you already know that. But if you still refuse my help, I will not force you," he had added, leaving the weight of the decision entirely in her hands. The choice is yours to make. After saying that, Deculane had turned away with cold indifference and walked off, leaving Charlotte behind with the crystal orb and the burden of deciding what to do next. Charlotte let out a tired sigh, her shoulders sinking under the weight of everything pressing down on her. No matter how many times she turned the situation over in her mind, she still could not tell which choice was truly the right one. Then from behind her, a voice suddenly broke through the quiet of the room. "Charlotte, you don't look well." The one who had spoken was Princess Maho herself, the very person Deculane intended to protect. Charlotte quickly rose to her feet, forcing herself to respond as steadily as she could. "I'm fine. I just understand what's happening. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Maho." But Maho's gaze drifted sadly into the distance, and her voice carried a quiet fear as she said, "My brother's henchmen will come here soon. They will either try to use me or remove the thorn in their side. Who even cares about the succession anyway?" Maho turned her eyes back towards Charlotte, and her voice lowered into a trembling, worried whisper. "I'm very afraid. I came to the Empire under the excuse of studying," she confessed quietly, as though admitting something she had kept buried for a long time. "But the truth is, this place is comfortable to live in. More than anything, it is safe. I came to the Empire under the excuse of studying," Maho repeated, the same thought seeming to weigh heavier on her the second time. "But the truth is, this place is comfortable to live in. More than anything, it is safe. But the heir to the throne will never leave me alone. That is why we have to leave this place immediately." Charlotte pressed a hand to her head, closing herself into a brief silence as she thought through the situation. Then, after a moment, she answered, "Yes, I understand." Maho seemed to notice the weariness written across Charlotte's face, along with the worry Charlotte was trying so desperately to keep hidden. The princess picked up a suitcase and stepped closer, holding it out towards Charlotte with both resolve and trust. This is the money I have saved until now. Charlotte blinked in surprise, clearly confused by the sudden offer. Huh? But why are you giving this money to me? Maho answered in a calm voice, her expression steady despite the fear surrounding them. I know you do not have enough money to hire mercenaries to escort us home. Charlotte? Charlotte immediately shook her head, refusing almost by instinct. No, princess. I will handle the money myself. Maho turned slightly away, but there was no weakness in her voice when she spoke again. Do not try to carry everything alone like that. This money belongs to everyone. Maho continued, making her feelings clear, so using it for our safety is not a waste at all. After hearing that, Charlotte found herself unable to argue any further. The words caught in her throat, and she simply fell silent. Accepting both the money before her and the heavy trust Maho had placed in her hands, Charlotte kept her posture straight and gave the princess a firm nod, even though the pressure around them was growing heavier by the second. I understand, princess, she said, keeping her voice as calm as she could. This may not be something I should say so bluntly, but I'm going to use this money immediately. I'll hire additional mercenaries and strengthen our protection before things get any worse. Outside the window, somewhere far beyond the room in the dim, uncertain distance, a dark figure stood motionless, as if silently observing everything happening inside. Even with that unseen danger closing in around them, Charlotte forced the fear down, steadied herself, and said with determination, no matter how ugly this situation becomes, we'll face it together. Somehow, we're going to survive this. Then, all at once, Charlotte's eyes narrowed sharply. Her gaze snapped toward the source of an uneasy presence as though she had caught the smallest sign that something was wrong. Without hesitating for even a heartbeat, she rushed straight to the door, flung it open with a violent motion, and shouted down the hall, "Who the hell are you?" But the mysterious figure did not answer her question. The instant Charlotte confronted him, he offered no explanation, no excuse, not even a sound. He simply spun around, bolted away, and vanished from sight before she could force another word out of him. A deep shadow of concern settled over Charlotte's face as she stood there, realizing just how serious this had become. Her expression tightened, her eyes darkened with worry, and under her breath she muttered, "This is bad." At that point, the situation was no longer just uncomfortable or tense. It was clearly tipping into something much more dangerous, something harder to predict, and even harder to control. If they kept moving forward without outside support, every choice from here on would carry greater risk. Meanwhile, far away from Charlotte and the danger surrounding her, the story shifted to another place entirely, the imposing manor of House Euclane. Inside his quiet study, Daculine von Grahan Eucline sat surrounded by the heavy stillness of the room. With a book open in his hands, he remained completely absorbed in the pages, reading with such intense focus that the rest of the world seemed to have faded away from him. Uriel entered the study and immediately noticed how deeply he was concentrating. Seeing him buried in a book like that, she let a teasing smile curl across her face and said, "You really do read a lot, brother. I honestly had no idea you liked books this much." But Deculin did not even lift his eyes from the page. Uriel's amused smile quickly faded into annoyance as she realized he was simply ignoring her. "Brother," she called again, a little sharper this time, "the least you could do is answer when I'm talking to you." Refusing to be treated like empty air, Uriel began circling around him with restless steps, trying to pull his attention away from the book. "I heard you were invited to give a lecture on the floating isle," she continued, "and from what I understand, they paid you quite generously for it, didn't they?" Still sitting with the same composed posture, Deculin replied in a flat, immediate tone, "I am not giving you a single coin." Uriel blinked at him, visibly thrown off by how quickly he had shut that down. What are you even talking about? I hadn't said anything about money yet." Uriel decided to push past that awkward interruption and forced herself back into a more businesslike mood. Anyway, an official letter came in. The new students from the Magic Tower want to visit our lands during their trip, but before she could properly lay out the request, Deculine cut straight through her words. "No." Uriel immediately frowned and protested. "At least think about it before rejecting it." In Deculine's mind, the request instantly turned into an unpleasant vision of reckless young mages drinking too much, wandering through the manor in a drunken mess, stumbling over themselves and leaving vomit across the estate floors. That image alone was more than enough for him to decide the matter was unacceptable. "We are not cleaning up after some chaotic student excursion," Deculin said coldly, his voice leaving no room for negotiation. "I will not permit it." Uriel stared at him, completely confused by the strange conclusion he had reached. What are you even talking about? Iriel reached into her pocket, preparing to pull out the document she had brought along. Don't be ridiculous, she said, trying to keep the conversation on track. Just look at this first. We're not hosting them for free. And besides, it's a good opportunity to show the new students what the magic of our territory can actually do. Before she could present the paper, Deculine lifted one hand and stopped her with a single dismissive gesture, shutting the entire discussion down at once. Get out, Iriel. She stared at him in disbelief, her brows drawing together. Huh? Just look at it once. For some reason, Deculine's expression suddenly became far more severe. His eyes hardened, and the air inside the study seemed to grow colder around him. Leave, he said in a low, firm voice. Right now. Uriel still did not understand what had made him react so strongly, but the sudden shift in his attitude was enough to stop her from arguing further. Letting out a reluctant sigh, she finally backed off. All right, I'm going. She turned away with obvious irritation, her footsteps sharp and annoyed as she headed for the door. He really is impossibly stubborn, she muttered under her breath, clearly frustrated by how completely he had refused to listen. Deculine stayed silent as he watched her leave, his gaze following her all the way until he was certain she had truly exited the study. Only after confirming that no one else remained in the room did he finally allow himself to act. From his hand, Deculine slowly revealed a communication crystal, keeping it low and discreet, as though he had been waiting for the study to clear. When he finally spoke into it, his voice was quiet, controlled, and stripped of unnecessary emotion. Speak, Gomrad. Charlotte's voice came through from the other side of the crystal, tight with tension and laced with reluctance, as if admitting this was the last thing she wanted to do. I think we have no choice now. We need to leave immediately. We don't have any time left. Her voice dropped lower, carrying the weight of urgency and desperation at the same time. Please help me, Deculine. Deculine turned away from the desk and used his magic to draw a map from the corner of the room, pulling it smoothly through the air toward him. Very well, he answered. From this moment onward, you will follow every instruction I give you. Do you understand? Charlotte hesitated at his sudden command. What do you mean? Deculine spread the map across the table and lowered his gaze to the routes marked across it. Princess Maho has only one remaining path of escape, he said. It is extremely dangerous, but precisely because of that danger, it becomes the safest option available to her. Charlotte's voice immediately sharpened, concern cutting through her words. What route? Deculine answered without the slightest tremor, as if he had already examined every other possibility and discarded them all. Crevice Canyon. Just hearing the name seemed to hit Charlotte like a physical blow. For a moment, she went silent, too stunned to respond right away. What? She burst out at last, disbelief flooding her voice. That place is completely polluted with magical energy. Out of all people, you should understand better than anyone how dangerous Crevice Canyon is, Deculine. Deculine clicked his tongue, irritation briefly slicing through his otherwise controlled tone. Do you honestly believe taking the ordinary road will allow you to avoid a path of death? Then his voice settled again. Steady, firm, and impossible to shake. Trust me, Charlotte, if we pass through Crevice Canyon, we will cross it safely. Crevice Canyon was a harsh mountain region where every trail seemed to have been carved by danger itself. A wicked, suffocating aura clung to the place so heavily that people often compared it to the lair of a demon. There were even rumors that demons sometimes appeared there, wandering through the corrupted land as if they belonged to it. And because Crevice Canyon was not claimed by any country, no nation's laws, soldiers' rules, or order protected those who entered. And yet, terrifying as it was, that lawless stretch of land had become the only road Princess Maho could take. If she managed to cross Crevice Canyon, the Principality of Urin would finally appear ahead of her. Charlotte's voice carried clear doubt as she pushed back. It's not as though we never considered the advantage of that terrain. But even with that taken into account, Deculine cut directly through her hesitation with a cold observation. Then you must not have expected an insider from Urin to be involved. After that, he reassured her in the same composed manner he always used. Do not worry, I will guide her myself. Charlotte sounded genuinely startled by the answer. What? You're gonna lead the way personally? The moment Charlotte heard him say that, she froze completely. It was as though she had never once imagined Deculine would be willing to place himself directly in the middle of such danger. After a brief, stunned silence, she finally asked in confusion, "Why would you go that far, Deculine? This journey does not seem to offer you any obvious benefit." Deculane leaned back in his chair, his face remaining calm and unreadable. I am someone who places great value on politics, Charlotte, and when it comes to intellect and judgment, I've always stood above you. Charlotte immediately snapped back, unable to let that pass. What? Are you just using this chance to brag about yourself? Deculane narrowed his eyes, and his voice dropped into something colder and far more serious. I only want Princess Maho to survive because her survival serves the interests of my family and my domain. This is business. Nothing more. Our goals simply happen to align, so do not mistake my actions for charity. Charlotte fell quiet for a moment, letting his answer sink in. Then, putting aside her doubts and frustrations, she asked the question that mattered most. Now, where is the rendezvous point? Deculane responded at once, as if the decision had already been settled long before she asked. In 3 days at the entrance of Crevice Canyon. If you fail to reach that point, then you are not worth saving. Charlotte's reply came back sharp, biting, and every bit as proud as his own arrogance. Understood. I just hope your skills are as reliable as that mouth of yours. A glowing panel suddenly appeared before Deculane, displaying the announcement of a new task. It read, Independent Quest, Rescue, Shop Reward 4. Beneath that, additional achievement rewards were listed as well. 3 days later, within the Eucline domain, excited voices rose from all directions as the newcomers looked around in amazement. Wow, is this Hydecane? One of them exclaimed. Looks like it. Another answered. It feels like we've stepped into a completely different country. A third person gazed at the scenery in awe and added, yeah, this place is really beautiful. Hydecane, the capital of Deculane's territory, was famous as a lively tourist city filled with entertainment, elegant streets, refined food, and scenery designed to feel both comfortable and beautiful. It had been modeled after renowned real-world cities, praised for how pleasant they were to live in. Even so, no matter how often people had requested gatherings there, Deculane had rejected every single proposal until now. Standing beside him, Yariel glanced over with a teasing expression, clearly enjoying the chance to point out his sudden change of heart. Why did you suddenly change your mind, she asked. You always said gatherings couldn't be held here? Weren't you the one who kept complaining about how filthy they were? Deculane quietly considered the real reason behind his decision. Hydecane was close to the planned rendezvous at Crevice Canyon, only about 3 or 4 hours away by ride. When the proper moment came, he would be able to slip away from the city without attracting unnecessary attention. Deculane shifted his gaze toward Yariel, his expression calm and his tone practical as he asked, where will the newcomers be resting? Yariel responded immediately as if she had been waiting for him to ask and had already checked every detail twice. I reserved an entire floor at the Hydecane Romance Hotel for the students and professors who are coming in. The standard rooms are arranged for 4 people each, but if anyone wants a private room, they can pay the extra cost themselves. Deculane listened, then gave a brief nod of approval. Good. Of course. Yariel answered with complete confidence, carrying herself like everything had already been handled flawlessly. After that, Deculane stepped in front of the assembled guests, standing there not only as their academy professor, but also as the lord who governed Hydecane and gave them only the bare minimum explanation they needed. A gathering is meant to be free and comfortable, Deculane said, his composed gaze slowly moving across the rows of students and professors. I have no intention of controlling every little way you choose to enjoy yourselves. However, there are a few personal rules of mine, and every single one of you will obey them. As those words left his mouth, Deculane's expression changed in an instant. The calm look on his face sharpened into something colder, and even the atmosphere around him seemed to tighten. His stare carried a quiet warning, while his lowered voice made the listeners stiffen before they even realized it. If even one person here dares to dirty my hotel or my territory, Deculane warned, his voice slicing straight through the cheerful mood around them, then you may as well give up on living peacefully at the Magic Tower for the rest of your life. Once his warning had been made clear, Deculane turned the rest of his time towards setting up everything he needed behind the scenes. Piece by piece, Hydecane was arranged into a convenient strategic base for his next move, and by the time he finished, every preparation had been placed at a standard he could personally accept. After that, Yariel led him over to the mages stationed throughout the city, showing them off with obvious pride in her expression. So what do you think of the mages from our Hydecane Tower? They're clearly the best among all the regional towers, aren't they? Deculane did not answer immediately. He simply observed them in silence, and with the combined effect of his clairvoyance and divine intuition, the truly gifted mages stood out clearly to him, wrapped in a distinct golden aura. After watching the group for a while, Deculane raised his hand and pointed without hesitation, as if his judgment had already become absolute. Give that mage a raise, that one, as well as for the man wearing glasses, dismiss him. Uriel's eyes widened at once, her confident smile breaking into disbelief. Huh, what? Why him? Deculine had been concentrating so intensely on checking every small detail that he failed to notice how quickly the hours were passing. By the time he finally paid attention to the sky again, dusk had already settled over Hydecane, and everyone had gathered around a massive campfire. The professors were seated in a straight, orderly row, their backs stiff and their expressions serious enough that they looked more like students trapped in an extra class than teachers enjoying a trip. Among all the participants gathered there, Sylvia Josephine Alade was the first person called forward. Sylvia lifted her magic into the night sky, and moments later, explosions of light bloomed one after another overhead. Glittering shapes spread across the darkness like flowers made of sparks, brightening the open space below, until the entire camp seemed washed in dazzling color. The old professor began praising her almost immediately, nodding over and over with clear satisfaction, as expected of Sylvia. Absolutely flawless, 10 points. The female professor beside him reacted with the same admiration, her gaze still lingering on the fading lights above. The fireworks are beautiful, 10 points. Julie let out a weary sigh, her frustration impossible to hide as she watched the judging unfold. Why does the professor give homework even during a trip like this? We came all the way out here, and somehow we're still being forced to do a magical fireworks experiment. Ephorine replied with a dry, weak little laugh, her shoulders sagging as if she had long since accepted that complaining would not change anything. Ha ha, right? Seriously. Once Sylvia's brilliant performance had ended and the last sparks disappeared from the sky, the next group to be called forward was Ephorine's team. Slowly, the attention around the campfire shifted toward them. Ephorine quickly stepped up and began explaining their work, speaking in a hurried voice while preparing the spell. For this one, we combined destructive magic together with harmonizing magic as well. But before she could properly finish laying out the idea, a professor's voice suddenly cut sharply through her explanation. She had barely managed to continue before that interruption swallowed the rest of her words completely. Just like that, her presentation was stopped right in the middle, leaving her explanation hanging unfinished. Enough, the professor said with open impatience, clearly uninterested in listening any longer. Skip the boring explanation and launch it already. Ephorine flinched at the blunt order, then hurriedly straightened herself and answered, "Ah, yes." Ephorine lit the firework stick in her hand, and almost immediately the prepared magic burst to life. A streak of light shot upward from the campfire area, racing into the dark sky above them. A brilliant explosion of glittering light spread across the night, blooming wide enough to fill the entire sky with color. For a brief moment, the glow was so vivid and balanced that it seemed capable of standing right beside Sylvia's earlier display. Even the students gathered below could not help reacting with admiration as they looked up. "Wow, that's really beautiful." One of them murmured in awe. Another student nodded, clearly impressed as well. Ephorine's group did a great job too, didn't they? But even with the crowd responding so warmly, the old professor looked far from satisfied. His brows pulled together and he delivered his judgment without pausing to soften it. 6 points. The explosion was much too loud. The female professor sitting beside him was even harsher, giving her score with a colder, more merciless tone than the first. 4 points. Julie immediately looked like she was about to argue, her face tightening as she struggled to accept such an unfair score. What? Why? But before her protest could go any further, Ephorine stopped her quietly. "It's okay, Julie." Then, without any warning, Deculin's voice rose above the fading murmurs of the crowd and cut cleanly through the atmosphere. 10 points. It achieved a perfect balance between destructive magic and harmonizing magic. Deculin stated calmly, as if the answer were obvious. The two professors beside him turned to stare at him in surprise, both of them clearly shocked that he had given such a generous score. Ephorine herself looked just as uncertain, blinking in confusion as though she wondered whether she had heard him correctly. Huh? 10 points already? After the evening exercise finally wrapped up, Deculin did not linger around the gathering any longer than necessary. Without wasting even a little time, he left the campfire behind and headed straight toward the place where his horse had been prepared. At last, every task that required his public presence had been completed. Now he could leave quietly without drawing any unnecessary attention. As he approached the waiting horse, one question pressed steadily at the back of his mind. Had Charlotte managed to reach the rendezvous point safely? Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him, breaking through the quiet night and forcing his steps to stop. Is it because of guilt? Deculin turned his head and looked back, his expression still composed, though his tone remained firm and distant. What are you doing here at this hour? Return to the camp. Ephraim stood there with worry plainly visible on her face, but she did not step away or lower her gaze. Please tell me, during the disciplinary hearing, during the club incident, and even today, why do you keep treating me like this? Is it because of my father? Deculane did not give her the answer she was searching for. Instead, he quickly stepped up into the saddle, already preparing to depart, and replied in a short, cold voice, "Figure that out on your own?" Then he looked down at her from horseback and added in the same sharp tone, "You are no longer a child who can simply sulk whenever things do not go your way." Those words hit Ephraim with painful force. She could only stand there, clenching her jaw tightly and grinding her teeth as bitterness and frustration rose inside her chest while she stared up at him. Deculine rode away without turning back, and as his figure began fading into the darkness, Ephraim shouted after him with all the strength she could gather, "I will apply to become your assistant." Her voice trembled as it carried into the night, but the resolve behind it did not weaken. "Professor, I will uncover the truth myself. I'll find out why my father committed suicide," Ephraim cried, throwing those words into the darkness where Deculine had disappeared. "I'll find out why he had to do something like that. No matter what it takes, I will surpass you." She continued, her voice burning with wounded pride, frustration, and determination all at once. "I will become greater than Professor Deculine." After shouting everything she'd been holding in, Ephraim was left standing there alone with Deculine already vanished beyond her sight. The empty space around her felt unbearably wide, and the silence after her outburst only made the loneliness pressing against her small, wounded heart feel even heavier. In the end, Ephraim raised a hand to her face, wiped away the tears gathering at her eyes, and slowly turned back toward the camp. At the same time, Deculine's own mind was far from peaceful. As he rode through the darkness, messy thoughts churned inside him. Would Ephraim truly try to follow him by becoming his assistant, and yet despite everything that had happened, his villainous fate still had not activated? What exactly had the original Deculine done to Ephraim's father? That was still the piece of the situation he did not know. But if the original had truly committed something unforgivable, then Deculine understood one thing with perfect clarity: his own life could be placed in danger. When he finally arrived at the meeting point, Deculine dismounted and gave his horse a clear command before sending it away. "You cannot go any farther. The malevolent energy begins from here. Return to the stable for now and come back at noon." After that, Deculine turned his attention to the surrounding area, carefully scanning through the darkness. Has Charlotte's group arrived yet? I should contact them through the crystal. But before he could reach for the communication crystal, a familiar voice emerged from the darkness ahead of him. Deculine answered in a tone softer than usual, as if he could already hear the exhaustion carried in Charlotte's voice. "You must have had a difficult journey getting here, didn't you, Charlotte?" Charlotte stepped into view with Princess Maho beside her. Only 2 guards were still with them now, and both looked pale, battered, and visibly injured, though by sheer luck, their wounds did not appear to be fatal. Just as they had promised, Charlotte's group had managed to reach the rendezvous point there. Standing right at the edge of the dangerous path ahead, Deculine finally met Charlotte, the injured Princess Maho, and the last surviving guards who had made it this far. Deculine moved toward the worn-down group with measured steps, his back perfectly straight and his expression controlled despite the grim state before him. Then, with the refined grace expected from a noble of Ukraine, he lowered himself into a formal bow before Princess Maho and her companions. In a calm, dignified voice that carried clearly through the tense air, he introduced himself. "I am Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine, a professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University. From this point onward, I will open the way for the princess's escape." Deculine continued, his tone steady enough to make the words sound like a certainty. "So you may set aside your worries." Princess Maho quickly bowed her head in return, relief softening her exhausted face as she answered, "We are truly grateful for your assistance." Deculine's gaze slowly passed over each member of the group, noting their pale complexions, torn composure, and battered bodies. "The journey here must have been severe," he said quietly, his voice lowering as he took in their condition. "Every one of you looks terribly exhausted." At that moment, Charlotte stepped forward and pressed a folded letter into Deculine's hand without delay. He looked down at the paper, then lifted his eyes slightly and asked, "What is this?" Charlotte's face was hard with worry as she replied, "Keep it. I took that from the mercenaries." Deculine unfolded the letter and began reading in silence. His eyes moved across the page with cold precision, and as the meaning of the written words became clear, his expression tightened just enough to show that the contents were anything but ordinary. A moment later, his fingers clenched around the paper, crushing it into a wrinkled ball in his hand. "Disgusting," he muttered, his voice carrying a chilling edge. "They truly have no sense of restraint." Charlotte watched his reaction with obvious unease and asked, "Will you really be all right?" "Of course I will," Deculin replied at once, without even a trace of hesitation. "Stay close to me and everything will be fine." Princess Maho stared up at him with a puzzled look, as though she could not quite grasp how he could speak with such unwavering confidence in a place like this. Deculin then turned his back to them and faced a dark, corrupted path stretching ahead. His decision had already been made, and his voice remained calm as he said, "If there are no further problems, then we depart now." The group began their march into Crevice Canyon. Behind Deculin, the three others were quickly forced to cover their noses, struggling against the foul, malevolent energy drifting through the air like a toxic mist. Deculin alone continued forward without showing the slightest need for protection. As they advanced deeper along the path, Princess Maho glanced toward Charlotte with worry in her eyes and quietly asked, "Charlotte, what was written on that paper?" I noticed Professor Deculin's expression change after he read it. Maho continued in a soft, uneasy voice. For just a moment, he looked as though something was wrong. Charlotte looked back at the princess, concern flickering across her face. She clearly did not want to place more fear on Maho's shoulders, but after a brief pause, she chose not to hide the truth. "That paper said there are as many as 37 assassins pursuing us," Charlotte explained, her voice growing heavier with every word. "And among them is someone known as Dianon." Charlotte's expression grew even darker as she continued, the weight of the name settling over them. Yes, Dianon is a hybrid creature, born from both demon and spirit. Because of that nature, he is extremely difficult to destroy, whether you try to kill him with physical force or with magic. "That is exactly why he is even more troublesome than the assassins themselves," Charlotte said, tension tightening her voice as her grip clenched. Princess Maho's face stiffened in disbelief, her voice shaking as she whispered, "No, that cannot be." "And the most revolting part," Charlotte added, her tone dropping lower as disgust entered her words, "is that Dianon is a being created through a pact." Maho repeated the word back in shock, barely able to process it. "A pact?" "Dianon can only be summoned through a dark spell called demon summoning," Charlotte explained. "To call a creature like him into existence, they use human bodies and demon horns as the required materials." In other words, just to hunt us down, they are using the sort of cruel, dark magic that only the most vicious sorcerers would ever dare to touch, Charlotte said bitterly. And people capable of that kind of act are trying to become the rulers of a kingdom. Still, if there's one thing we can place our hope in, Charlotte continued, her gaze shifting toward Deculin's back as he walked ahead of them, it is the fact that the person guiding us right now belongs to the Euclane family. The Euclane bloodline was an ancient one, and for generation after generation, it had carried a prestigious and fearsome reputation. They were known as a family of demon hunters, a name that fiends themselves had reason to fear. A translucent notice flickered before Deculine's eyes, laying out the nature of his bloodline. The Euclane lineage displayed exceptional power when vanquishing fiends, when facing demons, or when dense malevolent energy filled the surroundings. Those born from this family could purify the malefic aura around them and convert it into their own mana. The quality of that purified mana would then rise by one tier. The farther Deculin and the others pushed into the canyon, the more clearly he understood why this place had earned the name Crevice Canyon. It was not difficult to understand why people whispered about it as though it were a den crawling with demonic creatures. The malevolent energy hanging in the air was so dense that it almost felt alive, crawling over the skin and pressing against the lungs. For an ordinary person, simply breathing in that place would be painful enough to become a real threat. But for Deculine, the situation was completely different. The suffocating malefic aura that weakened others became an extraordinary advantage for him. And even if it lasted only temporarily, his mana quality rose all the way to tier 4. Mana quality was a crucial factor, so important that even a difference of one tier could create a noticeable gap between mages. In general, that quality was divided into 10 separate tiers. Most ordinary people remained around tier 9 or tier 10. Anyone whose mana quality reached tier 7 or higher already possessed enough potential to attempt the path of a mage or a knight. From tier 5 and above, the number of people capable of reaching such a level dropped dramatically. The famous figures whose names were known throughout the continent often had mana quality somewhere around tier 3 or tier 4. Tier 1 was closer to a symbolic realm than a practical one, spoken of as a level reserved for gods and never truly reached by anyone. Even tier 2 was held by only 4 people across across the entire continent, the Dean of Berkt, the Imperial Guard Knight of Freyden, the Archmage Demand, and finally Adrian, headmaster of the Royal Magic University. Now that Deculin's mana quality had temporarily climbed to tier 4, defeating an enemy like Dianon was no longer beyond reach. As long as no unexpected variable appeared, handling that creature was entirely possible. Behind him, Charlotte called out in a strained voice, her anxiety slipping through no matter how hard she tried to control it. Deculin, can you move a little faster?
Deculine looked back at her with a calm, unreadable expression and answered evenly, Charlotte, are you letting impatience cloud your judgment? Stay composed. If you hurry through this place carelessly, you will only increase the danger of contamination.
Charlotte's expression sank at his warning, the frustration and fear both showing on her face. But just then, Princess Maho gently reached out and tugged at her sleeve. The princess looked up at Charlotte with soft eyes and spoke in a quiet, reassuring voice. Charlotte, everything will be fine. Please, Maho added gently, trying to soothe her despite the fear she herself must have been carrying. Do not worry too much. Charlotte looked down at Maho in silence, and a sorrowful tenderness filled her gaze. Even in this terrifying situation, the princess was still trying to comfort her instead.
Princess Charlotte thought, her chest aching as she watched Maho's gentle expression. You truly have such a kind and warm heart.
Even though you must be more frightened and anxious than anyone here, you are still worrying about the feelings of the people who serve you. In that moment, Charlotte's resolve hardened deep inside her. No matter what waited for them in the canyon, she silently vowed that she would never allow anyone to harm Princess Maho. Suddenly, Princess Maho raised her voice and pointed toward the path in front of them. There's something over there! From within the murky, corrupted air, a flock of falling demons came rushing toward them, their sights locked on the moving party. Individually, each creature did not seem overwhelmingly powerful, but their numbers were anything but small. Charlotte reacted immediately, her hand tightening around the hilt of her sword as her jaw clenched. So they finally arrived, she muttered, bracing herself for battle. But before Charlotte could even draw her blade from its sheath, Deculine stepped forward and stopped her with a quiet, controlled command. Leave them to me. Deculine focused his mind and activated his telekinetic power, preparing his attack with a precision that left no movement wasted. Around him, the sharp stones he had prepared in advance slowly rose into the air, taking position one after another. They hovered like a deadly storm, waiting only for his will to release them. Then, without the slightest hesitation, the stones shot forward all at once, ripping through the air at terrifying speed as they flew straight toward the incoming falling demons. Their razor-like edges caught the faint light of the canyon, making each flying stone look even more lethal than an ordinary blade. The falling demons were struck from every direction at the same time. With the stones closing in around them, they had no room to dodge, no path to escape, and no chance to break through toward the group. Some of the creatures were sliced cleanly in half, while others had their heads blown apart before they could even reach Deculine and the others. One after another, they dropped from the sky, shredded like autumn leaves and crashing uselessly to the ground before they could do anything at all. Once the obstacles in front of them had all been dealt with, Deculine slowly turned back toward the group. There was not even the faintest hint of alarm on his face, only that same composed, unreadable expression as he spoke in a level voice. Let's move, we don't have much time to waste here. Behind him, the others could barely hold back their shocked murmurs. That thick swarm of demons had come raining down like a nightmare, yet Deculine had erased them with a single blow, scattering them as easily as dust caught in a gust of wind. At that moment, everyone understood it again. Professor Deculine truly stood in a league far beyond ordinary people. With that, their tense march pushed forward once more. The road ahead remained dangerous, and from the darkness around them, monsters kept bursting out one after another, hurling their bodies into the group's path as though something was forcing them to stop Deculine's advance at any cost. But none of those creatures were allowed to stand in their way for long. The instant they showed themselves before Deculine, they were cut down without mercy, destroyed so quickly that they barely had time to realize their lives had already ended. One of the guards swept his eyes across the surroundings, clearly uneasy despite their progress. In a low mutter, he said, "The small ones keep coming at us wave after wave, but up to now, we still haven't seen anything that could really be called a serious threat, right?" The moment those words left his mouth, Deculine seemed to sense something wrong in the air. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sharpening toward the distance, and a thin shadow of displeasure settled over his otherwise calm face. "How unsightly," Deculine said, his voice dropping into an icy calm. "Allow me to make this perfectly clear. If even one of you dares to come any closer, I will rip you apart right here. Charlotte and Princess Maho reacted at once. Their bodies went rigid, their shoulders tightening as their eyes moved quickly across the area, searching the cliffs and shadows while unease spread across their faces. Deculain, on the other hand, remained completely steady. He did not flinch, step back, or show even a trace of surprise. He simply watched the situation unfold with a cold, unwavering gaze, as if everything was still within his expectations. Then, from somewhere high above the cliff, the sound of footsteps began to ring out. The echoes struck the stone again and again, growing clearer with each step as unseen figures moved along the rocky ledge overhead. One of the assassins who had been sent after them let out a slow, mocking laugh from above. Ha ha ha, for a man already standing on the edge of death, your senses are still surprisingly sharp. Across the cliffside, hidden figures began to reveal themselves one by one. Dozens of assassins emerged from the places where they had concealed themselves since afternoon, silently waiting for the perfect moment to surround and strike. If that's the case, the enemy sneered, then you should already know exactly what is about to happen to you, shouldn't you? Deculain merely turned his head a fraction, his voice still calm as he spoke without even raising it. Charlotte, take the princess and go ahead to the Duchy of Urin. Charlotte's eyes widened sharply, and for a moment she could not hide the disbelief on her face. The order had come so suddenly that all she could manage was a stunned, "What?" Deculain answered immediately, his tone remaining perfectly even, as though the danger around them was nothing worth discussing. "And you," he said, "are expecting me to act worried about my own safety? My apologies, but that concern is entirely unnecessary." Charlotte's temper snapped back at him. "That insolent mouth of yours really has no cure?" Deculain did not bother arguing. He simply raised one hand and pointed toward the assassins gathered above them. "Look over there!" At the exact spot where the assassins had clustered together, Deculain quietly lifted his wand, its tip fixed on them with chilling precision as if he had already marked every single one of them for execution. A split second later, a violent explosion tore across the cliffside. Stone and force erupted through the area, ripping the ground apart and sending the assassins crashing down as if Deculain had struck them with effortless accuracy. Before they could even understand what had hit them, the assassins began collapsing one after another. Sharp fragments of stone flashed through the air like streaks of light, cutting through their bodies with brutal, unstoppable speed. In the span of only a few moments, every assassin gathered in that area had been slaughtered. Their bodies lay scattered across the ground, blood spreading beneath them, while Charlotte could only stare in stunned silence at how quickly Deculain had ended it. Deculain lowered his hand and spoke again, his voice as calm as before but carrying firm authority. "Now do you understand? Your role is to get away from this place as quickly as possible." Charlotte narrowed her eyes, clearly struggling with his words. Frustration tightened her expression, but at the same time, she seemed to be weighing the situation carefully, knowing there was little room left to argue. At last, Charlotte turned toward the princess and forced herself to act. "Princess, we need to go now," but just as she said that, Maho's attention shifted past her, and the princess suddenly called out, "Hey, look, Charlotte!" Charlotte immediately followed the direction of Princess Maho's pointing hand. Her head snapped around, her eyes tracking the line of Maho's gesture to see exactly what had drawn the princess's attention. There, high on the cliff, stood a mysterious figure wrapped in a thick and suffocating mass of mana. His presence alone seemed to darken the air around him, carrying a gloomy pressure that felt far more terrifying than the assassins beside him. He stood among the assassins as though he naturally belonged above them all. From his place on the cliff, he looked down at the people below with a proud, fearless gaze radiating complete confidence. Princess Maho quickly turned to Charlotte, unease tightening her voice. "Charlotte, what is that?" Charlotte's expression hardened in an instant, her face growing grim as she muttered, "Damn it, he's dangerous." Even with Charlotte's concern, Deculain remained perfectly composed, as if the arrival of that ominous figure had not changed the situation at all. "The plan remains the same," he said. "Take Princess Maho to the Duchy of Urin immediately." Charlotte's voice rose with anxiety as she protested. "But you can't defeat them by yourself." For a brief moment, Deculain said nothing. Then he looked ahead and spoke in a low, steady voice. "I will kill that man." The swordsman standing near him stepped forward as well and added with resolve, "I will assist the professor. Please leave this place quickly." Charlotte's face grew heavy, her expression weighed down by guilt. In that instant, the painful truth pressed against her chest. Right now, there was almost nothing she could do to help them fight. Noticing the look on Charlotte's face, Deculain continued in that same controlled tone, "There is no reason for you to grieve or torture yourself over this. Once Princess Maho regains her power, repay the Eucline family for what is being done here. I will send summons to escort you, so stop wasting any more time. Charlotte clenched her teeth hard, her jaw tightening as anger burned in her eyes. More than anything, she seemed furious at her own helplessness, forced to retreat while others remained behind to fight. Then Charlotte grabbed Princess Maho's hand and started running. As she pulled the princess away from the battlefield, she left Deculin with one final promise. We'll meet again at the Duchy of Urin. The lesser assassins immediately moved to pursue them. One shouted after them, "Don't let her get away," while another laughed with a sneer, "Ha! How far do those two women really think they can run?" But before the assassins could rush after Charlotte and Maho without restraint, Deculin's voice cut cleanly through the air behind them. "You would be wise to worry about yourselves first." The enemy glared down at Deculin with open contempt and spat out his words. "You arrogant mage with nothing but a few summons that don't even hold a single drop of mana. Do you honestly believe you can kill this body?" He went on, his voice soaked in mocking confidence. "Your magic will not be of much use either. In this place, mana and spells are swallowed by the malefic aura. So tell me, Deculin, how exactly do you plan to kill me?" The enemy stood proudly on the cliff, speaking as though the outcome had already been decided. Every word he threw down carried arrogance, as if victory already belonged to him, and Deculin's resistance was nothing more than a final joke. Deculin silently observed him and began forming his own judgment. The man was vain enough to be drunk on his own confidence, but that confidence was not entirely empty. Ordinary physical strikes and common magic would not be enough to bring down a being like this. His body was nearly fluid in nature, and this terrain was deeply hostile to standard spells. However, that kind of disadvantage only mattered to ordinary mages. For someone carrying the Euclane bloodline, this environment did not simply weaken magic in the usual way. In fact, the battlefield's conditions could work in the exact opposite direction, meaning the advantage did not belong solely to the enemy. Here, Deculin's mana quality had not weakened in the slightest. Instead, it had grown sharper and stronger, and even the rate at which his mana recovered had increased, giving him far more room to fight than the enemy seemed to realize. And along the route that had led them to this point, Deculin had already made his preparations. Step by step, he had layered multiple mana effects onto his summoned items, strengthening them quietly before the battle even began. Because of all that preparation, the enemy standing before him was not nearly as troublesome as he appeared at this particular moment. To Deculin, the situation was still entirely manageable. Then, without warning, one of Deculin's summons appeared directly above the enemy's head. It hovered in the perfect position, as if it had been placed there in advance, waiting patiently for the exact instant to strike from above. In the next instant, a stone fired forward with terrifying speed and sliced cleanly through the enemy's neck, severing his head in one brutal motion. Yet even after that, it was obvious at a glance that his body was nothing like an ordinary human's. Deculin understood it immediately and with absolute certainty. A single strike, no matter how clean, would never be enough to truly finish something like this. So he did not stop for even a breath. He pressed the attack again and again, tearing into the creature's body with relentless force, refusing to give it even the smallest chance to recover. The enemy tried to strike back by releasing a surge of dark mana, but Deculin faced it directly, meeting the attack head-on and blocking it with calm, effortless control. Behind him, the swordsman called out in a worried voice, "Professor?" That thing may move slowly, but Deculin cut him off at once, not even turning his gaze away from the enemy. "I know. Focus on the battle." Deculin's eyes burned with unwavering resolve as he continued his assault. He would keep striking without hesitation, without allowing the enemy a single opening, until that monstrous creature was completely and undeniably dead. Deculin drew up his power once more, and the air around him immediately began to tremble. In the next instant, dozens of jagged stones sharpened into deadly points and floated around him, each one hanging silently like a blade waiting for its master's order. Then Deculin lowered his arm in one clean motion. The stones responded the very moment he gave the command, and at last the real finishing strike descended upon the enemy. Before that unnatural body had any chance to pull itself back together, the swarm of stones rained down with merciless force. They battered and pierced it again and again, tearing the creature into hundreds of broken pieces, while it could only writhe helplessly beneath the assault. The battlefield was no longer filled with the enemy's arrogance or mocking laughter. All that remained now were its miserable screams, raw with agony, fear, and the despair of realizing it could no longer escape. Behind Deculine, the swordsman could not contain himself any longer. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he shouted in admiration, "You're amazing, Professor!" At that same moment, the final remaining shard launched forward. It cut through the air with terrifying accuracy, flying straight toward the enemy's head like a last sentence being delivered. And as that final strike tore across the battlefield, the long and brutal fight was finally brought to a complete end. Meanwhile, on Charlotte's side, things had been just as desperate. She had been forced to turn and fight the assassins closing in from behind, pushing herself through the struggle until she finally managed to cut them down. As soon as the immediate danger was gone, Charlotte hurried straight to Princess Maho. Her face was tight with worry as she rushed to the princess's side and called out, "Princess, are you all right?" Princess Maho slowly sank down to the ground, her strength clearly leaving her body as her face turned pale. "I'm fine, just a little nauseous." Charlotte instantly understood how serious that was. Those symptoms were the early signs of malefic aura poisoning, so she kept her voice gentle but urgent. "We just made it out of the crevice. Please hold on a little longer." Just then, while the tension still hung heavily around them, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind, cutting clearly through the uneasy air. Princess Maho turned toward the source of the voice, and the moment she saw the person standing there, recognition flashed across her face. It was her grandfather, Jurin, the Minister of the Interior of the Duchy of Urin. As soon as Princess Maho realized who it was, the fear and strain in her expression softened a little. The tension that had been gripping her face finally began to loosen. Jurin then shifted his gaze to Charlotte and asked, "And you are?" Charlotte immediately bowed with proper courtesy and answered, "I am Charlotte, Princess Maho's escort." Jurin gave a slow nod and his voice became gentler. "I see, Knight Charlotte, thank you. You brought Maho all the way here on your own." For a brief moment, a shadow of sadness passed over Charlotte's face. She lowered her voice and answered honestly, "No, there were others who helped us get here." After saying that, Charlotte slowly turned her eyes back toward the ravine they had just escaped from. She stared into the distance, unable to hide the worry still lingering in her gaze. Then, after a short silence, Charlotte looked back at the minister. With hesitation in her voice, she asked, "Minister, could you wait for them just a little longer?" Jurin did not make her plead or explain any further. He answered calmly, without a moment of hesitation, "Of course." And so they waited there from the faint light of dawn until the sky slowly darkened toward dusk. But even after all those long hours passed, Deculine and the swordsman still had not appeared. Before them, the road remained completely empty. No figures emerged from the distance, and the fading evening light spread over the area, dyeing everything in a deep crimson glow. Princess Maho kept staring down that empty road, anxiety clear in her eyes. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Will Professor Deculine really be all right?" Charlotte's expression grew darker when she heard that question. After everything they had survived, she understood all too well that Deculine had truly put his own life at risk to protect the princess. Jurin gently rested his hand on Princess Maho's shoulder and gave it a light, comforting pat. In a quiet voice, he said, "We should go." But right when the last trace of hope seemed ready to disappear, the person they had all been waiting for finally came into view. Deculine walked toward them at a slow, composed pace, looking as unhurried as ever. His sharp voice carried through the evening air as he said, "It seems you arrived safely." Beside him, the swordsman scratched the back of his head with an awkward little laugh. "Ha! Somehow we're still alive." Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the two who had been waiting hurried toward them at once. Relief showed plainly in their movements, as if this reunion had come after a much longer separation. After eliminating the assassins and confirming that the princess had safely reached her destination, Deculine did not linger. He immediately gave his farewell. "I will be returning now." Charlotte blinked in surprise and quickly asked, "What? Aren't you going to rest for a while?" Deculine merely brushed the dust from his coat and replied, "There is no need. The matter is finished. Let Jurin explain the details to you." With those words, Deculine turned away and began walking off. Charlotte and Princess Maho could only stand there in silence, watching his back as he slowly departed from them. Charlotte narrowed her eyes as thoughts began to gather in her mind. Before this dangerous journey had started, she had held more than a few doubts about Deculine. In the beginning, she had honestly believed that Deculine's involvement would only create more problems. to her, it had seemed likely that he would make an already difficult situation even harder to endure. But when everything was over, the truth was impossible to ignore. Deculin had genuinely risked himself to help her and Princess Maho reach safety. He had taken the greatest danger onto his own shoulders, standing in the most perilous place by himself while making sure everyone else had a path to escape. Even after all the arguments and tension that had existed between them before, Charlotte felt she could not simply let him leave like that. She quickly reached out toward his departing figure and called after him, "Deculin." When he turned, Charlotte gave him a soft, sincere smile. It was gentle, relieved, and filled with gratitude she could no longer keep to herself.
Thank you.
But Deculin's response was exactly as cold and indifferent as always. He looked at her flatly and said, "Fine. Judging by your condition, you only just arrived and have not even had time to bathe. I refuse to shake hands with hands covered in blood." Charlotte froze in place for a moment, completely thrown off by his reply. Then her teeth slowly clenched, irritation rising across her face as one thought burned through her mind. This damned man really had not changed at all. Deculin continued down the sunlit road without rushing, his pace calm and steady. Little by little, his figure grew smaller in the distance as a quiet silence settled around him. Then, all of a sudden, Charlotte shouted his name from behind once more. Deculin stopped in his tracks, and this time, his voice carried obvious annoyance. "What is it now?" Charlotte called after him brightly, her voice full of honest feeling. "Travel safely. I will repay today's kindness someday." Beside her, Princess Maho lifted her hand and waved with a happy smile. "Thank you so much, Professor Deculin." Deculin simply looked back at them in silence. His face remained as unreadable and expressionless as ever, revealing nothing of what he might have felt. Then, without offering any proper reply, he turned away again. He only raised one hand in a small, quiet wave, giving them that much as his farewell. A message then appeared before him. The independent mission had been completed, and as a reward, he received 4 shop coins along with an additional 30 mana. Time moved on quickly, and by evening, the scene had shifted to the minister's residence. From outside the room, a familiar voice called, "Minister, it's Charlotte." From within, Jurin answered calmly, "Come in." Charlotte slowly stepped into the room, gave the proper customary salute, and then moved to sit down in the chair across from him. As she sat there, her thoughts were already crowded with concern. She could not tell what Jurin was about to say, and the first possibility that rose in her mind was unsettling. Could the Duchy of Urin be planning to refuse them after all? Or maybe there was some other hidden plan working beneath the surface, but Charlotte quickly pushed that thought aside. No, if they had truly intended to harm them, they would have made their move the moment they first met. Jurin took a seat in the chair beside her, his expression growing serious. After a brief pause, he began in a careful voice, "Charlotte, what I'm about to tell you is important. Listen calmly and try not to be too shocked." Then Jurin continued, his tone steady and solemn. "The Grand Duke wishes for Maho to become his successor. The Grand Duke's house belongs to a founding lineage, completely independent. Unlike ordinary dukes, it is not bound under the royal family." The instant those words reached Charlotte, her entire body went still. For a full 5 seconds, she could do nothing but freeze in place, unable to respond to what she had just heard. For a few long seconds, Charlotte could do nothing but stand frozen in place. Her eyes slightly widened and her breath caught, because the words that had just reached her ears were so unbelievable that her mind refused to accept them right away. Charlotte's voice nearly failed her as she tried to form a response, the question coming out uneven and strained. "Yes, are you saying the princess is going to become the next Grand Duke?" And the reply came immediately without even the slightest pause. "That's right." Perhaps this decision had already been sitting inside the Grand Duke's heart long before Maho's letter ever arrived. Judging from the way things sounded, he simply had never trusted his own nephew enough to place the future of the duchy in his hands. Jiran continued, his voice dropping into a quieter, heavier tone, as if the weight of the secret had finally settled over the room. "Whatever happens, this matter must stay completely hidden. Aside from him, only you and I know the truth right now." Charlotte's eyes narrowed with visible unease, and the concern in her expression deepened little by little. No matter how she looked at it, she could not easily believe that something this enormous could happen so suddenly. Only a short time ago, Princess Maho had almost lost her life because of the brutal fight for succession. She had no money, her body was small and delicate, and she looked so fragile that it felt as though the world itself could break her if it pressed down too hard. And yet now, the very moment that same princess finally crossed into the duchy and stood within its borders, she had been chosen as the one who would inherit it. Everything had happened so quickly that Charlotte could barely keep her thoughts in order. Then, as if one urgent possibility suddenly flashed through her mind, she lifted her head at once and asked in a hurried voice, "Sir, besides me, is there anyone else who already knows about this?" Jurin dipped his head slightly before answering, his tone calm and deliberate as though the matter was obvious. "What are you talking about? Of course there isn't. I only heard it from the Grand Duke himself just a few minutes ago." Outwardly, Charlotte accepted his explanation and gave no sign of arguing against it. But somewhere deep inside her chest, a faint, uncomfortable doubt remained, clinging to her thoughts in a way she could not clearly explain. Deculin's earlier words began to replay in Charlotte's mind, one after another. He had said that he only wanted her and the princess to survive, because their survival would benefit his house and his territory. He was not protecting Maho out of simple kindness or sympathy. In his eyes, this was a transaction, a deal that brought value to his side as well. So Charlotte did not need to torment herself by overthinking it. If she felt guilty, then that guilt was misplaced. Once Princess Maho gained real authority, all she had to do was repay the debt she owed to House Yuclane. After all, Maho was not just a princess, she was an ally with extraordinary value. But the more Charlotte turned those words over in her mind, the more knotted and complicated her thoughts became. What exactly had Deculine been trying to say back then? His calm attitude now felt strange, almost as if he had already predicted this result before anyone else could see it. He had once told her that he understood politics extremely well, and that when it came to intelligence, judgment, and insight, he stood on a level far above her own. At the time, Charlotte had brushed those words aside as nothing more than Deculine's usual arrogance. But now, with everything unfolding before her eyes, she could not stop herself from wondering whether he had truly known the entire situation from the beginning and had quietly arranged every piece before anyone noticed. As that possibility sank deeper into her mind, Charlotte's face slowly darkened. One chilling thought passed through her like a whisper. What a terrifying monster. Even so, no matter how impossible it all seemed, the result Deculine had brought about was standing before her now as an undeniable reality. The tension in Charlotte's face gradually loosened, and at last, a small smile of relief appeared softly on her lips. Then, almost without noticing it herself, her thoughts drifted to Deculine, and she found herself wondering whether he had managed to return safely. At that exact same time, inside his own residence, Deculine was lying comfortably across a warm bed, his body finally still and relaxed after the chaos and exhaustion of the previous day. Yet, after only a brief rest, his eyes opened again and he pushed himself upright from the bed. Had he truly slept for only about 2 hours? He turned his gaze toward the window, where the outside world remained wrapped in dim morning light, the sun still not fully risen beyond the edge of the horizon. Deculine changed into his sleepwear, calmly confirming once again that his steel persona trait was powerful enough for even a short nap to erase almost every trace of fatigue from his body. No matter how intense and severe the events of yesterday had been, his body had already recovered so completely that it felt as though nothing had happened at all. Because of that annoyingly efficient recovery, Deculine had no real excuse to remain lying in bed. So with some reluctance, he forced himself to rise. First, he decided he needed to test his ability again and see just how precisely he could control and manipulate objects using nothing but his mind. A faint thought crossed his mind that people from the modern world would probably envy a trait like steel persona. But in the next moment, Deculine suddenly stopped, sensing something quietly stirring somewhere within himself. He released a weary sigh, weighed down by the realization that he should have started training with this kind of discipline much earlier. The rhythm was brutally simple. Wake up and then immediately train. And once that training ended, he would train again. There was no rest, no pause, and no room for complacency, only the constant search for his own flaws and weaknesses, so he could grind them down and correct them one by one. That relentless habit had most likely taken root, because Deculine von Grahan-Yuclane had spent his life standing close to danger. But danger by itself could not fully explain why that instinct had become so deeply carved into him. It was discipline, unshakable willpower, and a spirit tempered as hard as steel that allowed him to live each day without wasting it. Deculine stared silently up at the ceiling, thinking to himself that he wished he had lived this way long before now. Then a memory surfaced in his mind, his girlfriend looking at him with a tired, worn-out expression, her face heavy with exhaustion, as she asked, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?"
No, I'm leaving. Oh, okay.
Back then, he had not understood just how pathetic he must have looked. obsessing over meaningless things while the truly important parts of his life slipped further and further away from him. If Kim Woojin had been even a little more like the Deculine he was now, then perhaps she would never have chosen to walk away from him. Deculine muttered a complaint under his breath, annoyed that even wanting a little extra sleep had become difficult, all because the steel persona made his body far too inconveniently efficient. For someone like him, trapped inside this game world, having 22 waking hours in a single day truly felt absurdly long. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the docks, where the students had finally made their return to the capital. Wow, this was actually fun. I'm kind of sad we have to leave. Yeah, next time, we should bring the whole family with us too. Inside a narrow alley close to the docks, Ganesha was keeping herself quietly tucked out of sight. The children beside her, however, were far too excited to stay calm. Oh, there are so many mages, I want to watch too. Someone explained that those people were rookies from the Magic Tower returning after their time at the ravine. Leah stood off in the corner, tilting her head with a puzzled expression as she looked around. But why are we sneaking around and hiding here? Ganesha turned back toward her with a strained little smile, trying her best to make the situation sound casual. It's just crowded, that's all. We're only standing a little to the side. We're not really hiding. But Leah narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced, and muttered, that sounds suspicious. Ganesha quietly shifted her gaze away from Leah and toward the gate where the dock convoy was beginning to gather.
Damn it.
Why did Deculin have to show up here of all places? And at a time like this, lately, rumors had been spreading that Deculine had changed. Even so, appearing out in public with someone connected to a previous mission target was still nowhere close to being a good idea. And yet, despite sneaking around and trying not to be seen, Ganesha still could not stop herself from staring. His face was so unbelievably handsome that against her better judgment, she almost wanted to keep looking at him forever. How could a person that beautiful actually exist in the world? While Ganesha was still distracted, her eyes lingering on Deculine's almost unreal beauty as if she had forgotten where she was. Leah quietly slipped past her with an ordinary, unbothered step, no matter how crowded it is out there, hiding in a cramped alley. Like this is going too far. I'm heading outside. The instant Ganesha realized Leah was about to leave, she snapped back to reality and reached out in alarm, her voice bursting out before she could control it. Don't! But that sharp warning came out much louder than she intended, cutting through the noise around the docks. And in the very next moment, Deculine's attention was drawn straight toward their hiding place. His gaze shifted in her direction, calm but piercing, and there was no mistaking it anymore. Damn it, Ganesha had been seen by Deculine. Right beside her, Leah also came to a stop. She stared ahead with a blank, strangely distant expression, as though something impossible had just appeared before her, and her mind could not immediately make sense of it. And the moment Ganesha saw the person standing there in front of them, her entire expression changed. The casual mask on her face stiffened at once, replaced by a clear, open astonishment she could not hide. At that exact instant, pieces of the past flooded back into her mind, one after another, rushing in so violently that she barely had time to breathe. Those memories rose like a sudden wave, crashing through every wall she had carefully built inside herself, breaking past the defenses she had relied on for so long. They were memories she had struggled desperately to bury, memories she had pushed down so deep that she believed they would never rise up and hurt her again. But now, in a single instant, her eyes began to glisten. Tears gathered before she could even try to stop them, blurring the person standing in front of her. After all, the 8 years they had spent together were not something that could simply disappear just because time had passed. So why was that image returning to her now so painfully clear, as if it had been waiting all this time to surface again? He should have been nothing more than a character inside a game, someone who belonged to this world and not to the life she remembered. And yet, why did every small detail about him feel so sharp and alive, as though the memories had never faded even a little? On the other side, Deculin von Grahan U. Klein was going through nearly the same kind of shock. He stared at the girl standing before him and found himself unable to look away. She looked exactly like Yuara, the same radiant smile, the same sunlight-like brightness, the very image that had once helped him endure so many painful hardships in his previous life. For a long moment, neither of them managed to say anything. They simply stood there, facing each other, locked in place by the weight of what they were seeing. The air between them seemed to freeze completely, as if that one fateful encounter had stopped the movement of the entire world around them. Their eyes remained fixed on one another for what felt like a very long time. both gazes filled with the same stunned disbelief. Then Deculine abruptly turned his head away, forcing the rising thought back down. He was overthinking again. In the end, the person in front of him was only a character inside this game. Leah also turned her face aside, inwardly scolding herself as if trying to slap sense back into her own mind. Pull yourself together. Damn it, he's only Deculine. She stretched her body as though shaking off that strange, lingering feeling, then walked away as if nothing at all had happened. Ganesha remained behind, watching her go with a faintly judgmental look in her eyes. Deculine, as if trying to brush away the awkward air that had settled around him, turned toward his students instead and spoke in a stern voice. If you walk while eating and scatter crumbs everywhere, I'll deduct points. Seeing him behave as though nothing unusual had just taken place, Ganesha quietly thought to herself, so he noticed us but decided not to say anything. Had he really changed that much? Was the man standing there truly Deculine? A few days later, the scene shifted into the city where a carriage was racing swiftly down the road, its wheels clattering noisily over the stone pavement. Inside that carriage, Yariel sat trembling from head to toe, unable to keep her fear from showing. When Deculine saw her fidgeting restlessly in her seat, he warned her in a cool, composed voice, "Calm down, Yariel. Stop wriggling around like a drenched dog." Yariel turned toward him at once, clearly unable to accept such a blunt remark. "But we're on our way to see the new emperor. It would be stranger if I wasn't scared," Deculine answered without letting his tone waver. "All you need to do at the coronation is bow. We haven't been granted a private audience, so don't cause a scene." Then, as if it were nothing particularly special, Deculine reached out and handed her a neatly prepared packet of papers. "Here. Take this." Yariel accepted the documents with a puzzled expression, glancing down at the pages in her hands. "What is this?" Deculine replied calmly. "Observations. I inferred them after analyzing several conditions, including the new emperor's temperament. Keep them in mind when managing the territory." Inwardly, Deculine thought back over the situation. 12 days had already passed since the late Emperor Krabame's death. Once the new emperor formally ascended the throne, the conflicts along the frontier would start moving at a much faster pace, so he had written down the key events in advance. If Yariel followed the guidance he had prepared for her, then perhaps the difficulty of the missions waiting in the future could be lowered, even if only by a small amount. As Yariel read through the papers, her eyes suddenly widened and she flinched in surprise. "Huh, are you some kind of fortune teller? Don't act like this is normal." Deculine did not answer the question directly. Instead, he simply warned her, "I'll check later." At that, Yariel gave an awkward little smile, like someone who had just been caught doing something wrong. When their carriage finally arrived at the palace, a soldier stepped forward with practiced formality and guided them inside. "Members of House Euclane, this way please." They followed him deeper into the palace grounds, and Yariel looked around with wide, restless eyes. There are already so many people here. As they made their way through the gathered crowd, someone suddenly passed directly in front of them, causing Deculine to pause for a moment in surprise. It was Julie von Deafrieden. Julie looked at Deculine only briefly, her gaze touching him for a single moment before she offered a small bow and continued walking on her way. A faint awkwardness settled over Deculine as he watched her pass by. Was she still struggling because of what had happened with Veron? While that thought still lingered in his mind, a sudden wave of noise rose from the crowd behind him, spreading through the palace grounds all at once. They turned around and saw that the Emperor's carriage had finally arrived. Deculine, Yariel, and everyone gathered around them lowered their heads together in a formal salute, the crowd falling into reverent order. From inside the carriage, a pair of small feet carefully stepped down into view, appearing first beneath the edge of the door. The new emperor then began to move forward, heading inside toward the ceremony that was waiting for her. Without the slightest hesitation, she walked straight toward the throne, standing ahead of her. And with her arrival before that throne, the investiture ceremony formally began. There, before the throne, and in full view of the gathered nobles and officials, the crown was carefully placed upon the new emperor's head. The deep sound of drums thundered throughout the palace, blending with the roaring cheers of the people who had gathered to welcome their new ruler. And just like that, a new emperor was born. Her name was Sophien Yekatera August von Jubrine. After enduring an unbearably dull inauguration ceremony that clearly held no interest for her at all, Sophien let out a long, shameless yawn, paying no attention to the fact that every eye in the room was fixed on her. Iriel stared at her with open disbelief, then whispered under her breath, "She's yawning." The new Emperor Sophian is actually yawning. Even though unmatched authority and absolute power now rested in Sophian's hands, she still looked as if the entire world around her had already lost its flavor. That constant boredom, that hollow disinterest in everything, came from the very nature she had been born with. In the world Deculin remembered, Sophian's gifts were so overwhelming that they almost felt unreasonable. Had she taken up the sword, she could have climbed high enough to become a guardian knight. Had she chosen magic instead, she could have reached the level of a grand archmage. No matter what path she touched, her talent was terrifyingly exceptional. But because every skill and every challenge came to her far too easily, nothing she encountered could keep her attention for very long. Of course, Deculin had a much more immediate problem at that moment. A powerful pressure suddenly pressed down on him, sharp and heavy, as if someone's gaze had singled him out from the entire crowd. Cold sweat began forming on him before he could stop it. What was this sensation? It felt as though someone was not merely looking at him, but staring straight through him. Slowly, he swept his eyes around the room, searching for the source. Who the hell was watching him with that kind of intensity? Then, at last, he realized exactly where that burning red gaze was coming from. It was Sophian herself, seated high upon the throne. Iriel, standing beside him as a lower-ranking noble, noticed the direction of that overwhelming presence and whispered under her breath, "Her Majesty is watching the nobles. She's been looking this way for a while." But Deculin rejected that idea immediately in his own mind. No, that was not the look of someone observing the nobles in general. Sophian was looking directly at him. The real question was why? Why would Sophian be staring at him with such clear and undisguised interest? Up on the throne, Sophian turned a chess piece between her fingers and muttered in an openly dissatisfied voice, "What a boring ceremony. At this point, I'm almost hoping for an ambush or a bombing." Chiron stood close beside her, already accustomed to that dangerous temperament of hers. As Sophian's personal guard, he did not react at all and simply remained silent at her side. Sophian went on, her gaze still fixed ahead as if she had already found the only thing in the room worth watching. "But there is someone here who has managed to catch my interest. I heard about that little thing he attempted, you remember, don't you?" With just one casual remark, he stirred up quite an impressive commotion. "And now, at last, I have finally seen the person who created it." A faint, amused smile curved Sophian's lips as she continued, "That is why I'm looking at him. This should be the very first time he has ever met me, and yet somehow he seems to understand me strangely well." Chiron answered in his usual calm voice, "Who does not know your majesty?" Sophian dismissed that answer with a slight shake of her head. "No, he is different. I cannot put it perfectly into words, but I can tell he is measuring me." Even after he realized that I was staring at him, his own gaze did not waver in the slightest. Sophian smiled with genuine amusement, almost as if she were laughing quietly to herself. "How interesting. It feels as though I have met an old acquaintance again." Understanding the meaning behind her words, Chiron gave a small, quiet nod. "I understand." Then Sophian rose from the throne and took a few steps forward, carrying herself as though the decision had already been made. Now that she had become emperor, it was time for her to begin her work. The first thing she intended to do was tear away the old, unspoken customs that had been allowed to linger for far too long. And among all those outdated customs, the one that came first in her mind was the emperor's class. Some time passed after that, and the atmosphere at the academy had become almost strangely peaceful. Deculin had started preparing for the new term, walking through the academy grounds with his assistant, Alan, following at his side. As they moved along the path, Deculin spoke in his usual cold, composed tone. Even though the new term has started, the students remain as foolish as ever. Beside him, Alan let out an awkward little laugh and tried to soften the comment. "Haha, I think the newcomers simply need some time to adjust." While the two continued forward, they noticed a large crowd gathered in one place, clustered tightly near the gate. Alan looked toward the commotion with curiosity and asked, "Why are there so many people standing in front of the gate?" Deculin gave the crowd only a brief glance before answering without much interest, "I don't know." After that short exchange, the two of them moved on without stopping and eventually entered Deculin's office. Inside the office, Chiron was already waiting for them, accompanied by soldiers from the Imperial Guard. The moment Deculin saw the royal seal of the palace, his thoughts sharpened at once. Why would someone connected to the Imperial family come all the way here looking for him? Chiron then brought out an Imperial edict and began reading it aloud in a formal, steady voice. "Deculin von Grahan Ukraine, please receive this with reverence." Without even a moment of delay, Deculine and Alan lowered themselves to one knee, respectfully bowing their heads as they prepared to receive the Imperial command. Chiron continued to read from the edict. The Imperial family intends to grant Deculine von Grahan-Ukline, head of House Ukline and senior professor of the Magic Tower, the honor of sharing and discussing magic with His Majesty the Emperor. Professor Deculine has been placed on the list of candidates for the position of Imperial Teaching Mage. Therefore, please demonstrate your ability by solving the problem presented by Court Mage George. Deculine felt a quiet flicker of surprise at the sudden proposal. The Emperor had chosen him? The Empire had an old tradition that during the first year after ascending the throne, the Emperor would learn about the world from outside instructors. Knights, mages, and scholars were each selected through their own examinations, then appointed to guide the ruler in their respective fields. Chiron repeated the essential point in the same unwavering tone. Professor Deculine's name is on the candidate list for the Emperor's Guiding Mage. Prove your qualifications by solving the problem drafted by Court Mage George. Deculine quietly weighed the situation in his mind. The Emperor had selected him? This was not an event he had expected to happen to Deculine von Grahan-Ukline, but he could not deny that it was fascinating. Ordinarily, he would not have cared much about something like this, but if an opportunity had come directly into his hands, there was no reason for him to push it away without consideration. After all, anything tied to the Imperial family usually came with rewards generous enough to make the trouble worthwhile. And more importantly, this might also become a chance for him to find out why Sophian had been watching him with such unsettling intensity. Chiron looked at him and added, "Will you accept the challenge? If you believe your skills are insufficient, you may forfeit." Deculine answered immediately, without the slightest hint of hesitation, "I accept the challenge." Chiron then held out a sheet of paper containing the test prompt. "Take it." And with that single handoff, the matter seemed to be decided. After walking a few steps away, Chiron suddenly turned back and looked at Deculine once more. He remembered George saying that this was a problem, difficult enough to make anyone rack their brain for at least 3 full days, and that only those who solved it would be qualified to serve as an instructor. Chiron quietly wondered how long the rumored Deculine would take to overcome a challenge that Sir George himself had declared so demanding. But before that thought could even fully settle in Chiron's mind, a blinding light suddenly burst from the paper, startling him where he stood. Deculine watched the strange phenomenon with complete calm. At that moment, a stream of mana rose from within the rolled paper and began shaping itself into the image of George. The man faced him with a bright, almost ceremonial smile, his tone polished and cheerful as he offered his greeting. "Congratulations, Mage. My name is George and I serve as one of the court mages. From here on, your ability will be measured by the speed and accuracy with which you solve this problem, if you can complete it within 1 day. That alone will already be regarded as a remarkably fast result." The soldiers standing nearby could not keep quiet any longer. A wave of uneasy murmurs spread through them as several pairs of eyes widened in disbelief. "Hold on! Has he already solved it?" One soldier blurted out, barely able to trust what he was seeing. Another, still staring at the completed answer, nodded in shock and answered, "Yes, it's solved. It really is." Deculine turned toward the soldiers with a calm expression, showing no trace of pride or excitement as he explained himself. "The puzzle was certainly not easy. I was only able to solve it because I happened to study ancient rune language not long ago. In that sense, this was less a matter of talent and more a matter of fortunate timing." Behind him, Charon's quiet voice slipped into the moment, carrying a restrained but unmistakable note of admiration. Even taking that into account, this is still an outstanding result. Of course, Deculine knew the real reason better than anyone. The ancient rune language used in the problem was not something ordinary mages encountered often, since it usually appeared only in dusty, obscure, long-forgotten texts. But for him, those strange characters were not unfamiliar at all. In his former life as a game designer, he had personally worked on that very rune font, adjusting its lines, balance, and details by hand. Although that had happened long ago, the shapes of the letters, their structure, and even the logic behind how the runes were arranged still remained clearly lodged in his memory. With that kind of understanding already in place, a question of this level did not feel like a true obstacle to him at all. Once Charon verified with his own eyes that the problem had indeed been solved, he stepped forward with a composed and formal bearing. Then, holding a letter carefully in both hands, he presented it to Deculine von Grahan-Ukline. Charon announced in an official tone, "This invitation has been issued by the royal family. You have been judged qualified to participate in the examination." Deculin accepted the letter smoothly, without hesitation or visible surprise. His expression remained perfectly calm as he offered a short, courteous response. "Thank you." Later, back inside the palace, Sophine listened to Charon's report, and the sharpness in her eyes deepened with clear surprise. He solved it in 5 minutes? Charon lowered his head at once and confirmed the result without delay. "Yes, Your Majesty." Sophien responded immediately as though the conclusion required no further debate. "Then there is nothing more to consider. We will choose Deculine," but Charon quickly raised his head just enough to object, his voice cautious but firm. "Your Majesty, I fear that decision may be somewhat premature. I believe it would be wiser to observe the situation a little longer." Sophien turned her gaze on him, her expression filled with disbelief, as if she could not understand why he was hesitating. What exactly remains to be observed? He solved the very problem George insisted was extremely difficult, and he did it in only 5 minutes. That result alone should be more than sufficient. She let out a weary, irritated sigh, the kind that made the air around her feel heavier. For several seconds, Sophine said nothing, her eyes narrowing slightly as she appeared to weigh the situation over in her mind. Only after that brief pause did she speak again. "Ah, I see. You mean the one who supported that woman named Luina von Schleret McQueen instead of Deculin." Sophine's tone made it clear she had already dismissed the comparison, but that mage took a full 4 hours to solve the problem. 4 hours might have sounded impressive if no one else had finished the same problem in 5 minutes. She continued, her voice flat with certainty. "But now that such an overwhelming result exists, the answer is already painfully obvious." Then Sophien's expression changed all at once, the look in her eyes sharpening as if a clever and troublesome idea had just formed. "I have thought of something brilliant. Karen, see to it that my orders are carried out immediately." After Sophien explained exactly what she had in mind, Karen could only remain where he stood, struck completely silent. The details of her plan left him so stunned that for a moment he seemed unable to form even a single response. Meanwhile, at the Freydin battalion, Julie was still standing in the training yard, driving herself through her sword drills with the same merciless discipline she always demanded of herself. The knights watching from a distance exchanged increasingly uneasy glances. "Isn't the captain pushing herself too far?" one of them murmured, unable to hide his concern. The blonde knight beside him nodded, his face tense. "She really doesn't look well." Then the dark-haired knight added in a lower voice, "At least she's still holding her sword. Earlier, I honestly thought she was about to collapse." One of the knights lowered his voice further, as if he were clinging to the only hope that might reach her. The only thing that could raise Captain Julie's spirits right now is the dark-haired man understood immediately and answered. "You mean news that Veron's body has been found? But since he fell near the cliff, that search is going to be extremely difficult." Just then, a soldier came rushing in from outside the training yard, sprinting so hard that his breathing was ragged and uneven, as though he had run the entire way without stopping. "Captain!" he shouted urgently, hurrying straight toward Julie without slowing down. The moment he reached her, he immediately began relaying the message he had carried there. As soon as Julie heard what the soldier had come to report, her entire expression changed. Her eyes widened sharply and visible shock spread across her face before she could conceal it. A clear, formal voice rang out across the training ground, carrying the weight of an official summons. "Julie von Dea Freydin, you have been granted the honor of conversing and dueling with Her Majesty. You have also been selected as a candidate for the position of Knight Instructor, entrusted with the duty of demonstrating swordsmanship before Her Majesty. Pass the examination and prove that your ability is worthy of the role." Julie straightened her posture at once, as if the exhaustion weighing on her moments earlier had been pushed aside by sheer resolve. With her voice steady and filled with unwavering determination, she answered, "Understood?" After receiving the official decision, Julie made her way along a snowy mountain path, moving steadily toward a lone house standing near the summit, isolated against the cold white landscape. The instant she opened the door and stepped inside, a familiar voice reached her from within the room, calm and casual. "Long time no see, Julie." Julie looked farther into the room and saw 3 people already seated inside waiting there as though they had arrived before her intentionally and had been expecting her entrance. She gave them a respectful nod, her tone composed as she greeted them. "Yes, it has been a while. Seniors," the blonde young man answered with an easy, cheerful smile, leaning into the moment with familiar warmth. "I had a feeling you would be among the candidates. Come on, take a seat. Make yourself comfortable." He soon slipped into lively conversation, his voice light and nostalgic as he looked around at the gathered faces. I wonder what kind of test they have prepared for us. Seeing everyone assembled like this really does remind me of group projects back in school, doesn't it? The short-haired woman seated among them was Gwen, the Holy Knight. She responded in a calm but cutting tone, her attitude composed and sharp. I cannot say I share that feeling. What I can say is that I have no intention of going easy on anyone, so all of you should be prepared. The broad and sturdy young man was Raffle, known as a mighty knight. He gave a firm nod, agreeing with Gwen without the slightest hesitation. Of course, every one of us came here with the same purpose in mind. After that short exchange, the conversation gradually lost its momentum. The voices faded one by one, and the room settled once again into a thick, heavy silence. Then, the blonde young man shifted his gaze away from the others and looked toward the chair placed squarely at the center of the room. I suppose that must be the judge's seat, he said, studying the empty chair with mild curiosity. They're running a little late, aren't they? Gwen then added, I heard Vice Captain Isaac, who was originally supposed to judge this test, is currently resting because of an injury. So who exactly is coming in his place? Raphael simply shook his head and answered, who knows? At that very moment, the quiet tension in the room was broken by the sound of the door opening. Everyone turned their eyes toward the entrance at the same time, their attention snapping to the doorway in a single shared reaction. Julie's gaze fixed on the doorway more intensely than anyone else's. Her eyes narrowed slightly as if she had sensed something unpleasant even before she could clearly see who had arrived. Then, from beyond the threshold, a pair of calm, measured footsteps entered the room, each step controlled and unhurried. The moment Julie saw the person walking in, her body went rigid. Surprise tightened through her posture before she could fully hide it. The man slowly removed his hat with a smooth, restrained motion, then introduced himself in a cool and even voice. Greetings. I am Deculine von Grahan-Uclane, the temporary examiner for the Knight Instructor Selection Test. Julie was not the only one shaken by his entrance. Every person in the room visibly reacted, their expressions tightening as the shock of Deculine's sudden appearance spread through them. Deculine walked past Julie without slowing his pace, his face unreadable and composed. As he moved deeper into the room, a faint line of thought passed quietly through his mind. Julie, however, was fighting her own storm of thoughts beneath her controlled expression, a mage acting as examiner for a knight's test. Why would that happen? What exactly are you planning this time, Deculine? At the threshold stood a dark silhouette, his jet black cloak cutting a sharp contrast against the blinding white snow outside. It was Deculine. His arrival swept through the room like a rush of cold water, striking straight at the pride of the elite knights gathered there. Every pair of eyes locked onto Deculine, the high-ranking mage and noble known for his infamous arrogance. Raffle, the mighty knight, could no longer suppress the anger swelling inside him. He shot up from his seat and roared, "You are the examiner. What the hell would a mage know about a knight's spirit? How dare you judge us?" Even faced with that open hostility, Deculine did not so much as flinch. He stepped farther inside at an unhurried pace, calmly removed his gloves, and seated himself in the central chair with unsettling composure. His gaze, cold and motionless like the surface of a frozen lake, moved toward the furious knight. Yes, I am a mage, not a knight. Therefore, I will not be judging you by flashy sword movements, but by the professional standards required by the palace. You appear displeased that I'm the one seated here, Deculine continued, his tone remaining perfectly even. However, remember this clearly, I am Her Majesty's official guiding mage, and my presence here is the result of a direct imperial order. Do you intend to raise that sword against the will of the crown? The room fell silent in an instant. The authority of the crown seemed to tighten around every throat like an invisible rope, cutting off any thought of resistance. The knight faltered where he stood, his face flushing red with humiliation and anger as he stammered. Chosen as a teaching mage? You? At those words, one of Julie's senior knights fixed a narrowed, suspicious stare on Deculine. His voice came out sharp, laced with sarcasm he did not bother to hide. Then, Sir Examiner, are we truly supposed to trust that this trial will be conducted fairly? You would not happen to favor someone here because of your personal connections, would you? The moment that question landed, the room stirred with uneasy whispers. Everyone present knew there was a complicated history between Deculine and Julie, and that knowledge made the air feel even heavier. Julie herself remained silent, her head lowered as she endured the murmurs, while beneath the table, her hands tightened into tense fists. Deculane showed no reaction to the accusation. He simply closed the file before him with calm precision, his face unchanged and his voice carrying the cold edge of winter frost. My role here is only to supervise the proceedings and record the results. The final decision will still be made by Her Majesty. The trial begins early tomorrow morning. Until then, all of you should rest and conserve your strength. One after another, the knights rose and made their way up the stairs, their quiet murmurs lingering behind them like smoke. Even as they left the room, the doubt among them did not disappear. None of them could fully believe this examination would be fair, but regardless of their suspicions, the authority to judge them ultimately belonged to Her Majesty alone. Deculine watched their backs as they disappeared from sight, his eyes narrowing by the slightest degree. And in the silence that settled afterward, he quietly acknowledged the truth to himself. What those knights had said was not completely mistaken. From the very start, this trial had never been fair at all. However, the unfairness did not come from the reason those knights were imagining. Deculine had not accepted this position in order to help Julie succeed. In fact, his purpose was the exact opposite. He intended to use every possible method at his disposal to prevent her from being selected. That night, the blizzard outside showed no sign of weakening. It screamed across the snowy mountain without pause, slamming against the isolated house as though it meant to rip the entire structure apart. Inside the room, Deculane sat alone beside a flickering oil lamp, slowly turning the pages of an ancient text. The unstable flame cast trembling bands of light and darkness across his sharp features, making his already cold expression seem even more distant and severe. After a while, he shifted his gaze toward the window where the outside world had vanished beneath a wall of night and endless white snow. Knights, by their nature, always began by testing themselves against one another through combat. As Deculane thought of Julie and the fierce determination she continued to carry, his mind drifted to the deep, shadowed corridors of the royal palace. The only reason he had agreed to take on this absurd role as examiner was because of her. It was all because of Julie. A mage with no true understanding of swordsmanship judging a group of elite knights was, on the surface, nothing more than a ridiculous farce. Deculine understood that better than anyone. Even so, at this moment, Julie absolutely could not be allowed to enter the palace. Hidden beneath that palace still lay the greatest unpredictable danger, a single terrifying variable capable of bringing Deculane's life to an end. Freyden's Abyss. The name alone carried the weight of that buried threat. That demonic mirror still remained there, waiting quietly in the depths beneath the palace. At this point in the story, Julie could not be allowed to come face to face with it under any circumstances. Until that mirror was destroyed completely, Deculane would not permit Julie to set foot inside the palace, no matter what he had to do. The following day, Deculane sat before the assembled knights, his posture composed as he announced the first stage of the examination in a clear voice. Your first challenge will test your observation skills and your perseverance. In this snowy mountain region, many rare magical items can be found. Each of you will be given a detailed description of the specific item you must locate and bring back. Without wasting another moment, Deculine produced 4 separate assignments and distributed them to the candidates, giving each knight a different target to search for. There's only one condition. He continued coldly. The item must be returned completely intact. If even a single petal is crushed, or if the smallest scratch appears on one leaf, your result will be declared invalid immediately. Deculane leaned back with an expression that did not soften in the slightest. As for me, I will remain here and wait for each of you to return with your results. Does anyone object? If you have a complaint, speak now, he added, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. Once the trial begins, there will be no second chance. The knights exchanged tense glances, each one reading the unease and pressure written across the other's faces. For a brief moment, no one spoke. The entire room sank into a strained, heavy silence, as though the cold outside had slipped in and frozen every voice. Deculine then drew out his pocket watch, checked the time with cold precision, and delivered the final declaration. Good. Since all of you have accepted the terms, you have exactly 24 hours. The contest begins now. Outside, in the blinding force of the blizzard, Julie pushed herself forward one step at a time. Snow had already piled up to her knees, making each movement feel as heavy as dragging chains through ice. The wind tore violently at her cloak, carrying a bitter cold that numbed her body and seemed sharp enough to freeze the blood in her veins. The item Julie had been assigned to find was an ice flower, a transparent blossom that grew only on sheer cliff faces high up in the mountains. Because it bloomed in such brutal conditions, harvesting one was never simple. Still, 10 of them bloomed and withered every day, which meant the task was difficult but not completely impossible. Julie forced herself onward through the storm, her eyes sweeping urgently over the towering vertical cliffs around her. Yet even while she searched, a question kept digging at the back of her mind. Had Deculine truly come all this way only because Her Majesty ordered him to? After struggling against the snow and wind for hours, Julie finally stopped and released a quiet breath. There, beneath the falling snow, she spotted an ice flower, its crystal clear petals glimmering faintly like frozen glass. The flower was blooming at the very top of a tall rock outcrop, perched in a dangerous place where one careless shift of her weight could send her tumbling down. Julie held her breath and moved with every bit of precision she had sharpened as a swordswoman, carefully plucking the fragile flower without harming it. Then, cradling the delicate blossom as securely as she could, she hurried back toward the wooden house at the fastest pace the storm would allow. When Julie returned and presented the flower to Deculine, he did not even reach out to take it from her hands. He merely lowered his eyes, examined it briefly from where he sat, and spoke in a flat, icy voice. "It is damaged." Julie froze. Where she stood for an instant, her heart seemed to tighten painfully inside her chest, and she stared at him in disbelief. "What? What did you just say?"
Deculine answered without any change in his expression, his tone as cold and steady as before. "I said the item must be intact without any damage whatsoever."
Look closely. Deculine pointed toward one of the flower's petals with calm precision. On the edge of the third petal, there is a tiny cut. It is less than a millimeter long. Julie clenched her teeth and brought the flower closer, forcing herself to inspect it carefully. Sure enough, there was a scratch there, so faint and delicate that it was almost impossible to notice with the naked eye. Bitterness rose in her throat as she realized her mistake. She should have examined it more thoroughly before handing it over. Then Julie raised her head and looked directly at Deculine, her gaze firm and refusing to yield. "I will go get another one." With that declaration, Julie turned around sharply and rushed back outside, disappearing once more into the swirling white storm. On her second attempt, she found another ice flower clinging stubbornly to the cliffside, but this one was growing even higher than the first. Julie climbed with every bit of strength left in her body, her fingers digging into the frozen rock as she dragged herself upward. At last, through sheer effort and a fortunate stroke of luck, she managed to reach the flower. But the violent gusts of snow slammed into her from every direction, nearly ripping her from the cliff and sending her sliding down the icy face of the rock. When Julie finally returned with the second flower, Deculine's expression remained as cold and unreadable as ever. A corner of one leaf is missing. It was cut away by the wind and snow. Meanwhile, one of her seniors was sitting comfortably nearby, eating a hot meal as though the harsh trial unfolding in front of him had nothing to do with him at all. Between bites, he spoke in a casual, almost satisfied tone. "Another defect, huh?" Julie's empty stomach twisted painfully at the sight and smell of food, and the exhaustion from the bitter cold began to make her head feel light, unstable, and faint. Deculine looked at her with a stern, uncompromising gaze, offering no sympathy in his voice. "You are not permitted to touch the food until you complete the task or choose to give up." Then, in that same cold and measured tone, he asked her directly, "Well, will you give up?" Julie's determination flared even hotter, burning through her exhaustion and hunger. Without the slightest hesitation, she shouted back, "No, I will find another flower." Julie von Deafrieden forced her battered body back into the raging storm, stepping once more into a wind so sharp it felt like blades scraping across her skin. The blizzard had only grown more violent, and even with her armor shielding her from the worst of the cold, her exhausted body was already being pushed dangerously close to its breaking point. She understood one thing with painful clarity: if she could not find another ice flower soon, then this entire examination would end in failure. And then on her third attempt through the snow, Julie finally spotted one that looked flawless, untouched by the storm, gleaming faintly beneath the white frost as if it had been waiting there for her. The moment Julie saw it, her gaze sharpened and her eyes narrowed with a fierce, almost desperate determination. To her, that single fragile flower no longer looked like a simple test object. It looked like the last chance she might ever be given.
Julie carefully gathered the delicate flower against her chest, holding it as though it were something priceless that could shatter from the smallest mistake. She curled her body around it to shield it from the flying snow, allowing the freezing frost to pile thickly across her own shoulders instead.
By the time Julie finally carried the flower back through the storm, she believed with every bit of strength left in her heart that this time at last she had succeeded. But Deculin only glanced over the flower for a short moment before his merciless judgment fell again. In that same cold-cutting voice, he told her that even this ice flower was still damaged. Julie's thoughts nearly collapsed under the shock. No, there was no possible way. After everything she had endured to protect it, after dragging herself through the blizzard again, this could not be happening to her a second time. Deculin lifted the ice flower closer for her to see, his eyes resting on the thin, beautiful petals as he continued without a shred of sympathy. According to him, one of those fragile petals had a tiny crack running across it. Julie almost sank right down onto the wooden floor, her legs losing strength as hot tears of frustration gathered in her eyes. How could this keep happening? Why was every attempt ending like this? The outside of the flower had looked perfectly clean, without even the faintest scratch. So why were all of them being ruined? Then, in the middle of her despair, Julie's tear-filled eyes suddenly lifted. Her gaze caught on something inside the shelter, and for a moment, everything else seemed to fall silent. Her eyes slowly moved across the room, passing over the interior of the shelter before finally stopping on the campfire, burning warmly in the center. In that instant, a sharp realization flashed through Julie's mind, cutting straight through her exhaustion. Could that warmth, could the fire itself be the real reason behind all of this? Julie did not stop to explain what she had realized. She forced herself to stand again, her eyes now burning with a stronger light than before, and asked for permission to go outside one final time. She turned away from the shelter and walked back into the swirling snow to continue her search. But this time, instead of heading toward the old cliffs like before, Julie chose a different path. Deculin watched her thin, frost-covered silhouette fade into the storm, her small back looking worn down yet stubbornly unyielding. Inwardly, he concluded that she had finally noticed the pattern behind the test, but even if she understood it now, that knowledge would not be enough to change the outcome. After all, there was still one place Julie could never enter, no matter how desperate she became and no matter how much she searched: the palace. Back at the night examination center, a heavy uneasiness filled the air, pressing down on everyone waiting inside as the storm continued raging beyond the entrance. The knights could not stay still, pacing back and forth with restless steps while their eyes kept drifting toward the white blur outside. One female knight quietly wondered whether Julie could truly succeed, and Julie Sr. clenched his fist, his voice tight with uncertainty as he admitted that even he did not know. Just then, cutting through the roar of the wind, a shout rang out from behind them. Julie had returned. She emerged from the snow with ragged breaths, clutching a glittering ice flower in both hands as she called out for it to be examined. The knights stared at her in sudden joy and disbelief, relief spreading across their faces the moment they realized she had made it back alive. Deculin, however, remained motionless inside the shelter, and without even softening his tone, he ordered them to bring Julie in. But Julie did not take a single step forward. She stayed planted in the snow outside, her body trembling from the cold. Yet her voice carried a firm edge as she asked Deculin to come out instead, insisting that this ice flower was completely flawless. Under the dim light and falling snow, Julie looked painfully exhausted. Dirt stained her clothes, thick ice clung heavily to her cloak, and the brutal cold had drained almost every trace of color from her face. Inwardly, Julie could only bitterly mock how slow she had been to understand the trick. Of course, if an ice flower was brought into a warm room with a burning fireplace, it would start to melt and break down almost immediately. That hidden difference in temperature had been the true trap at the center of the test. Even after hearing her demand, Deculin did not move from his place. His reply came back colder than the blizzard outside, and he flatly refused. He reminded her that he had made the rule clear from the very beginning. Until the examination was officially over, he would not step outside the shelter, not even once. Anger flashed sharply through Julie's eyes, and she clenched her teeth so tightly that her jaw stiffened. Deep in her heart, she became certain that Deculin had never intended to let her pass this examination in the first place. As though he had seen straight through that thought, Deculin continued in a calm, emotionless tone. Before the test began, he had asked whether anyone had any questions or objections, and at that moment, Julie had chosen to remain silent. If she had failed to consider the surrounding environment, then that mistake belonged entirely to her. Julie shouted back that yes, it was her fault, but even admitting that, she still refused to let the test end here. For the first time, a faint trace of surprise flickered across Deculin's face. as if even he had not expected her willpower to burn this fiercely. A moment later, Julie carefully lowered the ice flower onto the block of ice resting near her feet, placing it down with extreme caution. Then she began pulling out her mana, and a powerful surge of energy erupted from her body, spreading into the air around her in a sudden, overwhelming burst. Everyone inside the shelter stared in shock, unable to tear their eyes away from her. But almost immediately, the terrible strain showed on Julie's face and pain twisted across her features. In the next instant, the mana she had released swept through the entire shelter like a violent storm crashing through an enclosed space. Frost rapidly crept across the walls, crawling outward in pale layers as the warmth inside the room was forcefully driven away. Deculine silently watched the transformation take place, assessing her decision with narrowed eyes. Was she truly trying to freeze the entire shelter using her mana? Before long, every trace of heat inside had disappeared. Once the temperature in the shelter had finally dropped to freezing, Julie stepped inside at last. She lifted the ice flower in front of Deculine and asked whether it should be acceptable now. The entire room fell into a heavy silence. Deculine examined the flower for a long moment, letting the tension stretch unbearably before quietly shaking his head. His voice remained completely indifferent as he gave his verdict. The flower, he said, was still flawed. He explained that Julie had used mana to protect the ice flower, but that very mana had reacted with it. Because of that reaction, the flower's internal structure had changed, and in the process, it had been damaged. Julie froze where she stood, as if those words had drained the last bit of strength from her body. No, she thought in desperation this could not possibly be true. She no longer had enough breath left to argue with him. Her vision blurred, her body finally gave out, and Julie collapsed onto the cold floor right in front of Deculine. Every desperate effort she had made had led to nothing, and with that final failure, she was eliminated. Afterward, Julie was carried away to a quiet room so she could recover. Outside, the knights whispered anxiously among themselves, saying that she had fainted from sheer exhaustion, that her body temperature had dropped dangerously low, and that she no longer had the strength to leave on her own. Another knight could not keep his anger hidden, muttering that he had never witnessed such an unfair examination before. The entire ordeal had been so cruel that it left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. Meanwhile, Deculine stood alone in a shadowed corner, his eyes narrowing as he replayed what he had just witnessed. It was the first time he had ever seen Julie use mana directly in that way, and through his mana sight, he had noticed something deeply abnormal. What exactly had his mana sight shown him? A status window appeared before his eyes, revealing an abnormal condition: mana damage. Deculine was stunned by the words. Mana damage did that mean Julie's Dantian had been seriously injured? A wound to the Dantian was not something that happened commonly, and it certainly would not result from ordinary circumstances. In the original storyline, he had never once heard of Julie carrying such a severe injury while still rising to become the greatest knight. So what in the world had happened to her? Just then, Julie Sr. stepped forward with a heavy sigh. He admitted that the test had been far too difficult, and that even he had failed to notice the hidden temperature trap connected to the ice flower. In truth, he said no one could have passed such a test. Deculine looked at the man in front of him and began considering their connection. These knights had been his classmates, and they were also Julie's seniors, which meant they might know something about her past, so he decided to ask directly whether Julie had ever suffered a serious injury before. The knights immediately turned toward him, their faces filled with anger and disbelief. Julie's senior snapped at Deculine, asking if he truly did not remember, because the reason for Julie's condition was Deculine himself. It had happened during the escort mission at Merrick that year. The senior's expression darkened as he spoke, wondering aloud whether the after effects from that incident were still tormenting Julie even now. For once, Deculine was truly caught off guard. The Merrick escort mission, just hearing that name, landed heavily in his mind, as if someone had dug up a buried piece of history from before the game began, something Kim Woo-jin had never been given the chance to learn. He turned his attention to the man beside him and quietly questioned Raphael, who had once crossed swords with Julie himself. Had he noticed anything strange during their duel? Raphael paused, clearly unsure how to put it into words before admitting that whenever he sparred with Julie, she always seemed to hold back her mana on purpose. There was no doubt that Julie's sword intent was polished and precise, the kind of skill that only came from endless training, and yet not once had she ever dared to drive her mana all the way to its limit. If Raphael's observation was correct, then Julie might truly be suffering from an after effect that could not easily be cured. Deculine stayed silent for a long moment before calmly instructing everyone to return to their rooms and wait until the eliminated contestants had departed before starting the second test. Some time passed, and eventually the sun began to sink behind the snow-covered mountain range. By then, Julie had already regained consciousness and was standing by herself outside the shelter. Against the endless white scenery, Julie's figure looked small and terribly lonely, as though the cold landscape had swallowed up both her pride and her disappointment. The long sigh that escaped her lips carried more weight than any explanation could have. Deculine stepped out from behind her without making a sound at first, and when he finally spoke, his voice held a faint softness, something quieter and gentler than the icy tone he had used during the examination, as he told her the outcome was truly unfortunate. Julie lowered her head, her voice strained as if it might crack at any second. She admitted that he was right. This had only been a test, and she had failed because she herself had missed something important. From the very moment she received the assignment, she should have examined every condition with far greater care. Deculine did not answer right away. He only stood there looking at her, silent and unreadable, while the cold wind slipped between them and stirred the snow at their feet. After a short pause, Deculine called Julie by name and asked if he could ask her one question before she left. Julie slowly raised her eyes, wondering if this was something connected to his position as an examiner. But the question Deculine asked had nothing to do with the examination. Instead, he asked her to tell him about the promise he had broken first, saying he wanted to hear the truth directly from her own mouth. Julie went still for a moment, clearly thrown off by how sudden and personal the question was. Her expression tightened, as if she had been dragged without warning into a memory she had not meant to touch. Deculine already understood that the promise between them had been broken long ago. It was the old wound that had turned Julie's feelings toward him into such deep hatred, and yet even Deculine himself could not fully explain why he had stopped her now just to ask about it. Perhaps beneath all the logic he tried to cling to, he was simply looking for any excuse to keep her standing in front of him a little longer. Or perhaps he was searching for some fragile justification for himself, for the Deculine he had become after inheriting a life already stained by another man's sins. Julie remained silent for a while, her face difficult to read beneath the pale light and falling snow. Only after that heavy pause did she finally speak in a slow voice, saying that it had already been half a year, hadn't it? Then she stopped again, as though she had to reach carefully through memories that still hurt to touch, before quietly asking where she was even supposed to begin. Back then, Julie had received a letter from members of the Luna family. It had been written by the mother of the mage who had taken his own life while working under Deculine. And every line of that letter described the wrongs Deculine had committed. Julie had confronted him and demanded to know whether the accusations written in that letter were true. But instead of giving her an answer, Deculine had burned the letter on the spot, and that act alone became the reason she decided to break off their engagement. She looked at him with the pain of that moment still lingering in her eyes. Back then, Deculine had told her she could not cancel the betrothal, that he would do anything she asked, and that she only needed to forgive him. Only afterward had he promised that he would clarify the truth and offer an apology. Julie's voice grew tighter as she asked why he was bringing this up now, after so much time had already passed. At this point, what meaning could that question possibly have left? But the answer that came from Deculine was nothing like what Julie had expected to hear from him. He admitted it without trying to hide behind excuses. What happened back then had been his fault, and every part of it had been entirely Deculine's responsibility. Then he explained that the research had not ended. The study that man had once begun had not been thrown away or erased. Deculine had continued to refine it, and naturally the original researcher's name would still be included as a co-author. If that work ever generated any income, Deculine intended to divide it fairly among everyone involved. He also planned to help restore the fallen family, and when the research was finally published, he believed that perhaps then he might be able to offer a proper apology. Deculine said that he only hoped he could someday become someone worthy of forgiveness. The instant Julie heard those words, her anger burst out, and she shouted at him, asking why he had not said any of this back then. If he had spoken sooner, maybe everything might have been different. But before she could finish, Deculine quietly cut in and apologized. With a faint weight in his voice, he added that there was only one excuse he could offer her. The Deculine standing before Julie now might no longer be the same Deculine from the past. For a while, neither of them spoke. The silence settled between them so completely that even the falling snow seemed to fade into the background. Julie stared at him blankly, her eyes fixed on his face, as if the man in front of her had suddenly become someone she could no longer recognize. Deculine took one step closer, his voice low but steady, and told her that from this day onward, he would try not to love her anymore. Julie blinked, unable to hide the confusion and shock crossing her face. She asked him what he was even trying to say with words like that. Deculane answered that the two of them should walk separate paths from now on. From this point forward, Julie would no longer need to carry any burden because of him. He said he would make the effort to change his own heart, and that one day, through that effort, the change would become real. After saying this, Deculane quickly turned his back to her as if staying any longer would make the moment harder to bear. But before he left, he gave her one last quiet instruction. She had worked hard, so she should go home and rest properly. Julie began walking away, her heavy footsteps pressing deep marks into the long stretch of untouched white snow. In her mind, Deculane's words repeated again and again. He would try not to love her anymore. A small smile appeared on Julie's lips, bitter at the edges, yet strangely light with relief. As she continued through the falling snow, she quietly wondered to herself whether Deculane had truly changed. From the window, Deculane stood without moving, watching Julie's small figure grow farther and farther away until the pale curtain of snow slowly swallowed her from sight. Even with Deculane's iron will and disciplined mind, the feelings he held for Julie seemed to be one thing he still could not completely command. At last, 3 grueling days of selection came to an end, and with the final evaluation finished, the results were ready to be revealed. An official document was released showing the portraits of the 4 knights chosen to represent this era as the palace's training knights. After a harsh and exhausting selection process, the council had decided to accept all 4 candidates, including Raffle and even Julie. Deculane's eyes then moved to the section listing the guardian mages, where his own name and portrait were printed clearly on the page. As for the role of training mage, he assumed the result should already be obvious. As Deculane continued reading down the document, his eyes widened by the smallest degree, showing a rare flicker of surprise that he could not fully conceal. He remained staring at the paper for a long while, motionless and silent, as he turned the unexpected result over in his mind. Before long, the scene shifted away from the snowy examination grounds and into the grand interior of the Imperial Palace. A heavy sense of royal authority pressed down over the hall, filling the vast space with solemn tension. Then, as the first name was called, the towering doors were pushed open with slow, ceremonial weight. Deculane stepped forward with perfect composure, his posture straight and controlled. Each footstep rang clearly across the polished marble floor as he approached the throne where Emperor Sophian sat waiting. Sophian looked completely uninterested, resting her head lazily against one hand as if the entire ceremony bored her. Then she let out a long, careless yawn. Once Deculane had taken his place before the throne, the herald's voice echoed through the hall again announcing the next name. Deculane kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, maintaining his calm expression, but his attention shifted toward the woman who had just entered and stepped in beside him. He had never expected that he would be sharing the position of training mage with Luina von Schlart McQueen. The two of them knelt before Sophine with formal respect. Luina was someone Deculane could never bring himself to like, and ever since the incident on the floating island, they had been fortunate enough simply not to run into one another. Now that they had been placed side by side in the same role, the days ahead already promised to be painfully exhausting. Luina adjusted her glasses with a precise, almost icy motion, and her sharp golden eyes slid toward Deculane with unmistakable coldness. To her, just seeing him again dragged up the bitterness of their shared past, and once more she was forced to face him here in the Imperial Palace. The scene pulled back into a memory from several years ago, back to the period when the university was preparing for its professor promotion review. In those long, polished corridors, quiet rumors passed from one lecturer to another, and the low whispers spreading through the halls felt almost like smoke curling through the air. A group of professors had gathered around Luina, surrounding her with bright smiles and confident voices. One after another, they told her that the position of head professor naturally belonged to her, urging her to give the review everything she had, while the others nodded in agreement and openly said that even imagining an arrogant, oppressive man like Professor Deculane becoming head professor was unbearable. Their contempt for Deculane was impossible to disguise. It showed in their narrowed eyes, in the bitterness of their voices, and in the way they spoke his name. Luina received their encouragement with a controlled, modest smile, bowing her head slightly as she thanked each of them for supporting her. At that time, the competition for the head professor's seat had more or less come down to only 2 candidates, Deculane and Luina. Their abilities were close enough to make the result uncertain, though each stood out in a completely different way. Deculin had terrifying magical analysis, an overwhelming understanding of theory, and the crushing authority that came from the bloodline of House Euclane, while Luina's advantage lay in the strength and volume of her research achievements. Luina believed that what would truly decide the outcome was not talent alone, but character. She had earned trust, respect, and open support from many professors, while Deculin remained distant and isolated, wrapped in that cold arrogance that pushed everyone away. Because of that, Luina felt completely certain that the highest position in the Magic Tower would eventually come into her hands. In her mind, the path ahead was already clear, but every piece of that confidence, every encouraging whisper gathered around her in the university halls had already reached Deculin's ears. And of course, a man like him had not received those rumors with anything close to patience. Only a few days later, inside the McQueen family mansion, the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered. Frantic footsteps pounded through the corridors, echoing wildly against the walls as servants and retainers rushed from place to place. Someone shouted for everyone to hurry, their voice sharp and breathless with panic. A serious emergency had broken out, and that single warning sent even more chaos rippling through the mansion. Luina, startled by the sudden uproar, quickly reached out and stopped one of the people racing past her. Her eyes sharpened with confusion as she demanded an explanation. She asked what could possibly have caused such a disturbance. The man turned toward her with a bloodless face, sweat soaking his skin, and his words came out broken and unsteady as he tried to tell her about the disaster that had just struck the family. The news hit Luina like a nightmare that had suddenly become real. The lord of the house had been gravely injured, and yet even that terrible report was only the beginning of the calamity. From that point on, one devastating message after another came crashing down on her, each one worse than the last. Her brother's business was suddenly on the brink of ruin after their partners cut contracts without warning or explanation. Her sister had been caught in a horrific accident. Even the ancestral lands were no longer safe, with bandits beginning to invade their territory. Then the final report arrived. Even the lady of the house was now in danger. Luina stood alone in the dim great hall of the mansion, feeling the full weight of her family's collapsing legacy settle onto her shoulders. It had begun with her father being gravely wounded and losing his mana, and after that, disaster had fallen upon them again and again, like a storm that refused to pass. For Luina, it was not difficult to understand where all these misfortunes had come from. In the darkness of her thoughts, one name rose above every ruined report and every shattered hope, covering the wreckage before her eyes like a shadow. Deculin. She stood there with her head lowered, her expression hidden beneath the darkness falling across her face, silently fighting against the very thought of bowing her head to him. To Luina, Deculin was nothing less than evil given human form. She feared that if she submitted to him now, House McQueen would never again be able to stand proudly, so she forced herself to endure, clinging to the belief that somehow her family could survive these relentless disasters. But reality proved far crueler than Luina had wanted to believe. Rain began falling over McQueen Manor, cold and endless, pouring down as though the sky itself had decided to mirror the despair sinking into the family. Inside the mansion, Luina's father sat beneath the dim light, his body weakened and his spirit nearly crushed. He looked at his daughter with tired eyes, fully understanding how much the head professor position meant to her. In a weary, almost broken voice, he asked whether she could give it up. Her career mattered, and he knew that better than anyone, but at that moment, the survival of their family had to come before everything else. Luina was left with no real choice to make. When she looked at everything they had already lost, there was no denying the truth. Their entire family was standing on the very edge of complete collapse. They did not have the power, the resources, or the courage left to resist the overwhelming force of Deculin's hand. And so beneath that storm-filled night sky, Luina made her way to Deculin's mansion. At the gate, the knights on guard immediately stepped in to block her path, their armor flashing coldly through the curtain of rain. They told her she was not permitted to enter and ordered her to leave, but Luina pleaded with them, saying she had urgent matters to discuss and begging to see Deculin just once. Their answer did not change. She was to leave. Drenched from head to toe and pushed to the edge of desperation, Luina finally screamed into the pouring rain. Her voice cracked with fury and humiliation as she called Deculin out by name, demanding that he come out and face her. At last, the mansion door slowly opened. Deculin stepped out into the rain, yet not a single drop touched him, protected beneath the umbrella held by his subordinate. He looked down at Luina with eyes completely empty of sympathy and asked what she thought she was doing, causing such a commotion at someone else's door.
Luina's body trembled from the freezing rain and from the humiliation pressing down on her chest, but she still forced herself to speak. Through clenched emotion, she shouted that she would give up the position.
She begged him to stop attacking her family at once, saying she would yield the very place she had struggled so desperately to obtain, if only he would end this destruction. For a long moment, a suffocating silence stretched between them. The only sound left was the steady patter of rain striking the ground, filling the space where his answer should have been. Deculine tilted his head just slightly, as though her words amused him. Then a faint, condescending smile slowly curled at the edge of his lips. In a voice frighteningly calm, he asked what exactly she wanted him to stop, claiming he had no idea what she was talking about. Luina could only stare at him in stunned disbelief, her lips barely moving as she whispered, "What?" Deculine continued speaking, and this time his tone hardened into cold authority. Since she had appeared so suddenly at his mansion, he said he had expected her to offer an apology, but apparently he had been mistaken. He said House McQueen had survived for a long time thanks to the support of House Euclane, and yet after living beneath the grace of his family, one of their servants had dared to behave like a treacherous dog, so naturally he believed he was the one owed an apology. After throwing those words at her, Deculine turned away as if the conversation no longer deserved another second of his attention. He began walking back toward the mansion while Luina remained frozen in the rain as though her body had forgotten how to move. The insult seared into her more painfully than the cold soaking through her clothes. He had crushed her house so openly, so brazenly, and yet he still dared to call her family ungrateful dogs with absolute arrogance. That cruelty ignited a white-hot rage deep inside Luina's chest. Every filthy word he had thrown at her was something she had never imagined she would be forced to hear from anyone. Those disgusting words kept echoing in her mind again and again, each repetition sinking deeper than the last. Her disbelief twisted into something darker until the hatred inside her became impossible to suppress. Deculine watched her trembling figure with cold, searching eyes, as if he were not looking at a person, but studying exactly how far she could be pushed before she finally broke. With nowhere left to run and with the last fragments of her family's future resting on her shoulders, Luina finally let her body give way. Her knees struck the rain-soaked ground with a heavy, painful thud. She lowered her head into the downpour and began whispering again and again that she was sorry, that she would do anything he asked as long as he stopped. The humiliation was complete, and to Luina it cut far deeper than the cold rain soaking through her clothes. Even so, she kept telling herself that no matter how badly her pride was trampled, she had to endure it for the sake of protecting her family. Deculine looked down at her as she knelt in the mud before him, his expression showing nothing but contempt and disgust. Then, in a low voice, he muttered that she truly was a miserable and lowly creature. Without the slightest warning, Deculine's boot suddenly struck her hard, slamming into her body with brutal force. The impact tore a pained groan from Luina's lips. Deculine towered over her, his shadow falling across her like a wall of darkness, and called her a wretched insect from a family with no roots and no history. He said it disgusted him to see someone of her station crawling before him without even understanding her place, then asked whether even a dog believed it could sit above its master. Then Deculine delivered his final command, his voice as cold and merciless as the rain pouring down around them. He told her to disappear, and if she truly wanted her family to recover and survive, then she should make sure he never saw her face again. With that, Deculine turned his back on her and walked away, leaving Luina broken on the ground behind him. Her knees were bruised and smeared with black mud, and she remained there beneath the relentless downpour, unable to move. That memory of his brutality had been carved deep into Luina's soul, too deeply to ever fade. And now in the present, it returned to her with the vivid sting of a wound freshly torn open. In the royal palace's great hall, the two of them knelt side by side. Luina kept her gaze lowered toward the floor, but the memory of that rainy day remained as clear as if it had happened only yesterday. She had never forgotten the weight of Deculine's boot or the scorn dripping from his voice. And as her jaw tightened, hatred filled her eyes. This time, Luina swore silently to herself that she would never lose to him again. The humiliation she had suffered on that rain-soaked day would be returned to Deculine 100-fold. By the following day, a strange heaviness had settled over the Imperial Magic Tower University. The corridors, usually filled with ordinary student chatter, were now thick with anxious whispers as students leaned close together with tense expressions. Is that seriously true? One of them muttered under his breath, Another student quickly nodded, keeping his voice low as if afraid of being overheard. Yes, that's what I heard. They say she suddenly vanished without warning, and there wasn't even the smallest trace left behind.
No, I get that part, another student replied, his eyebrows drawing together as he nervously looked around the hallway. What I'm trying to ask is, did Professor Dikuline von Grahan-Uklein really have something to do with her disappearance?
At that exact moment, Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein appeared in the corridor, walking forward with his usual composed and dignified expression. The instant the students noticed him, the restless crowd went dead silent, and everyone instinctively stepped aside, splitting apart down the middle as though making a path for someone they did not dare touch. Dekuline's cold eyes moved across their faces before he spoke. What is all this commotion? One student visibly flinched under his gaze, then lowered his head and answered with great caution. Ah, there is a rumor going around that Lady Luina von Schlorott McQueen has gone missing. A little later, inside the enormous lecture hall, Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein stood at the front dais beneath the attention of hundreds of students. His back remained perfectly straight, his face calm and unreadable, and his voice traveled clearly to every seat in the room. In this world, magical calamities appear in countless different forms, mana storms that rip across the sky, rains of fire that fall like divine punishment, poisonous dust mists that consume entire regions, and many others. But if you truly intend to call yourselves mages, Dekuline continued, his voice steady and completely undisturbed, then you must not simply look upon such things as disasters to a mage. These phenomena are nothing more than pure combinations of elements assembled under extreme and unusual conditions. Although his lecture flowed on without a single visible pause, Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein's thoughts were not entirely focused on the classroom. Luina von Schlort McQueen had disappeared, and now it felt as though every suspicious gaze in the university was quietly being directed toward him. The sensation was unpleasant, like countless fine needles pressing against the skin from every side. At this point, dealing with the ignorance of newly enlisted soldiers almost seemed easier. Still, Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein pushed the matter aside in his mind. There was no reason to let himself be shaken by baseless suspicion and idle rumors. This incident had nothing to do with him, and in time, the truth behind Luina's disappearance would naturally come to light on its own. Without allowing even the faintest unease to appear on his face, Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein continued the lecture as calmly as if nothing unusual had happened. We must examine every phenomenon around us through the eyes of a mage. Only by doing that can we move beyond fear and confusion and uncover the true nature hidden beneath the surface. The next day, in Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein's office, the quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken. When the door burst open, his assistant hurried inside, clearly flustered, his breath uneven and his voice barely steady. Master, you need to come out immediately. Someone from the Magical Security Bureau has arrived and is asking to see you. Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein's brows pulled together ever so slightly. Without wasting time on unnecessary questions, he rose from his seat and stepped out into the corridor. Waiting there was a middle-aged woman with a sharp, cold aura around her, her calm eyes carrying a piercing weight. She was Deputy Director Lilia Premian of the Magical Security Bureau. Professor Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein, it has been quite some time, Lilia Premian said. Dekuline did not bother responding with polite formalities. His voice remained flat, emotionless, and direct, as he asked, what matter is important enough for the deputy director herself to come here? Lilia met his gaze without looking away and answered immediately. I came for one reason only. Miss Luina von Schlort McQueen has disappeared. Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein lifted one eyebrow, his expression revealing neither guilt nor surprise. And what exactly does that have to do with me? Are you here to accuse me? Lilia Premian remained composed, her posture unshaken. Not exactly. I'm collecting clues for the investigation. However, there is a strong possibility that Professor Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein was the last person to see her. Lady Luina attended the royal training on the same day as you, Professor. Lilia Premian continued, keeping her sharp gaze fixed on Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein. From that point onward, no one has seen her. Did you notice anything unusual at the time? Dekuline answered at once, his voice turning even colder. No, I had nothing to say. For a brief moment, Lilia Premian remained silent. She only studied Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein's face as though searching for even the smallest crack in his composure before finally giving a slight nod. I see, understood. With that, she turned away and left, leaving Dekuline standing alone in the suddenly quiet corridor. After returning to his private room, Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein shut the door behind him and let out a quiet breath. Even though he had denied the suspicion without hesitation, being openly treated as a possible suspect still left an unpleasant feeling beneath his calm exterior. Of course, there was one thing Deculine von Grahan-Uklein understood very clearly. If this had been the old Deculine, then causing an incident like this would not have been outside the realm of possibility at all. Then, without any warning, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein sensed an unusual flow of mana gathering directly in front of him. The air began to shimmer faintly, and a magic circle slowly formed in the empty space, its dim glow spreading through the quiet room. Inside the magic circle, lines of text gradually appeared, floating in the air as if they had been sent from somewhere hidden beyond sight. Have you abandoned us, Master? We are still following every order you gave us. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein read the message with care, and his eyes narrowed by the slightest degree. We are still following your orders? He repeated inwardly, his gaze sharpening on the words suspended before him. Who exactly had sent this message to him? A message like that was clearly connected to Deculine von Grahan-Uklein's past. It might have come from some relationship the original Deculine had left behind, or perhaps from a secret organization operating deep beneath the Empire's surface. Receiving such a message at the very same time Luina von Schlart-McQueen had disappeared felt far too ominous to brush aside as coincidence. A dark possibility began to rise in Deculine von Grahan-Uklein's mind. Could the ones who kidnapped Luina be? Before that thought could fully take shape, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein suddenly sensed something behind him. A presence had appeared in a place where there should have been absolutely nothing. From the dim space at his back, a shadowy figure slowly emerged, its entire body formed from magical illusion. It had no real flesh or weight, only a dark, wavering outline held together by mana. Master! The illusion called out. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein immediately turned around, and despite the control on his face, his heart gave a sharp, sudden jolt. It was an illusory apparition. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein recognized its nature almost instantly, watching the figure with narrowed eyes as the faint light around its form trembled. In that moment, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein understood the truth. The people behind Luina von Schlart-McQueen's kidnapping were these hidden subordinates. The guiding illusion gave a small nod, then began to fade away, leaving behind a thin trail of light that stretched forward like a path meant only for him. Following that faint trail, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein was led away from the polished halls of the university and toward the dark slums waiting at the edge of the city. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein followed the weak glow deeper into a damp alleyway where crooked houses leaned against one another as if they might collapse at any moment. Around him, gaunt children and sickly old people lived in suffocating poverty, their hollow eyes reflecting a world completely removed from the Empire's bright and elegant surface. The illusion appeared once more, its voice echoing softly through the cramped alley. This splendid empire has always had two faces, Master. Light and darkness exist side by side. If the capital under the Emperor represents the light, then the clan district where we live is the darkness hidden beneath it. At last, the thin trail of light stopped in front of an old iron door. Rust clung thickly to its edges, and beyond the entrance, a stairway descended into what looked like a damp underground cellar. We have arrived, Master, the illusion said, hovering beside the entrance as if waiting for him to continue alone. Please go inside. After delivering those final words, the illusion's shape trembled one last time, then dissolved completely into the air, leaving Deculine von Grahan-Uklein standing alone before the rusted iron door. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein pushed the door open and began descending the stairs. The air below was stale, cold, and damp, carrying an unsettling mixture of blood and mana. The scent reached him almost immediately, causing his brows to tighten just a little. Inside the underground chamber, two mysterious figures wrapped in black cloaks were already waiting. The moment Deculine von Grahan-Uklein had entered, both of them lowered themselves onto one knee in practiced silence, as though they had been expecting his arrival. "Welcome back, Master," they said together, their voices spreading through the cold, dim room and echoing faintly off the walls. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein looked down at them with an icy stare. So it really was you. There was no warmth at all in his voice. You claim that you're still carrying out my orders? Then answer me. What command did I give you? One of the cloaked figures gave a solemn nod and answered with complete seriousness. Yes, Master. The order you gave us long ago was this. If Luina von Schlart-McQueen ever set foot in that territory, the command was absolute. She was not to be allowed to live. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein's suspicions solidified into certainty. As he had expected, this entire incident had been carried out by the hidden network of agents once controlled by the old Deculine, people who moved silently through the shadows in obedience to his command. Fortunately, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein noticed one important detail almost immediately. He could not see the death variable displayed on them. Even so, judging from the way they spoke and carried themselves, these cloaked figures did not seem to hold absolute loyalty toward Deculine von Grahan-Uklein. Their obedience was there, but it did not feel as pure, firm, or unquestioning as it appeared on the surface. "Take me to Luina von Schlart-McQueen," Deculine von Grahan-Uklein ordered in a cold voice immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, the cloaked figures rose from their kneeling positions and guided him toward a deeper room hidden further inside the cellar. At the center of that inner room sat Luina von Schlart-McQueen. She was tied tightly to a chair, her body limp and motionless, with a sack pulled over her head while she remained completely unconscious. One of the men in black cloaks spoke from beside Deculine von Grahan-Uklein, explaining the situation in a calm voice. "We injected an anti-mana toxin into her body. For the next few days, she'll be unable to use magic." Deculine von Grahan-Uklein stood utterly still, staring at the unconscious Luina von Schlart-McQueen as countless questions rushed through his mind at once. How was he supposed to handle this? He had never expected his own subordinates to go so far as to kidnap Luina on their own. The fate of an evildoer was rising strongly over Luina von Schlart-McQueen. She might have been unconscious for now, helpless and silent while bound to the chair, but the moment she woke up, she would almost certainly assume that Deculine von Grahan-Uklein had been controlling everything from the shadows. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein needed to find a way to remove that misunderstanding before it could fully take root. More importantly, he had to eliminate the death variable connected to this situation before everything turned against him completely. At that moment, the man dressed in black stepped forward and held out a dossier with both hands. "Master, this is what we needed to deliver to you."
Deculine von Grahan-Uklein took the dossier and began carefully turning through its pages. But after reading only a few lines, his eyes widened ever so slightly. The information written inside was,
Even so, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein did not say a word aloud. He quietly folded the dossier shut and handed it back to the cloaked man. "Well done," he said at last, his voice kept perfectly under control. "Thanks to this, I found the key to resolving the situation." Deculine von Grahan-Uklein did not take his eyes off the space in front of him for even a moment. His voice stayed low, calm, and impossible to ignore as he gave the two cloaked figures a firm command. "Both of you, step outside for now. I have matters to discuss with Luina von Schlart-McQueen in private." For a brief instant, the two hooded figures remained frozen where they stood. Beneath the shadows of their cloaks, they exchanged uneasy, startled looks, clearly caught off guard by the order. But neither of them dared to argue with Deculine von Grahan-Uklein. They bowed their heads, backed away with careful steps, and quietly slipped out of the room. "Your servants will withdraw, master," the two figures murmured in subdued, respectful voices. Then, with their heads still lowered, they passed through the doorway and vanished from sight. The moment the door closed behind them, the silence inside the room became even more suffocating. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein's face grew colder and sharper than before because he understood exactly how dangerous this situation was. If he made even a single careless move or allowed one wrong word to slip out, this entire encounter could very easily end with his death. A little while later, Luina von Schlart-McQueen finally began to regain consciousness. At first, only her head gave a faint twitch. Then her shoulders jerked, her body stiffened, and the instant she realized she was restrained, she began thrashing violently against the chair that held her in place. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein raised one hand without rushing, letting a carefully controlled stream of magic gather at his fingertips. With precise, deliberate movement, he drew away the sack covering Luina von Schlart-McQueen's head, allowing the dim light of the room to spill across her face. The second Luina von Schlart-McQueen's uncovered eyes landed on Deculine von Grahan-Uklein standing before her. Pure horror flashed across her face. Her pupils widened, her breath caught, and then a sharp scream ripped from her throat. "Deculine von Grahan-Uklein," Luina von Schlart-McQueen shouted, her voice trembling with a messy blend of rage, fear, and disbelief. "If you actually think everything is going to unfold exactly according to your plans, I am a royal supervising instructor now." Luina von Schlart-McQueen snapped, forcing the title out as though it were the last piece of armor she could still cling to in this situation. "If I report this to the crown, do you truly believe you'll get away without consequences?" Luina von Schlart-McQueen tried to continue, but before her words could gather any force, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein had cut straight through them with a voice as cold and sharp as ice. Luina, you should think very carefully before choosing your next words. Take a proper look at the state you're in. Deculine von Grahan Euclane said, his eyes drifting down toward the restraints wrapped around her body. You are tied down, locked firmly in place. And right now, you cannot use even the faintest trace of your magic. At that, Luina von Schlart McQueen went rigid. The fury burning in her eyes flickered for a moment, and beneath it, the terrible realization began to surface. No matter how hard she struggled, she truly had no means of freeing herself. Her eyes swept quickly across the shadowed room, taking in the cold walls, the chair beneath her, the bindings holding her down, and the heavy silence pressing in from every side. Only after that did her gaze slowly return to Deculine von Grahan Euclane. So this is what you were after? Luina von Schalrot McQueen said through tightly clenched teeth, her voice shaking beneath the weight of the ugly truth in front of her. Is this because I held grudges against you? Is it because we fought over the head professor position? You already dragged my honor through the mud and crushed it completely, but even that still wasn't enough for you? What are you really trying to do? Deculine von Grahan Euclane gave her no immediate answer. For a long moment, he simply stood there, watching her with eyes that revealed nothing. Then in a voice kept low, even and controlled, he finally said, that seat of head professor, if you want it, take it. Luina von Schlart McQueen's eyes instantly widened and panic broke through her voice. What the hell are you even saying? Luina von Schlart McQueen shouted, twisting hard against the ropes that bound her. You kidnapped me, dragged me into this place, and now you're saying something like that? Why would you go this far? Deculing von Grahan Euclinen did not answer her right away. Inside his mind, only one thought remained completely clear. This result could no longer be changed. To Deculine von Grahan Euclane, this was the only path still visible to him. If he truly wanted to erase the death variable hanging over this situation, then he had no choice but to deal with Luina von Schlart McQueen in exactly this manner. Before coming face to face with Luina von Schlart McQueen, Deculine von Grahan Euclinen had already received a report from one of the hidden subordinates working beneath him, but that report had been far from ordinary. It was a record of crimes. A notebook filled with the brutal acts committed by the man whose body Deculine von Grahan Euclane now inhabited. One page after another exposed a long, ugly trail of violence, extortion, and ruthless kidnappings carried out through nameless henchmen. As Deculine von Grahan Euclane looked down at those blood-stained records, he reached a cold conclusion he could not avoid. No matter what words he chose, Luina von Schlart McQueen's hatred would never simply melt away because of a few gentle explanations or shallow apologies. Her resentment had been carved into those pages through blood, fear, and suffering, and a debt written in blood could never be wiped clean by words alone. Now that the conversation with Luina von Schlart McQueen had truly begun, Deculine von Grahan Euclane studied her with calm, calculating eyes. Every sentence had to be weighed carefully before it left his mouth. He understood perfectly well that killing her here or trying to dispose of her in this hidden place would not be a smart decision at all. Luina von Schlart McQueen still had an important part to play in the main mission, and if she were lost at this point, it would only cause far greater trouble later on. That meant Deculine von Grahan Euclane needed another solution. He had to keep Luina von Schlart McQueen alive, but at the same time, he had to make absolutely certain she remained within the range of his control. I believe I already told you never to set foot in the capital again, Deculine von Grahan Euclane said, his tone quiet, yet carrying a clear threat beneath it. So tell me, Luina, why did you return? Did you truly believe my warning was nothing more than meaningless wind passing by? Luina von Schlart McQueen swallowed heavily, struggling to keep her anger from breaking apart. Then she muttered back, I remember your warning perfectly, but the McQueen family's debt has already been repaid, so that threat of yours has no hold over me anymore. Deculine von Grahan Euclane let out a low laugh, cold and openly mocking. Repaid? How irresponsible. Luina von Schlart McQueen glared fiercely up at him and snapped back. What are you even talking about? It was clearly paid off, even the interest was settled. Deculine von Grahan Euclinen moved closer, one slow step at a time, until his shadow stretched over Luina von Schlart McQueen's restrained body. Leaning nearer to her face, he began to explain the trap she had failed to notice. Paid off? Deculine von Grahan Euclinen said, his voice turning even colder. Do not make me laugh, Luina. There is something called compound interest. The 100 million D-line that House Euclane lent to House McQueen 15 years ago at an annual rate of 20% did not simply remain the same amount because you wished it would. By now, that total has grown to more than 1.5 billion, Deculine von Grahan Euclane stated without a trace of hesitation. And because you failed to repay the full amount, you have officially violated the agreement. Beginning tomorrow, I will start the process of seizing your residence within the Empire. Louina von Schlort McQueen screamed in furious disbelief. What did you just say? What kind of absurd law would ever allow something like that? Louina von Schlort McQueen shouted, her voice cracking under the force of her shock. I'll make a direct appeal to the royal family. You can't possibly do this. Deculen von Grahan-Uclane did not so much as flinch. Inwardly, he knew exactly what this was. Of course, it was a malicious clause. The clause Deculen von Grahan-Uclane had written was anything but straightforward. It was a cunning, cumulative trap designed to mislead the other party as much as possible. The interest was calculated every month, but the accumulated amount was adjusted every quarter, and that new figure then became the foundation for the next calculation. Even Deculen von Grahan-Uclane himself had to admit how cruel the original Deculen had been when creating such terms, but in this situation he now faced, he had no choice but to wield that unreasonable logic against Louina von Schlort McQueen at this moment. Whether he liked it or not, he had to play the villain. When Deculen von Grahan-Uclane saw that Louina von Schlort McQueen's despair had been pushed to its limit, he finally allowed a narrow path of escape to appear before her. However, he said, letting the words settle in the dark room, there's one way out. If you assist me in becoming chairman, Deculen von Grahan-Uclane continued, his voice calm, controlled, and absolute, then I will erase every debt that you owe. A heavy silence fell between them, so thick it seemed to press down on the very air. Then Deculen von Grahan-Uclane added, with the same unshaken composure, and naturally, the head professor's seat will be yours as well. Louina von Schlort McQueen lowered her head, her shoulders trembling faintly as the impossible choice settled over her. For that moment, even the anger that had been driving her seemed to collapse beneath the sheer weight of it. Deculen von Grahan-Uclane reached into the inner pocket of his clothing and drew out a sheet of paper. Since I know very well that you are not the sort of person who simply keeps promises, he said in an even tone, we will establish a contract first. Louina von Schlort McQueen hissed through her teeth. So you're forcing me again? Louina von Schlort McQueen clenched her teeth so hard that her jaw visibly trembled. She lifted her head just in time to see Deculen von Grahan-Uclane toss the document down onto her lap. His order came immediately after, sharp and simple. Read it. The terms on the page were written with painful clarity. Article 1 stated that Louina von Schlort McQueen had to maintain absolute silence about everything that had happened today. Article 2 demanded that she obey the contract's conditions for a full 5 years. And if she violated those terms, the punishment would be nothing less than the destruction of her mana core. Destruction of the mana core? Louina von Schlort McQueen's voice broke with terror and her scream echoed through the cramped room. Deculen von Grahan-Uclane, this is going too far. Do you not even realize how cruel this is? Before Deculen von Grahan-Uclane stepped out of the room, he left her with one final sentence thrown back over his shoulder like a blade. If you agree to sign that contract and obey it, I will return what your family lost. The secret technique of House McQueen, those words landed heavily in the room, carrying the weight of the very thing Louina von Schlort McQueen had longed to reclaim. Louina von Schlort McQueen went utterly still. It was as though the air had been stolen from her lungs and every breath had suddenly stopped inside her chest. The desire to take back her family's legacy surged up inside Louina von Schlort McQueen and swallowed every other thought. That heirloom had been ripped away by force when Deculen von Grahan-Uclane destroyed House McQueen, and it was the deepest root of her hatred toward him, as well as the one thing she wanted returned more than anything else. Deculen von Grahan-Uclane placed his hand on the heavy wooden latch and stopped for a moment at the doorway. Without looking back at her, he spoke in a quiet, controlled voice. Think very carefully. Then Deculen von Grahan-Uclane stepped out in the corridor, leaving the room behind him, and the door slammed shut with a deep, heavy thud. A moment later, the lock turned with a firm and final click. Louina von Schlort McQueen was left alone in the darkness, forced to face the future that had just been placed before her. As Deculen von Grahan-Uclane climbed the stone stairs leading away from Louina von Schlort McQueen's cell, his thoughts continued to churn without rest. For the time being, he had used her family's lost secret technique as both a threat and a lure, shaking the very foundation of her resolve. But would that truly be enough? And if even this failed to remove the death variable, then right in front of Deculen's eyes, a pale blue notification suddenly flared into existence, hanging in the air like a thin, frozen flame. The message was impossible to misunderstand. One deadly variable had been removed from the situation, and as a reward for clearing it, 2 more points of store currency were added to his possession. A faint smile slowly formed at the edge of Deculine's lips, subtle enough that it almost disappeared before anyone could notice. In that brief moment, he realized the gamble he had made had not merely succeeded. It had returned a result far more profitable than he had originally expected. Deculine did not waste any more time standing there. He moved straight toward the heavy door ahead of him, placed his hand against it, and pushed it open with quiet force. On the other side waited another tense room where 2 subordinates remained standing in silence as if they had been holding their breath. As soon as Deculine entered, his cold, cutting gaze passed over the 2 of them from head to toe, making the already still air feel even heavier. Only after that sharp inspection did he speak, his voice low, even, and controlled. "You did well." The praise came out almost carelessly, as though Deculine were merely commenting on something ordinary instead of acknowledging dangerous work. His tone stayed short and distant, and the moment the words left his mouth, he already looked as if he intended to turn around and leave. But before Deculine could step away, one of the subordinates moved forward in a sudden burst of nerve, her expression strained and her voice edged with desperation. "Wait! Are you seriously going to leave after saying only that?" Deculine halted, then slowly turned his head back toward her, his icy eyes settling on her like a warning. "Is there something else that needs to be discussed?" Even with that freezing stare aimed directly at her, the woman refused to shrink back. The anger she had been holding down finally spilled over, and she shouted at him with a trembling but furious voice, "We didn't carry out your filthy work just so you could throw us a few hollow words and walk away. You made us a promise, and now you need to honor it." Her voice wavered under the weight of fear and frustration, but she forced herself to keep speaking clearly. "You said it with your own mouth. Once the job was done, you would pay us properly and give us our freedom." In the next instant, the tension snapped like a wire pulled too tight. Her brother suddenly stepped in front of her before anyone could stop him, raised his hand, and struck her across the face with such force that she lost her balance and crashed down onto the floor. For a moment, she stayed on the floor, dazed by the sudden blow and unable to process what had just happened. Then she slowly lifted her head, her eyes wide with hurt and disbelief as she stared up at him and whispered, "Brother? Why?" Her brother gave her no answer at all. He ignored the shock written across her face as if he could not afford to acknowledge it, then turned toward Deculine and lowered his head with stiff, formal respect. "Please forgive my sister's disrespect. I will make certain it never happens again." Deculine looked down at the 2 siblings without showing either anger or pity. His face remained calm and unreadable, the kind of expression that made it impossible to know what he was truly thinking. "It's fine," he said evenly. "Go on. What exactly did I promise you?" The man kept his head lowered, choosing his words with extreme care as he repeated the agreement they had been clinging to. "In return for carrying out your orders, we were promised freedom, as well as a considerable amount of money." Deculine remained silent for a short while, his gaze moving over both of them as he understood the situation more clearly. So that was the arrangement. The sister had been forced to swallow her anger for the moment, but even the brother, calm as he looked, still carried a faint resentment toward him beneath that controlled expression. These 2 had once been the sort of people the old Deculine used from the shadows whenever he needed unpleasant problems erased or buried. Considering that history, it was only natural that suspicion and bitterness still clung to them. Even so, their talents were undeniable, and from their bearing alone, Deculine could sense the powerful aura of people who could become useful under wealth, authority, and proper command. As for the disgusting work they had once been forced to carry out, Deculine had no intention of repeating those orders ever again. If he handled them correctly from this moment forward, gave them structure instead of abuse, and treated them as people with value, then keeping them under control would not be impossible. After only a brief pause, Deculine reached his decision without hesitation. His voice remained calm, but there was a clear finality behind it. "Starting today, I will formally recruit the 2 of you. Of course, that includes the payment I promised." He made the new arrangement perfectly clear, leaving no room for doubt or misunderstanding. "I mean exactly what I said from this moment on. I am your employer." At once, the siblings bent forward in deep bows, and the depth of their gesture revealed both relief and gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Then Deculine added one last condition, his voice cool and firm enough to make it clear this was not a request. "And one more thing. Every order I gave you before today is now void." The siblings accepted that statement immediately, without a trace of hesitation in their posture. Keeping their heads lowered, they answered in unison. "Understood, master. In that case, you may withdraw." Before Deculine left them behind completely, he delivered one final instruction in the same composed tone. "Come to the manor tomorrow." After the 2 siblings finally departed, the room returned to silence once more. The weight of their presence disappeared, leaving only Deculane standing alone in the still empty space. A weary sigh escaped from Deculane's lips as the tension finally began to loosen. One unexpected complication after another had worn down his patience and his mind, but at the very least, this particular chain of troublesome events appeared to have reached its end. Meanwhile, over at the Mage Tower dormitory, the mood was entirely different. Quiet hallways stretched through the building, filled with the faint movement of students passing in and out as the daily rhythm of the academy continued around them. Ephorine, Luna, and her friend walked side by side through the dormitory corridor, both of them looking visibly exhausted. After dealing with the painfully expensive cost of magical materials, their shoulders seemed heavier, and their steps had lost their usual energy. Then, without any warning, Ephorine suddenly stopped in the middle of the hallway from nearby. Surprised voices drifted toward her. Huh? I think I can see some kind of magic circle. Almost immediately, another student answered with curiosity. Really? Let me take a look. Ephorine leaned closer, narrowing her eyes as she tried to examine what they had found. But the instant she realized exactly where they were standing, her entire body stiffened, and a cold wave of horror ran straight through her. This was the exact same place where that unknown mysterious magic circle had appeared at the beginning of the semester. It was supposed to have disappeared completely back then, erased so quickly that no one had even been given enough time to properly understand it. Then the surrounding air seemed to rupture all at once. A violent crimson flash exploded through the corridor, washing the walls, floor, and startled students in a terrifying red light. The magic circle, the one that should have been erased long ago, suddenly awakened again beneath them. It radiated a dreadful pressure as if it had never truly vanished and had only been lying dormant until this exact moment. A massive pillar of dark energy surged straight upward, tearing through the space and swallowing part of the dormitory within its terrifying rise. In a single instant, everything caught in its path was consumed by a blinding, ominous light. At that very same time, Deculane's car was already on the road, moving directly toward the Mage Academy with a sense of purpose that matched the urgency gathering ahead. Deculane sat quietly in the back seat, his posture composed and his expression unreadable as he looked toward the new driver at the front. Ren, how is the driving going? Ren kept both eyes fixed on the road, his hands steady on the wheel as he answered without hesitation. Very well, master. Deculane kept his gaze on Ren for a moment longer, watching the back of the young man's head as his thoughts drifted naturally toward the recent changes that had taken place inside his household. The brothers, Ren and Anan, were now living in the Euclid manor, and they carried out Deculane's orders quickly, cleanly, and without complaint. He knew very well that under the old Deculane, they had once been used for many dark and dirty deeds. But now, he had already decided he would never make use of them in that same way. He also remembered how deeply the two brothers had distrusted him in the beginning. Back then, every look they gave him had been filled with open hostility and guarded resentment. Yet after Deculane treated them fairly and kept his word, that hostility had slowly faded, and little by little, they had started to accept him as their true master. Even Jeff, who had once served as Deculane's driver, had found a better position for himself after being promoted to head of administration. For once, Deculane felt as though the pieces of his life were beginning to settle into place, and his situation was finally moving in a more favorable direction. The car soon came to a firm stop in front of the academy. From the driver's seat, Ren immediately gave his report in a steady voice. "We've arrived, Master," Deculane answered with a short, composed reply. "All right." Deculane stepped out of the vehicle and raised his eyes toward the Mage Academy. His gaze sharpened as he stared at the building ahead, taking in its appearance with focused, almost piercing intensity. The moment he faced the academy, he felt it. A terrifying wave of energy was spreading across the entire area, wrapping around the building like an invisible shroud that pressed down on everything beneath it. A translucent panel appeared in front of Deculane's eyes, confirming that a main mission had begun. The objective was blunt and simple: clear the situation. The reward for completion was 2 units of store currency. And beyond that floating message, the academy building had already been swallowed by chaos. Inside the building, students were screaming in panic as crimson walls rose around them, sealing off every possible exit one after another. Terror spread through the trapped crowd, and someone shouted in fear and confusion, "What the hell is happening?" Ephorine clenched her teeth as that horrifying energy pressed down around her from every direction. When she realized that most of the people trapped behind the barrier were ordinary students, fear gave way to anger, burning hot beneath her panic. Why did this barrier appear around Block 3? Ephorine spun toward a nearby professor who was visibly cowering and shouted at him, "Professor, we need to break in right now." The man flinched, then barked back in offended panic. "What? Why? How dare you order me around, you brat? But Ephraim did not back down for even a second. She glared straight at him and snapped, "You're supposed to be a magic professor. Are you really planning to abandon everyone trapped inside?" "Professor Claire, you specialize in the destructive school, don't you?" She pressed, refusing to let him look away. But the professor's face was pale, sweat sliding down his cheeks as he trembled and scrambled for an excuse. "My health has been poor lately." Ephraim's frustration sharpened into open disgust. "Then what about the dean?" Ephraim clicked her tongue, unable to hide how sickened she was by the cowardice unfolding right in front of her. The adults were frozen in place and the professor had proven himself completely useless, so she shoved her bag into her friend's hands without wasting another moment. "Julie, hold this for a second." Julie looked at her in alarm, clutching the bag as she asked, "What are you going to do?" Ephraim answered immediately, her eyes fixed on the sealed building. "I'm going in alone." Julie tried to stop her at once, fear tightening her voice. "No, that's way too dangerous." But Ephraim did not even glance away from the students trapped inside. "Our friends are still in there." Before Ephraim could actually move forward, a cold, arrogant voice cut cleanly through the surrounding commotion. "Stop!" Sylvia Josephine, allayed, appeared behind them, standing with an unnervingly calm presence as her gaze settled on Ephraim and Julie. The instant Ephraim noticed her there, a flash of hatred crossed her face, sharp and impossible to hide. Ephraim's patience finally broke. She turned her glare fully on Sylvia, every word coming out through anger she could barely keep under control. "I've already reached my limit. If you're not going to help, then shut up and stop getting in my way." Ephraim Luna did not even spare Sylvia a proper glance. Her eyes locked straight ahead on the crimson barrier blocking the dormitory. Her voice came out tight and urgent, as if every second they wasted scraped against her nerves. "I don't have time to stand here arguing with you." Deep inside her chest, Ephraim felt her disgust toward the nobility grow even heavier. In peaceful times, they always stood tall, acting dignified, untouchable, and superior to everyone around them. But the moment real danger appeared before their eyes, that grand image crumbled, leaving behind nothing but useless hesitation. The very professors and nobles who usually carried themselves with arrogant confidence were now the first ones to step back. Their proud expressions had vanished completely, replaced by fear and uncertainty the instant the crisis unfolded right in front of them. And when the only ones trapped inside were commoner students, not one of those important people truly tried to act. Ephraim lowered her stance, preparing to rush straight toward the barrier herself, but Sylvia Josephine Alade once again moved in front of her path. "I told you to stop." Ephraim's frustration finally burst out as she snapped back. "Hey, why do you keep getting in my way?" Sylvia answered in a flat, exhausted tone, sounding almost bored by Ephraim's anger rather than offended by it. "I'm not interested in you enough to mock you, so don't charge in without thinking. Step back, stay quiet, and watch carefully." The moment Sylvia finished speaking, she lifted one hand with calm precision. Then, with a smooth sweep of her arm, she directed her palm toward the burning crimson barrier in front of them. A spiraling vortex of mana burst from Sylvia's palm, twisting violently as it surged forward. It moved like a compressed storm given shape, rushing straight toward the ward with controlled and terrifying force. The air around the spell shimmered and flashed, glittering with raw primal power as it tore across the space. Ephraim's eyes widened before she could stop herself, completely caught off guard by the sheer brilliance and force of Sylvia's magic. But the instant Sylvia's spell slammed into the strange crimson wall, it was stopped cold. The mana scattered apart on contact, breaking down as if the barrier had simply torn the spell into pieces. Sylvia's gaze sharpened as she read the structure before her. Demonic energy has been mixed into it. Mana disperses the moment it touches the surface, so ordinary methods won't be enough to break through. Then Sylvia turned her cold gaze back toward Ephraim, her warning sharp and completely without comfort. "You're the one who needs to control yourself before you ruin the entire operation. This is not something a newcomer can solve by rushing in alone." Ephraim clenched her teeth so hard that pain shot through her jaw. She hated how powerless she felt, especially while the magical pressure around the barrier continued to swell and thicken like a storm building right in front of her. Then, all at once, the atmosphere changed. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed through the corridor, each one cutting through the panic, and a firm voice followed after them. What on earth is going on here? Everyone turned at nearly the same moment there. Approaching through the shaking crowd was Deculon von Grahan-Uklein, carrying a suitcase in one hand, his face calm and unreadable despite the chaos surrounding him. The terrified students and staff moved aside almost instinctively, opening a path for him before anyone even ordered them to. Whispers began spreading through the crowd, quiet but filled with surprise and sudden hope. Deculin, it's Deculin. Deculine's cold gaze swept over the disorderly scene, his expression tightening with visible displeasure. Rather than showing panic, he looked more irritated by the noise than frightened by the danger. You people are making an unacceptable amount of noise. His attention shifted immediately from the crowd to the crimson energy twisting in front of him. He stared closely at the barrier, studying the way it churned, pulsed, and sealed off the space beyond it. But this time, even Deculine's comprehension ability could not give him a clean, immediate answer. The strange force before him resisted easy analysis, leaving no simple structure for his mind to grasp. It resembled a type of warding magic, but the foundation behind it was far too unclear. With so little information to build from, his understanding ability could not function at full power, and the efficiency of any calculation he attempted would be drastically lowered. Deculin adjusted his approach without wasting another moment. Instead of forcing his way through an incomplete analysis, he reached out and summoned Rockaloc's purifying staff into his hand. The staff was not an ordinary tool. It carried a special power made for exorcism and purification, which made it perfectly suited for dealing with this kind of corruption. As Deculin sensed the faint foul pulse of demonic energy beating within the barrier, he calmly prepared to act. When Deculine brought the staff down, its purifying force struck the ward and tore open a narrow gap, just large enough for him to pass through. Everyone nearby froze in disbelief, holding their breath as startled voices broke through the silence. Oh, what's happening? The instant the barrier opened, the sinister aura trapped inside poured outward like poisonous air. Several people nearby staggered and collapsed, clutching at their throats as they struggled to breathe under the suffocating pressure. Deculine did not turn around or waste time calming the panic spreading behind him. Without the slightest hesitation in his steps, he walked straight through the opening and entered the very center of the danger. The witnesses remained rooted where they stood, stunned into silence as Deculine vanished beyond the Crimson Ward. Only after his figure disappeared did someone finally whisper in disbelief. He went inside the barrier, inside the ward. Beyond the Crimson Wall, the entire space felt as though it had been drowned in oppressive energy. The atmosphere pressed down from every direction, heavy, dark, and suffocating enough to make every breath feel dangerous. Deculine stepped out through a rift in space and landed in the middle of the hall. His composed presence cut sharply through the surrounding darkness, standing in stark contrast to the fear and pressure filling the area. In one corner of the hall, he spotted a group of students huddled together. Their faces were drained of color, their bodies pressed close in fear, but the moment they recognized him, that terror shifted into an almost explosive sense of hope. Professor Deculine, they cried, their voices shaking with relief so intense it nearly broke them. We're saved. Oh, thank goodness. Deculine walked closer and asked in a calm, controlled voice, is this everyone? The dorm manager, still trembling, answered while barely managing to keep herself together. There are still a few others. They seem to be trapped on the upper floors. Deculine gave a small nod. I understand. The dorm manager quickly tried to stop him, fear spilling into her words as she looked toward the deeper part of the building. Going any farther is extremely dangerous. Are you truly going to search for them alone? It's too risky. We don't know what might be waiting ahead. Deculine remained perfectly composed, as if the warning had changed nothing. It's fine. I have my method. He released his magic, and the steel fragment stored inside his suitcase reacted immediately. One after another, they rose into the air, then began spinning around him in a controlled orbit like sharpened guards waiting for his command. Deculine looked back at the frightened students gathered behind him, his voice steady enough to anchor their panic. I'll find everyone soon. Stay where you are and don't move. As he moved forward, Deculing's thoughts briefly returned to the training he had forced himself to endure. No matter how crowded his schedule became or how many problems demanded his attention, he had never once allowed himself to neglect his personal practice. That relentless discipline had finally produced visible results. Through repeated effort, he had unlocked several new abilities, including basic divine mind, fire control, liquid manipulation, and metal reinforcement, which had now reached 33%. During that training, Deculin had pushed his body to its limit over and over again. Through pain, repetition, and focus, he had carved the concept of metal reinforcement deep into the very core of his divine mind. He had even managed to infuse part of that magic into his weapons. Thanks to that, the burden on his mind had been reduced, allowing him to keep his control steady, even in the middle of combat. In the end, the system had recognized the value of that constant cultivation as a result of all that tireless effort. It had granted him a special outcome that could only be born from repeated discipline. Now, trapped inside this corrupted ward was the perfect time to put that power to use. With his newly gained skill, Deculine quickly began locating the remaining people inside. This was the sensory ability of the Ironwood Steel. When Deculine's deep understanding of the pure elements under his command merged with the combat experience he had accumulated, that special privilege had awakened. It now functioned almost like a second sensory organ, extending his awareness beyond the ordinary limits of space. After entering the next room, Deculine found another group of students trapped inside the ward. The instant they realized help had truly arrived, and they were not going to die there. Several of them broke down, tears spilling out from sheer overwhelming relief. Deculine looked over the rescued students, but he knew the situation was still only half resolved. A new problem had already appeared before him. He could endure the dense demonic atmosphere, but the other mages could not around him. Students coughed violently, their lungs struggling against the pressure. There was no time to slowly calculate and decode the ward, so he needed another method immediately. Then, in the middle of that suffocating pressure and rising urgency, a sudden realization flashed through Deculine's mind. Wait, a ward matrix of this size could not possibly be sustained by ritual power alone. For something this large to activate so recently, there had to be an activator nearby, some kind of switch that had set the whole barrier in motion. Deculine's eyes moved slowly across the room, scanning each corner, each object, and every person nearby with cold precision. The culprit was very likely hiding right here among the trapped crowd. He activated object control and narrowed his focus to the space around him. His senses tightened, searching through the surroundings with careful pressure. It was probably close, very close. The instant Deculine detected the target, one of the steel shards orbiting him shot forward. It cut through the air like an arrow released from a drawn bow, moving with terrifying speed. A startled cry erupted from among the students as the sudden movement threw them into panic. Ah! What the hell is going on? Professor Deculine! Deculine's expression hardened at once, his eyes turning fierce as the hidden prey finally began to reveal itself before him. His gaze sharpened with cold certainty. He had already known the target had entered this place, and now there was no longer any doubt. Found you! Deculine looked across everyone in the room, his thoughts remaining cold, exact, and completely controlled. Among these people, someone was hiding in plain sight. And that person was definitely the one who had activated the barrier. After only a few seconds of cold, silent calculation, Deculine von Grahan-Uclein made his decision. If the person responsible was truly standing among them, hiding in the crowd, then hesitation would only waste time. He poured mana into the magic stones at once, and under his control, they lifted smoothly into the air, beginning to circle around the students like watchful blades. The stones floated forward at a slow, deliberate pace, passing one confused student after another. They moved close enough for everyone nearby to stiffen, shoulders tightening and eyes widening as uneasy voices began to break out. What is that? Professor, what's wrong? One by one, the suspended stones slid past their faces with terrifying precision. They skimmed so close that several students froze in place and a few loose strands of hair were sliced cleanly free, drifting down through the air like thin falling threads. Among those scattered strands, Deculine's sharp eyes caught sight of several red hairs. The moment he saw them, something about their condition stood out, carrying a strange sign that immediately seized his attention. The corner of Deculine's mouth lifted ever so slightly, forming a thin smile with a dangerous edge to it. After searching through the room with cold patience, he had finally found the person he was looking for. His gaze settled directly on the red-haired girl, pinning her in place as his voice dropped into a colder, harsher tone. So it was you who activated the barrier. Manager, am I wrong? The accusation came so suddenly that the red-haired girl visibly faltered, her face tightening as she rushed to keep her composure. After class, Professor, what are you talking about? But before she could continue building an excuse, Deculine cut her off without giving her a chance. Don't waste your breath making excuses, Deculine said sharply, his words landing like a blade. Your origin is engraved into your body. No matter how much you try to conceal it, you can't hide the truth. The hair you shed is full of ash. So go on, continue your little performance. Even after hearing that, the girl frowned and stubbornly tried to deny it. She forced her expression to remain steady, but the pressure around her was clearly tightening with every passing second. Deculine's voice sank even lower, filled with open contempt as he finally named what she truly was, an Ashborn mage. The instant those words reached her ears, the girl's expression darkened completely. Her eyes widened, but the look inside them turned icy and empty, hollow enough to make the surrounding air feel colder. Her face became even more frigid than before. Whatever panic had briefly surfaced in her expression drained away, leaving only a sharp, frozen hostility as her widened eyes locked onto Deculine. Most mages feared that name deeply. Some would tremble just from hearing it spoken aloud, while others avoided mentioning its existence entirely, as if the word itself carried a curse. And that fear was not born from empty rumor. The Ashes were known as a gathering place for dark mages and criminals, a stronghold for those who had broken the laws of magic and slipped beyond ordinary judgment. Now that the truth had been exposed so clearly, she could no longer keep denying it. She let out a breath filled with irritation, and the mask she had been wearing finally slipped away. I don't know how you figured it out, Deculine. But there's one thing you still don't understand. She swept her hand forward, and mana immediately began gathering around her body as she called forth her magic. Her voice hardened with hatred as she declared those born from the ashes never spare anyone who dares call them ash. While her chant continued and the gathered mana swelled around her, Deculine's stones suddenly shot forward. They sliced through the air in a sharp straight line, racing directly toward her position. But the stones did not strike the red-haired girl. Instead, they rushed past her, darting behind the students and hooking onto their clothing, making the trapped students cry out in fear as they were caught by surprise. Deculine had not been attacking them at all. He had moved that way to save them. A heartbeat later, the students were pulled out of danger and brought behind him, their faces pale and stunned as they struggled to understand what had just happened. That calm rescue only made the red-haired girl's anger flare even hotter. Her hands curled tightly into fists, and her glare sharpened with violent hatred, as though she wanted to tear Deculine apart with her eyes alone. Still acting relaxed, are you? Then hurry up and die. The moment those words left her mouth, the fire spells she had formed roared to life and surged forward, rushing straight toward Deculine and the students standing behind him. In Deculine's eyes, the incoming fireball expanded rapidly, growing larger and brighter as it closed the distance. Heat rolled off it in waves, and the blazing attack tore toward him with violent momentum. But right before the attacks could reach his body, they were erased completely. The flames broke apart and dissolved into the air, vanishing so cleanly that it was as if they had never existed in the first place. Deculine looked at her with a faint trace of sarcasm in his voice, calm enough to make the insult sting even more. And you still think you can remain at ease? You claimed you would make sure I couldn't live, yet all you can produce is fire of this level. His words struck her pride directly, and her anger burned even higher. That was only a greeting as she prepared her next spell. Confusion flickered through her thoughts despite the rage on her face. What was going on? Was something wrong with her own magic? Or maybe the cause was something completely different? Refusing to stop, she changed her approach and launched an ice arrow straight toward Deculine, shouting as the sharp spell flew from her hand, "Take this!" But the outcome did not change at all. The ice arrow reached only a few steps away from Deculine's body before it disappeared in an instant, wiped out as cleanly as the fire before it. Her fury only grew darker. Without pausing, she switched tactics again and began releasing dark magic attacks one after another. Yet even those spells met the same end, vanishing before they could so much as touch him. Only then did the truth finally settle in her mind. This was not a failure of one element or one spell. That man was dispelling every single attack she released. As she watched her spells scatter uselessly into the air again and again, her restraint finally snapped. She could no longer suppress the raw anger boiling up inside her. Damn it! How could this be happening? Her shout tore through the room, filled with frustration, disbelief, and the humiliation of having every attack rendered meaningless. Unlike her raging frustration, Deculine remained perfectly composed. His expression did not waver, and behind those steady eyes, he calmly continued weighing the situation unfolding around him. Mana mist filled the entire area, thick and plentiful enough to surround them from every side. Because of that environment, Deculine's supply of mana had become nearly endless, and the purity of that mana was higher than it had ever been before. At that moment, a notification appeared before him. You claimed Pawn Bloodline. Its power awakened when slaying fiends, when facing demons, or when the concentration of mana mist in the air grew dense. The Bloodline could purify nearby mana and convert it into his own. Mana refined through this process would even increase by one full quality tier. Even as another attack came flying toward him, Deculine did not allow it to disturb his thoughts. He simply looked at the Ashborn mage with something close to pity in his eyes. What a shame! The moment that thought passed through his mind, Deculine swung his hand with sharp force and shattered the incoming attack in a single motion. His voice remained calm, but the weight behind it was absolute in this place. You cannot be my match. The red-haired girl continued unleashing spell after spell, refusing to stop even as each one was blocked. But Deculine answered every attack without fail, and before long, her breathing became ragged, her shoulders rising and falling from exhaustion. Damn it! Deculine's tone grew heavier, and the earlier sarcasm faded into something colder and more severe. That is exactly why people like you are called the Ashes. The insult struck her like a direct blow. The red-haired girl ground her teeth, her face twisting with fury as she glared at him. What did you just say? Deculine continued without the slightest mercy. Trash lower than waste, scum thrown away by society. Your talent is nothing more than pathetic struggling, and that filthy, cowardly nature of yours is beyond saving. She heard every word, but instead of collapsing under the insult, she let out a sharp, mocking laugh. You certainly know how to talk. If you're so capable, then why didn't you break the barrier before all the kids died, or is that beyond you too? Deculine released a small, helpless breath, as though even listening to her ignorance had become tiresome. His eyes remained cold as he answered, "Then allow me to point out the mistake inside that stupid brain of yours." At once, he sent the magic stones flying past her. They cut through the space around her body and drove straight toward the area behind her back. The stones slammed down hard and embedded themselves into the floor, each one pinned into place with sharp, deliberate force, as if Deculine had placed them exactly where they needed to be. Deculine explained in a voice as cold as steel, "Because you were endlessly foolish, you connected the barrier to this building itself instead of anchoring it to space." The stones immediately began racing through every part of the building. They spread rapidly through corridors, rooms, and hidden gaps, covering the structure with precise and controlled movement. Deculine continued without softening his tone at all. "That barrier will disappear the moment this building is destroyed. All that proves is how pathetically lacking your intelligence truly is." His actions startled her so badly that her composure cracked for the first time. She cried out in alarm, staring at him as if he had gone insane. "Hun, are you that desperate to die? You're planning to destroy the entire building just to deactivate the barrier?" Deculine had no intention of stretching this confrontation out any further. Without offering her another explanation, he simply spoke a single name in a calm, decisive voice. Alice. The instant that name reached the red-haired girl's ears, her entire body froze as if time had stopped around her. The shock on her face was immediate and impossible to conceal, cutting straight through the rage he had shown moments before. Deculine continued speaking without even a flicker of hesitation, his voice steady and cutting as his eyes locked sharply onto the figure before him. "Don't think for even a single second that I failed to recognize who you really are." The instant those words slipped from his mouth, the magic stones surrounding him began to stir as if answering his will. A heavy, low vibration rolled through the air, and from the surface of each stone, thin streaks of light slowly started to leak out. Then, before anyone could react, every one of the stones burst open at once. A chain of deafening blasts thundered through the space, shaking everything around them with violent, explosive force. Alice screamed in sheer terror, her voice breaking as panic swallowed her composure completely. "You lunatic! Are you seriously trying to get yourself killed for real?" But Deculine had already read the move she was preparing to make. His face remained frighteningly calm, and he spoke as though her escape plan had been clear to him from the very beginning. "Either way, you'll simply return to your original body, won't you?" The moment Alice understood that every option left to her had already been calculated by Deculine, fear rushed across her face. She pulled back in disbelief and shouted, her voice trembling with frustration. "Ugh, how could you possibly know that?" Deculine did not waste even the smallest breath. He extended his hand forward and mana gathered before him in a concentrated glow, tightening and sharpening until it took the clear form of a radiant arrow. Immediately after that, the magic stone shot forward like a fired projectile. It tore through the air at a terrifying speed, cutting straight across the space as it rushed directly toward Alice. The next instant, it slammed into her body with brutal precision. The strike pierced clean through her and sent her flying backward, the force of the impact hurling her across the distance. As Alos slipped into unconsciousness, the body she had been controlling could no longer maintain its disguised appearance. Almost immediately, its false form unraveled and changed back into the shape of a puppet. With that, the danger right in front of them had finally been taken care of. Deculine turned his attention back toward the students and called out to them in a firm, commanding voice. Everyone gather here, but outside the ground suddenly began to quake, and fear spread through the students in an instant. Someone shouted in alarm as the building trembled around them. Ah, it's shaking! This building looks like it's about to collapse! Julie moved the moment she realized how dangerous it was, quickly grabbing her friend's hand and pulling her along. Hifarine, hurry, faced with Julie's urgent expression and the chaos around them. The girl immediately nodded and answered, all right, but only a few seconds after that reply, the entire building finally gave out. With a thunderous crash, the structure collapsed completely, and a massive shockwave blasted outward from the wreckage.